The sky over Shilon City was filled with a chilling emergency broadcast. Ancient bloodline overlord-class beast, the Sky Dominator Jula, has appeared. All Beastmasters are to assemble immediately and enter Red Level 1 combat readiness. This is not a drill. Air raid sirens wailed across the city as giant projection screens repeatedly displayed this terrifying message, ordering citizens to swiftly evacuate to the secondary city, Bin Hai. In the back row of Class 17, Grade 10 at Shilon No. 6 High School, in the cozy corner by the window, Jang Ming was sleeping soundly under his school uniform. The piercing alarm woke him abruptly, and in his startled state, he kicked the chair in front of him hard with his leg. "Damn, my leg's gone numb again," he muttered, rubbing his tingling calf as he looked up at the podium, where the presence of his homeroom teacher left him momentarily stunned. "Jang Ming, what are you daydreaming about? How can you sleep at a time like this? Hurry and evacuate with your classmates," came the slightly angry voice of his homeroom teacher, Mr. Ma, who pulled him up and rushed him outside. Homeroom teacher Ma Dongmei? Didn't she sacrifice herself in the Jula incident 10 years ago? What shocked Jang Ming even more was the fact that he himself had been killed by those two traitors. He glanced down at his watch. Solar calendar, August 26, 2021. He had somehow returned to 10 years ago. Before he could process his thoughts, a familiar voice broke in. "What are you standing there for? The Beastmasters will be here soon," said the girl Sunan, shaking his arm with urgency in her voice. Looking at the girl holding his left hand, Jang Ming felt a mix of pain and hatred. A sudden shout startled the classmates around him. "Why are you yelling? Are you scared stiff?" It was Yang Kai speaking, with Li Xiang resting an arm on his shoulder, smiling at Sunan. These two were the culprits who had pushed him into the Thunder Rift. Jang Ming couldn't help but recall his past, having lost his parents at a young age. He was introverted until he met these three and gradually opened his heart. Little did he know that this deep friendship would ultimately lead to his demise. Especially Sunan, his childhood friend from elementary school, who defied everyone to be with him and even helped him nurture his soul beast. Back then, he naively thought he must have saved the galaxy in a past life to have such a perfect girlfriend. Ironically, on the day before his death, he had foolishly accompanied her to hunt beasts. Even more absurd was that she had worn a maid costume with black stockings, a stark contrast to her usual attire. Remembering this, Jang Ming pulled his hand away from Sunan in disgust. The alarm in the sky continued to broadcast Jula's terrifying statistics: length 130 meters, wingspan 402 meters, weight 240,000 tons, ranked 10th on the Soul Beast list, danger level 5 stars. Although this disaster was not as catastrophic as the global catastrophe a century ago, it still resulted in over 3 million deaths. On that day of great destruction, the cosmic beast Jerf, accompanied by a solar storm, swept across the globe, summoning 17 ancient titan beasts, leading to the deaths of 4 billion people worldwide. At that moment, hundreds of pterosaur soul beasts, each with a wingspan of over 10 meters, came flying in, blotting out the sky. Each was the size of a fighter jet. The surrounding students looked up in awe at the Beastmasters. Yang Kai was so excited he wanted to touch a pterosaur, but was promptly stopped by a Beastmaster. Watching this scene, Jang Ming remembered his friend who died protecting him from the soul beasts of those three, and a surge of new and old hatred filled his heart. He vowed that in this lifetime, he would make the three of them pay for their blood debts. Upon receiving orders from higher-ups, it was imperative to evacuate all teachers and students within 30 minutes. Jula could appear at any moment, and Shilon City could fall at any time. A burly soldier in a flight suit stood at attention and saluted, his voice loud and commanding. With the tight coordination of teachers and the military, the students quickly boarded the wyvern soul beasts. Each wyvern had several safety ropes attached to its back, accommodating 6 to 7 people lying flat. Everyone cautiously secured the safety ropes around themselves, ready for the imminent emergency takeoff. Sunan bent down to help Jang Ming fasten his safety rope, but was met with a cold refusal. "I'll do it myself." Such an action would normally warm Jang Ming's heart, but now, he only returned Sunan's gaze with indifference, leaving her at a loss, her nose turning red, her face full of grievance. Not far away, Yang Kai lay on another wyvern, keenly aware of the tension between the two. His eyes met Jang Ming's icy stare, and he quickly pretended to look away nonchalantly. "All units, prepare for liftoff." At the commander's order, hundreds of wyverns simultaneously spread their wings, over 10 meters long, and powerfully flapped, soaring into the sky in an instant. Within seconds, they ascended to a height of 300 to 400 meters, the roaring wind echoing in their ears. The Beastmaster riding on the wyvern's neck held an intelligent detector to his ear, nodding in response. "Copy that. Copy that." A large number of beasts have appeared by the seaside in Binhai City. Orders from above are to proceed directly to the first-tier city, Jinu City. It's within the protection range of the Soul Rankings power and has an Emperor-level Beastmaster stationed there. He turned and shouted, Hold on tight. I'm accelerating. No sooner had he spoken than the wyvern surged upward, riding the updraft, its speed increasing once more. The wind distorted everyone's cheeks, likely reaching speeds of over 200 kilometers per hour. Jang Ming silently recalled the origin of the wyvern soul beasts. They were the first generation of artificially bred soul beasts developed by the Alliance to counter post-catastrophe threats, derived from ancient pterosaur fossil DNA combined with post-disaster mutated beasts. To ensure every citizen could fight in wartime and guarantee life safety, the Alliance decreed that anyone aged 16 and above who awakened their soul blood contract and volunteered for a 3-year service in the Alliance combat force would receive a free light-blooded wyvern soul beast egg. This policy resulted in about 60 to 70% of humanity having joined the Alliance military at some point, owning a wyvern soul beast. Jang Ming noticed that, 7 or 8 meters away, Yang Kai occasionally glanced towards Sunan, his eyes filled with unmistakable concern. This scene stirred anger within Jang Ming. He leaned closer to Sunan's ear, his voice distorted by the wind. Why did you lie to me? Sunan, who had been looking away, turned her head in confusion upon hearing him. What did you say? Jang Ming raised his voice, almost shouting. I said, why did you lie to me? If you didn't love me, why pretend you did? His voice was so loud that even the Beastmaster in front turned to look. Sunan was first shocked, then responded angrily. I don't understand what you're talking about, Jang Ming. What did I lie about? Jang Ming sneered, recalling the conversation at the moment of his death. He had asked Sunan when she and Yang Kai got together, and Sunan had told him it was just after they entered Shilon City. He was filled with anger and disappointment, believing Sunan only claimed to like him while selling herself out for Yang Kai's resources. He thought Sunan only chose to be with him to save face after Yang Kai lost interest. As Jang Ming was absorbed in these painful memories, he suddenly felt a massive shadow looming overhead, an ominous chill spreading from head to toe. He looked up abruptly, seeing a colossal creature covered in blue-gray scales flying above their wyvern unit at 1,000 meters high. It's Jula! Jang Ming exclaimed. With a piercing screech, the creature's several hundred-meter-long wings flapped violently, creating a turbulent airflow. The surrounding wyverns instantly lost balance, colliding with each other and emitting mournful cries. The wyvern below Jang Ming also collided with another, breaking a wing and plummeting rapidly. Falling from over 1,000 meters, Jang Ming knew death was certain. He couldn't help but smirk bitterly. In his previous life, Jula hadn't appeared during the evacuation, yet now, after being reborn, he faced this crisis. Just as he was about to close his eyes and accept his fate, Yang Kai's anxious shout pierced his ears. Sunan! Sunan! Yang Kai, I'm okay. Sunan's response added to Jang Ming's bitterness. Ha! Even now, they're putting on a dramatic show. Jang Ming mocked himself with a cold laugh, closing his eyes again, ready to embrace death once more. In this critical moment, a sweet, childlike voice suddenly rang in Jang Ming's ear. Ding! You have a new message prompt. Please check it promptly, Master. Jang Ming's eyes snapped open, filled with disbelief. Then, 3 more notification sounds followed. Detected extreme danger to Master's life. Activating the Soul Beast Cultivation system for you. Detected that you have not yet awakened a soul blood contract and lack a contracted soul beast, making the Soul Beast Cultivation function unavailable. Please contract a soul beast to automatically activate the cultivation function. Selecting the best transfer location, first-tier city Jinu City. Would you like to change it? Jang Ming was utterly bewildered, his mind fixated on one question. Soul Beast Cultivation System? What is this all about? The system prompt sounded. No. Alright, Master. You can bring one person with you for the teleportation to Jinu City. Would you like to bring someone? Jang Ming glanced at Sunan, who looked desperate. He hesitated for a moment before coldly uttering, no. Alright, the system is constructing the teleportation array. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1 inch. As they were about 100 meters from the ground, Sunan widened his eyes in disbelief as Jang Ming vanished into thin air. The Beast Tamer desperately tried to steer the wyvern towards the forest, hoping the treetops would soften their fall. Eventually, they crashed into the dense woods, and the wyvern, with its last remaining wing, shielded the humans on its back, fulfilling its final duty. Jinu City, the primary city in the Huaxia region of the Alliance. Jang Ming's figure suddenly appeared on the bustling street. He had barely landed when he was knocked over by a girl running past. A sharp scream followed as Jang Ming was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. Still shaken from the recent ordeal, he muttered to himself, who was that? Why did they suddenly rush out? Oh, my head. As he attempted to get up, a pair of pale hands helped him. I'm so sorry, are you hurt? A cute girl in a pink, tight-fitting battle suit with 2 buns on her head kept apologizing. She sported a pair of pink cat ears, making her look quite striking. Jang Ming deliberately shifted his gaze, dusting himself off. I'm all right. Is this Shinwu City? Yes, the girl replied. Where did you suddenly come from? That hurt. Can you check if my forehead is red? She lifted her bangs, revealing slightly reddened skin. It's fine, just a bit red. Jang Ming reassured her. Could you tell me how to get to the Jinwu City Rescue Center? Rescue Center? Why do you need to go there? The girl asked, clearly unaware that he had just escaped from Shilon City. Jang Ming briefly explained his situation, and the girl immediately became serious. Come on, I'll take you there. She grabbed Jang Ming's arm, her outgoing personality starkly contrasting with her petite and cute appearance. On the way, the girl inquired about the situation in Shilon City. Upon learning about the attack by Jula, she was stunned. They'll take you to Jinwu Academy first. They have full medical facilities and temporary student accommodations. My uncle is the principal. You should get checked there. Soon, they arrived at Jinwu Academy, the most prestigious Beast Tamer Academy in the Huaxia region, boasting master-level instructors and a king-level Beast Tamer principal. It was Zhang Ming's dream academy in his past life. Wait here a moment. I'll contact my uncle, the girl said, activating the smart virtual wristband on her arm. Zhang Ming noticed it was the latest model worth over 30,000 soul coins, making him suspect she had a notable background. While the girl was contacting the principal, Zhang Ming received a system notification. Ding, you have a new message. Task issued. Join Jinwu Academy and unlock the Soul Blood Pact quest. Reward. Unknown. Taking this chance, Zhang Ming activated the Soul Beast Cultivation system in his mind. A virtual panel immediately appeared before him. Name, Zhang Ming. Age, 19. Soul aptitude, none. Soul abilities, none. Soul Beast, none. Soul points, 0. Soul Beast Bloodline Enhancement, not activated. Soul Beast Evolution Path, not activated. System rewards, pending. After reviewing the information, Zhang Ming took a deep breath, filled with anticipation and unease. Wow, this is unbelievable. Zhang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the system interface that suddenly appeared before him. Although most of the features were still locked, the descriptions alone hinted at the system's extraordinary capabilities enhancing the bloodline of soul beasts, displaying their evolution paths. This was practically a dream come true for any beast master. Eagerly, he tapped on the interface, trying to gather more information. Words like rewards not yet issued and soul points appeared, accompanied by explanations. Once the owner contracts their first soul beast, the system's full functionality will be unlocked, and rewards will be distributed. Soul points can be earned by defeating fierce beasts or completing system tasks, which can then be used to upgrade the soul beast bloodline, substitute for evolution materials, and enhance both the soul beasts and beast masters levels. Just as Zhang Ming was reveling in the excitement brought on by the system, a familiar voice broke through. My uncle said you can directly handle the enrollment procedures. The Alliance has issued a directive, and all students from disaster-stricken cities are being transferred to Jinwu High School. If you complete the enrollment today, you can start classes tomorrow. Zhang Ming looked up sharply to see a young girl smiling at him. Really? That's fantastic. Thank you so much, he exclaimed, a surge of joy filling his heart. Having been reborn, not only did he awaken a soul beast cultivation system, but he also had the chance to enroll in Jinwu High School. It seemed like fate was indeed taking a dramatic turn. The girl's reaction to Zhang Ming's excitement was one of amusement, and she replied a bit shyly, no problem at all. Here's my number. Feel free to contact me if you need any help. I won't go in with you. Once inside, turn left to find the administrative building where you can handle the enrollment. She paused, then added, you haven't awakened your soul blood pact yet, have you? At Jinwu High School, just by enrolling, you can undergo the soul rankings illumination and awaken your soul blood pact. Other schools only provide standard level soul beast eggs, but at Jinwu, they offer elite level soul beast eggs. I hope you awaken with at least a level soul aptitude. Good luck. With that, she waved goodbye and turned to leave. Throughout their encounter, neither had asked for the other's name. Zhang Ming looked at the number she left him, recalling her appearance and thinking to himself. She seemed quite young. The enrollment process turned out to be surprisingly simple. After verifying Zhang Ming's records from Shilon 6th High, the staff seamlessly transferred his student status to Jinwu High School. Gather at the east square of the school at 8 a.m. tomorrow for the awakening ceremony, after which class assignments will be given, the staff member said, handing him a card. This is your temporary dorm access card, room 416. As Zhang Ming exited the office building, his face was alight with an indescribable excitement. He had finally gained entry into Jinwu First High School, bringing him one step closer to Jinwu Academy. As one of the 4 major academies in the Alliance, Jinwu Academy was founded by Huaxia's first revered beast master, and has produced countless outstanding beast masters for humanity, serving as a beacon of hope. Zhang Ming recalled his past life's experiences. After the Jula incident, Jinwu First High School did not directly admit students from the disaster area. Instead, a temporary school was set up in Jinwu City, where teachers from the school conducted classes for 3 years. After graduating high school, he took the Beast Master entrance exam but missed out on Jinwu Academy by just 3 points. Despite excelling in his academic exams, he fell short in the soul examination. Now, standing in the school he once dreamed of, Jang Ming felt the stark contrast between the serene atmosphere inside and the bustling world outside. He understood this was because all Beast Masters with silver-level soul beasts were engaged in rescue operations. Upon arriving at dormitory 416, Zhang Ming was pleasantly surprised by the 4 independent beds and the attached bathroom. A quick heating hot pot was prepared on the table, and daily necessities were neatly arranged in the bathroom, warming his heart with their thoughtfulness. He walked into the bathroom, splashed some cold water on his face, and gazed at his youthful reflection in the mirror, silently reminding himself, Zhang Ming, from today onwards, you can only rely on yourself. Suddenly, a commotion outside shattered the campus tranquility. Zhang Ming moved to the balcony and saw the school gate. Hundreds of winged dragon soul beasts circled the sky, while a combat unit of terrestrial dragons gathered outside the gate, as thousands of affected teachers and students flooded into the school district. In the crowded throng, Zhang Ming immediately spotted Su Nan lying on Yang Kai's back. Her clothes were torn, and her face bore scratches, but she was alive. As if feeling Zhang Ming's gaze, Su Nan looked up towards the dormitory window, their eyes meeting. Her gaze was cold, filled with resentment and anger. The principal of Jinwu First High personally organized the rescue, prioritizing the treatment and housing of severely injured staff and students. Zhang Ming turned back to his bed, lying down as he began to anticipate the soul awakening ceremony the next day. He remembered that in his past life, his soul aptitude was rated as a level, and his soul ability was the low-level skill weakness, which slightly reduced a target's defense for 5 seconds, rendering it almost useless. A beast master's ability to contract soul beasts throughout their life is entirely dependent on their soul aptitude. After awakening the soul blood contract, a soul beast space is automatically generated within the body for carrying and nurturing soul beasts. Soul aptitude is ranked from low to high as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. To date, the highest soul aptitude achieved in Beast Master Civilization is S level. F-level soul aptitude can contract only 1 soul beast in a lifetime, making even the lowest tier Beast Master. In his past life, Zhang Ming had an 11 soul aptitude and contracted 2 soul beasts, one of which, an elite bloodline soul beast, was cultivated to gold level 2 star. Despite his poor soul aptitude, he became a Beast Master. While soul aptitude determines the number of soul beasts a Beast Master can contract and the strength of their soul abilities, it does not entirely dictate a Beast Master's achievements. Even a Beast Master with F-level soul aptitude could become a Royal Beast Master if their soul beast possesses an epic bloodline, although such a possibility is extremely rare. The bloodline of a soul beast is immutable, and its upgrade and evolution determine its growth trajectory. The quality of the bloodline reflects the soul beast's potential and the extent of its comprehensive strength increase with each evolution. 2 soul beasts of the same level, one with an elite bloodline, will naturally be stronger than one with a common bloodline, with the power disparity growing larger over time. Higher soul aptitude, stronger soul abilities, and a greater number of contracted beasts can compensate for deficiencies in soul beast bloodlines. Typically, students who awaken with a B-level soul aptitude become the focus of school cultivation, receiving more resources. The Alliance invests over 100 billion soul coins annually in new Beast Masters, with better soul aptitude attracting more resources from the school. While Zhang Ming was deep in thought, the dormitory door swung open. 3 disaster-stricken students from the secondary city of Lanshan entered, looking worn and weary. From their conversation, Zhang Ming learned they were classmates. The tall and stout one was Guofei, the dark and thin one was Zhao Kai, and the shorter, slightly hunched one was Huang Xing. The 3 quickly filled their stomachs, and after washing up, it was already 7 p.m. Exhausted from a day of fleeing and fear, the 4 soon fell into a deep sleep. At 7 a.m. the next morning, the dormitory's smart voice alarm clock woke the 4 from their slumber. Zhang Ming was the first to get up and wash, followed closely by the others. Today was the day Jinwu First High School would initiate the soul blood contract for disaster-affected students who had turned 16. They hurriedly ate some milk and bread provided in the dormitory, washed up quickly, and headed to the field for assembly. It wasn't even 8 a.m., yet the schoolyard was already bustling with nearly 1,000 students. Despite many being wrapped in bandages, wearing casts, or even using crutches, they were determined to attend this important ceremony. The air was thick with excitement and anticipation as students gathered in groups, eagerly discussing the impending awakening of soul aptitudes and the potential soul abilities they might possess. I hope to awaken a powerful fire ability, one boy exclaimed enthusiastically. I'd prefer to have a mighty soul beast as a partner, his friend chimed in. Imagine the thrill of flying on a dragon. The fear of yesterday's escape seemed to have faded, replaced by hopeful smiles on everyone's faces. This was precisely the intention of Jinwu High School to help these students, who had just experienced the Jula incident, regain their confidence and prevent any lingering shadows in their hearts. To achieve this, the school had spared no expense in inviting 10 king-level Beast Tamers to assist. In the crowd, Su Nan, dressed in clean clothes, limped into the schoolyard with the help of Yang Kai and Li Xiang. They noticed the spirited Jang Ming not far away, and Yang Kai shot him a fierce glare. As the three passed by Jang Ming, Yang Kai deliberately paused and whispered threateningly, "I'll kill you." Zhang Ming responded with a cold smirk, "We'll see who survives." At that moment, Guofei and others approached. "Ming, our school spot is over there. We'll head over first." Zhang Ming nodded, recalling the amusing scene from last night when Guofei insisted on ranking everyone by birth year, and couldn't help but smile. With the arrival of Principal Lin Zhe, the awakening ceremony officially began. At the center of the schoolyard, a complex hexagram formation was already prepared. As their names were called, students stepped into the formation to receive the power of the soul list. Wu Yifan, Clevel, intermediate hardening soul ability. Hua Zhan, Clevel, intermediate shock. Tian Yuan, level, basic tough skin. Qian Feng, a level, basic keen sense. The string of good soul aptitudes made Principal Lin furrow his brow slightly. Suddenly, an astonishing result was announced. Su Nan, level, intermediate frost. The crowd erupted in amazement, with envious glances cast towards Su Nan. Shortly after, another surprising result was revealed. Yang Kai, level, intermediate thunderstorm. The emergence of two future king-level beast tamers caused an even bigger stir. However, for Zhang Ming, who knew their past life aptitudes, this was not unexpected. He stood calmly, waiting for his name to be called. The news of a level soul aptitude caused quite a stir on the school grounds. This meant another potential king-level beastmaster had emerged. With the careful nurturing of the alliance, barring any mishaps, the human faction would gain another formidable warrior within 2 decades. The intermediate powers of Thunderstorm and Frost were particularly noteworthy. Unlike common status or support abilities, these offensive powers endowed beastmasters with soul energy attributes of Lightning and Frost. This not only enhanced their own combat and defensive abilities, but also allowed them to pass these powers onto their soul beasts, significantly boosting their battle prowess. Such rare talents are scarce, even among king-level beastmasters, with fewer than 100 known. Each is a top-tier powerhouse guarding their domain. Principal Lin couldn't hide his delight, beaming with joy. Yang Kai and Su Nan are both students of Shilin No. 6 High School. That's incredible, someone noted as their information was displayed. Following this, Li Xiang and Guofei completed their awakenings in succession. Li Xiang, a Clevel, gained a low-level rage ability, while Guofei, a Blevel, awakened to an intermediate steel bones power, jumping up with joy. Finally, it was Zhang Ming's turn. Despite having experienced a soul awakening in a previous life, he felt a twinge of nervousness. Stepping into the awakening array, he could feel everyone's eyes on him, especially the intense gazes from Yang Kai and Su Nan. As the light flashed, the big screen displayed his information. Zhang Ming, Clevel, intermediate weakness. Principal Lin, hearing the somewhat familiar name, looked up at him. Walking down from the awakening array, Zhang Ming was filled with confusion. His previous life's A-level aptitude had unexpectedly risen to Clevel. Although it wasn't as impressive as B or a level, it was a significant improvement, allowing him to contract 4 soul beasts now. The crowd quickly shifted their attention to other talented classmates, while a group of sycophants still surrounded Yang Kai. Zhang Ming didn't mind. This was reality. Before becoming a true beast master, everyone was the same. But afterwards, everything would change, especially people's hearts. Just then, a system notification sounded. Zhang Ming expressionlessly pulled up the panel to check. Congratulations on completing the task, Soul Blood Pact, and receiving an S-level Soul Aptitude card. Please select a new task. Contract an elite bloodline soul beast. Task reward. Unknown. Zhang Ming was stunned, incredulous as he repeatedly confirmed the golden aptitude card in his system inventory. The card listed several powerful abilities: Divine Bloodline, Demon Lord's Descent, Soul Power Absorption, Netherlight Shield, and Unyielding Heart. Each ability was enough to drive the Alliance's Beastmasters wild. After intense internal debate, Zhang Ming chose the Divine Bloodline. This ability not only provided a 40 damage reduction in life-threatening situations, but also had a 15 chance to inflict damage equal to 10 of the target's maximum heal, the truly godlike skill. As the S-level soul aptitude fused into his body, Zhang Ming felt a massive transformation in his soul beast space. His original Clevel aptitude and intermediate weakness ability remained, not overwritten. Upon hearing the notification, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Does that mean I can acquire other S-class soul abilities in the future, or even S-class?" The system sprite cheerfully responded, "That's right, Master. You can use an S-class qualification card to obtain other abilities or upgrade your existing ones. Completing more tasks and defeating fierce beasts will earn you soul points. which can be exchanged for stronger class or above ability cards. Keep up the good work, my master. The cute voice of the system sprite warmed his heart. As he glanced at the smug smiles of Yang Kai and the others, his anger seemed to dissipate, and even the clouds in the sky appeared more charming. At that moment, the soul ranking board suspended in the sky suddenly emitted a bright green light, capturing everyone's attention. In the column for soul ability rankings, the golden letters, God's Bloodline, appeared, gleaming brilliantly, pushing down the previously 7th-ranked Earth Rock Armor to the 8th position. Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed. He knew well that the soul board displayed the rankings of all current Beast Master soul abilities. This change left everyone in shock. In the sky, the Alliance's massive virtual screen appeared instantaneously, broadcasting explosive news about this newly ranked top 10 ability, God's Bloodline. It had been years since a new top 10 soul ability emerged, and the name alone hinted at its immense power. Unfortunately, the soul board only showed the name of the ability, not its owner. However, Lin Zhe was convinced that the student with the God's Bloodline ability was present somewhere on this field, as today, only Jinwu High School was conducting the Soul Awakening ceremony, while other first-tier cities would hold theirs at the end of the month. Principal Lin's expression was serious as he quickly turned and whispered a few words to the king-level Beast Master beside him, who then hurriedly left the field. Jang Ming was also startled by the golden letters on the soul board. He felt a sense of relief, thankful that the board didn't display the Beast Master's name. The commotion caused by the anomaly on the soul rankings was quickly quelled by Principal Lin. Quiet. The ceremony will continue. His voice echoed through the incubation room. Instructions flashed on the projection screen. All freshmen who have completed the Soul Blood Pact, please gather in the incubation room. Excited students eagerly made their way to the destination, their faces beaming with anticipation. We're finally getting our first soul beast, someone exclaimed excitedly. Jang Ming followed the crowd with a calm demeanor, his expression steady. Having lived a second life, his heart was far more composed than it appeared. Suddenly, a grating voice sounded nearby. A clever aptitude is enough to last you a lifetime. Haha, giving you a soul beast egg is a waste. Yang Kai, accompanied by a group of students who had just awakened to their clever aptitude, sneered arrogantly. Jang Ming chose to completely ignore them and continued forward, which only infuriated Yang Kai further, leaving him red-faced but helpless. The group arrived at the innermost part of the school's experimental building. Security was tight here, with infrared sensors and advanced thermal weapons in place. Not even a fly could get in, someone whispered. True Martial Academy's king-level Beastmasters took turns guarding, ensuring the safety of the soul beast eggs. Principal Lin scanned his iris to open the final heavy titanium steel door. Before them lay 3 basketball court-sized incubation rooms, with various soul beast eggs quietly resting in incubation pods. Students, Principal Lin began. According to the Alliance regulations, all newly inducted Beastmasters must start with a flying-type soul beast. Traditionally, we provide a light bloodline wyvern soul beast eggs. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause. An elite bloodline wyvern soul beast egg was worth at least 1,000,000 soul coins on the market, which thrilled everyone. Principal Lin continued. All students with a level aptitude or higher, step forward and proceed to the second laboratory. The level students beamed with joy as they left. As a top student, Yang Kai shot a smug glance at Jang Ming before striding confidently into the second laboratory. Students around them began discussing the school's prodigies, with someone mentioning that Principal Lin's niece was in level soul aptitude, ranked 17th in the soul rankings. Now, the instructor announced, the soul beast eggs in the incubation pods before you are elite bloodline wyverns. Use your blood as a guide to summon the soul blood pact and bond with your soul beast. No sooner had the words left their mouth than eager students sprang into action. Some used blades to cut their fingers, while others bit directly. Blood dripped onto the soul beast eggs, transforming into mysterious symbols that melded into them. The room echoed with the sound of eggshells cracking. The first juvenile wyvern let out a soft, tender cry. Oh woo, a pink little creature emerged from its shell, its black, gemstone-like eyes curiously observing its surroundings. Watching this scene, Jang Ming was reminded of the ordinary wyvern from his past life that sacrificed itself for him, and his eyes welled up. He carefully wrapped the little creature in a soft blanket and fed it the rations provided by the school. Radon, rest assured, your sacrifice will not be in vain, he whispered softly. The little wyvern seemed to sense his emotions, gently patting his hand with its soft, featherless pink wings. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding, you have a new message. Please check immediately. Congratulations on completing the task of bonding with an elite bloodline soul beast. You have received an epic bloodline card as a reward. The Eye of Investigation has been activated for you, triggered automatically. The Soul Beast Compendium has been unlocked, allowing you to view all Soul Beast evolution paths. Bloodline Enhancement functionality has been activated. Jang Ming, stunned, checked the epic bloodline card's details. a one-time item that does not consume soul points, capable of upgrading a designated soul beast's bloodline to epic level. Without hesitation, he used the card. Ding! The soul beast's bloodline has been successfully upgraded to epic level. At that moment, the little creature in his arms began to transform. The little creature grew at an astonishing pace, rapidly expanding from palm size to half a meter tall, prompting Jang Ming to quickly store it in the soul beast space. Suddenly, a system notification in a cute, youthful voice chimed in. Please name your initial soul beast and receive 100 soul points as a reward. After a moment of thought, Jang Ming named the soul beast Radon. The system immediately confirmed. Successfully named the initial soul beast, earning you 100 soul points. Congratulations on becoming a Beast Master. Here's your Beast Master starter pack. A series of notifications followed. Congratulations on acquiring a gold 3-star soul beast, achieving the first gold soul beast milestone, and earning 10,000 soul points. Congratulations on owning your first epic soul beast, achieving the epic bloodline milestone, and receiving an S-level soul aptitude card. An evolvable soul beast has been detected. Would you like to view it? Stunned by this barrage of surprises, Jang Ming eagerly opened the Beast Master starter pack, obtaining a legendary bloodline soul beast egg, an S-level soul aptitude card, rare soul crystals, and 30,000 soul points. He immediately checked the information on the legendary bloodline soul beast egg, but found he lacked the required level to access more details. Nevertheless, just having the egg filled him with excitement. Lost in the system interface, Jang Ming stood there grinning foolishly for quite some time. Onlookers cast him strange glances, with some whispering, "Is it really worth getting that excited? It's just an elite bloodline soul beast." Realizing his lapse, Jang Ming forced himself to calm down and continued to review the system information. His attribute panel displayed. Name, Jang Ming. Level, 1-star Beast Master. Soul Aptitude, S. Soul Ability, Intermediate Weakening. Divine Bloodline. Soul Beast, Radon. Bloodline, Epic. Level, Gold 3-star. Talent, Geothermal Armor formed by magma and scales. Skill, Tempest Strike creates a storm attack by spinning rapidly. Evolution paths, 36 options available. Jang Ming carefully studied Radon's evolution options and ultimately chose the Flame Wyvern path. The system indicated insufficient materials, so he decisively spent 10,000 soul points to complete the evolution instantly. Upon evolving, Radon acquired 2 new skills, Fireball and Lava Breath, both high damage, high impact abilities. Radon had now grown into a massive wyvern, 4 meters long with a wingspan of 15 meters, its body covered in fiery red scales flowing with magma, exuding an imposing presence. Jang Ming invested all 10 rare soul crystals from his backpack into the soul beast space, quickly raising Radon to gold 5-star. Looking at the majestic and powerful Radon in the soul beast space, Jang Ming felt immense pride. Just as Jang Ming was basking in his joy, the door to the second laboratory opened. Principal Lin emerged, followed by Yang Kai and Su Nan. Perched on Yang Kai's left arm was a raptor with a blue-green body, occasionally sparking with electricity, a Lord-level bloodline Thunder Eagle. Su Nan was affectionately feeding a hawk with ice-white feathers on its cheeks, also a Lord-level bloodline Ice Falcon. The students from the first lab couldn't hide their envious glances directed at Yang Kai and his group, making the elite pterosaur in their arms lose its appeal instantly. Following the instructions, everyone summoned their soul beasts back into their soul beast spaces, preparing for class assignments. Class 1, Yang Kai, Su Nan. Class 2, Wu Yifan. As the teacher announced the names, students were gradually assigned to different classes. Finally, Jang Ming was placed in Class 16. The students returned to their respective classes in an orderly manner, marking their official entry into Zhenwu Academy. To accommodate students from disaster-stricken areas, the Academy temporarily added over 50 classes, expanding the enrollment to nearly 7,000 students. The school sorted classes based on soul aptitude. Classes 1 and 2 were seed classes, totaling 70 students. Classes 3 to 6 were key classes, with fewer than 200 students. Classes from 7 onward were regular classes. Seed and key classes enjoyed generous benefits. Not only were their board and lodging fees waived, but they also received soul beast food from the school each month. Seed classes additionally received a monthly allowance of 2,000 soul coins. In stark contrast, regular classes did not enjoy such privileges. They had to pay for their accommodation and meals, and even had to buy soul beast food themselves. Jang Ming reminisced about the hardships right after graduating in his previous life. Living frugally, working part-time jobs, and investing all his money into nurturing his soul beast, barely raising it to silver 3-star level. It wasn't until he joined the Alliance combat unit that he slowly accumulated some soul coins, allowing his soul beast to evolve to gold 1-star. The struggles of those days were vivid in his mind, teaching him the harsh lesson that without money, progress was nearly impossible. Fortunately, in his past life at Shilon No. 6 High School, his status as an orphan qualified him for special hardship assistance, waiving 3 years of board and lodging fees. As students gradually returned to the classroom, the spacious room quickly buzzed with activity. The classroom featured the most advanced virtual intelligent teaching screens, and even though the teacher hadn't arrived yet, chaos ensued. Jang Ming chose his favorite spot near the window in the VIP sunlight relaxation zone. Suddenly, someone whispered, "Shua, I heard she's a retired Special Forces instructor." Just then, with a loud bang, a young, stunning female teacher stood at the podium, slamming her teaching materials onto the desk. She wore a white striped blouse and a tight pencil skirt, her golden wavy hair making her especially eye-catching. "Quiet, everyone." Her voice was strong and commanding. The male students were instantly mesmerized, and someone couldn't help but murmur, "So sexy." "Who said, so sexy?" "Stand up and go stand by the door," the teacher sternly demanded. The innocent student lowered his head and reluctantly went to stand by the door. "Those slouching at your desks, put your hands down and sit up straight," the teacher continued to command. "Let me introduce myself. My surname is Lin, and you can call me Wanwan. I'll be temporarily responsible for teaching you about beast mastery. I'm a member of the Tsanglong battle team, and I'll be in charge of your lives for now." "Wow, a member of the Tsanglong battle team. That's impressive." Another student couldn't help but exclaim. "Who said I'm impressive?" "Stand up and go stand by the door," Lin Wanwan called out again. "Damn it," someone cursed under their breath. "Remember, during my class, no whispering or side conversations. No matter how quietly you speak, you can't escape the ears of a beast mastery master, understood?" Lin Wanwan warned sternly. "Understood," the students replied softly. Louder. "Understood." This time the students shouted in unison. Jang Ming felt a bit exasperated, thinking this might make it hard to catch some sleep. Lin Wanwan started calling roll. "All students whose names are called, stand up and respond." "Zhang Ming, here." Zhang Ming was momentarily stunned, reacting a beat late. Lin Wanwan gave him a once-over, "Sit down, and respond faster next time." "Sure, Les Han, here." After roll call, Lin Wanwan took out a stack of test papers. "Here are the Beast Mastery test papers for freshmen. Everyone do one, and your seating will be arranged based on your scores." "Zhang Ming, here." Zhang Ming wondered why she kept calling him. "Come up and distribute the test papers." As he walked to the podium to take the test papers, Zhang Ming felt Lin Wanwan's gaze sweep over him, making him a bit uneasy. When he looked up, he met her eyes and couldn't help but notice her fair skin and fine pores, making her look like she was just in her early 20s, probably fresh out of college. Her faint fragrance was invigorating. Zhang Ming thought, "I didn't know this Lin Wanwan in my past life. Why is she targeting me?" After distributing the test papers, he returned to his seat, and the 30-minute timer started on the screen. First question. Name the levels of a Beast Master. Zhang Ming thought, "Isn't this a giveaway question? Beast Tamer, Beast Master, Beast Grandmaster, Beast Guru, King, Emperor, Exalted, Saint, Sovereign." Second question. Name the levels of a Soul Beast. Another easy one. Bronze, Silver, Gold, Star Diamond, King, Monarch, Overlord, Mythical, Supreme. Third question. Name the bloodline levels of fierce beasts. Common, Elite, Rare, Lord, Perfect, Epic, Legendary, Ancient, Primordial. For Zhang Ming, who had already graduated from college, these questions were as easy as 11 for a primary school student. The 30 minutes flew by. "Zhang Ming," Lin Wanwan called again. "Here. Collect the test papers." Lin Wanwan placed the test papers into the scanner on the desk, and the virtual screen instantly displayed all the students' scores. Zhang Ming ranked first with a perfect score of 100. With the results displayed, all the students curiously turned their gaze towards Zhang Ming in the leisure area. Is this guy a hidden academic genius? He must be. But why does he still look like a slacker to me? Who was just talking about academic geniuses and slackers? Have you already forgotten what I said? Stand by the door. Seeing no one stand up, Lin Wanwan lost her temper. Not behaving, huh? She directly pulled up the classroom surveillance playback, showing the two students who had whispered earlier, their words clear as day. "Zhang Ming, come to my office after class," Lin Wanwan said, continuing the lesson. Now, the first class. Understanding Soul Beast Habits. After a long day of classes, Zhang Ming quickly ate something at the cafeteria and returned to his dorm. Visiting Lin Wanwan's office earlier, he finally understood the reason. Lin Wanwan was a temporary support member from the Tsanglong battle team, and the cute girl with cat ears from that day was her cousin. The girl had mentioned his orphan status, which caught Lin Wanwan's attention. She called him to the office to inform him about the hardship assistance program. The school had looked into all the disaster area students' family situations and arranged hardship assistance for those without income, waiving their board and lodging fees. Finally, Zhang Ming had time to check the system. The day's classes had kept him busier than the teacher, and Radon had been sleeping in the soul beast space all day, not even getting fed any soul beast food, leaving the little one quite hungry. Jang Ming began the soul power feedback process. In the soul beast space, Radon let out a loud cry, echoing Jang Ming's thoughts. Immediately, the soul power feedback began. The system issued 9 consecutive notifications, each one making Jang Ming's heart race. Congratulations, Master, for upgrading to a 2-star Beast Tamer. Congratulations, Master, for upgrading to a 3-star Beast Tamer. When the final notification sounded, Jang Ming's attribute panel was completely renewed. Name, Jang Ming. Level, 10-star Beast Tamer. Soul aptitude, S. Soul ability, intermediate weakness. Divine bloodline, 10-star Beast Tamer. Feeling the surging soul power within, Jang Ming was overjoyed. Just then, the system prompted again. Ding. Would you like to spend 666 soul points to upgrade to a 1-star Beast Master? Yes. Jang Ming chose without hesitation. Congratulations, Master, for becoming a 1-star Beast Master and achieving the 1-star Beast Master milestone. Receiving an upgrade aptitude card won as a reward. Level, 1-star Beast Master. Soul points required for upgrade, 02000. Soul Beast, Radon. Bloodline, Epic. Level, Gold 5-star. Soul points required for upgrade, 1356800. Jang Ming quickly calculated that he still had 29,434 soul points. If he chose to upgrade Radon, it might only reach 2-star. But if he upgraded his Beast Master level, he could raise it several stars. Upgrade. Jang Ming decided decisively. Successfully upgraded to a 2-star Beast Master. Successfully upgraded to a 3-star Beast Master. Until the system notified insufficient soul points, unable to upgrade, Jang Ming had become a 4-star Beast Master, with 15,434 soul points remaining. Not enough, let's upgrade Radon. Successfully upgraded Radon to Gold 6-star. Finally, 7,434 soul points were left. With the Beast Master level rising to 4-star, Jang Ming felt a significant increase in soul power. He knew clearly that a Beast Master's soul power is mainly used for soul abilities and controlling soul beasts. Soul aptitude determines the maximum number of soul beasts a Beast Master can contract in their lifetime, while the Beast Master level determines how many soul beasts can be summoned simultaneously. With each major level increase, he could summon 1 more soul beast. Now he could summon and control 2 soul beasts at the same time. Reflecting on his past life's a great aptitude, where even as a Beast Master he could only have 2 soul beasts, Jang Ming couldn't help feeling emotional. Seizing the opportunity while the dormitory was empty, Jang Ming eagerly opened the 2 Scrade Soul Aptitude cards and the newly acquired a Great Aptitude card. The system panel immediately displayed 4 options from the Scrade Aptitude card. While Jang Ming was deep in thought, the system elf's voice chimed in. Repeated selection can enhance the existing ability tier, Master. Alright, I choose Demon Lord's Descent and Soul Power Absorption. Jang Ming made his decision without hesitation. The system immediately provided detailed explanations. Demon Lord's Descent. Normal attacks deal 15 additional damage. Skill damage increases by 35, effective for all deployed soul beasts. Soul Power Absorption. Each attack increases attack power by 1, stacking up to 30 layers, lasting 30 seconds, does not decrease in continuous attack state, effective for all deployed soul beasts. Congratulations on acquiring the Scrade Soul abilities Demon Lord's Descent and Soul Power Absorption. Current Scrade abilities owned, 39-inch. As soon as the system notification ended, the soul ranking in the night sky suddenly shone with a green light. The original 8th place Earth Armor was pushed to 10th, with Demon Lord's Descent and Soul Power Absorption taking 8th and 9th places, respectively. The sudden change in the soul ability rankings once again sent ripples through the Alliance. The Alliance's top brass convened an emergency meeting overnight. High in the sky, a massive steel Fortress Alliance headquarters, Noah's Ark, hovered silently. In the headquarters conference hall, 12 blue virtual signal lights successively lit up on a large round table. 11 virtual figures appeared instantly, each dressed uniquely. There was an elderly man with a white beard, a middle-aged man with determined eyes, a knight holding a long sword, and a flamboyantly dressed woman. The only vacant seat was at the head of the table, flickering with a red virtual signal light. Everyone waited in silence until the red signal light extinguished and a mysterious figure cloaked in brown appeared. All stood and spoke in unison. Sage. The cloaked figure nodded slightly, gesturing for everyone to sit, then began speaking. The ancient titan Mu Shun, slumbering in the abyss of the dead, has just awakened by the call of Jula, hence my delay. The 7th-ranked feral beast, the soul harvester, Mu Shun. Let's get to business. Yes, Sage. A middle-aged man reported in a righteous voice. Yesterday at 3:31 p.m., the soul ability rankings showed the Scrade ability Divine Bloodline. Just now at 7:16 p.m., 2 more Scrade abilities, Demon Lord's Descent and Soul Power Absorption, appeared, pushing Earth Armor from its 8th place. From yesterday till now, only our Jinwu High in the Huaxia district held a soul awakening ceremony. I suspect these 3 Scrade abilities belong to the same student. Sage, I disagree with Lin's assumption. A blonde woman interjected with a smile. Today, we also held a soul awakening ceremony in the Meijian district, so I suspect it's one of our students. The energy signal source from the soul rankings is from the Huaxia district. The cloaked sage stated firmly, Lin, find this student at all costs. Yes, Sage. The sage disappeared after speaking, and the red signal light resumed flashing. The others also logged off one after another, leaving only the 2 who had spoken. The blonde woman teased, Lin, I hope your Huaxia district doesn't end up at the bottom in the regional competition 3 months from now. She logged off immediately after. Vixen, Lin muttered through clenched teeth. The conference hall returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, lying in bed, Jang Ming was overwhelmed with excitement. 3 Scrade soul abilities, this was something he couldn't even dream of in his past life. He understood that Scrade soul abilities were akin to buffs, automatically enhancing summoned soul beasts as passive skills without consuming any soul power. Unlike Scrade, abilities below required soul power to be actively used, whether they were status, support, or attack skills. Due to the limitations of a beast master's level and soul power, the number of times abilities could be used was restricted. But Jang Ming no longer had to worry about this. This was the true advantage of Scrade's soul aptitude. Remembering that he still had an unopened grade soul aptitude card, Jang Ming eagerly opened it. Would you like to spend soul points to open and select a specified ability? Yes. The system immediately listed hundreds of advanced skills for him to choose from: Thunderstorm, Ice Soul, Explosive Flame, Dark Strike, Meteor, Nightfall, Advanced Shock, Advanced Fatality, Advanced Steel Bones, making Jang Ming's head spin. At that moment, the system thoughtfully recommended the best options. Explosive Flame. Adds fire attribute to soul power, summons explosive flames to attack the target, grants the soul beast an explosive flame status, increasing fire attribute skill damage by 15, lasts 10 minutes, consumes soul power. Meteor. Adds rock attribute to soul power, summons a boulder to crush the target, grants the soul beast a meteor status, increasing rock attribute skill damage by 15, lasts 10 minutes, consumes soul power. Advanced Shock, an auxiliary skill, reflects 20 of the damage taken by the soul beast back to the attacker, lasting for 10 minutes. After much deliberation, Jang Ming decided on Explosive Flame. As a fire attribute soul beast, Radon's fire skills receive a 15 boost. Although the duration is only 10 minutes, when stacked with the 35 boost from Demon Lord's arrival, it results in an impressive 50 damage increase. Gazing at the 4 flashing abilities on his panel, Jang Ming couldn't help but grin. He was already daydreaming about riding Radon into battle, taking on 10 foes at once. Suddenly, Guofei burst into the dormitory, drenched in sweat, with Zhao Kai and Huang Xing following closely, too exhausted to stand up straight. Ming, you're back. Check the news, 2 more strength soul qualities have appeared on the soul list. Demon Lord's arrival and soul power drain. Guofei shouted excitedly. Jang Ming merely uttered a soft "oh" and continued lying down. Seeing this, Guofei assumed Zhang was upset about Su Nan and approached the bed seriously, saying, Ming, don't worry. I might be careless, but I know loyalty. Yeah. Zhao Kai chimed in, Ming, you wouldn't believe it, but the 3 of us just had a fight with Yang Kai. A fight? Zhang Ming immediately sat up, noticing the 3 of them were disheveled, with Guofei still having a trace of blood under his nose. I told you not to mention it. Guofei glared at Huang Xing irritably. What happened? Zhang Ming pressed for details. Guofei explained. That jerk Yang Kai was openly insulting you at the basketball court. Just because the school gave him a lord-level soul beast, he thinks he's all that. He even said he'd wipe you out. I have a rare-level soul beast, so I decided to take him down first. Is Yang Kai at the basketball court? Zhang Ming asked in a low voice, moving to leave the room. Guofei and the others grabbed Zhang Ming's arm desperately. You can't go, Ming. The court is full of Yang Kai's people. Going there now would be asking for trouble. A wise man knows when to retreat. Zhang Ming paused, placing his hands on Guofei's shoulders, his gaze firm. Fei, thanks. I won't let you guys take this beating for nothing. Guofei was stunned. Did he hear that right? Ming called him Fei? In that brief moment of surprise, Zhang Ming broke free from their grasp and dashed toward the basketball court. After confronting Su Nan for the first time, her true intentions were revealed, and Yang Kai's true nature was exposed. Zhang Ming could tolerate Yang Kai's insults, but for Guofei and the others, whom he'd only known for 3 days, to fight for him? He couldn't just ignore it and hide in the dorm. Otherwise, how could Zhang Ming hold his own at Jinwu High School? He sprinted all the way to the court, leaving Guofei and the others far behind. Classes at Jinwu High School ended at 5 p.m., leaving free time for students to bond with their soul beasts or play sports and games. It was nearly 9 p.m., and the basketball court was brightly lit by 4 large floodlights. A group of girls stood on the sidelines, their eyes fixed on Yang Kai as if they wanted to devour him. Go, Yang Kai! Go, Wu Yifan! Yang Kai! Get over here! Jang Ming shouted angrily as he stormed into the center of the basketball court. Yang Kai, who was dribbling the ball, stopped when he heard the shout. Seeing it was Jang Ming, he sneered disdainfully. He walked over with the basketball, motioning for Li Xiang and Yifan to stay back. So what? You beat up Guofei, Zhao Kai, and Huang Xing? Yang Kai glanced at the 3 behind Zhang Ming, smirking. I just said Zhang Ming is a loser on the court, and these idiots rushed at me. Was I wrong? Loser? Who are you calling an idiot? Your whole family is, Defy retorted angrily. Yang Kai's face turned red and then black with anger. Do you want to start a fight? Li Xiang couldn't take it anymore, pointing fiercely at Guo Jingfei. Zhang Ming raised a hand to stop Defy, who was eager to jump in. Yang Kai, does insulting me feel good? And hitting my friends? Yeah, I did. What are you going to do about it? Yang Kai shouted, slamming the basketball on the ground. Bring it on. I'll take you down. Defy exploded, rushing forward and kicking Yang Kai. Yang Kai's group immediately surrounded Defy, raining punches and kicks on him. Despite their smaller size, Zhao Kai and Huang Xing jumped in, swinging their fists. Zhang Ming, with incredible speed, dove into the crowd, grabbing an arm, twisting it behind the back, and sweeping the legs to take down 3 people. He pulled Defy out of the mob, his sharp hearing picking up the sound of a punch coming from behind. Blocking with his elbow, he countered with a punch of his own. Yang Kai retreated behind the crowd, gritting his teeth with a fierce glint in his eyes. He fixed his gaze on Zhang Ming, clenching his left hand tightly around his right, where a faint ball of lightning began to form. Move aside, he shouted angrily. Thunderstorm. He raised his right hand high, and the lightning ball crackled in his palm, surging towards an opponent. However, Zhang Ming, now a 4-star beast master, had sensory abilities that were far superior to before. To him, Yang Kai's movements seemed to play out in slow motion. In a flash, Zhang Ming appeared behind Yang Kai, twisted his left arm backward, and drove his right elbow sharply into Yang Kai's left hand. With a loud crack, the lightning ball struck Yang Kai's own chest. Yang Kai let out a cry of pain and fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Ming quickly moved in, pinning Yang Kai's back with one knee and firmly restraining his arms. No matter how much Yang Kai struggled, he couldn't free himself from this humiliating position. I'll kill you, Zhang Ming. Yang Kai threatened through clenched teeth. Nearby, Defy sneered, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and strode over to Zhang Ming. He kicked Yang Kai a few times, as if even that couldn't satisfy his anger. The group that had been standing behind Yang Kai was stunned. None of them had expected Zhang Ming to be so skilled. They stood frozen in place, not daring to make a move. The girls gathered around the basketball court, witnessing Zhang Ming's brave display, immediately became his fans, chanting his name in unison, Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming. At that moment, a voice filled with disdain came from the crowd. Zhang Ming, let go of Yang Kai. It was Su Nan. Zhang Ming merely snorted and ignored the command. Then, a more authoritative voice rang out. Zhang Ming, release him. This time it was teacher Lin Wanwan, accompanied by the Dean of Discipline, Zia Hogwa. All students involved in this fight, follow me to the Dean's office. Seeing the teachers intervene, Zhang Ming finally released his grip on Yang Kai. Yang Kai jerked his arm away and spat viciously at Zhang Ming. Defy immediately pointed at Yang Kai and cursed, Who the hell do you think you are? The Dean, Zia Hogwa, sternly reprimanded, Guofei. Yang Kai, watch your language. Do you know where you are? This is Jinwu High School. If you don't want to be here, you can leave. Hearing this scolding, the students lowered their heads. They all knew that the dean had the authority to expel them. Yang Kai and Defy secretly plotted, thinking that if it weren't for the schools and cities' surveillance everywhere, they would have already found a way to take each other out. In the end, all the students involved in the fight were taken to the dean's office. Although the situation had temporarily calmed down, the seeds of hatred had been sown, waiting for the right moment to erupt again. In the pitch-black school building, the stern voice of Director Xiahogua echoed from the office as he furiously reprimanded a group of students. Pointing at them, he roared, You just contracted your soul beasts to become Beast Tamers, and you already got into a fight. Think you're tough now, huh? Why don't you use that strength against the wild beasts outside instead? You're just bullies here. Beside him, Ms. Lin Wanwan appeared as if she had been woken from a deep sleep, wearing bare pajamas, slippers, and a face mask. She stood with her hands on her hips, glaring angrily at Zhang Ming. Guofei, refusing to back down, defended himself, Mr. Xia. It was Yang Kai who started it by insulting us. We did nothing wrong. The fight was because of his foul mouth. Yang Kai, with his head lowered, shot Guofei a venomous glare, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. Director Xiaohou slammed the table and declared, I don't care what the reason is. Fighting is prohibited in school. Everyone involved in the fight will write a 3,000-word reflection and submit it tomorrow. With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Ms. Lin Wanwan, seeing that Director Xiaohou was angry but hadn't issued any formal punishments, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She knew it was partly due to her intervention. Otherwise, the students' records would have been permanently tarnished. She gently suggested, you should all go back and rest. We'll talk about this tomorrow. Jang Ming realized he had narrowly escaped serious trouble today, but inside, he was already plotting. He knew that with the Academy's surveillance cameras, any rash actions would surely be detected. Moreover, Radon couldn't be fully exposed yet. He planned to find a way to lure Yang Kai outside the city, where he could deal with him without being noticed. Additionally, Radon needed soul points to level up, and hunting monsters outside the city would be perfect for gaining experience. Back in the dorm, Defy was still reveling in the satisfaction of confronting Yang Kai, complaining incessantly about Yang Kai's usual arrogance. Jang Ming, however, was restless and eventually snuck up to the rooftop. Radon, due to its bloodline advantage, was already at a golden level, large enough to carry a person in flight. Riding Radon through the night sky, Jang Ming felt his worries dissipate, silently vowing to live this life to its fullest. The next day in class, Ms. Lin Wanwan didn't mention the previous night's conflict. Jang Ming behaved exceptionally well, but when he went to get food in the cafeteria, he ran into Yang Kai again. Yang Kai, with his entourage, seized the opportunity to mock Jang Ming's simple meal, saying, oh, eating this? Can you afford it? Oh, right. I forgot you're an orphan living off the school's allowance. If it's not enough, just call me Big Brother, and I'll cover your meals. Defay, unable to bear it any longer, was about to act when Jang Ming suddenly slammed his tray into Yang Kai's face, shouting, I'm sick of this crap. I've had enough of your nonsense. Yang Kai, clutching his face, furiously challenged, you dare hit me? Meet me at the Academy's duel arena if you have the guts. Why wouldn't I dare? I'm just afraid you won't be able to handle it, Jang Ming retorted with a cold smile. Fine. Whoever doesn't show up is a coward. Soon, the two arrived at the Academy's duel arena, a place designed for fair student duels, intense but without life-threatening risks. Yang Kai was the first to summon his small lightning bird, looking smug. A crowd of students quickly gathered to watch. Jang Ming calmly summoned Radon in front of every Yonia flame-winged dragon with a wingspan of over 10 meters. The crowd fell silent, and even Yang Kai was left speechless. How is this possible? Your soul beast's bloodline is trash, just like you. Yang Kai exclaimed in disbelief. His soul beast mutated. Someone shouted, eyes filled with envy. The odds of a soul beast's bloodline mutating were 1 in 10,000, and Jang Ming seemed extraordinarily lucky. Yang Kai, seething with jealousy, found himself in a bind. His Thunderbird was no match for the winged dragon and was instantly defeated. Everyone stood in shock, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Jang Ming seized the moment, considering the possibility of finishing off Yang Kai for good. But just then, Ms. Lin Wanwan and the Academy director arrived just in time, concerned about the potential dangers of a duel between novices. Stop right now. Both of you, get down here. Ms. Lin Wanwan commanded forcefully. Yang Kai, drenched in cold sweat, was paralyzed with fear. Jang Ming was then called to the office alone. Do you understand the consequences this could have? What if you lost control? And how did your soul beast level up so quickly? Answer me. Ms. Lin Wanwan questioned sternly. Facing her questions, Jang Ming chose to remain silent, simply stating, bloodline mutation. Ms. Lin Wanwan seemed to see through his thoughts and was about to press further when the director entered and whispered something to her. She glanced at Jang Ming in surprise, then smiled knowingly. Are you short on money right now? She suddenly asked. Jang Ming was taken aback but nodded. He was indeed short on money, and he didn't see any shame in admitting it. If I can help you, you might be able to join the elite class, Ms. Lin Wanwan said with a meaningful look. Ding! Jang Ming's smart device suddenly vibrated, and the screen lit up. The system's little assistant sent a new message. Congratulations on earning the Seed Student Status Reward at Jinwu High School. 10,000 soul points have been credited to your account, and the soul point exchange store system is now open. Just as Jang Ming was absorbed in the system notification, the voice of Teacher Lin brought him back to reality. Hey, daydreaming? Jang Ming snapped back to attention, seeing Teacher Lin with her arms crossed and a teasing smile on her lips. That smile added an extra touch of charm to her appearance. Oh. Jang Ming stammered. You saw it too. Radon is now a gold-level soul beast. The daily feeding costs are high, not to mention the materials needed for future evolution. As an orphan, I really can't afford these expenses. So, I was hoping you could help me apply for the seed student subsidy from the school. Teacher Lin raised an eyebrow and asked, "You want to join the seed class?" "No." Zhang Ming quickly shook his head. "I just want to apply for the subsidy. I can't bear to leave your class." "Sweet talker, aren't you?" Teacher Lin teased with a smile. "You were stuttering just a moment ago, but now you speak so smoothly." She then adopted a serious tone. "I'll keep your situation confidential. I'll apply to the school tomorrow. Remember, don't tell anyone about Radon for now, and don't let him out casually." "Got it." Zhang Ming nodded earnestly. With a tone of concern, Teacher Lin said, "All right, go back and rest. Don't forget to write a 3000-word reflection." As Zhang Ming turned to leave, Teacher Lin's playful voice followed him. "Remember to write it." Back in the dorm, Guofei and two others were busy writing on their smart computers. "Ming, come over. I found 4 different versions of a reflection," Guofei said excitedly as he wrote. "Today was really satisfying." Another chimed in, "Ming, your moves were awesome. Can you teach me?" Guofei mimicked Zhang Ming's actions, his pen moving energetically. Zhang Ming laughed. "Sure. I'll teach you the 36 grappling techniques another day." "Thanks, Ming." Guofei made a gesture like a martial artist. The 4 of them laughed heartily, their simple interaction filling the dorm with joy. "It's 10 o'clock. Time to turn off the lights and sleep," Defay reminded. "All right, Ming." Lying in bed, Zhang Ming checked the new tasks released by the system. With anticipation, he drifted off to sleep. The next day, the class bell rang. "Stand up." "Good morning, teacher." Today, Teacher Lin wore light makeup and a loose pink tracksuit. Despite being fully covered, her charming figure was still evident. She wore a cheerful smile and made no mention of last night's basketball court incident. "Sit down. Today, we'll discuss the key points to consider in the early stages of soul beast cultivation." As the class monitor, Zhang Ming's seat was moved to the front row near the podium. Although he lost the freedom of the back row, the fresh air and the subtle fragrance from the teacher made it worthwhile. Even though he had studied these courses in his previous life, he listened intently. After all, students were required to graduate high school, complete the beast taming course, and be at least 18 years old to join combat units or gain permission to leave the city. During the break, Teacher Lin called Zhang Ming over. "We have AR practice this afternoon. Come to my office first." In the office, Teacher Lin sat in a swivel chair, gently rocking. "I spoke with Principal Lin last night. He has approved your application. You'll receive enough soul beast feed each month, 10 elite beast soul crystals, and a 10,000 soul coin subsidy. How does that sound?" "Thank you so much, Teacher Lin." Zhang Ming was thrilled. The system timely displayed a notification. "Congratulations on completing the task. Seed student status reward of 10,000 soul points has been issued, and the soul point exchange store is open." Seeing Zhang Ming's delighted expression, Teacher Lin smiled too. But she quickly turned serious. "Don't get too excited yet. With such support from the school, you need to bring honor to them as well." "Always ready," Zhang Ming replied, standing at attention, which made Teacher Lin chuckle. "These 10 elite soul crystals, don't rush to give them to Radon," Teacher Lin advised. "Absorb them yourself to raise your beast taming level to 1 star. If you need more, come to me." Zhang Ming understood the implication the school was investing in his power growth at no cost. Teacher Lin continued, "In 3 months, the Alliance will hold a regional soul beast competition. You'll represent Zhenwu High School in the Huaxia Region High School Division preliminaries. Once you qualify, you'll compete at the Alliance headquarters in the regional finals." "Soul beast competition?" Zhang Ming realized. "Can I participate at just 16? "Of course. As long as your soul beast is at silver level," Teacher Lin emphasized. "So, for the next 3 months, apart from classes, meals, and sleep, focus on increasing your soul power level. This opportunity is rare. If it weren't for the competition, the Academy wouldn't have given you 10 elite soul crystals so easily." Zhang Ming got the message. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Even if Radon had the epic bloodline of a gold soul beast, he had to prove his worth through strength. "You must qualify in the preliminaries." Teacher Lin's tone was firm. The Huaxia region preliminaries are hosted by all high schools together. The top 10 receive generous rewards, with prize money alone reaching 1,000,000 soul coins. "Aren't you short on money? Go for it. 1,000,000 soul coins." Zhang Ming's eyes lit up. "I'll do whatever it takes for that money." Just then, the system sent another message. "New task released. Soul Beast Competition Huaxia Region Preliminaries. 3rd place reward, Orange Quality Soul Tool 1. 2nd place reward, Orange Quality Soul Bone 1. 1st place reward." The message, "First prize, Legendary Bloodline Card 1, exploded in Zhang Ming's mind as he stared at his phone screen in disbelief. He had also heard that the winner of this preliminary contest would receive not only 1,000,000 soul coins, but also a rare orange quality soul bone, offered by the Huaxia district to boost student participation. Zhang Ming gasped in astonishment. An orange quality soul bone was an extremely rare treasure, produced only by a perfect bloodline beast king. With a minuscule chance only 1 in 100 beast kings might yield a soul bone. Offering such a prize for the preliminaries meant Huaxia was truly going all out. The value of a soul bone was staggering. Even a purple quality soul bone was a priceless treasure, something money couldn't buy. These bones, derived from perfect bloodline beast kings, contained the innate skills of the beast and could perfectly integrate with human bones, greatly enhancing a beast master's combat abilities. They not only improved overall physical attributes, but also provided an additional soul skill, compensating for the human body's limitations in beast battles. Huaxia District, you're amazing. Jang Ming clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with determination. I'm going to be the first in the preliminaries. Teacher Lin Wanwan, observing Zhang Ming's confidence, couldn't help but smile. She teasingly said, well, you're certainly confident. But the school doesn't require you to get first place. Getting into the top 10 is enough. Remember, you'll be competing against seniors 2 grades above you. Just because you have a Radon Gold 6-star doesn't mean you're invincible. The Huaxia District is full of hidden talents, and many, like you, possess golden-level soul beasts. Be careful. Zhang Ming nodded earnestly. I will. Teacher Lin waved her hand. All right, that's all. Go back. You have 2 months before the preliminaries, and the contestants will be selected before the big competition. You still have time, so prepare well. Thank you, Teacher Lin. Zhang Ming bowed deeply, his 90-degree bow amusing Teacher Lin. But Zhang Ming was sincerely grateful, knowing that Teacher Lin had likely used her father, Principal Lin Zhe's, connections to secure the seed student subsidy for him. Leaving the office, Zhang Ming returned to his classroom seat. His classmates, Huang Xing and Zhao Kai, both with level qualifications, immediately gathered around him. Ming, what did Miss Wanwan talk to you about this time? Huang Xing asked curiously. Zhao Kai chimed in. Yeah, what did she say? Feigning irritation, Zhang Ming replied, go mind your own business. Stop prying. And call her Teacher Lin, not Wanwan all the time. After shooing away his nosy classmates, Zhang Ming silently thought, System Sprite. Open the Soul Point Exchange Mall. The interface of the Soul Point Exchange Mall appeared in his mind, with colorful items shimmering. The first row displayed various levels of soul aptitude cards. Wow, S-level soul aptitude cards are worth so much. 100,000 soul points each. And S-level ones cost 1 million soul points. Zhang Ming exclaimed, continuing to browse. There's even an SS level card. So many zeros, 10 million soul points? System Sprite, are you kidding me? Can I really afford anything in this mall? The System Sprite, with a sweet, childlike voice, answered, Dear Master, you can earn soul points by completing tasks or defeating soul beasts. Defeating beasts above silver level automatically grants over 1,000 soul points. The higher the beast level, the more soul points you earn. You can also get soul points by recycling soul crystals. Thank you, Sprite. Zhang Ming said sincerely. It's an honor to serve you, dear master. The System Sprite replied sweetly. Zhang Ming continued browsing the Soul Point Exchange Mall. Each item glowed brightly, categorized by white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, and bright red to indicate their quality. Suddenly, a red quality item caught his eye, possessed by evil spirits. Zhang Ming immediately checked its description. Possessed by evil spirits. An ancient relic from a bygone civilization, this armor, made primarily from the scales of the star beast Jelf and over 100 other materials, boasts impenetrable defense and evolving capabilities. Ranked 48th among the 48 ancient imperial artifacts, it is currently damaged and requires repair. Zhang Ming was stunned. The ancient 48 imperial artifacts were supreme soul tools created by ancient civilizations using beast materials, each possessing unique abilities. Such a treasure existed in the Soul Point Exchange Mall. However, when he saw the required soul points, he nearly fainted 1 billion. Even in its damaged state, it demanded 1 billion soul points. I'd have to slaughter every beast in the world and still wouldn't gather 1 billion soul points. Zhang Ming lamented. The System Sprite gently reminded him, you can set a small goal first, master. A small goal of 1 billion? Thank you, Sprite. Just end it all, world. Zhang Ming retorted helplessly. The System Sprite continued. The wish list feature is now available. You can add any item from the mall to your wish list, and the system will reward wish items based on task difficulty. Wish list? Then add, possessed by evil spirits. Zhang Ming decided. Possessed by evil spirits has been successfully added to your wish list, the system notified. Zhang Ming glanced at his meager soul point balance, just over 10,000 points. He decided to see what he could afford. Soul Power Manual, red quality. Why is this so cheap? 16,666 soul points. Perfect. Just enough. Zhang Ming delightedly discovered. The description for the Soul Power Manual appeared. Soul Power Manual, a combat manual left by ancient civilizations to fight beasts. Upon use, it enables the absorption of external energy, actively granting soul power, perfect absorption of soul crystals, and significantly enhancing a Beast Master's combat ability. Jang Ming's eyes lit up. Enables absorption of external energy? Beast Master levels can only be increased by absorbing soul power from soul crystals. Could the soul power manual allow me to absorb energy from the environment like beasts and enhance my soul power? Without hesitation, he chose to exchange for it. The system immediately confirmed. Successfully exchanged for soul power manual, 768 soul points remaining. Use it. Jang Ming eagerly activated the soul power manual. The system prompt sounded again. Congratulations on using the soul power manual. As an S-level soul aptitude holder, you have activated automatic absorption mode, increasing energy absorption speed by 70. To Zhang Ming's delight, every 30 seconds, the system message displayed an increase in soul points. Level, upgrade requires soul points, 1732000, 17 soul point, 18 soul points, 16 soul points. Wow, automatic soul point increase. Zhang Ming calculated excitedly. At this rate, 30 points a minute, about 2,000 points an hour, nearly 50,000 a day. That's 1.5 million a month, 18 million a year. Suddenly, Zhang Ming felt that the 1 billion small goal didn't seem so unattainable after all. Soul Power Manual is the best. Zhang Ming thought happily, filled with anticipation for his future. After his afternoon geography class, Zhang Ming hurriedly grabbed a quick bite at the cafeteria and rushed back to his dormitory. He retrieved an elite soul crystal from his system backpack, took a deep breath, and began to absorb it. Absorb. In an instant, the soul crystal vanished without a trace, leaving no residue behind. The system's notification sound chimed in. Perfect absorption of elite soul crystal. Soul power increased by 5000. Zhang Ming was ecstatic. His face lit up with an exaggerated expression. Oh, the efficiency of this instantaneous absorption far exceeded his expectations, even saving him the absorption time. In his excitement, he absorbed 10 more elite soul crystals in one go. The system panel updated immediately, and Zhang Ming couldn't believe his eyes as he repeatedly confirmed that he had leveled up to a 5-star Beast Tamer in just a few minutes. The soul points required for the next upgrade also doubled, now showing 1800064000. To his delight, the soul points increased every 30 seconds had also gone up, albeit slightly. As the saying goes, every little bit counts. Zhang Ming felt grateful, knowing that these small increments would eventually accumulate into something substantial. However, amidst his joy, he realized a pressing issue. He had run out of soul crystals. Although the school provided free soul crystals, with his current absorption rate, even a ton wouldn't suffice. Zhang Ming calculated that, at his Clevel aptitude's normal absorption speed, these soul crystals should have lasted him over a week. It seems I'll need to venture outside the city to hunt fierce beasts for soul points, Zhang Ming thought. Staying at school isn't a long-term solution. Determined, he quickly donned thermal underwear, layered a multi-pocket flight leather jacket over it, put on sturdy boots, and wore night vision goggles. Fully equipped, Zhang Ming casually walked out of the dormitory building. The campus was covered with surveillance cameras, except for a blind spot behind the girls' bathhouse. Zhang Ming carefully approached the area, noticing the steam on the windows, indicating several people were inside bathing. He quietly summoned Radon, swiftly mounted its back, and gently patted its neck. Let's go, Radon. A piercing cry shattered the night sky. Riding on Radon, Zhang Ming felt the cool breeze on his face and couldn't help but spread his arms wide, laughing and shouting, I'm back. Radon, fly freely. Radon responded with a call of its own. The sudden noise startled the female students in the bathhouse, and Lin Wanwan, a teacher in the staff bathhouse, frowned upon hearing it. Zhang Ming, high in the sky, man and beast flew together. The vibrant lights of Jinu City were dazzling and enchanting. At this moment, Zhang Ming truly felt the joy of being reborn. Careful, Radon. Ascend a bit higher to avoid the patrol of the pterosaur unit ahead, Zhang Ming cautioned. Drawing on his past experience in the pterosaur combat unit, he knew that even at night, patrols roamed the skies. To evade them, they had to ascend to an altitude of over 2,000 meters. Maintaining this altitude for an hour, Zhang Ming and Radon arrived at the ruins of Lion City. The lights of Jinu City gradually faded into the darkness. Descend and stay alert. Zhang Ming quickly shifted into combat mode. The city ruins before him were overgrown with green vines, the outlines of the city from a century ago faintly visible. Collapsed skyscrapers, rusted traffic light poles, and cracked asphalt roads all spoke of the devastation of that catastrophe. From above, the darkness seemed to hide countless glowing green eyes. The system promptly provided a warning. Fierce beast target group detected ahead, night demon rats. Bloodline, common level. Rank, silver 3-star. Skills, bite, shadow attack. Description. Once dwelling in city sewers before the cataclysm, these rats mutated to massive sizes, carrying the mutated Ebola virus, moving as swiftly as shadows. Avoid being bitten at all costs. They fear sunlight and prefer nocturnal group hunting. Jang Ming controlled radon to hover hundreds of meters above, maintaining a safe distance. He knew not to underestimate these creatures. Despite being only Silver 3-star, the virus they carried had claimed billions of lives on Catastrophe Day. Even a gold-level beast wouldn't survive a bite. Worse still, they were social animals, and spotting one meant at least 1,000 more were lurking nearby. Radon, attack, fireball technique. Already primed for action, Radon lifted its head, releasing a massive fireball from its mouth. In an instant, the bright flames illuminated the entire night sky. In a momentary flash of light, a chill ran down Jang Ming's spine. The ground was teeming with nightmarish rats, creating a dark, unsettling mass. These giant rats, each about a meter long, were rapidly forming a rat ladder. Like a well-rehearsed acrobatic troupe, they climbed onto each other's backs, building a living tower that reached skyward in the blink of an eye. Reacting swiftly, Jang Ming commanded Radon to unleash a massive fireball, precisely targeting the top of the rat ladder. The newly erected tower crumbled instantly, sending nightmarish rats scurrying in all directions and leaving behind a charred patch of ground. Hundreds of rats that couldn't escape in time were incinerated, filling the air with a nauseating stench of burnt flesh. Realizing the danger, Jang Ming quickly pulled a gas mask from his pocket and put it on. These nightmarish rats carried the deadly Ebola virus, and he couldn't afford to be careless. The surviving rats retreated into crevices in the rock, emitting sharp squeaks as if summoning reinforcements for revenge. A system notification appeared. Defeated Silver 3-star Nightmarish Rat. Gained 1,000 soul points. Defeated Silver 4-star Nightmarish Rat. Gained 1,200 soul points. Defeated Silver 5-star Nightmarish Rat. Gained 1,400 soul points. Jang Ming felt a surge of joy. A single fireball had earned him over 80,000 soul points. He noticed that the higher the level of the Nightmarish Rat, the more soul points it yielded upon defeat. The Nightmarish Rat horde, intimidated by Radon's power, hesitated to attack, choosing instead to taunt from the safety of their hiding places. However, the squeaks grew louder and more frequent, hinting at a brewing threat. Suddenly, a system alert blared. Warning, warning, golden-level beast Nightmarish Rat King approaching. Jang Ming's heart skipped a beat. The rat horde had produced a golden-level Rat King. He knew the Nightmarish Rat King was a formidable beast with wings like a bat, on par in speed with a golden-level storm wyvern. Sure enough, from 100 meters away, a terrifying creature burst through the air. It had a sharp rat-like head with long fangs and a pair of enormous bat wings, hurtling toward Jang Ming at an incredible speed. Below, the nightmarish rat horde's cries grew even more fervent, as if cheering for its arrival. The lineage of the Night Demon Rat King is of a rare grade, boasting a gold 9-star talent and the Death Sonic skill. It is the king nurtured by the Night Demon Rats, having undergone a bloodline mutation and evolution due to the Ebola virus. This fearsome beast only appears when summoned by a swarm of rats, and its most dangerous ability is its sonic attack, capable of causing temporary madness and a 30-second daze in humans and spirit beasts. The battle was imminent. In an instant, the Rat King transformed into a shadowy blur, darting toward Jang Ming, closing the gap to less than 3 meters in a flash. Danger loomed. Yet, Jang Ming remained composed, commanding Radon to swiftly take to the skies, creating a safe distance. Fire burst. Jang Ming murmured, enhancing fire skill damage by 15 for 10 minutes. Great fireball technique. 3 blazing fireballs roared toward the Rat King's hideous head. However, the Rat King once again became a shadow, easily evading the attack. Squeak, squeak. The Rat King flapped its wings, emitting an ear-piercing grinding sound, as if mocking its opponent. You're quick, but let's see if you're faster than my bullets. Jang Ming retorted defiantly. Radon let out a screech, its back's magma scales glowing with red light, gathering spirit power, its cheeks swelling instantly. A flame beam over 10 meters long spewed forth, illuminating the dark night sky. The Rat King, with its ghostly figure and frantically flapping bat wings, resembled a giant flying rat. The flame beam pursued relentlessly, turning the sky into a sea of fire, leaving the Rat King nowhere to hide. Radon was like a massive flamethrower, its searing flames vaporizing moisture in the air, producing a sharp, hissing sound. System messages flashed rapidly, indicating the defeat of numerous night demon rats. As the flames dispersed, a massive black sphere, over 10 meters high, appeared on the ground, emitting white steam and glowing red. One by one, night demon rats fell off the sphere, revealing the Rat King they had shielded. These loyal rats had sacrificed themselves to protect their king. The Rat King surveyed the charred remains of its swarm, a flash of human-like anger and sadness in its eyes. Squeak, 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 squeak. It unleashed an ear-piercing sonic wave, rippling through the air. Jang Ming realized it was the death sonic, hurriedly covering his ears, but it was too late. The sound penetrated, causing his breath to quicken, heart to race, and dizziness to overwhelm him, nearly causing him to collapse. At that moment, Radon let out a thunderous roar, overpowering the death sonic and jolting Jang Ming from his daze. The powerful epic bloodline of Radon rendered it immune to the debuff of the lower-grade bloodline. After using its innate skill, the Rat King panted, its wing beating noticeably slowing, clearly exhausted. Seizing the opportunity, Jang Ming shouted, "Magma breath!" The ground was illuminated once more, as if Radon's mouth contained infinite flames. The scorching fire instantly melted the ground, turning it into molten magma. Endless flames descended upon the earth, devouring everything in their path. Ruined walls melted continuously, and night demon rats hidden in crevices rushed toward the Rat King, attempting to protect it once more. However, the molten rocks became flowing magma, consuming hundreds of night demon rats every second, bursting into bubbles in the magma. Radon resembled a fiery demon from hell, slaughtering the night demon rat swarm mercilessly. The system message bar exploded with over 10,000 kill notifications in quick succession. Finally, the system announced the defeat of the gold-grade beast, the night demon Rat King, awarding 50,000 soul points and dropping a standard gold treasure chest. With the battle concluded, Jang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. On the ground, magma flowed freely, transforming the area into a fiery hell, melting everything in its path. It took over an hour for the magma to gradually cool and solidify. Reflecting on the battle, Jang Ming was filled with apprehension. Despite Radon's superior bloodline and talent, the battle was unexpectedly challenging. The Rat King not only had a higher level but also possessed astonishing speed, nearly evading all attacks. Without Radon's formidable bloodline, powerful firepower, and wide-ranging attacks, defeating the Rat King would have been a grueling ordeal. Fortunately, Jang Ming consistently relied on his past military training with the pterosaur unit, maintaining high vigilance and never allowing the beast to get close. Otherwise, with the Rat King's speed, he would have been torn to shreds. This experience profoundly reinforced the Beastmaster's iron rule: never underestimate any beast. What appears weak can be deadly. Although it was regrettable that the soul crystal was melted by the magma breath and fused with the rock, the number of soul points gained was astonishing. Checking the soul point total, Jang Ming found it had reached an incredible 1,328,021 points, surpassing 1 billion. He couldn't believe his eyes and quickly checked the system message log. It turned out Radon had killed over 100,000 night demon rats, seemingly wiping out the entire night demon rat population in the Lion City ruins. The system then presented two achievement notifications: 1 billion small goal and slay 100,000 beasts, each awarding 10,000 soul points. Jang Ming couldn't help but marvel at having joined the ranks of the Billionaires Club. Checking the time, it was already 4 a.m. Today's beast hunting mission was a complete success. Jang Ming lay on Radon's back, legs crossed, flying at a speed of 70 kilometers per hour, feeling utterly elated. Eagerly, he opened the Soul Point Exchange store, once again drawn to the bright red-grade Imperial artifact, Evil Spirit's Embrace. His heart was itching with curiosity. After a fierce internal debate, curiosity ultimately triumphed over reason. In one night, I earned 1 billion. Why hesitate? Let's do it. Jang Ming gritted his teeth and spent 1 billion soul points to exchange for the Imperial artifact Evil Spirit's Embrace. However, when he excitedly prepared to equip it, the system notified him that the artifact was damaged and needed repair before it could be worn. To his dismay, the repair cost was a staggering 100 billion soul points. How much? Say that again? 100 billion? I spent 1 billion to buy a burden? Jang Ming was dumbfounded, staring at the system notification in disbelief, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. The voice of the system sprite echoed in Jang Ming's mind. This feature is not supported at the moment, Master. Looking at the remaining 150,000 soul points, a wave of sadness washed over him. His dreams shattered like soap bubbles, and the 1-minute experience card for the Billionaires Club became an unattainable luxury. My billion, my little goal, all gone. Jang Ming lamented internally, struggling to hold back tears. With a heavy heart, Jang Ming returned to the wall behind the bathhouse. The night was alive with the sound of insects on campus as he trudged back to his dorm. His roommate, Defy, was in a deep sleep, snoring rhythmically. Jang Ming quickly washed off the day's grime and wryly sniffed himself. Wow, that's a strong smell. Lying in bed, he pulled the blanket over his head. He could still sleep for 2 more hours, so he closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep. The following morning, the piercing sound of the school bell rang out. Stand up, the class monitor shouted. Good morning, Teacher Lin. Today, Teacher Lin was clearly in a bad mood. She slammed the textbook onto the podium, her voice several octaves louder than usual. Everyone, stand up. You're going to listen to this class standing. Dressed in a blue suit with a fierce look in her eyes, she resembled a domineering female CEO. Jang Ming, standing in the front row, felt as though her aura was about to displace his internal organs. The whole class speculated silently. She must be on her period. Teacher Lin raised her voice suddenly. Have you all been thinking I've become nicer lately? Or maybe there are too few classes and too much free time. Zhang Ming's ears buzzed as he exchanged a covert glance with Huang Xing, only to be met with a glare from Teacher Lin. Yesterday, some students dared to sneak off campus. Do you think the teachers are fools? She fumed. I'm not naming names today, but if it happens again, don't blame me for turning ruthless. She placed a foot on Zhang Ming's desk, exuding dominance. Zhang Ming was startled, but relieved to have escaped being singled out. For the entire class, everyone was forced to stand while listening to the lecture. Zhang Ming endured the discomfort as his left foot went numb, then his right, shifting his weight to cope. After class, Teacher Lin said coldly, Zhang Ming, come to my office. She left the classroom with her teaching materials. Huang Xing quickly leaned over and whispered, Ming, where did you go yesterday? Shut up. Don't pry, Zhang Ming replied, pretending to be angry. In Teacher Lin's office, she got straight to the point. So, where did you ride Layden off to yesterday? Zhang Ming hesitated. The ruins of Lion City. Impressive, Teacher Lin sneered. I just gave you 10 soul crystals yesterday, and you spent the night wandering around. Be honest, why did you go to the ruins of Lion City? Don't make me expose your secrets. It won't be pretty. With his head down, Zhang Ming couldn't meet her eyes. I killed a few night demon rats. I just wanted to practice with Layden, to prepare for the preliminary round. Unmoved, Teacher Lin asked, how many night demon rats did you kill? 5 or 6. Zhang Ming ventured uncertainly. You're making it up. 7 or 8? Are you trying to provoke me? Teacher Lin's voice rose sharply. You practically wiped out the entire night demon rat population in the ruins of Lion City. Do you think I know nothing? Let me tell you, Zhang Ming. I heard Layden's roar last night and guessed it was you. Early this morning, the military sent your combat footage from the ruins to the principal's office. Now the military higher-ups know you have a soul beast with epic bloodlines. They're demanding the school verify your identity and investigate the origin of Layden. What do you plan to do now? Zhang Ming was shocked. What? But I flew over 2,000 meters high to avoid the patrols. Teacher Lin, can I know how the military found out? Teacher Lin turned on her smart computer, projecting a virtual screen. See for yourself. The screen displayed footage of Zhang Ming riding Layden in the ruins. Teacher Lin explained, Beidou Spore System. It's not even 3 years since the Alliance developed this black technology. It doesn't require satellites to capture images. It's the first generation of real-time monitoring plant soul beasts cultivated by the Alliance. Based on the power of the soul list, the Alliance has deployed spore soul beasts around the world. Although these creatures lack combat abilities, they grow autonomously and transmit surveillance footage in real time, creating a comprehensive monitoring and prediction system for fierce beasts. However, the early appearance of the first-generation plant-type spore soul beasts, 3 years ahead of schedule, aroused Zhang Ming's curiosity. In Zhang Ming's past life memories, the Beidou Spore system was responsible for nearly all the Alliance's defense, monitoring, and reconnaissance tasks. It became the eyes of every beast master, covering the globe and forming a real-time updated map. With the system's support, the Alliance successfully reclaimed land from fierce beasts time and again. When Zhang Ming inadvertently mentioned the Beidou Spore system, Teacher Lin showed a hint of curiosity but didn't delve deeper. Instead, she reassured him, don't worry too much. You've made quite an impression, even catching the attention of the higher-ups in the Huaxia district. Then, Teacher Lin explained, let's pretend this never happened. The video has been classified as Level 3 confidential, and the military district has reported to the Huaxia district. The higher-ups have already intervened to suppress the matter. Hearing the term higher-ups in the Huaxia district, Zhang Ming remained silent, quietly recalling those familiar names. Teacher Lin continued, this incident might have been a blessing in disguise for you. The Huaxia higher-ups have specifically requested you to participate in the regional competition, and Jinwu First High School has been instructed to fully support you unconditionally. Make sure you do Huaxia proud. Zhang Ming immediately straightened up and replied firmly, yes. Suddenly, Teacher Lin changed the subject, curiously asking, by the way, I'm curious what were you doing killing so many night demon rats in the middle of the night? Faced with this question, Zhang Ming was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. He chuckled bitterly to himself. Can I say I was broke? Just last night, I was a billionaire, and now I'm penniless. It's truly disheartening. Teacher Lin pressed further. What about the soul crystals I gave you? Did you sell them? Use them all? Zhang Ming answered softly. I used them all. Teacher Lin exclaimed in surprise. How could you have absorbed them so quickly with your clever aptitude? Let me check your soul power level. Give me your hand. When she discovered that Zhang Ming had reached Beast Master 5-star, Teacher Lin was shocked. How is this possible? Even the most talented students in the seed class are at most Beast Master 9-star. How can this be? Finally, with a calmness that was somewhat unsettling, Teacher Lin asked, "What exactly is your aptitude?" This calmness only made Jang Ming more anxious inside, unsure of how to answer the question. "You're not hiding something from me, are you?" The two locked eyes. Jang Ming appeared calm and composed, exuding righteousness, but inside, he was in turmoil. Teacher Lin's gaze seemed to penetrate everything, sending a chill down his spine. Suddenly, Teacher Lin chuckled softly, easing the tension. "All right, no need to be so nervous. I'm just asking casually." Zhang Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that if Teacher Lin insisted on testing, his secret of S-level aptitude might be hard to keep. "You don't have to attend the afternoon class. Go pack your things," Teacher Lin continued. "Huh?" Zhang Ming didn't react immediately. "What do you mean, huh?" Teacher Lin explained. "The academy just notified us that all students from the advanced and seed classes need to report to the academy today for a 2-month special training to prepare for the competition." "Oh." Zhang Ming suddenly understood. "You too," Teacher Lin said, taking a blue bracelet from the drawer. "This is a spatial soul device. It contains 2 months' worth of soul crystals and food." Zhang Ming hurriedly took it, surprised to find that the exquisite bracelet for women was so light. "A spatial soul device." Teacher Lin, "No, this is too valuable." He knew well the rarity of a spatial soul device. This special tool had a storage function and was made from stones containing spatial power, typically found in the territories of monarch-level beasts. Every spatial soul device could cost the lives of countless beast tamers and was worth at least 2 million soul coins. Even the smallest 3-cubic unit would cost nearly 1 million soul coins. Teacher Lin waved her hand. "Don't misunderstand. This isn't for you. I'm just afraid carrying so many soul crystals and food would attract unwanted attention, and it would be a burden for Radon. Besides, I no longer need the space in this bracelet. It would be a waste to leave it unused. Just borrow it for now and return it when you come back." Zhang Ming wanted to refuse, but Teacher Lin already looked displeased. He had no choice but to accept. His eyes slightly reddened. "Thank you, Teacher Lin." From his past life to this one, aside from the orphanage director, only Teacher Lin had cared for him this much. Although she acted indifferent, Zhang Ming knew she had always been silently helping him. "Men don't cry easily," Teacher Lin said seriously. "I've always believed you can become an outstanding beast tamer and bring honor to the school." "Yes." Zhang Ming nodded firmly. After leaving the office, he returned to his dormitory. At 3 in the afternoon, a teacher from Jinwu Academy came to pick up the students participating in the special training. Zhang Ming looked at the sapphire bracelet on his wrist, pierced his right index finger, and dripped blood onto the bracelet, marking it with a unique soul bond. As his soul power entered the bracelet, he was surprised to find the internal space was 10 cubic units large. This was worth at least 3 million soul coins. Teacher Lin had lent him such a valuable soul device, equivalent to his entire salary from working 10 years in the pterosaur unit in his previous life. What moved him even more was that Teacher Lin had prepared 2 new sets of clothes for him. Considering he only had 2 sets of school uniforms, Teacher Lin's thoughtfulness was evident. She even prepared underwear, making Zhang Ming blush slightly. As he was packing, his roommate, Defy, burst in. "Ming, you're going to the academy's special training too? That's great," Defay exclaimed. "I was worried that at the academy, Yang Kai and his gang would give me trouble. With you there, I feel relieved. Don't worry, with me around, anyone who dares to mess with us will get what's coming to them," Zhang Ming assured, patting his chest. In the afternoon, about 500,600 students gathered on the school field for the special training, consisting of students from the advanced and seed classes of 3 grades. Zhang Ming immediately spotted Yang Kai and Su Nan. Yang Kai was ingratiating himself with a slick-haired boy from the second-year seed class, whose eyes were glued to Su Nan. Defei leaned in and whispered to Zhang Ming, "Ming, see that? Ever since you taught Yang Kai a lesson on the basketball court, he's been sucking up to a big brother from the second-year seed class, acting like a lapdog. That slick-haired guy is Jiang Jie from the second-year seed class, with a great aptitude. His family sells soul beast food in Nanhua City, very wealthy, with a monthly allowance of 300,000. Zhang Ming noted this information, thinking that selling soul beast food seemed quite profitable. He started calculating. White food was 50 soul coins per pound, green food was 200 soul coins per pound. The system store allowed 100 soul points to exchange for 1 green food, about a pound. 1,000 soul points could be exchanged for 2,000 soul coins, and 100,000 soul points would be 200,000 soul coins. This seemed like a good way to earn money. Just as Zhang Ming was immersed in his calculations, a sweet voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, you're here too." A cute girl with pink cat ears, wearing a red and black plaid school-style skirt and white knee-high socks, ran towards him. Defei was stunned, captivated by the girl's pure cuteness. "Ming, I didn't expect you'd secretly get close with Chi, the school beauty of the first year, Defay teased quietly. Jang Ming looked closely at the approaching girl, finding her somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he remembered. Oh, it's you. What? You don't remember me? The cute girl tilted her head, her voice sweet and delicate. I remember. You're the one who brought me to the school that day. And Chi, right? Zhang Ming smiled and said, I'm Zhang Ming. Defei felt awkward as he was completely ignored by the two and stood by, scratching his head. And Chi turned to Zhang Ming, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Hee, as long as you remember. Are you also attending the special training at the academy? I heard about you from my sister. Zhang Ming nodded with a silly grin, unsure of how to respond. Almost everyone at school knew that teacher Lin Wanwan was in Chi's cousin. Not far away, Yang Kai's group was pointing at Zhang Ming. One of them whispered, Xiao Kai, is that the kid who beat you up the other day? Yes, Jiang Xiao, that's him. Yang Kai replied with a tone full of malice, seeing a chance for revenge. Let's go. Jiang Xiao commanded in a low voice, and his followers immediately trailed behind him as they approached Zhang Ming. Seeing Jiang Jie and his group getting closer, Defei quickly tugged on Zhang Ming's sleeve. Zhang Ming also noticed the malicious grin on Yang Kai's face. From a distance, Yang Kai exaggeratedly mouthed 3 words to him, eyes wide open. Zhang Ming read his lips. You're dead. Jiang Xiao toyed with the white gloves in his hand, staring arrogantly at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, right? I'll give you 3 seconds to stay 10 meters away from Chi. Yang Kai yelled from the side. Didn't you hear Jiang Xiao speaking? Get lost. Defei was the first to speak up, cursing angrily. Who the hell do you think you are? Wasn't it you I kicked the other day? Hearing Defei's bold words, Jiang Xiao's followers were about to step forward, but he stopped them with a gesture. I'm in a good mood today, and I don't want to cause a scene in front of Chi. Be smart and leave on your own, Jiang Xiao said with disdain. And Chi, hands on her hips and cheeks puffed up, angrily declared, Jiang Jie, I give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight. Seeing in Chi's stance, Jiang Xiao suddenly laughed. I just love seeing you angry, and Chi. It's so cute. Defei stood beside, rolling his eyes nearly to the back of his head, thinking, what a sycophant. From a distance, Zhang Ming caught a glimpse of Su Nan glaring at Chi with hostility, as if Chi had stolen her prey. At that moment, another voice chimed in. What's all the noise about? Step aside. Our Dong Xiao says Zhang Ming is under his protection. A slightly chubby teenager in a white casual suit, white shoes, and sunglasses approached. As soon as he got close, Zhang Ming was overwhelmed by his strong cologne, causing him to cough. Jiang Jie mocked. Aren't you hot wearing a suit in this weather? You, protect him? I don't think you're qualified. Wearing a white suit in the middle of summer. What an idiot. Dong Liang retorted, haha, at least I don't wear white gloves. Where does a feed seller get the nerve to wear white gloves? What are you, a driver? His followers burst into laughter. Jiang Jie was too angry to respond. Although Dong Liang's rank was a level lower, his father was the deputy city lord of a second-level city, so he didn't regard Jiang Jie as important. To be a deputy city lord of a second-level city, one must be at least a 3-star king-level beast master. And Chi finally had enough and pointed at Dong Liang, shouting, Enough! Dong Liang, you leave too. Dong Liang looked aggrieved. But in Chi, I'm helping you. I don't need your help. You're everywhere. I can't even talk to my friends. Seeing this, Jiang Jie retreated with a smile, but not before pointing at Zhang Ming threateningly. You just wait. Dong Liang, seeing Jiang Jie leaving, shouted at his back. Zhang Ming is under my protection from now on. Anyone who messes with him messes with me. Got it. His followers responded in unison. Got it, Dong Xiao. Zhang Ming was left amused by the whole farce. In the senior year section, Wang Bin and Meng Xiaoyan watched the commotion with a mocking expression. So childish, still so young. Besides having its level aptitude, how does Lin and Chi compare to her sister Lin Wanwan in terms of looks or figure? Wang Bin thought of Lin Wanwan's black stockings and felt inexplicably excited. Meng Xiaoyan agreed. Exactly, Wanwan is my goddess. The two shared the same taste, which is why they got along so well. And Chi apologized to Zhang Ming. I'm sorry, because of me, you've offended Jiang Jie? Zhang Ming shook his head. It's fine. Even if I hadn't run into you today, I have a grudge with Yang Kai, and he would have found a way to cause trouble with Jiang Jie. And Chi hesitated, then couldn't help but ask, I've heard a bit about you. Is Su Nan your ex-girlfriend? No, she never was. Zhang Ming replied calmly. Oh, and Chi seemed deep in thought. At that moment, a teacher from Jinu Academy arrived and shouted, Everyone, gather up. Everyone boarded the school bus. Normally, transportation was primarily by car. Zhang Ming and Defei sat in the back row, with Chi sitting on his right across the aisle. Mind if I sit here? And Chi asked with a smile. Not at all, Zhang Ming replied, feeling a bit uneasy. Jinwu Academy was located in the city center, about a half-hour's drive away. Soon, the bus stopped at the academy's entrance. Ming, give me a hand with this suitcase. It's too heavy, Defei panted, his suitcase laden with food making it particularly cumbersome. Without a word, Jang Ming reached out and effortlessly lifted the suitcase. Just as they were about to move on, a commanding voice suddenly rang out, "Everyone, follow your guides to the dorms to drop off your luggage. Be back here at 4:30 sharp." The speaker was a middle-aged instructor dressed in camouflage combat gear. His gaze was sharp, exuding an undeniable authority. Unlike the teachers at the academy, this instructor's presence made it clear he was from a combat unit, likely a high-ranking beast master. It was then that Defei noticed something unusual about Zhang Ming. "Hey Ming, I just realized you don't have any luggage. Where are your clothes?" Zhang Ming replied calmly, "There's nothing I need to pack. The academy has everything." "True," Defei nodded, suddenly anxious. "Let's hurry. There's only 10 minutes left. This instructor doesn't look like someone you want to cross." The two hurriedly ran towards the assembly point, only to find that everyone else was already lined up neatly. "Great, we're going to stand out on the first day of special training," Defei thought. Feeling uneasy, Zhang Ming immediately stood straight and called out in a loud voice, using the commands he had learned in the military. "Report, Zhang Ming from Class 16, Grade 1. Requests to join the formation." The instructor glanced at his watch. There were still 2 minutes left. "Permission granted," he replied tersely. Seeing this, Defei mimicked Zhang Ming and shouted, "Report, Guofei from Class 2, Grade 1. Requests to join the formation." "Join the formation," the instructor responded, then began to introduce himself. "First, let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Zhan, from the Jinwu City United Front Department, a king-level beast master. I will be conducting hell training for you over the next 2 months." His voice was filled with unquestionable authority. "Let me make this clear. If anyone can't handle it, you can quit now. If anyone quits halfway, your qualification to compete will be revoked. Do you understand?" "Understood," the students replied in unison, though their voices were not very loud. "Louder," Qin Zhan barked. "Understood." This time, the response was deafening. Zhang Ming's mind flashed with memories of Qin Zhan. In his previous life, Qin Zhan was a legendary figure. Although he might not have reached the emperor-level beast master yet, in his past life, he was known for daring to single-handedly enter monarch-level beast lairs. However, his most famous feat was the hell training he mentioned. In his past life, nearly every new recruit had to undergo the hell mode training he designed, earning him the nickname Man from Hell among countless recruits. Those who endured his training were often left with just a breath, but they emerged as the finest warriors. Instructor Qin surveyed the lineup, his sharp gaze sweeping over each student. No one dared to meet his eyes, all quickly looking down to avoid his piercing stare. "Is there anyone who wants to quit now?" Instructor Qin shouted sternly. "You have 10 seconds to answer me. Starting the countdown now. 10, 9. The air seemed to freeze instantly, and everyone held their breath. Whether they were freshmen or seasoned seniors, the instructor's commanding presence instilled a sense of fear in their hearts. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and Instructor Qin nodded with satisfaction. "Good. No one has shamed Jinwu High." Suddenly, he swung the bamboo stick in his hand, striking a protruding belly of one student. "Step out," he barked at the student. "Are you here for special training, or a vacation? Who told you to wear a suit and boots? You're punished to run 3 kilometers on the track, and if you can't finish, you'll be disqualified from the competition." "But, instructor, I thought today was just," the student named Dong Liang tried to argue. "Execute the order." Instructor Qin interrupted harshly. "Yes, sir." Dong Liang dared not protest further and hurried to the track. Witnessing this, the other students involuntarily gulped. Zhang Ming was no exception, thinking to himself that this special training was going to be tough. "Everyone, turn right," Instructor Qin suddenly commanded. "Right." In the ensuing chaos, some turned in the wrong direction. "Which way is right?" Instructor Qin shouted angrily. "Everyone who turned wrong, turn right 1,000 times on the spot. Next mistake, 10,000 times minimum." Those lucky enough not to have turned incorrectly felt relieved and silently thought, "Thank goodness I didn't mess up." "Everyone, 5 kilometers warm up," Instructor Qin ordered. All the students wore expressions of dismay, inwardly lamenting. "Is this how it starts on the first day? This is too much." Zhang Ming adjusted his breathing, standing at the back of the lineup. He was grateful he took Teacher Lin's advice and wore light running shoes. In contrast, Defei was struggling, his new boots causing him pain after just 2 laps. The girls, although wearing soft-soled shoes, were also gasping for breath, gritting their teeth to keep going. "Speed up," Instructor Qin suddenly shouted. "Sprint the last 500 meters. The last 3 will run an extra 1,000 meters." At these words, the students, who were barely hanging on, suddenly tapped into an incredible reserve of energy, sprinting forward with all their might. Even the girls were no exception. racing ahead to avoid being last. Jang Ming had been conserving his energy for this moment. Relying on his past experience in the combat unit, he took advantage of the turn to propel himself to the front of the pack, overtaking older students to claim the lead. Instructor Qin noticed Jang Ming's steady breathing and normal complexion, nodding in approval. At the same time, he saw Yang Kai and Li Xiang glaring menacingly at Jang Ming from the inner circle. Finally, the 5-kilometer warm-up ended. Everyone was panting heavily, faces flushed, some lying on the ground, feeling as though their hearts might leap out of their throats. "Line up," Instructor Qin ordered, blowing his whistle. Seeing some still lying down, he threatened. "I'll count to 3, and if you're not standing, it's another 5 kilometers. 3. Before he finished, everyone scrambled to their feet. On the field, Dong Liang was still running his 3 kilometers, drenched in sweat, his suit discarded. Meanwhile, the students punished with 1,000 right turns were still spinning, mechanically chanting, "Turn right," already disoriented. "Tomorrow at 8 a.m., gather at the track," Instructor Qin announced. "The 5-kilometer warm-up is mandatory. Tomorrow, the real training begins." Dismissed. OMG. Finally, it's over. The students sighed with relief. Damn, this training hasn't even officially started, and it's already this exhausting. Tomorrow we'll barely survive. Yeah, it's like torture. Some hot-tempered students threw their clothes to the ground, starting to complain. Yang Kai was too exhausted to speak, propping himself up with his hands. Sunan lay on the grass, her ears red, chest heaving. Jang Ming, though also soaked in sweat, was in noticeably better shape than the others. Defy plopped down, quickly unlacing his boots and massaging his feet. "Man, Ming, my feet are killing me. Got blisters." Defay groaned. "Smells awful. Put your shoes back on." Jang Ming pinched his nose. Just then, and she approached, holding 2 bottles of water. "Here, take these," she said. Her slightly chubby face was flushed, with strands of hair sticking to her forehead. She wore a pink close combat outfit, the zipper slightly undone, clearly feeling the heat. "Oh, thanks." Jang Ming accepted the water with a polite nod. "Man, I'm so thirsty." Defay gulped down his water in 3 big swigs. "Ah, that's refreshing. Want to grab some food?" And she invited Jang Ming. "Let's eat, Ming." "I'm starving too," Defay chimed in. "Yeah, let's eat first, then shower when we get back," Jang Ming agreed. As Jang Ming and Chi walked away together, Dong Liang and Jiang Jie raised their arms as if to say something but then put them down. "How are you holding up, Dong?" a foppish underling asked with concern. "I'm fine, still alive," Dong Liang replied weakly. The 3 of them ordered 4 dishes and a soup at the school cafeteria, with Chi insisting on treating them. After devouring their meal, Jang Ming and Defei returned to the dormitory, quickly doing laundry and showering before lying down. "Oh, my bed. I've missed you," Defei murmured contentedly into his pillow, falling asleep within a minute. Lying in bed, Zhang Ming's mind was racing. "I bet tomorrow we'll start the soul beast sparring," he pondered. The hellish training is called hellish not just because of the intense physical workouts, but also the 1v1 soul beast battles and the dreaded wilderness survival. He recalled the final challenge of his past boot camp, being randomly dropped into any ferocious beast territory outside the city, surviving for a month to pass. Luck could land you in a silver-level beast area. Or, if unlucky, facing a beast king wasn't unheard of, all down to fate. Back then, he had terrible luck, ending up in a star diamond-level beast territory, barely surviving. Of course, if you truly faced a life-or-death situation, hidden beast masters would intervene to save you. But that meant failing the qualification, forcing you to redo the hellish training. Suddenly, Zhang Ming remembered the treasure chest that dropped when he defeated the Night Demon Rat King, something he hadn't had the chance to check out. He opened his system backpack and found the ordinary golden chest. Dropped with a very low chance from a golden-level beast. Requires specified soul points to open, the system prompted. Zhang Ming examined the chest details, curious about his first treasure chest. 56.33 chance to obtain a greener item, 31.41 chance for a blue tier item, 15.92 chance for a purple tier item, 6 chance for an orange tier item, and 3 chance for a special item. The system displayed the probabilities for opening the chest. A 3 chance of obtaining a special item? This hint piqued the master's curiosity. The system's little sprite, with a sweet, childlike voice, softly asked, "Opening the treasure chest costs 10,000 soul points. Would you like to spend soul points to increase your luck, master?" The higher the luck, the greater the chance of obtaining high-level items. The master glanced at his remaining soul points, 301,234. These were left over from last time, plus what he had accumulated over the past few days using the Soul Force manual. Unsure of how much his luck could be enhanced, he decided to give it a try. Increase luck points? The system immediately responded. Successfully spent 300,000 soul points, increasing luck by 30 points. Remaining soul points. 1234. What the heck? You took them all at once. The master raged internally, feeling utterly exasperated. He had hoped to save some for upgrades, but now he was practically broke. Left with no choice, he commanded, "Open it." Ding! The system's notification chimed. Congratulations on achieving. First time opening a golden chest. Reward, 10,000 soul points. This steadfast achievement reward offered him a sliver of comfort. Soon after, the system announced, "Congratulations on obtaining a special item. Hippo's tear." What the heck? A hippo's tear? The master was baffled and quickly checked the item information. The system explained, "Hippo's tear. A crystal formed from the tears of a male hippo grieving the death of a female hippo. Effect: unknown. 300,000 just for this?" The master was at a loss, complaining to the system sprite, "Is this what you call a special item? It's way too special." Reflecting on the last time he spent 1,000,000,000 soul points only to receive a flashy but useless imperial artifact and now getting a mysterious hippo's tear, the master was deeply conflicted. Was his luck bad because he got such a peculiar item? Or good because it was at least a special item? System sprite, "Look at my tears." The master was on the verge of tears himself, realizing he had to start saving soul points all over again. With a heavy heart, he decided to sleep it off. The next morning, on the training field, "Attention, everyone. Stand at ease. Stand at attention. Count off." Instructor Chin, clad in a camouflage combat uniform and a matching cap, commanded with authority. 1. The first trainee's voice was weak. "Haven't had breakfast?" Again. Instructor Chin barked sharply. 1, 2, 520, 555. This time, the counting was loud and orderly. Instructor Chin's eagle-like gaze swept over everyone, satisfied to see they were all dressed in light clothing and running shoes. "Everyone, turn right." He deliberately elongated his command, paused for a few seconds, and seeing no mistakes, continued, 5 kilometers, march." Instructor Chin ran alongside them, whistling and calling out cadence. Compared to yesterday, both the formation and pace had improved significantly. With yesterday's experience, everyone's breathing was more in sync. After completing the 5 kilometers, Instructor Chin led them to the Academy's Soul Beast Combat Arena. This facility was specially built to enhance students' practical combat skills with soul beasts and was said to withstand the damage from Star Diamond level soul beasts. Hundreds of combat platforms for soul beasts were laid out before them, and everyone curiously sized up their surroundings. Instructor Chin began organizing them, divide into 3 teams according to grades: freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. Now begin the Soul Beast 1v1 practice battles. Summon your soul beasts and find your corresponding platform as displayed on the screen. Inside the venue, a virtual intelligent display lit up, showing everyone's names and opponents. Platform 1, Wu Yifan vs Qian Feng. Platform 2, Su Nan vs Lin Anqi. Platform 12, Jiang Jie vs Dong Liang. Platform 77, Guo Fei vs Yang Kai. "Huh, Brother Ming, I'm up against that punk Yang Kai on the same platform." Guo Fei exclaimed excitedly. "Watch me teach him a lesson. My rhinoceros beetle has evolved into a unicorn rhinoceros beetle. It's not afraid of his thunder eagle at all." Next to Guo Fei, a 3-meter-long, red-brown-shelled insect-type soul beast lay on the ground. Its 6 sturdy legs had serrated outer segments, and a large horn protruded from its head, looking strong and imposing. The system immediately detected the soul beast's information. Unicorn rhinoceros beetle. Bloodline, rare. Level, silver 1 star. Talent, strength enhancement. Skills, charge. Use its horn to quickly fly and knock the target away. Mighty clamp. Clamp the target with its horn to slow it down and bite. Evolution routes. 12. Description. An insect-type soul beast known for its bravery and territorial nature. Its horn can easily lift objects heavier than itself, and its shell offers superb defense, making it a formidable fighter among insects. Weakness. Abdomen. Fears light. Jang Ming was seeing Ah Fei's soul beast for the first time and was surprised to find it had a rare bloodline. On Yang Kai's side, a blue-feathered thunder eagle with a 4-meter wingspan and crackling electric sparks was circling above him, its eagle eyes sharp and fierce. The system detected again. Thunder eagle. Bloodline, Lord. Level, silver 3 star. Talent, swift lightning. Skills, lightning chain. Fires 3 lightning chain balls that can rebound between targets. Electromagnetic storm. Releases a massive electromagnetic storm causing paralysis. Evolution routes. 9. Description. A Lord-level creature from the Thunder Valley, possessing powerful lightning abilities that can inflict massive area damage. Extremely fast and highly protective of its feathers. Weakness. Eyes, fierce fire. Yang Kai smirked, looking smugly at defy, and whistled. The Thunder Eagle swooped into the platform, landing and preening its feathers with an arrogant air. Damn, Brother Ming. Look at that punk's attitude. Acting all high and mighty. Defay was furious and shouted to his soul beast, "Dali, go. Hit that dumb bird's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys." Hearing the name Defay shouted, Jang Ming was taken aback. Defay named his rhinoceros beetle, Dali, a simple yet powerful name. In the arena, the battle was about to begin. As Dali charged fiercely, the thunder eagle let out a sharp screech. It flapped its wings vigorously, and in an instant, dazzling electric light flickered across its blue feathers. With a crackling sound, arcs of electricity shot towards Dali. Oomph! In front of the Thunder Eagle's Lord-level bloodline, "You're nothing but a bug." Yang Kai scoffed, "Lightning chain." Following his command, the Thunder Eagle opened its sharp beak, releasing 3 lightning balls in quick succession. The intense electric light, accompanied by deafening thunder, wrapped around Dali's horn in a flash of white light. On the sidelines, Defay clenched his fists in anxiety, his face filled with worry. "Come on, Dai Li," he shouted to encourage his soul beast. To everyone's surprise, the lightning chain balls dissipated with just a couple of crackling sounds upon contact with Dai Li's horn. Yang Kai widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? You're supposed to have a rare bloodline." Jang Ming, however, understood the situation and explained, "The rhinoceros beetle's shell and horn are too hard to penetrate, so they can't harm Dali. Although not as fast as the Thunder Eagle, Dali's nearly tumper-long horn kept the opponent pinned, preventing it from escaping." Thunderstorm. Yang Kai panicked and quickly used his abilities to enhance the Thunder Eagle's attack. Electromagnetic storm. Above the arena, a small patch of thunderclouds quickly gathered. Lightning flashed within the clouds, and thunder roared. Thick bolts of electromagnetic energy struck the rhinoceros beetle's shell, burning it to a charred black. Defay watched with distress. The intense lightning caused wisps of smoke to rise from the shell, and the rhinoceros beetle lay motionless on the ground, apparently defeated. At this moment, Instructor Qin noticed the commotion from the battle and came over to check. He reassured Defay, "It's not a big deal. Your soul beast just fainted." Hearing that it was okay, Defay finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jang Ming stared intently at the virtual screen but couldn't find his name. He asked puzzledly, "Instructor Qin, why isn't my name there?" Instructor Qin looked at Jang Ming, a slight smile on his lips. "Jang Ming, right? Of course, your name isn't there because your sparring partner is me." "What?" Jang Ming was so surprised that his jaw nearly dropped. At the end of the chapter, the author apologizes to the readers. "Sorry, everyone. The updates have been a bit slow. I'm squeezing in time every day to write. To ensure the quality of each chapter, I'm not willing to rush it. I humbly ask for a 5-star review, and I want to clarify again. This book is not a harem." Seeing the smile on Instructor Qin's face, Yang Kai felt a sense of foreboding. He heard what Instructor Qin said and was surprised, yet dared not ask further. "Let's go. Your arena is the largest one, number 0, capable of withstanding attacks from king-level soul beasts," Instructor Qin said to Jang Ming. Jang Ming nodded silently and followed Instructor Qin out. Yang Kai watched them leave, his eyes filled with envy. Having a king-level beast tamer as a sparring partner meant Jang Ming's soul beast would rapidly improve its combat skills and fighting techniques. But why? Yang Kai raged internally. Jang Ming is just a grade talent with a common soul beast like a wyvern. I'm an grade talent seed student. My soul beast is a lord-level bloodline Thunder Eagle. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the angrier he became, until he couldn't hold back and called out to Jang Ming. Instructor Qin turned around, his sharp gaze falling on Yang Kai, making him feel a chill down his spine. "Instructor Qin, there's something I'd like to ask you." Yang Kai's voice softened, despite his earlier anger. "Speak." Instructor Qin responded curtly. "Why are you personally sparring with Jang Ming? He's just a grade student." Yang Kai almost blurted out, "Trash? You mean a grade talent waste, right?" Instructor Qin's piercing gaze fixed on Yang Kai, completing his thought. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded emphatically. "Because among all of you, only Jang Ming's soul beast is worthy of my sparring," Instructor Qin stated calmly. "Impossible!" Yang Kai shouted, losing control. "My soul beast has a lord bloodline. His soul beast is just a common elite bloodline. How can it compare to mine?" Instructor Qin chuckled coldly. "His soul beast has an epic bloodline." "What?" Yang Kai was too shocked to speak, his face full of disbelief. Ignoring Yang Kai, Instructor Qin tapped on the smart communicator on his wrist. "Lieutenant Lon, come to the Soul Beast battle arena. There's a youngster here who needs your sparring." "Roger that," came the response from the other end. This commotion drew everyone's attention, and they watched, puzzled, as Jang Ming stepped onto the Beast Tamers platform in the arena. "Look, someone's sparring with Instructor Qin. Who is it? Who? Isn't he a student from the regular class?" No idea, but he must have offended Instructor Chin and is being dragged for solo training. This should be interesting, the crowd murmured, crossing their arms in anticipation of a spectacle. Sunan approached Yang Kai, gently asking, "What's wrong, Kai?" Yang Kai forced a smile, pinching Sunan's cheek. "Nothing, just had a small disagreement with Jang Ming. Bull. You couldn't stand the fact that my brother Ming got an invitation from Instructor Chin to spar, and you're just jealous." Defy retorted bluntly. Sunan remained silent, but had already guessed the situation. "I refuse to believe that Waste has an epic bloodline soul beast." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. "An epic bloodline soul beast?" Sunan's heart stirred as she turned her gaze to Jang Ming on the platform. On the platform, Instructor Chin said to Jang Ming, "Don't worry, radon is already registered with the United Forces Department. You can summon it without hesitation." "Thank you, Instructor Chin." Jang Ming expressed his gratitude sincerely. Instructor Chin continued, "Jang Ming, don't feel inferior because of your Kraid talent. So what if it's Kraid? You have radon, and your future achievements will surpass mine. Though I'm a king-level Beast Tamer, my talent wasn't high either, just Kraid. I believe a Beast Tamer's achievements can't be solely determined by talent. Everyone has the potential to become strong. It all depends on your choices." Instructor Chin's encouragement warmed Jang Ming's heart. He understood that Instructor Chin feared that outside rumors might defeat him, wasting Radon's epic bloodline. "Let's begin," Instructor Chin declared. "All right," Jang Ming responded. "I have contracted 3 soul beasts, all king level. Besides the first a light bloodline flying soul beast, the second is Lord bloodline, and the third is perfect bloodline. I'll summon the second Lord bloodline king level soul beast to spar with you." Jang Ming pulled a face. The Lord bloodline king level soul beast, while not as high bloodline as Radon, was formidable in its own right. "Don't worry, I'll lower my strength to the gold level and won't go all out. You don't have to worry about your soul beast getting hurt," Instructor Chin reassured him. Hearing this, Jang Ming felt relieved. "Summon!" They both shouted simultaneously. On the spacious platform, 2 massive soul beasts appeared instantly. Radon's roar reverberated through the arena. It spread its wings, over 10 meters long, and soared into the sky, its body covered in searing, fiery magma scales, an intimidating sight. "Impossible! Impossible!" Yang Kai stood frozen, eyes wide with shock, staring at the magma wyvern circling above. Sunan also looked in disbelief at the wyvern, then turned her gaze to Jang Ming, thinking, "He really has a soul beast with an epic bloodline." The soul beast detector on Jang Ming's arm displayed his opponent's information. Earth Spike Armored Dragon. Bloodline. Lord level. Level. King 2 star. Talent. Steel Bones. Skills. Pierce. Meteor Tail. Savage Charge. Hammer Shock. Earth Spike Strike. Description. A prehistoric armored dragon, its spikes symbolize its defense. It curls into a ball to smash foes when facing strong enemies. Gentle-natured, but ruthless to intruders. Weaknesses are its belly and eyes. "Wow." Jang Ming marveled at the enormous creature before him, nearly 30 meters long, covered from head to tail in earth-brown steel scales and spikes. No wonder it's a Lord bloodline. Its talents and skills are formidable. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding. Task issued. Defeat the Earthspike Armor Dragon. Reward. Rewards. The demonic possession repair rate at 10 for the Imperial artifact? That's worth 1,000,000,000 soul points. Let's do this. In the arena, as soon as the steel-spiked iron armor dragon appeared, Radon felt a strong sense of threat. This giant beast, covered in sharp spikes, exuded a chilling aura. From a higher vantage point, Radon let out an ear-splitting screech, as if declaring its territory. The students gasped in unison. "Wow, it's a gold-tier soul beast," someone exclaimed. "Isn't that Jang Ming's soul beast? I thought he had an elite bloodline wyvern." Another voice questioned. "What kind of evolution path is this lava wyvern on? It looks incredible." The discussions were endless. Not afraid of Instructor Chin's steel-spiked iron armor dragon at all, even with an epic bloodline. Where did he get the money to raise such a soul beast? "I spent over 800,000 soul coins just to evolve to silver." Yang Kai clenched his fists, staring intently at Jang Ming on the platform, his eyes full of complex emotions. Su Nan was also stunned by Jang Ming's soul beast. Her ice falcon paled in comparison to this lava wyvern. The big screen displayed the information of the 2 soul beasts. Lava wyvern, gold 6 star. Steel-spiked iron armor dragon, king 2 star. It's not just gold 1 star, but gold 6 star. Yang Kai's perception was shattered once again, his mind rapidly calculating the astronomical amount of soul crystals and resources needed to cultivate such a powerful soul beast. He's just an orphan. Why? Go Jang Ming. And Chi cheered excitedly from the audience, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Defei was already in awe, mumbling to himself, "Turns out Ming is the most badass guy in the whole school." rest assured. I'll only let my soul beast exert half its strength. Instructor Qin remarked calmly, with a hint of ease in his voice. Spiked barrage. At Qin's command, the steel-spiked iron armor dragon instantly entered battle mode. Jang Ming's pupils contracted, his heart racing. Starting with a big move right off the bat, the steel-spiked iron armor dragon tilted forward, launching its sharp spikes like arrows. The sheer number of spikes was staggering, numbering at least 100. Radon spread its wings, with magma flowing like a volcanic eruption, raising the temperature sharply and filling the air with scorching steam. It took a deep breath and spewed several blazing fireballs from its mouth. Great fireball technique, Jang Ming shouted. The fireballs collided fiercely with the spikes midair, sparks flying everywhere. However, rather than stopping the spikes, the fireballs seemed to cloak them in flames, making them even more ferocious as they hurtled toward Radon. Dodge, Radon. Geothermal armor. Jang Ming quickly commanded. With its aerial advantage, Radon dodged nimbly. At the same time, the magma on its back flowed over its body, solidifying into an impenetrable armor. The spikes clashed against the geothermal armor, producing a harsh metallic screech, yet they couldn't penetrate this defense. Clearly, this attack angered Radon. It let out a thunderous roar, swiftly flying above the steel-spiked iron armored dragon. Radon's belly bulged, and it opened its massive maw. Lava breath. The arena's corners lit up with a blue protective barrier, containing the powerful attack. Even through the barrier, the audience could feel the intense heat inside, as if standing at the crater of a volcano. So strong. Everyone watched the arena intently, afraid to miss a second of the action. Lava breath. The move that once annihilated the Gold 9-star Night Demon Rat King. Slaughtering tens of thousands of night demon rats, the entire arena turned into a sea of fire, with the fiery breath transforming into scorching lava upon contact with the ground, turning the platform into a molten landscape. The steel-spiked iron armored dragon curled up, submerged in the lava. The hot lava touched the dragon's scales, emitting sizzling white smoke. Yet the scales remained unscathed, showing no signs of melting. Incredible defense. Jang Ming also noticed the soul beast's astonishing defensive power. He realized that with Radon's current attack strength, it couldn't inflict any real damage, and might even exhaust all of Radon's soul power. This was the challenge of battling a soul beast with such high defense, unable to break through, unable to harm. Good lad. That's the move that defeated the Night Demon Rat King, right? Instructor Qin praised, though there was a hint of smugness in his tone. Unfortunately, your soul beast's level is too low to break its defense. Jang Ming's expression was serious, lost in thought. If he encountered such a high-defense beast in the wild, how should he respond? Run? If you can't win, you have to flee. But if there's a glimmer of hope, he wouldn't give up easily. To inflict damage, he must first break the defense. Jang Ming quickly identified the steel-spiked iron armor dragon's weak point, its belly. However, once the dragon sensed danger, it would immediately curl into a ball to protect this vital weakness. Explosion. Jang Ming decisively enhanced Radon with the flame attribute skill, increasing damage by 10. Oh, the little guy's getting serious. Instructor Qin smiled, a hint of approval in his eyes. But he quickly noticed something peculiar. Wait, did he just use another ability? Jang Ming was unaware that his action of enhancing Radon had already exposed his advanced ability. Good lad. Who knew you're a dual ability user? Hiding so deep? Instructor Qin marveled, finding the sparring match increasingly intriguing. Hammer vibration. Instructor Qin suddenly commanded. Roar. The steel-spiked iron armored dragon roared skyward, curling into a ball once more. Unexpectedly, it began bouncing on the spot, each impact with the ground increasing its jump height. Whoosh! With a gust of wind, the steel-spiked iron armored dragon suddenly leapt into the air, parallel with Radon. A massive iron ball, 8 or 9 meters in diameter, hovered midair, spinning rapidly, and shot straight toward Radon. Holy crap! That's awesome! The audience erupted, instantly dividing into two camps, one supporting Radon, the other the steel-spiked iron armored dragon. Go, Radon! We support you! The loudest shout came not from Guofei, but from Dong Liang. Radon deftly glided to the side, narrowly avoiding the first attack. However, the steel-spiked iron armored dragon didn't fall. It continued to hover, spinning rapidly. Without pause, it charged at Radon again, the speed of its attack connection astonishing. Jang Ming was astounded, thinking to himself, how is it doing this? Radon, Gale Strike. Jang Ming decisively ordered. Radon, in sync with Jang Ming, unfurled its wings, quickly spinning its body. Fierce winds erupted on the platform, forming a fiery whirlwind in an instant. If it's a heathen clash, let's see whose head is tougher. Just as the two soul beasts were about to collide, Jang Ming raised his hand toward the steel-spiked iron armor dragon, casting a debuff ability, weakness. The target's defense instantly dropped. The fiery whirlwind and the massive iron ball collided with a thunderous impact, generating visible shockwaves in the air, causing everyone to hold their breath. The platform was enveloped in smoke, heat waves rolling, obscuring the view. The outcome was uncertain. As the white mist cleared, the scene on the platform left everyone speechless. The steel-spiked iron armor dragon stood firm, while Radon circled proudly above. However, Radon was covered in wounds, clearly heavily injured. The two soul beasts were evenly matched, their strengths comparable. Instructor Chin was stunned. Radon, merely at gold 6 star, displayed such formidable power. Although he hadn't used his full strength, the steel-spiked iron armor dragon had already exerted more than half its strength. Even the battle-hardened Instructor Chin felt his blood boil, his long-dormant fighting spirit reignited. However, this intense confrontation was far from over. Unable to directly attack the steel-spiked iron armor dragon's weak spot, Jang Ming resolved to continuously stack attack power, forcibly breaking through its defense. Determination flashed in Jang Ming's eyes as he softly chanted, Soul Power Drain. Soul Power Extraction. Each attack increases attack power by 1, stacking up to 30 times, lasting for 30 seconds. The continuous attack state remains unaffected, and it applies to all battle soul beasts. The fireball spewed by Radon fell upon the iron armor dragon's metallic hide, but merely turned into black smoke, having no effect at all. Instructor Chin chuckled, Kid, don't waste your energy. Let's call this one a draw. He seemed quite satisfied with this outcome. Jang Ming, with a serious expression, insisted, Instructor Chin, the battle isn't over yet. Please respect your opponent. He was reluctant to give up, thinking about the 10 repair rate. All right, I'll go along with you. You've got quite the stubborn streak, kid. Instructor Chin laughed heartily in agreement. Radon continued its assault, gradually enveloped in a faint, sacred glow. The system panel indicated that soul power extraction had stacked to 27 layers. Instructor Chin's expression tightened as he noticed the fireballs from Radon had changed. Their size surged from half a meter to 3 or 4 meters, and the color shifted from fiery red to a deep crimson, with flames growing increasingly fierce. Boom! Lava breath. Radon unleashed its full power, resembling a demon born from the flames, its presence terrifying. The arena turned into a sea of molten lava, the ground beginning to melt. The iron armor dragon felt the intense heat beneath its feet, with scorching lava flowing and white steam rising. It frantically lifted its feet, eventually curling into a ball to shield itself with its armor. The blue protective shield turned red in an instant, and Instructor Chin's face changed dramatically. This isn't good. The shield is about to fail. He couldn't understand why the same move's power had suddenly surged to the level of a star diamond-grade soul beast. The virtual screen flashed with a red alert. The protective shield is nearing its limit. Evacuate immediately. The alarm blared, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. How could a golden-grade attack cause king-grade damage? Evacuate everyone. Quickly. Instructor Chin ordered urgently, fearing the catastrophic consequences if the shield broke and lava spilled out. Jang Ming, stop immediately. The lava relentlessly corroded the iron armor dragon's defenses, softening its spikes. Seeing that Jang Ming showed no sign of stopping, Instructor Chin quickly recalled his soul beast to the beast space. The system notification chimed. Congratulations! You have completed the task of defeating the iron armor dragon and earned a 10 repair bonus on the Emperor artifact, Evil Spirit Entanglement. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Jang Ming immediately recalled Radon. The flashing red shield returned to blue, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Instructor Chin angrily pulled Jang Ming aside. Do you realize how dangerous that was? I do. Jang Ming replied curtly, not anticipating the astonishing damage caused by the 30 attack power boost. Yang Kai pushed to the front, pointing at Jang Ming and shouting, Jang Ming, are you trying to get us killed? Others joined in the accusations, their once admiring gazes turning to anger and resentment. Jang Ming remained silent, observing the crowd's reactions coldly. Although Instructor Chin was furious, he stepped in to calm the outrage. Enough. Today's incident is my fault. I misjudged the damage potential of an epic bloodline soul beast, nearly causing a disaster. I will report this to higher-ups and request disciplinary action. Jang Ming is not to blame. Do not wrong him. Instructor Chin continued. Once a soul beast skill is unleashed, it cannot be interrupted. Besides, you are all beast masters now. If you can't handle emergencies like this, how will you survive in the wild? What if you encounter a king-level beast? Everyone must write a 3000-word strategy on how to handle such situations. Instructor Chin's words not only defended Jang Ming but also served as a lesson for everyone. Yet, whispers of discontent persisted among the crowd. Yang Kai incited the group. Someone with an epic bloodline is a threat to humanity. This power shouldn't be in a student's hands. It needs to be handed over to the Alliance for judgment. You're right. That scared the hell out of me. This was an attempted murder. Suddenly, and Chi's sweet yet loud voice interrupted. Nonsense. The swear word sounded particularly jarring coming from the cute girl. Instructor Chin explained clearly just now. Once a soul beast skill is activated, it cannot be interrupted. Jang Ming recalled his soul beast at the first opportunity. Even if the shield broke, each of you has a flying soul beast, so it wouldn't harm you. With your mental fortitude, you'd be doomed if you encountered a beast in the wild. And Chi's high-spirited words criticized everyone. Everyone was left speechless, and upon further reflection, they realized that Jang Ming had a point. Instructor Chin glanced at Jang Ming with a hint of apology in his eyes. Jang Ming acknowledged it with a slight nod and a smile. Everyone else, continue training. Instructor Chin commanded, and the group dispersed. Defy excitedly ran up to Jang Ming, his eyes shining with admiration. You're amazing, Ming. I'm in awe of you. Epic level bloodline. Star diamond level damage. Can you secretly tell me how you did it? Jang Ming replied calmly, because of my good looks. Defy looked incredulous. Come on, Ming, just tell me. Jang Ming shook his head helplessly. See, even when I tell the truth, no one believes me. And Chi also joined them, her eyes full of admiration. Jang Ming, Radon was really incredible. Thank you for earlier. It's nothing. Jang Ming smiled. I just can't stand Yang Kai's nonsense and stirring up trouble. While the three were chatting, Defy animatedly reenacted the battle scene beside them. Just then, Sunan slowly approached, her expression complicated. Jang Ming. Sunan bit her lip, hesitating. Jang Ming looked at her coldly, without responding. I. Sunan stammered. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. Jang Ming's tone was icy, and Chi stood nearby, glaring at Sunan. What are you doing here? You're not welcome. Ming doesn't like you. She had long heard about Sunan's reputation for being two-faced, not only flirting with Yang Kai but also getting involved with Jiang Jie. Sunan struggled to speak. I just wanted to tell you. Jang Ming, I still like you. Can we get back together? Heh. Jang Ming let out a cold laugh. Sorry, do you even deserve it? Those light words hit Sunan like a heavy blow, echoing in her mind. And Chi seized the opportunity to add, Sunan, your little dramas aren't even worth mentioning. The whole school knows about them. Now you've seen Ming's potential, but where were you before? Why don't you leave? Have you forgotten how you lost on the stage earlier? Faced with Chi's sharp words, Sunan was left speechless, her eyes filled with resentment. Leave. The cold command came from Jang Ming's lips. Sunan gritted her teeth, a flash of malice in her eyes. Jang Ming, you'll regret this. With that, she turned and walked away, her footsteps echoing with anger. Impressive, Ming. Truly impressive. Defay shouted excitedly, even more thrilled than Jang Ming himself. Just then, a young instructor, clad in camouflage combat gear with sun-kissed skin, stood at the entrance of the battle arena and saluted sharply. Second Lieutenant Lan Tianai, reporting from the United Front Department of Jinwu City. Instructor Chin calmly said, Instructor Lan, there's a student here who wishes to spar with you. Please give him some guidance. Yes, sir. Instructor Lan responded, then turned to Yang Kai. Yang Kai, get ready. Yang Kai hesitated, trying to decline, but after Instructor Chin's firm, follow orders, he reluctantly replied, Yes, sir. Instructor Lan smiled knowingly. Don't worry, student. I'm just a master-level beast tamer, and I'll go easy on you. This comment sent a shiver down Yang Kai's spine, and he forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Yang Kai knew well that a master-level beast tamer's minimum was a gold-level soul beast, far beyond what his silver-level soul beast could compete with. He shot Jang Ming a resentful glare before grudgingly stepping onto the beast tamer's platform. Serves you right. That's what happens when you overestimate yourself, haha. Defay gloated from the sidelines. Instructor Chin suddenly gestured for Jang Ming to come over. Jang Ming, come with me. I have some questions for you. His tone was slightly serious. Jang Ming nodded slightly, having a rough idea of what was coming. In the office on the second floor of the arena, Instructor Chin got straight to the point. What exactly is your soul aptitude? Why did you hide your A-level aptitude? Just now, Radon's final move was noticeably stronger. How did you manage that? Before Jang Ming could answer, the soul leaderboard hanging high in the sky suddenly emitted a bright azure light. The ability rankings refreshed, revealing 4 golden characters. Essence of Extreme Ice. The system announced, the system has automatically detected the presence of an S-level soul ability nearby. Essence of Extreme Ice. This level soul ability allows the Beast Tamer to command Polar Cold, with a 40 chance of summoning Frost Power to assist attacks during normal assaults. A 50 damage bonus to Ice-type skills, effective for all deployed soul beasts. The virtual screen in the venue quickly broadcasted this explosive news. Instructor Qin paused, then his smart wristband lit up with flashing lights. He hurriedly answered a call and left the office, leaving Jang Ming alone. Jang Ming furrowed his brow, murmuring, could it be her? He then left the office as well. The students stopped their sparring, gathering to discuss who this mysterious level ability holder might be. Before long, Instructor Qin returned in a hurry, holding an instrument resembling a thermometer, the ability detector. He announced that every student would undergo an ability screening. At that moment, Sunan stepped forward from the crowd, calmly stating, Instructor Qin, there's no need for that. It's me. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at her. Sunan's hair gradually turned ice white, and a chill emanated from her, as if snowflakes were gently falling around her. She extended her right hand, instantly forming a delicate ice crystal flower, which shattered with a soft crack. Although Instructor Qin was already convinced, he still aimed the detector at Sunan's forehead. The screen displayed in shrinking, and he immediately reported it to his superiors. However, an even bigger surprise awaited. When it was Jang Ming's turn, the detector showed SSS as the result. The entire room fell silent, everyone staring at Jang Ming in shock. 3 golden halos circled around Jang Ming, showcasing his 3 level abilities. Instructor Qin exclaimed in astonishment. What? 3 level abilities? Sunan's eyes showed a flicker of disbelief, and her previous pride quickly faded away. She murmured to herself, how is this possible? How? Sunan involuntarily stepped back a few paces, her face filled with shock. Her eyes were locked onto Jang Ming, and her voice quivered slightly with excitement. 3 level abilities? This can't be true. Brother Ming, you're amazing. I admire you so much. Standing nearby, Defy was so excited he didn't know what to do with himself, wishing he could rush over and give Jang Ming a bear hug. His eyes were gleaming with excitement, and his grin stretched to his ears. Yang Kai's eyes widened, his lips trembling as he muttered to himself, impossible. This is impossible. He was clearly a clever talent. In an instant, the eyes of all the students in the arena were filled with envy and jealousy. Someone whispered, that's level talent. And 3 at once. If only I could have one. Instructor Qin, his cheeks flushed with excitement, immediately began to control the scene. He gestured to Lieutenant Lon, whispered a few words in his ear. Lieutenant Lon nodded solemnly and quickly left the arena. Turning to the students, Instructor Qin raised his voice and said, students, Jang Ming possesses an S-level soul talent, which even I find surprising. 3 S-level abilities are unprecedented in the history of our Beast Tamers. His smart wristband suddenly flashed. Instructor Qin quickly answered the call, nodding repeatedly. Yes, sir. Understood. Good. Received. Despite his serious expression, there was an unmistakable excitement in his eyes. Instructor Qin turned to Jang Ming, speaking solemnly. Jang Ming, the supreme leader of the Huaxia district, Master Lin, wants to meet you personally. Master? Jang Ming nodded slightly, having already anticipated this. Once his level talent was exposed, he was bound to become the focus of attention for all humanity. Being summoned by the high-level officials of the Huaxia district was expected, but he hadn't imagined that Master Lin would want to meet him personally. Throughout the 4 major districts of the Alliance, among the billions of Beast Tamers, there are only 11 who hold the title of Master. Each one stands at the pinnacle of humanity, possessing S-level soul talents and commanding 7 overlord-level soul beasts capable of challenging ancient behemoths. They guard cities, repel fierce beasts, and are seen as pillars of strength for humanity. Instructor Qin eagerly said, let's head out now. I'll accompany you to launching in the Huaxia district. He paused and added, oh, Sunan, you should come too? With that, Instructor Qin summoned his flying soul beast, the feathered serpent dragon, and gestured for them to get on. Jang Ming glanced at Sunan, then silently climbed onto the broad back of the dragon. Although curious about how Sunan obtained her level soul talent, he didn't feel like starting a conversation at the moment. Yang Kai watched as the two got on the dragon, gritting his teeth in frustration. To him, Sunan should have been his, and this glory should have been his as well, but now it was taken by this nobody. The feathered serpent dragon spread its wings, over 30 meters long, and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from everyone's sight. So fast, someone exclaimed. It's renowned for its speed as a wind attribute soul beast. 2 hours later, a magnificent steel city appeared before them, launching, the most prosperous city in the Huaxia district of the Alliance. It not only occupied the core area illuminated by the power of the soul ranking, but also had a master-level beast tamer stationed there. In the city, maglev trains zipped between skyscrapers, and maglev cars powered by soul crystals sped through the skies. Virtual screens everywhere showcased the civilization of this era. Jang Ming observed the scene intently, deeply captivated even though he was. In his previous life, He had never been to such an advanced metropolis, only heard about it on the radio. This place was a highly developed city of technological civilization. Instructor Qin laughed heartily. Haha, I was just as awestruck the first time I came here. Look, this is Longqing of our Huaxia district, the main city built by us Huaxia people. He steered the soul beast toward the clouds above Longqing, where a towering peak called Tianju Peak stood. Atop the mountain sat an ancient-style palace, in stark contrast to the surrounding modern architecture. In the octagonal pavilion outside the hall, a white-haired elder was deep in thought, holding a white chess piece, seemingly contemplating his next move. Across from him, a middle-aged man smiled, quietly observing the elder. Qin Zhan is here, the middle-aged man said. Looking up, the feathered serpent dragon flapped its massive wings and slowly descended to the ground. A gust of wind swept through, causing the flowers and grass to sway wildly. Yet the two in the pavilion remained unmoved, not a hair out of place, showcasing their extraordinary strength. Qin Zhan retracted his soul beast, with Jang Ming and Su Nan standing behind him. He stood at attention and saluted. Greetings, Master. Colonel Qin Zhan from the United Front Department of Jinwu City reporting. The middle-aged man stood up, looking kindly at them. Thank you for your hard work, Colonel Qin. He noticed the two young people behind Qin Zhan and praised. Zhang Ming, Su Nan. Very good, both of you. Seeing the legendary master up close, Zhang Ming couldn't help but feel a bit excited. The master in front of him wore a simple Zhongshan suit, and if not for Instructor Qin's address, it would be hard to imagine he was the famed Beast Master. He exuded a sense of approachability rather than aloofness. Please, Colonel Qin, have a seat, the middle-aged man said warmly. Thank you, Master. I'm fine standing. Even Instructor Qin seemed a bit nervous in front of the master, standing straight and tall. The middle-aged man gestured to the elder beside him, introducing him. I forgot to introduce you. This is Elder Yi from Bewitching. The elder stood up, smiling gently, nodding slightly. Bewitching's Elder Yi? The Soul Artificer Master? Zhang Ming's mind was in turmoil. In his previous life, the reputation of Elder Yi from Bewitching was almost as great as the master before him. He was the only existing Soul Artificer Master capable of crafting orange-grade soul artifacts and was also an Emperor-level Beast Tamer, guarding the northern border city of Bewitching, revered as Elder Yi of Bewitching. In his previous life, every Emperor-level Beast Tamer was a pillar of stability in their region, true top-tier figures. Zhang Ming hadn't expected to meet two legendary figures today, Master of Longqing and Elder Yi of Bewitching. Greetings, Elder Yi. Instructor Qin raised his voice suddenly, clearly nervous. Elder Yi smiled at Instructor Qin. Colonel Qin has great potential, and your future achievements will not be beneath this old man. The middle-aged man introduced Zhang Ming and Su Nan to Elder Yi. Elder Yi, let me introduce these youngsters to you. Su Nan awakened today with S-level soul talent. Her ability is the essence of extreme ice. Zhang Ming is the mysterious beast tamer who recently awakened 3 S-level soul abilities. Oh. Elder Ye's gaze returned to Zhang Ming, scrutinizing him with a laugh. Promising youth, promising youth. Our Huaxia has successors. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an intricately designed platinum ring, handing it to Zhang Ming. This is a purple-grade soul artifact I used in my younger days. I no longer need it. Consider it a gift from me. The ring fell directly into Zhang Ming's hand. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Zhang Ming's mind. Ding. Detected wearable soul artifact. Blink ring. The information about the blink ring instantly appeared on the system panel. Move in the designated direction up to a distance of 10 meters, with a cooldown time of 120 seconds. Zhang Ming was slightly surprised in his heart, but remained expressionless. This purple-grade soul artifact skill and value were in no way inferior to an orange-grade soul artifact. Thank you, Elder Yi. Zhang Ming nodded sincerely in gratitude. Elder Yi waved his hand with a smile. It's nothing. I left in a hurry this time and didn't bring many soul artifacts. He then took out a purple soul crystal and gently placed it in Su Nan's hand. This soul crystal is for this young lady. Su Nan accepted the soul crystal, surprised to find it was a Lord-level bloodline soul crystal. She quickly thanked him. Thank you, Elder Yi. Although this purple soul crystal wasn't as valuable as the blink ring, it was still worth millions of soul coins on the market. Master Lin, standing nearby, remarked, as expected of a soul artifact master, even a casual gesture is worth millions. Elder Yi is so generous. I feel quite inferior. Su Nan suddenly realized that the elderly man before her was a soul artifact master, and she couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Master Lin continued, however, if you two can place in the top 3 in this Soul Beast competition finals, I'll grant you access to the Azure Blue Secret Realm. The Azure Blue Secret Realm. Zhang Ming and Su Nan exclaimed in unison. Just then, Zhang Ming received a system notification. Ding, you have a new message. Please check it promptly. The system automatically played an introduction about the Azure Blue Secret Realm. 100 years ago, the cosmic beast Jelf brought a solar storm to the world, summoning a portal from which endless fierce beasts emerged, causing global devastation. The solar storm destabilized space, creating 4 spatial rifts connecting to different dimensions. One of these is the Azure Blue Secret Realm. After the first Huaxia Beast Master appeared, the Azure Blue Secret Realm was sealed, becoming an exclusive realm for the Huaxia region, used by future Beast Masters to contract powerful soul beasts with deep bloodlines. It provided numerous deeply blooded and highly talented soul beasts for Huaxia Beast Masters. To enter the Azure Blue Secret Realm, one must meet 2 requirements: reaching the Beast Master level of mastery and making outstanding contributions to the Huaxia region. The realm contains fierce beasts with at least rare bloodlines, and its exploration level remains below 10, with numerous dangers lurking within. An Emperor-level Beast Master must accompany the journey to successfully complete the contract. For Jang Ming, the temptation was immense. With his Soul Beast cultivation system, he could exchange soul points for bloodline enhancement cards without worrying about the bloodline issue. His only concern was the talent and type of soul beast. In the outside world, choosing a soul beast that meets personal requirements is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Most people consider themselves lucky to contract a high bloodline soul beast, let alone worry about its talent and type. The success rate of contracting fierce beasts in the outside world is less than 5, as the beasts prefer death over submission. Only the fierce beasts in the Azure Blue Secret Realm have a high success rate of contracting, making it a paradise for all Huaxia Beast Masters. Aren't you going to thank the Master? Instructor Qin reminded from the side. Thank you, Master. Zhang Ming and Su Nan said in unison, nodding earnestly. Master Lin smiled with satisfaction. Yes, it was a tiring trip today. I was curious to see who the Beast Master with 3 Awakens class abilities was, and I'm very pleased to meet you today. Thanks for your hard work, Colonel Qin. These 2 students are excellent, and I'll leave them in your care. Yes, Master. Instructor Qin responded loudly. Then, Master Lin spoke privately with Instructor Qin, whose expression shifted between excitement and joy, nodding repeatedly, though it was unclear what was discussed. Master, we'll head back now, Instructor Qin said. All right, be careful on the way. Next time, I'll personally show you around Dragon City. Master Lin waved in farewell. Elder Yi also waved to Zhang Ming with a smile. Young one, come visit North Wuching sometime. Su Nan hid her jealousy well, looking at Zhang Ming with a complex mix of emotions. Instructor Qin summoned the feathered serpent dragon, and the 3 of them set off back to Jinwu City. After they left, Elder Ye's expression suddenly turned cold. Master, the potion developed by the Meijian district this time is a batch of defective products, consuming the soul as a cost. Do we need to deal with the traitors Yang Kai and Su Nan? Master Lin replied indifferently. No need. Zhang Ming will handle it. On the way back, Zhang Ming opened the system message box to read the content of the earlier notification. Triggered story mission, explore the Lost World. Reward, unknown. The Lost World? Zhang Ming pondered. The journey back was uneventful, and the 3 safely returned to Jinwu High School. As soon as they landed, everyone stopped their training and surrounded Zhang Ming and Su Nan. How was it? Did you meet the Master? Is the Master tall and mighty, like a war god? What is the Master Soul Beast? Is it big? A barrage of questions overwhelmed the 2, prompting Instructor Qin to intervene. Return to your respective platforms and continue your special training. Do not pry into the Master's affairs. It's classified. Execute the order. Yes. Everyone returned to their positions dejectedly, continuing their practice while still whispering among themselves. Just as Zhang Ming was about to leave, Instructor Qin called him to the second-floor office. Instructor Qin did something unexpected. He lit a cigarette, gave Zhang Ming a hearty pat on the shoulder, and laughed. You've been hiding your talents well, kid. You've really impressed me. Zhang Ming felt a bit awkward at this gesture. Sensing his discomfort, Instructor Qin quickly added, no need to be reserved. From now on, I'm your full-time sparring partner. The orders have come from the top, and the Huaxia district will fully support you. Our goal is to get you to the Beast Master level within 2 months. He took a deep drag of his cigarette and continued. You have unlimited access to soul crystals. Use as many as you can. Focus entirely on leveling up this month. I've decided that next month, I'll take you into the field for some real combat. A Beast Master who hasn't faced danger can't truly grow. Instructor Qin's expression turned serious. Also, this time, the Meijian district, the European Union district, and the Soviet Union district each have class talents competing. Radon isn't the only soul beast with epic bloodline. I know of 9 beast masters with epic bloodline soul beasts. 9? That many? Are epic bloodlines so easy to catch? Zhang Ming asked in surprise. Instructor Qin shook his head and explained further. You need to quickly advance to Beast Master level and have enough soul power to control 2 soul beasts. Although you can contract a second soul beast now, your level is too low, and your soul power can't keep up. The battle time for the soul beast would be too short. Dividing your focus to nurture a second soul beast would require too much effort, so you must fully unleash Radon's potential and combat power. Listening to Instructor Qin, Jang Ming understood that he had to place in the top 3 in this competition. There was no other option. The rewards for the top 3 in the preliminaries, the system rewards, and the final competition rewards were all alluring, like a captivating blonde bunny girl, beckoning him with her charms and enticing him. Suddenly, Jang Ming said excitedly, "Let's start field training today, Instructor Qin." "All right." Instructor Qin crushed his cigarette, but laughed heartily. "Let's go." As Zhang Ming left with the cheerful Instructor Qin, everyone else watched with curiosity. Yang Kai clenched his fists, his gaze towards Su Nan growing increasingly venomous. Since her return, Su Nan had been cold towards Yang Kai, ignoring even Jiang Jia, who had previously been close to her. In less than half a day, she seemed like a completely different person, icy and indifferent. Fuming with anger, Yang Kai muttered to himself, "Humph. Acting like a phoenix now that you've risen? This isn't the time when you used to stick to me for evolution materials. Just wait and see." Zhang Ming and Instructor Qin left the battle arena, flying towards the outskirts of the city. Instructor Lan continued training the other students, while Su Nan watched the two leave, feeling a surge of discontent and a flicker of resentment in his cold gaze. At that moment, Zhang Ming was riding on the back of the Quetzalcoatl wyvern, soaring beneath the blue sky. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he finally had the chance to openly hunt fierce beasts and earn soul points. Although the Alliance provided ample resources, they still fell short compared to the rapid upgrade speed of the soul beast cultivation system. With enough soul points, upgrades could be accomplished in one go. Zhang Ming secretly calculated that the resources provided by the Alliance would conveniently cover up the rapid advancement of his levels. Instructor Qin pointed below, "That's the ruins of Lion City where you sneaked out last time. It's filled with silver-level fierce beasts, and golden-level ones are very rare." Zhang Ming looked down at the desolate ruins a few hundred meters away, quiet and empty, making it hard to spot any beasts during the day. "This time, I'm taking you to the misty forest," Instructor Qin continued. "It's shrouded in fog all year round and is home to many golden-level fierce beasts. The Alliance has tried to clear it out, but every attempt has ended in failure. In such an environment, Radon's abilities might be suppressed, unable to fully exert its combat power like terrestrial soul beasts, but this will hone its adaptability." "All right," Zhang Ming agreed immediately. The misty forest, also known as the enigmatic fog maze, has been enveloped by thick fog reaching up to dozens of meters since the catastrophe. Anyone who enters without a flying soul beast is doomed. In his past life, the Huaxia region had sent troops multiple times to clear it, yet they always returned empty-handed. Zhang Ming had once been there with a wounded transport unit and encountered a star diamond-level beast, a memory that still haunted him. If he hadn't escaped in time, he would have become part of the soil's nourishment. After flying for about 2 hours, a blanket of dense fog began to cover their view. The fog towered 40 meters high, with almost zero visibility. From above, only the treetops poking through the fog could be seen, and occasionally, strange cries echoed eerily. Zhang Ming recalled past intelligence. The Alliance had once formed a king-level Beastmaster investigation team to reclaim this beast-occupied land. They eventually discovered the secret behind the perpetual fog of the misty forest, a monarch-level beast known as the Mirage Beast. Suddenly, the system alert chimed repeatedly, filling the message log with over 100 beast entries. Zhang Ming randomly opened one. Jungle Python, Bloodline Elite, Golden 2-star. Skills, Death Coil, Venomous Spray, Python Swallow. Description: a giant python living in the primal jungle, reaching 30 meters in length post-catastrophe, capable of easily devouring prey several times its size. Its fangs spray highly corrosive venom. Weaknesses: eyes, waist. Zhang Ming was secretly alarmed. Even a golden 2-star elite bloodline jungle python was so formidable, indicating the perilous nature of the misty forest. He continued to browse the message log, carefully noting the levels and weaknesses of various beasts. Phantom tiger, rare bloodline, golden 7-star. Talent, stealth, can enter an invisible state for 12 seconds, increasing speed by 50. Skills, bite, blood drain, invigorate. Description: a tiger capable of invisibility, often appearing out of nowhere. If you encounter it, good luck. Weaknesses: abdomen, tail, provided you can see it. Zhang Ming recalled past experiences. The phantom tiger was almost synonymous with nightmares for all beastmasters. Its speed was unmatched, even by the night blade leopard, and it could turn invisible. It often ambushed operatives during missions. Once a phantom tiger was detected, a 3-man watch rotation was necessary, or someone might be snatched away in a blink. Instructor Qin noticed Zhang Ming's changing expression and asked, "What's wrong? Are you having second thoughts? Does this place seem too terrifying?" Zhang Ming shook his head, "No. I just sensed the presence of a phantom tiger. Instructor Chin furrowed his brow. Even though the phantom tiger is only a golden-level beast, its threat to us rivals that of star diamond level or even king-level beasts. It can stealthily approach at any moment. That's exactly what worries me, Jang Ming replied. Beast masters are quite vulnerable without their soul beasts and can easily fall prey to fierce beasts. Instructor Chin nodded. All right, let's land first. I'll summon the ground thorn ironclad dragon to stay by our side. This way, even if a phantom tiger appears, the ironclad dragon can protect us immediately. The two descended through the dense fog, landing among the bizarre, sprawling branches. Instructor Chin recalled the wyvern and summoned the ground thorn ironclad dragon. The aura of a king-level beast scattered, instantly startling the surrounding wildlife, their cries echoing throughout the misty forest. It seems there are many lurking beasts around, with quite a few eyeing the two of them. The entire forest is shrouded in mist, with visibility less than 10 meters, and the trees are as dense as a wall. Instructor Chin cautiously surveyed the surroundings and advised Jang Ming, don't stray too far from me. There are too many trees here, limiting Radon's view, which prevents it from using its aerial advantage. If you encounter danger, summon Radon to take off immediately, create a safe distance, and then find an opportunity to counterattack. Understand? Jang Ming nodded solemnly in response. Got it. The two proceeded with caution, and as they walked, Instructor Chin explained in a low voice, the misty forest is dangerous, but it's the source of the purple heart herb. That's why the Huaxia region is eager to reclaim this place, and many mercenary teams come here to try their luck. He paused and continued. The purple heart herb is essential for soul beasts to evolve to the star diamond and king levels, regardless of the evolution path. The higher the bloodline, the more stringent the quality requirements for the purple heart herb. On the market, a purple-grade purple heart herb has been speculated to 3 million soul coins, and it's still hard to find. Thinking about the exorbitant price of evolution materials, Jang Ming couldn't help but frown. As a beast master, he deeply understood that every aspect of a soul beast's care feeding, grooming, leveling up, and evolving was a significant expense, especially the evolution materials, which were major money burners. What's more frustrating is that many key materials are hard to come by even if you have the money. Instructor Chin continued to patiently explain the essentials of wilderness survival. How to identify plants, determine the level of beasts through their droppings, how to stay vigilant in such environments, and strategies for dealing with danger. Jang Ming listened intently. Although he had served in the combat unit, most of his duties involved city patrols, and his experience in actual wilderness hunting missions was scarce. To him, this knowledge was as valuable as treasure. Suddenly, Instructor Chin abruptly stopped, and a shield-like soul weapon appeared on his arm. Careful. Don't move, he warned in a low voice, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. The Beidou Spore system is still in the development stage, and it will take some time before it's fully operational, otherwise, we wouldn't be so passive. He leaned closer to Jang Ming and whispered, once a beast master advances to the master level, their 5 senses are fully enhanced by soul power. I just heard what sounded like a branch snapping ahead. Remember, in the wild, you can never let your guard down, as beasts often appear when you're most relaxed. Jang Ming nodded silently, his eyes cautiously scanning the area. His left hand was already discreetly poised on his teleportation ring, ready to activate it at any moment. The silence of the forest felt particularly oppressive at this moment, like the calm before the storm, ready to be shattered by sudden danger at any time. It's getting closer, Instructor Chin warned in a low voice, his keen ears picking up the sharp sound of a twig snapping. Jang Ming held his breath, eyes fixed on the system message bar, bracing for the impending danger. Suddenly, a terrifying creature appeared before them. It was a deer, but grotesquely altered. Its body was decaying, black insects squirming within the rotting flesh and half-exposed bones. Even from several meters away, a nauseating stench filled the air. Its hollow eye sockets lacked eyeballs, and there was a basin-sized hole in its abdomen, revealing decaying flesh and dry bones. It exuded a chilling aura of death, resembling a moving corpse. The system immediately displayed a prompt. Rotting corpse deer, bloodline, elite level, silver 5-star. Skills, death aura, corrupting poison. Description: a common beast that perished during the cataclysm, infected by the death aura of the ancient titan, March of the Dead. It became a mindless, undead beast, knowing only slaughter. It is highly sensitive to life force. Beware of its bite. If you encounter one, look behind it. Weaknesses: fire, head. It's an undead rotting beast. Instructor Chin instantly recognized the eerie beast and quickly explained to Jang Ming. Undead creatures are different from ordinary beasts. They are dead but retain their bloodline and some abilities from life. Infected by the death aura of one of the 17 ancient titans, March of the Dead, any creature tainted by this death aura, animal, human, or plant, becomes undead, reanimated, losing all reason and driven only by the urge to kill. Instructor Qin spoke with a grave tone. 100 years ago, on the day of Cataclysm, over 1 billion rotting beasts invaded human cities. The name of the ancient Titan beast, March of the Dead, was forever etched into human history. These undead rotting beasts don't have soul crystals and usually gather in groups, extremely sensitive to life force, detecting it from miles away. Even true beasts avoid them at all costs. Just as he finished speaking, a spiked armored dragon burst from the ground, its mighty tail whipping the rotting deer into a nearby tree. Flesh and bone scattered, but the deer made no sound, its half-jawed maw gaping menacingly as it dragged its body forward with relentless determination. Through the mist, more rotting beasts emerged, rotting sheep, rotting monkeys, thousands in the blink of an eye. Jang Ming acted swiftly, summoning Radon. A piercing screech echoed through the sky as Radon took flight. Fireball Jutsu! Jang Ming shouted. In an instant, nearly 100 rotting beasts swarmed forward. The spiked armor dragon's tough, spiked armor stood like an impregnable fortress, halting their advance. Each attack shattered several rotting beasts, its tail soon covered in decayed flesh and blood. The system displayed continuous prompts. Successfully killed Silver 2-star Rotting Beast, earned 200 soul points. Successfully killed Silver 5-star Rotting Beast, earned 500 soul points. Jang Ming noticed that the soul points gained from killing rotting beasts were significantly less than those from ordinary beasts. Killing a Silver 10-star Rotting Beast only yielded points equivalent to a Silver 2-star beast. Fortunately, Radon's fireballs were incredibly powerful. With soul power absorption stacked to 30 layers, each fireball took out 6 or 7 rotting beasts. The air was thick with black smoke, the acrid smell of burning mixed with the stench of decay. Instructor Qin quickly handed 2 gas masks to Jang Ming. Despite their fear of fire, the rotting beasts, driven by instinct, continued to charge forward even as flames engulfed them. They felt no pain, just mindless husks, moving forward even as they burned. Jang Ming and Instructor Qin stood back to back, constantly alert to the white mist around them, wary of the rotting beasts that could emerge at any moment. Radon circled above, raining down searing flames. Instructor Qin hurled his round shield forward with great force. It traced a perfect arc, its edges becoming razor-sharp with high-speed rotation, slicing through the heads of several rotting beasts. The shield returned smoothly to his hand, and Instructor Qin turned with a satisfied smile. My shield soul weapon was crafted by Old Master Yi from the teeth of a monarch-level beast, mixed with divine alloy, Instructor Qin explained. It generates a very sharp cutting force when spinning at high speed, both offensive and defensive. Jang Ming couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy as he thought of the imperial weapon Evil Ghost's Embrace lying in his system backpack. He marveled at the combat prowess of a king-level beast master who could easily dispatch golden-level beasts with just soul equipment, let alone these mere silver-level rotting beasts. Seeing Instructor Qin effortlessly slay 6 or 7 rotting beasts at a time, Radon seemed inspired, its flames burning even more fiercely. Lava breath! Jang Ming shouted. The mist sizzled and evaporated in the intense heat, clearing a 100-meter radius around them. Yet the view was still filled with countless rotting beasts charging madly at them. Even as they died upon the spiked armored dragon's spikes, their bodies impaled, these pain-insensitive monsters continued to thrash grotesquely. No, there are too many of them. We can't kill them all, Instructor Qin said, scanning the area with a serious expression. At this rate, we'll exhaust our soul power and strength. I'll summon the feathered serpent wing dragon now. You go up first. Got it. Jang Ming realized that continuing like this was futile. The rotting beasts felt no pain and were fearless in death, their overwhelming numbers draining them. The system notification bar was already overwhelmed, with soul points flooding in like a tide. In a short time, Jang Ming and Instructor Qin had already taken down 20 to 30,000 corpse beasts. Instructor Qin's wrist was aching from repeatedly throwing his shield. The armored earth dragon paved the way ahead, and Jang Ming seized the moment to activate his flash ring, teleporting onto the back of the feathered serpent wyvern. Instructor Qin let out a sharp cry and agilely leapt onto the wyvern, and together they soared into the sky. Radon followed closely, not forgetting to unleash a scorching stream of lava breath before departing. The 2 vastly different-sized wyverns spread their wings and flew high, while the horde of corpse beasts on the ground let out strange howls, gazing up at the sky. Haha, this is thrilling. Instructor Qin laughed, twisting his sore wrist. Jang Ming was equally exhilarated, eagerly opening the system panel to check the soul points. The numbers flickered and finally settled at 2,132,802,200. Finally, I see wealth again. Jang Ming was moved to tears. Even though killing corpse beasts doesn't yield many soul points, little by little, it adds up. He reminded himself to be frugal this time, deciding first to level up Radon. The system notification sounded. Radon successfully upgraded to Gold 7-star. Radon successfully upgraded to Gold 8 star. After rapidly upgrading to Gold 10 star, the system displayed the materials required for evolution. 10 purple quality purple heart herbs, 10 perfect soul crystals, 10 lava fire crystals, insufficient soul points for substitution, unable to evolve. Jang Ming was dumbfounded. Evolving to star diamond level required more than a dozen materials. Substituting with soul points would cost over 10 million. A long way to go. He sighed helplessly. The remaining soul points were all used to boost his soul power level. Successfully upgraded to 6-star Beast Master. Successfully upgraded to 7-star Beast Master. The soul points were only enough for 2 stars, and the new level showed 0336000, with the soul points required to level up doubling each time. Instructor Qin keenly sensed a change in Jang Ming and Radon, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. Just as he was puzzled, they both noticed a lake appearing ahead, the water a clear, deep blue, untouched by the white mist. From high above, the lake appeared shallow, with strands of white mist emerging from its center, spreading to the sky. Mirage Beast, Jang Ming exclaimed, realizing they had inadvertently stumbled into the lair of the monarch-level fierce beast, the Mirage Beast. A Shinsho? A monarch-level beast with an epic bloodline. Instructor Qin looked skeptically at the lake's surface, his brow furrowed. Jang Ming spoke with certainty. It's hiding beneath the lake. The white mist is the vapor it exhales. Over hundreds of years, it's accumulated to such an extent. He quickly accessed the system's information panel to search for soul beast data. A list of details appeared on the screen. Shinsho bloodline. Epic level. Level. Monarch 1 star. Innate ability. Mirage. Skills. Fierce assault. Powerful bite. Acid splash. Light reflection. Multiple illusions. Dream mirage. Description. A giant clam from prehistoric times that lived in the ocean. It awoke after millions of years of slumber. Its power significantly reduced, and it is lazy by nature, not actively attacking targets. The white mist it exhales serves as both its armor and weapon. Weakness. Neural tissue inside its shell, provided you can pry open its mouth first. Jang Ming summarized this information. Instructor Qin's face showed a mix of surprise and belief as he asked, "How do you know so much about it? Even its skills?" "I read about something similar in an ancient creature compendium a long time ago, and it reminded me of the Shinsho," Jang Ming explained casually. "An ancient creature compendium? I don't recall that book," Instructor Qin said, looking skeptical. Jang Ming quickly changed the subject. "Let's not focus on the details. What should we do now?" Instructor Qin pondered for a moment. "If it's really a monarch-level beast as you say, I need to report this immediately and seek approval from higher-ups before deciding. Even if it's only 1 star, it's beyond my capability." Jang Ming nodded in understanding. Once a beast or a soul master soul beast reaches the monarch level, it undergoes a qualitative transformation. Its size and power increase dramatically, and its skills evolve, making it capable of destroying a city with ease. Instructor Qin attempted to use his smart bracelet, only to find it out of service. Jang Ming anxiously said, "The Shinsho is inherently lazy, and its breathing intervals are short and fixed. After storing enough oxygen, it will return to slumber. We stumbled upon it by chance this time. If we miss this opportunity..." Instructor Qin was swayed but still had reservations. "It's not like it can run away." "It can't run away," Jang Ming replied. "But are you sure we can find this lake again once we're prepared to re-enter the misty forest?" When the Shinsho sleeps, it burrows into the soil hundreds of meters below the lake bed, emitting barely any soul power fluctuations. "Even if we find the lake, we can't lure it out." "Then what do you suggest?" Instructor Qin was intrigued and eager. After all, he had never taken down a monarch-level beast before. "Instructor Qin, what star level are you as a king-level soul master?" "King level 8 stars. So your strongest soul beast is king level 8 stars." Instructor Qin nodded, waiting for more. "What if I told you that if you can hold off the Shinsho, I have a way to kill it?" Instructor Qin's expression turned serious. "Kid, it's not that I don't trust you and Radon's abilities, but this is a monarch-level beast. If it weren't for you saying that this giant clam doesn't actively attack people, we wouldn't be sitting here chatting. Don't be reckless, and don't gamble with your life or your soul beast's life." "I understand." Instructor Qin. Jang Ming's eyes were resolute. "I'm clear-headed and rational. I'm not boasting, nor would I gamble with our lives or those of our soul beasts. Please trust me." Instructor Qin fell into deep thought. If successful, the misty forest could be cleared of the white mist, and the Huaxia region could reclaim this land. The entire body of a monarch-level beast is prime material for soul artifacts. But if they failed, he didn't mind. But Jang Ming, with his 3-level abilities, must not be put at risk. "Let's do it." Instructor Qin suddenly shouted boldly. "If we can't beat it, we can at least outrun it. No way this giant clam can catch us. Just tell me what to do." "Instructor Qin, do you still have any purple bait?" Sprinkle some on the lake surface to lure it out. Then I'll have Radon give it a fiery attack to provoke it. You just need to have your soul beast entangle the Shinsho, and I'll handle the rest. All right. Instructor Chin retrieved a large bag of 40 pounds of purple bait from his spatial soul artifact and scattered it over the lake. Is that enough? The calm lake surface was dotted with ripples from the falling bait. The two held their breath, eyes fixed on the water. Gurgling sounds arose as a series of giant bubbles surfaced and burst. The fish has taken the bait. With a rush of water, a nearly 40-meter-long giant clam, its body adorned with silver-white patterns, emerged, glistening and translucent. It really is a giant clam. Instructor Chin was stunned, his mind drifting to delicious scenes. Sprinkle some garlic, add some chili powder and cumin, lay it on a grill, and crack open a couple of beers. It would be a feast. If only there were a grill that big. The Shinsho's massive shell opened and closed, its seemingly heavy body floating on the water, devouring the purple bait. Summon. Instructor Chin seized the moment, summoning his strongest soul beast. With a thunderous roar, a colossal golden lion descended from the sky, its entire body cloaked in shimmering golden fur. Its mane, a vibrant circle of gold, proclaimed its regal status. Golden Lion Beast Bloodline, perfect level. Level, King 8-star. Innate ability, Beast King's Might, oppresses the target, reducing its attack power by 30. Skills, Lion's Roar, Rally, Beast King's Claw, Golden Sword Rain, Lethal Strike. Description, a golden lion king with perfect bloodline, offering formidable damage. Cover your ears to avoid being deafened, and don't look it in the eye unless you want nightmares. Weakness, eye on its abdomen. So powerful. Jang Ming's eyes lit up, captivated by the sparkling fur. Majestic. Impressive. The golden lion beast, standing nearly 10 meters tall and over 30 meters in length, faced the Shinsho without fear and pounced directly. The lake erupted in massive waves, and the deafening roar forced both men to cover their ears. The Shinsho was instantly overturned in the water by the golden lion beast. Its razor-sharp claws locked onto the Shinsho's shell, attempting to pry it open. Suddenly, a torrent of transparent liquid mixed with white mist gushed from the Shinsho's shell, splattering the lion's face. The corrosive liquid emitted wisps of white vapor, causing the lion to recoil and submerge its head in the lake. The next moment, the golden lion beast's eyes turned dazed, glowing blood red, its roar filled with savagery. Not good. The lion has fallen into the Shinsho's dream mirage. Jang Ming shouted urgently. The golden lion beast suddenly released the mirage beast and turned to pounce at Radon in the sky. Radon barely managed to defend itself in haste, but the lion beast was burned by the scorching lava on Radon's scales, forcing it to release its grip and ascend rapidly. At that moment, the mirage beast's shell opened and closed continuously, spewing dense white mist that quickly enveloped the entire lake, reducing visibility to less than 3 meters. Sensing the dire situation, Instructor Chin immediately summoned the Earth-Spike Ironclad Dragon. From within the fog came the furious roar of the lion beast, followed by Radon's angry screech. A crimson flame, tens of meters long, shot out from the sky, dispersing part of the white mist and revealing the lion beast's silhouette. Radon circled warily high above, while the lion beast kept leaping, trying to reach its aerial opponent. Instructor Chin desperately tried to communicate with the lion beast through their soul contract, but to no avail. He realized that the lion beast was trapped in an illusion, mistaking them for enemies. Worse still, he couldn't recall the lion beast back to the soul beast space. This mirage beast skill is too troublesome, Instructor Chin said, his expression grave. Without an ability to clear abnormal states and wake the lion beast, we're in serious danger. Seeing it couldn't reach Radon, the lion beast's golden fur suddenly bristled and transformed into countless golden spikes, shooting into the sky like a rain of swords. Radon couldn't dodge in time and was instantly turned into a pincushion. Fortunately, its geothermal armor was tough enough, and the flowing lava quickly melted the golden spikes. Through the system panel, it was clear that this attack had reduced Radon's health by more than a third. Inspired by Chin's words, he quickly opened the Soul Point Exchange shop. System Sprite, which ability clears abnormal states? Time is running out, I can't look for it myself. The system promptly recommended suitable abilities, Advanced Purification and Advanced Sanctuary. Without hesitation, he exchanged all his remaining soul points for these abilities. At that moment, the golden lion beast seized the opportunity as Radon paused, and viciously swiped its claws, sending 3 blood-red claw beams straight at Radon. Unable to evade, Radon was hit squarely, and after a painful screech, it plummeted into the lake. The mirage beast seemed to be gloating, its shell trembling as it rode the waves towards Radon. In the nick of time, 2 white beams of light descended on the lion beast's head, enveloping it in a layer of white glow. The lion beast's eyes instantly cleared, and seeing the gravely injured Radon about to be devoured by the mirage beast, it immediately launched a deadly strike. It became a golden flash, striking the mirage beast and leaving a deep claw mark on its shell. The mirage beast opened its shell wide, releasing more white mist while creating countless illusions in the sky, on the lake, and all around. Qin instructor's forehead beaded with sweat, deeply aware of the difficulty posed by a monarch-level beast. Jang Ming, observing calmly, suddenly shouted, "All the illusions are fake. Its true body is hidden at the bottom of the lake. Radon, use lava breath on the water." Radon immediately responded, soaring back into the sky, activating its explosive state, which boosted fire skill damage by 15. A pillar of lava burst forth, boiling the lake and filling the air with steam. The surrounding mirage beast illusions gradually faded, and its true form finally emerged from the lake's depths. Seizing the opportunity, the golden lion beast used its deadly strike again, cracking the mirage beast's shell. Radon followed up with lava breath, covering the entire shell with molten lava seeping into the cracks, causing the mirage beast excruciating pain. It tried to retreat back into the lake, but was blocked by the boiling water. Noticing Radon's health had dropped below half, Jang Ming automatically activated a 40 damage reduction. He decisively ordered, "Divine Bloodline. Storm Strike." Radon spun rapidly above the lake, turning into a fiery drill that slammed into the cracked shell of the mirage beast. Simultaneously, the golden lion beast launched another deadly strike, and together, they shattered the upper shell, revealing the glistening white flesh inside and a pearl emitting a bright white glow. Extract the pearl, and the mirage beast will lose its source of soul power. Jang Ming shouted instructions. With the upper shell gone, the mirage beast's strength diminished significantly, and Radon unleashed a barrage of fireballs, triggering extra damage effects. The mirage beast thrashed and rolled on the water, its entire shell turning bright red, and its flesh gradually turning golden brown, exuding a tantalizing aroma. Under the combined assault of Radon and the golden lion beast, the mirage beast was forced into retreat, eventually turning into a giant roasted oyster, floating quietly on the lake surface. The system notification chimed. "Congratulations on successfully defeating the monarch-level mirage beast, earning 10 million soul points. Congratulations on acquiring a diamond common chest 1. Victory! We've won!" Instructor Qin shouted with excitement, his fist clenched tightly as his voice echoed across the lake. Jang Ming nodded vigorously, his face glowing with uncontrollable joy. He hadn't expected success either. The Shun beast, though weakened, was still a genuine monarch-level beast. "Jang Ming, we've really slain the Shen beast, a monarch-level beast." Even the battle-hardened instructor Qin couldn't hide his excitement. In the hearts of all beast tamers, monarch level signified invincibility and strength, something only an emperor-level beast tamer could defeat. Yet, this Shun beast had fallen to golden and king-level soul beasts, a truly unexpected outcome. As the white mist over the lake gradually dissipated, Instructor Qin bent down to retrieve a large pearl from the shell of the Shen beast. The pearl, as big as a basketball, shone with a soft, holy light in the sunlight. Although this pearl is the Shen beast's soul crystal, it's not in crystal core form. When we return, have the experts in the Alliance examine it to see if it can be crafted into a soul weapon, Instructor Qin said, handing the pearl solemnly to Jang Ming. "You keep the pearl. Whether you use it yourself or sell it, it's your loot. I'll take the Shen beast's body, and I'll report the military merits of this kill to the higher-ups." "You've done a great job." Jang Ming took the pearl, feeling its coolness in his palm. It was Instructor Qin's golden lion beast that was truly fierce, he sincerely praised. "Haha, they were all fierce." Instructor Qin laughed heartily. "Wait for me, this Shen beast has hidden here for so long. I'll dive to the bottom of the lake to see if there are any materials." With that, he plunged into the water with a splash. Taking advantage of the moment, Jang Ming opened his system backpack to check the diamond-grade chest that had just dropped. The system displayed 56.33 chance to obtain a blue-grade item, 31.41 chance for a purple-grade item, 11.26 chance for an orange-grade item, and a 1 chance for a special item. "Would you like to spend 100,000 soul points to open the chest?" A diamond chest indeed, costing 100,000 soul points just to open. The system sprite's childlike voice cheerfully suggested, "Would you like to spend soul points to increase your luck? The higher your luck, the greater the chance of obtaining high-grade items." Jang Ming shook his head. No, not this time. He had learned from his previous experience of opening a chest and getting nothing useful, like the tears of a hippo, which he still didn't know how to use. The million soul points he just acquired were reserved for Radon's evolution, and he didn't want to waste them. After all, the worst he could get was a blue-quality item. Taking a deep breath, Jang Ming silently chanted, "Luck be with me," and decisively clicked to open it. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained a purple-quality soul bone, the Demon's Eye. Wow, a soul bone. Zhang Ming exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. The system displayed, Demon's Eye, the eyes of a demon from the abyss, evil and fierce. When you gaze into the abyss, the demon's eye gazes back at you, with limitless potential for evolution. Basic abilities: night vision, X-ray vision, farsight, speed reading, insight, shared vision. Fusion evolution, skills unavailable, but can develop skills by fusing with different soul bones or special materials. X-ray vision. Zhang Ming immediately saw the ability he had longed for. He couldn't help but grin as some indescribable images flashed through his mind. The lowest quality of a soul bone is blue, but it's extremely difficult for fierce beasts with rare bloodlines to produce one. It's mostly in Lord level and perfect level bloodline beasts that there's a slim chance of a soul bone forming. For this year's Soul Beast Tournament preliminaries, the first prize in the Huaxia region is an orange quality soul bone, and even the second prize in the system's tasks is an orange quality soul bone. This shows how rare and precious soul bones are. Eagerly, Zhang Ming integrated the demon's eye soul bone from his system backpack into his eyes. Integrate. With a slight sting, his pupils transformed into an amber color with a black slit in the center, resembling a true demon's eye. When he opened his eyes again, Zhang Ming activated the demon's eye's abilities. Instantly, the world around him transformed. He could see Instructor Qin at the bottom of the lake, his face flushed, holding his breath, and excitedly searching around. Amazing! Zhang Ming marveled. Just then, the system suddenly alerted. Ding! Fusion material for demon's eye detected. Oh! Zhang Ming quickly checked. The system showed Shun Pearl, the soul crystal essence of a monarch-level beast, possessing the Shun beast's mirage ability. Without hesitation, Zhang Ming chose to fuse. Ding! Demon's Eye fusion successful, upgraded to orange quality. New abilities acquired: hypnosis, illusion, and true sight. New skills acquired: illusion clone, abyss gaze. Illusion clone, similar to the Shin beast's multiple illusions, uses illusions to create identical phantoms to confuse beasts. Especially in the wild, creating several illusions makes it impossible for beasts to distinguish between real and fake, providing an extra means of survival. Abyss gaze, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back. It amplifies the opponent's deepest fears, creating an abyssal illusion that draws them in, causing soul damage. Soul damage, directly affecting the soul. Zhang Ming gulped. This orange quality soul bone, the demon's eye, is incredibly powerful. As Zhang Ming experimented with the various abilities of the demon's eye, Instructor Qin suddenly emerged from the lake. Wow, that's huge! Zhang Ming exclaimed. Look, Zhang Ming, guess what I found? Instructor Qin triumphantly held up a shiny stone. Zhang Ming used the demon's eye's farsight ability and could clearly see the mud and sand clinging to the stone. It felt familiar, like something he'd seen in books, but he couldn't quite recall. It was a piece of transparent crystal, with sunlight refracting into a rainbow of colors. Inside the crystal were countless golden threads, appearing alive as they flowed within, breathtakingly beautiful. It's divine material. Zhang Ming suddenly remembered, exclaiming in shock. Instructor Qin, oblivious to his soaked clothes, was equally excited as Zhang Ming rushed over to inspect it closely. It really is divine material. Instructor Qin, how did you find this? Zhang Ming eagerly asked. Haha, I followed the traces of the Shin beast's frequent activity at the lake bottom. This piece of divine material was covered by lake algae. Almost missed it. Instructor Qin beamed with excitement. The origin of divine material is lost to time, but during the era of ancient civilizations, it was an essential component for crafting supreme soul weapons and emperor artifacts. The term divine material was discovered from inscriptions in ancient civilization ruins. No one knows how it was created, but its capabilities defy worldly understanding. Divine material can endow a soul weapon with life, or rather, the ability to self-repair and evolve by consuming soul crystals and materials. Although lacking consciousness, it can mend and enhance itself. Owning a soul weapon made from divine material is every Beast Tamer's lifelong pursuit and dream. It's like his emperor artifact, the ghostly embrace. With enough soul points, not only can it be repaired, but it can also be reborn and continue to evolve. The piece of divine material before them was as large as a fist, truly a rare find. Instructor Qin carefully cradled the stone, which shimmered with a strange light. His eyes filled with awe. Turning to Zhang Ming, he spoke with a serious tone. The value of this divine material is immeasurable. In the past, a beast tamer managed to trade a piece no larger than a fingernail for an epic-grade soul beast egg. We must hand it over to the Huaxia headquarters. Hearing this, Zhang Ming felt a wave of emotion. He fought to suppress his greed and nodded in understanding. Seeing this, Instructor Qin's eyes showed a hint of approval. He then pulled out 7 stalks of purple heartgrass from his pocket and handed them to Zhang Ming. Kid, This is your compensation. It may not match the divine material, but it's worth over 20 million soul coins. Jang Ming accepted the purple heart grass with surprise, his gratitude condensed into a heartfelt thank you. Instructor Qin smiled and patted his shoulder, then checked the time and urged, "It's getting late. We need to head back. I still have to make a trip to Longcheng." The two of them mounted the feathered serpent-winged dragon and soared into the sky. Although the mirage beast was dead, the misty forest remained shrouded in dense white fog. Jang Ming activated his devil's eye, piercing through the mist to take in the scene below. Instructor Qin quickly snapped a photo of the divine material and initiated an encrypted call. Jang Ming discreetly stepped away but could still see the excitement on Instructor Qin's face and his continuous nodding. Suddenly, Jang Ming's attention was drawn to an unusual scene on the ground. He saw tens of thousands of corrupted beast corpses chasing a ghostly blue phantom tiger. The phantom tiger moved with agility, weaving through the branches. Unexpectedly, a pitch-black and dark blue phantom tiger corrupted beast appeared, cornering the phantom tiger. The two tigers faced off, and the phantom tiger launched a desperate attack, only to have a large chunk of flesh bitten off by the corrupted beast. The phantom tiger's wails were filled with despair, and Jang Ming couldn't bear to witness the brutal scene. "Instructor Qin, stop for a moment," Jang Ming called out urgently. Instructor Qin halted the winged dragon, hovering in the air. Jang Ming leaned forward, intently watching the life-and-death struggle unfolding below. Jang Ming stared in bewilderment at the scene before him. A wounded female ghost tiger was desperately fending off attacks from a pack of corpse beasts. He noticed that among them was a slightly larger corpse variant ghost tiger, a male, and the battling female was fiercely defending an ancient tree behind her. Suddenly, a faint whimper emerged from a tree hollow. A little ghost tiger anxiously poked its head out, attempting several times to rush forward, only to be sternly roared back by its mother. In that moment, Jang Ming realized the mother tiger was fighting to protect her cub. The number of corpse beasts continued to grow, and the circle around them tightened. The male corpse variant tiger was especially fierce, launching repeated vicious attacks. The mother tiger's right paw was a bloody mess, with bones exposed and blood dripping steadily. Jang Ming was anxious. He knew that if this continued, the mother tiger would soon die from blood loss. "I can't wait any longer," he resolved silently and leaped onto the back of Radon. With a screech, Radon carried Jang Ming into the white mist. In an instant, a massive blaze descended from the sky, and molten lava flowed freely across the ground, instantly melting the bodies of the corpse beasts. The mother tiger looked in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Jang Ming and Radon, a glimmer of gratitude in her eyes. However, her body was covered in infected, festering wounds, an alarming sight. Seizing the moment while Radon fought off the corpse beasts, the mother tiger quickly darted into the tree hollow, gently picking up her cub with her teeth and placing it at Jang Ming's feet. She let out a low growl. Jang Ming immediately understood the mother tiger's intention, his eyes filled with determination. He leaped forward, scooped up the cub, and activated his teleportation ring to instantly return to Radon's back. Seeing Jang Ming safely take her cub, the mother tiger's legs gave way, and she knelt to the ground, bowing her head in gratitude. Her eyes showed a nearly human-like appreciation. "Don't worry, I will protect it," Jang Ming silently promised in his heart. However, the crisis was not yet over. The corpse beasts on the ground continued to gather, starting to pile up and climb higher. The male corpse variant tiger fixed its gaze on Radon, repeatedly attempting to pounce. At this critical moment, the mother tiger summoned her last reserves of strength, let out a furious roar, and lunged at the male corpse variant tiger. The two tigers immediately locked in a fierce struggle, quickly overwhelmed by the swarming corpse army. The cub in Jang Ming's arms whimpered continuously, struggling desperately to escape and return to its mother. When Instructor Qin saw Jang Ming riding Radon into the foggy sea below, he quickly ended the call and followed closely. As they pierced through the dense white mist and touched down, they witnessed Radon shooting upwards like an arrow. Just as Instructor Qin was about to express his anger, he noticed Jang Ming cradling a small creature in his arms. "A phantom tiger?" Instructor Qin asked in surprise. Jang Ming used his flash ring to instantly return to the back of the Quetzalcoatlus and briefly explained the recent events to Instructor Qin. After hearing the story, Instructor Qin smiled approvingly. "In the face of a mother's love, all beings are equal. The phantom tiger sacrificed itself to entrust its cub to you. You've got sharp ears, kid. I was just making a call, and you managed to get a phantom tiger cub? Impressive." Jang Ming gently stroked the cub, his eyes softening. Instructor Qin continued, "Though phantom tigers are rare, their innate talent is unparalleled, destined to be natural-born assassins. A grown phantom tiger can even give a headache to king-level beasts. Many beast tamers would pay a high price for a phantom tiger cub. You're really lucky." Jang Ming smiled sheepishly. "It's all thanks to you." If you hadn't brought me to the misty forest, I wouldn't have met the phantom tiger. The cub has just been frightened and witnessed its mother's death. Try forming a blood contract, Instructor Chin suggested. First, soothe the little one with soul power. If the first attempt at a blood contract doesn't succeed, don't rush. Nurture it for a while, build an emotional bond, and once it depends on you, try the blood contract again. Nodding, Jang Ming placed his palm on the cub's pale blue skin, letting his soul power flow in. The little creature, still toothless, opened its small mouth and gently bit his finger, raising its adorable little head to make a tender sound. Omega, oh! Zhang Ming pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the phantom tiger's forehead. The blood slowly seeped into the pale blue skin, forming a pattern of strange symbols. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully contracted a phantom tiger. Zhang Ming's face lit up with surprise. It worked? Successful? Instructor Chin asked softly, watching the little creature slowly close its eyes. Zhang Ming nodded, not daring to speak, fearing he might wake the cub. The two shared a silent understanding as they headed back to Jinwu City, carrying the young tiger. Upon returning to Jinwu Academy, they landed on the sports field. Zhang Ming carefully placed the little one into his soul beast space. Instructor Chin said, I'll give you a day off tomorrow. We'll resume special training when I return. Okay, Zhang Ming replied. With that, Instructor Chin continued riding the winged dragon, flying towards Dragon City. As night fell, Zhang Ming bought 2 boxes of convenience store meals and returned to his dorm. Brother Ming is back. His roommate Defy exclaimed, shirtless and gaming with 2 other roommates. Yeah, Zhang Ming responded, setting down the meals and heading to the shower. As he finished applying shampoo, he heard Defy knocking on the glass door. Brother Ming, big news. Big news. Huh. I'm washing my hair. I can't hear you. Tell me later. Zhang Ming replied. After his shower, while eating his meal, Zhang Ming nearly choked on Defay's words. What? Sunan, Yang Kai, and Li Xiang were taken by a mysterious emperor-level beast tamer this afternoon? Yes, Defay said excitedly. Instructor Lan was severely injured, and even the academy principal showed up. The mysterious beast tamer gave Su Nan the choice to leave with him, and she agreed. Yang Kai and Li Xiang shamelessly insisted on going along. What did this beast tamer look like? What was his soul beast? Zhang Ming asked. He wore a mask, so we couldn't see him, Defay replied. His soul beast seemed to be a giant bee. What bee? Fei. I thought it looked more like a greenhead fly. Another roommate chimed in. Zhang Ming recalled the emperor-level beast tamers from the 4 major regions of the Past Life Alliance. Only one matched Defay's description. The emperor-level beast tamer from the American region, known as the Wasp. Traitors! Zhang Ming angrily slammed the table. Now it made sense why Su Nan suddenly awakened its level soul ability. In his past life, the American region of the Alliance developed a secret potion to awaken a second soul ability or enhance an existing one by extracting blood from legendary beasts. This potion, once consumed, had a 50% chance of inducing a second awakening, granting a second level ability or enhancing the current one. No wonder Su Nan was sweating profusely that day. She must have had the awakening potion and taken it on the spot. This potion, aimed at soul development, inflicted unimaginable pain on both body and soul. He couldn't believe Su Nan, Yang Kai, and Li Xiang had betrayed the Huaxia region. After the cataclysm a century ago, the world's remaining countries formed an alliance, but the 4 major regions within it were still competitive. Each region would stop at nothing to cultivate and attract talented beast tamers, using both threats and incentives. Once branded a traitor, generations would be shunned and exiled from Huaxia. He hadn't even taken his revenge on the 3, and they had already fled. Well, this worked in his favor. Next time they met, he'd have every reason to eliminate them. He had been worried about how to deal with those pests without getting caught, considering Huaxia's strict laws and surveillance. Opportunities to act outside the city were rare. I understand. Zhang Ming calmed himself and continued eating. In the past life, they betrayed me, and now they've betrayed their nation. It seems this dog can't change its ways, no matter the lifetime. Seeing Zhang Ming suppress his emotions, Defei dared not say more. Lying in bed, Zhang Ming focused his consciousness into his soul beast space to feed the cub. Opening the Soul Point Exchange store, he saw Epic Bloodline Card, 1 million soul points for exchange. Successfully exchanged for Epic Bloodline Card 1. Initially, he planned to hatch the legendary Bloodline Soul Beast Egg as his second soul beast after advancing to Beast Master. But encountering the Phantom Tiger changed his plans. Although its bloodline was inferior, its talent was unmatched. A fast, invisible assassin-type soul beast would become a nightmare for all beasts and beast tamers. He decisively exchanged the Epic Bloodline card to enhance the Phantom Tiger's bloodline. He eagerly anticipated how powerful the Phantom Tiger would become with an epic bloodline. With the remaining soul points, he evolved Radon to break through his soul power level cap. Materials required for evolution: 10 purple heart grass of purple quality, 10 perfect soul crystals, 10 lava fire crystals. Would you like to consume 6,830,000 soul points to substitute? Yes. Ding. Successfully evolved into Crimson Flame Wyvern. New skill learned, Dragon Flame Song. Unleashes multiple fire dragons to attack targets, with tracking capability. In the Soul Beast space, Radon's form changed again, becoming a massive flame dragon with a height of 7 to 8 meters and a wingspan of over 20 meters. Star Diamond level 1 star. Remaining soul points, 2,033,687. Seeing he still had over 2 million soul points, he realized he could only upgrade one more star. After advancing a large level, the soul points required for each star increase reached the million range. Checking on the Phantom Tiger. The Ghost Tiger lineage is a rare talent that grants its possessor the ability to become momentarily invisible. For 12 seconds, its speed increases by 50, making it as elusive as a ghost. As a bronze 3-star skill, its bite is like a devil's kiss, adorable as the Ghost Tiger cub may seem. When angered, it can quietly nip you with those little jaws. The path of evolution lay before him. Jang Ming opened his system backpack and took out 7 epic lineage cards shimmering with mysterious light. Taking a deep breath, he used these precious cards without hesitation. In an instant, the Soul Beast space underwent a dramatic transformation. The once small and cute Ghost Tiger suddenly roared to the sky, shaking the entire space. A tide of lineage power surged in, and the Ghost Tiger's eyes became sharp and fearsome. Its light blue fur darkened, turning into a deep blue, semi-transparent state, as if it were merging with the void. Simultaneously, its body expanded rapidly, transforming into a giant blue tiger standing 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. The system's notification chimed in right on cue. Congratulations! You have successfully upgraded the Ghost Tiger lineage to epic level. The optimal evolution route has been recommended for you. Would you like to view it now? Jang Ming carefully compared the two options provided by the system. The first option leaned towards high-agility melee combat, suitable for assassin-type single-target bursts. The second option focused on long-range cannon attacks with single-target skill critical damage, including control effects. Both options were highly appealing. Whether pairing with Radon to form a fierce firepower duo or developing into a stealthy assassin, both could significantly enhance his combat prowess as a beast master. After weighing his options, Jang Ming chose the first route. It not only perfectly matched the Ghost Tiger's innate talents, but also allowed it to unleash its full combat potential. He decisively opted for the hidden evolution. Would you like to spend 1.7 million soul points to directly evolve into a Wind Demon Tiger? The system inquired. Jang Ming was taken aback. Why so much? The last time I evolved Radon, it only cost 10,000 soul points. The system explained. Dear Master, you have chosen a hidden evolution, which requires special beast soul crystals. Switching to ancestral evolution only costs 100,000 soul points. Would you like to change? No, let's go with the hidden evolution. Jang Ming gritted his teeth. Evolution. With a crisp notification sound, the Ghost Tiger successfully evolved into a Wind Demon Tiger. Wind Demon Tiger lineage. Epic level talent. The Ghost Phantom lineage passively increases agility by 40 and dodge by 15. When activated, it can enter a cooldown-free, indefinite stealth state, with a 15 attack power boost and 35 additional damage on the first attack. Level: Gold 3-star. Skills Overview. 1. Piercing Claws, single target attack. 2. Roar, slows and stuns surrounding targets for 3 seconds. 3. Phantom Claw, strikes with Phantom Claw Shadow, increasing critical damage by 25. This is a once-in-a-lifetime epic lineage, combining high agility with high burst potential. Its presence is like a ghost. For those who have seen it are no longer among the living. The legend of its power is yours to write. Its only weakness is its susceptibility to slow effects and slightly lower defense. Jang Ming couldn't help but exclaim. These skills are perfectly tailored for an assassin. The transformed Ghost Phantom lineage can maintain invisibility indefinitely. It's too powerful. He marveled at the skills, realizing the Wind Demon Tiger's single-target assassination capability had likely surpassed Radon. If these two were to face off, the Star Diamond 1-star Radon would probably be no match for the Gold 3-star Wind Demon Tiger. In the Soul Beast space, the newly evolved Wind Demon Tiger underwent another transformation. Its blue skin became even more transparent and ethereal, with only a faint outline discernible upon close inspection. Surprisingly, its size shrunk, becoming a little guy, standing just over a meter tall and less than 3 meters long. But don't be fooled by its appearance. Beneath those seemingly delicate paws lie claws as sharp as steel. Please name your new soul beast, the system prompted. Let's call it Yulon. Jang Ming decided. You have successfully named the wind demon tiger Yulan, earning 100 soul points. Sensing the call from its soul, Yulan let out a low growl in response. Zhang Ming regretted that it was nighttime, preventing him from witnessing the true majesty of the Yulan Tiger King. He glanced at the remaining 300,000 soul points, reflecting on how quickly they were depleted. He recalled when he first acquired the soul beast cultivation system, thinking that 1,000,000, 10,000,000, or even 1 billion soul points were astronomical figures. In hindsight, he realized how naive he had been. As morning arrived, Zhang Ming, intending to sleep in, was jolted awake by his roommate Defay's furious shouting. Defay, bare-chested, sat in front of his virtual smart computer, yelling angrily and spewing profanity. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Zhang Ming curiously asked, "What's got you so worked up so early? Watching some explosive videos again last night?" "Ming Ming," Defay exclaimed excitedly, "I'm so pissed off. You've got to see this." On the Soul Rankings platform online, Yang Kai and Li Xiang made it on TV. Hearing this, Zhang Ming was instantly alert. He hurried over to the computer in his shorts, not even bothering to put on a shirt. The video showed a broadcast from the Meijian district. On screen, Yang Kai and Li Xiang were dressed in the distinctive battle attire of Meijian district's beast masters, looking sharp and with hair slicked back, clearly with plenty of hair gel. The two spoke confidently to the camera. Regarding our successful second awakening of class abilities, Yang Kai said with sincerity, "First, I must thank all the researchers in Meijian district. It is your silent research, selfless dedication, and investment of life and energy that led to the development of the awakening potion. As a beneficiary, please accept my heartfelt thanks." He then bowed deeply to the camera. "Damn it, those bastards." Defay cursed at the screen. "They just left and look at them now, wagging their tails." He continued to unleash a torrent of colorful language, cursing Yang Kai's entire ancestry. Zhang Ming watched silently, saying nothing. But inside he was fuming, his fists clenched tightly. He cursed to himself, "Two idiots. This Li Xiang is no better. They're cut from the same cloth." The video screen shifted, showing researchers from the Meijian district. They proudly detailed the extraction and effects of the awakening elixir. A host, smiling brightly, enthusiastically announced, "We welcome young beast masters to join Meijian district. Any young beast master with a level qualification can receive a dose of the awakening elixir upon joining." These words only fueled Zhang Ming and his friend's anger. Defay gritted his teeth and said, "Isn't this blatantly poaching talent? Meijian district is shameless. Even after hundreds of years, they're still so arrogant and selfish. The whole of humanity has united into an alliance, yet they're still dreaming of dominance." He was so furious he could almost smash Yang Kai and that Meijian host heads in the video, his rage nearly consuming him. The video continued, revealing the names of the S-level abilities awakened by Yang Kai and Li Xiang. Thunder God's Wrath ranked 13th on the soul ability list. Blood Fury ranked 17th on the soul ability list. Although the video only disclosed the names of the S-level abilities without detailed descriptions, it was not hard to deduce their functions considering the two's previous abilities. Yang Kai had previously mastered Advanced Thunderstorm, and Li Xiang had mid-level Fury, clearly indicating a secondary enhancement of their existing powers. "These soul ability rankings are pretty high," someone murmured. "Both made it into the top 20. They're really in the spotlight now." As they discussed the abilities of these traders, Zhang Ming's smartwatch suddenly buzzed. Beep, beep, beep. It was Anqi calling. "Hey, Ming, are you up yet? Want to grab a bite together?" Anqi's sweet voice came through the watch. This high-tech device was a gift from Anqi. Zhang Ming couldn't afford something like this on his own. Hearing the adorable voice, Defay and the others immediately turned their eyes to Zhang Ming, grinning mischievously. Defay imitated Anqi's voice in a playful tone. "Hee hee, Ming, are you up yet? Want to eat together?" Zhang Ming's face turned as red as a ripe apple, the blush spreading to his neck, making him feel utterly embarrassed. Central Hospital of Jinu City, room 203. Zhang Ming and Qi and another companion had just finished breakfast at the academy's cafeteria and headed to the hospital to visit Instructor Lan, who was injured. They gently pushed open the door and saw Instructor Lan with a plaster cast on his arm, a sling, and wearing a loose hospital gown, looking somewhat comical. Seeing them enter, Instructor Lan quickly tidied his clothes. "Please don't get up, Instructor Lan," and Qi quickly said. "Since both you and Instructor Qin weren't at the academy today, we thought we'd come and check on you." Instructor Lan raised his plastered arm with a smile. "I'm fine, just a scratch, nothing serious." At that moment, Instructor Qin's voice came from outside the room. "Feeling embarrassed now, aren't you, Colonel Qin?" Instructor Lan immediately sat up straight and saluted with his other hand. Instructor Qin entered the room and asked with concern, "How are you? Is the injury serious?" "No worries," Instructor Lan repeated. "I was just telling Zhang Ming and the others that it's nothing major." I'll be back on my feet after a few days in the hospital. Instructor Chin's eyes were bloodshot, indicating a lack of rest. He angrily said, I can't believe those 3 ingrates turned traitor. The people from the Magian district are too overbearing. They openly poach our talent from Huaxia. The group listened to Instructor Chin's words in silence. Instructor Chin took a deep breath to calm himself and said to Instructor Lan, let's not talk about this now. The higher-ups want you to focus on recovering. Another instructor will be dispatched from headquarters, so you don't need to worry, just rest and heal. Yes, sir. Instructor Lan replied solemnly. Instructor Chin turned to Jang Ming. It's good that you're here too. He called Jang Ming to the balcony of the hospital room. Instructor Chin's expression was serious, a stark contrast to yesterday. I'm both angry and regretful about Sunan and the others. Instructor Chin began. According to intelligence from the Magian district, there were over 40 new class beast masters overnight, and that number is still rising. The soul ranking is constantly being updated. Jang Ming frowned, realizing the gravity of the situation. Instructor Chin lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and continued. There won't be much of a gap in the short term, but over time, the advantages of high-qualified beast masters will become apparent. The more soul beasts they contract, the more resources they need, and their expansion speed will increase. This morning, the Magian district officially announced in the media that they have launched the Monarch plan to establish a Monarch organization, fully training class beast masters. Their ambition and reach are extending outward. Instructor Chin exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, looking at Jang Ming with determination. I know you may not fully grasp the implications of what I'm telling you, but what I'm about to say is classified as top secret and must not be shared with anyone. The Venerable One has issued an order to establish the Emperor Plan. The Emperor Plan? Jang Ming asked in surprise. That's right, Instructor Chin explained. The Huaxia district's resources are limited and can't compare to the Magian district's wealth. After accounting for the operational expenses of combat units, the annual soul crystal allocations to various city academies, and research funding, there's not much left. The Emperor Plan is about selecting a group of talented beast masters to learn soul artifact crafting. By studying ancient civilization stone inscriptions, we aim to recreate the supreme soul artifacts once crafted by humans, advancing the development of soul artifacts in the Huaxia district. Imperial artifacts! Jang Ming exclaimed, shocked. He recalled the existence of the Emperor Plan from his previous life, but it wasn't publicly announced until years later. He hadn't expected it to have been secretly underway, running parallel with the Magian district's Monarch Plan. Instructor Chin continued, the current soul artifact manufacturing technology of the Alliance is very backward, making soul artifacts extremely expensive. Ordinary beast masters can't afford or use them. In the Huaxia district, there's only Master Yi, a soul artifact master, and the demand far exceeds the supply. The other 3 districts face similar shortages. The Venerable One's vision is very forward-thinking. If successful, it could propel the progress of all humanity. Every mention of Lin Zunjia brought an unintentional look of admiration to Instructor Chin's eyes. The scarcity of soul artifacts is not only linked to current manufacturing techniques and materials, but also to their legacy. Our researchers work tirelessly to decipher ancient civilization stone inscriptions, searching for records on soul artifact crafting. However, it's like trying to fill the ocean with a cup of water. So the Venerable One decided that if our predecessors could walk the path of soul artifact crafting, so can we from nothing to something, starting from scratch. I understand, Jang Ming said. Soul artifacts, whether as weapons for beast masters or as auxiliary equipment, can significantly enhance a beast master's survival chances in the wild, providing them with powerful means of attack. Instructor Chin nodded, continuing, ancient civilization stone inscriptions recorded that beast masters once used powerful soul artifacts to defeat king-level beasts without summoning their soul beasts. This revelation shocked many researchers within the Alliance. He explained, after all, a beast master's first reaction when facing a fierce beast is not to think about how to fight, but to ensure their own safety by summoning their soul beast to confront the threat. Especially when facing giant beasts, which have a very keen sense of smell and specifically target beast masters. Once a beast master dies, their soul beast will return to the soul beast space and disappear forever, its destination unknown. This means that if a beast master dies, no matter how strong their soul beast is, it will perish as well. This has been the greatest challenge troubling beast masters for centuries. The Monarch Project was established in the Magian district to enhance the qualifications of beast tamers, enabling them to contract with more and stronger soul beasts, thus addressing the weakness of strong beasts and weak masters. There was a sense of urgency in Instructor Chin's words as he continued, after the tournament, you will officially join the Emperor organization to learn the manufacturing and development of soul artifacts. Jang Ming nodded firmly, a determined light in his eyes. This significant decision not only concerned his personal achievements but also affected the status of the Huaxia district in the Alliance, potentially influencing the foundation of humanity's future. Instructor Chin patted Jang Ming on the shoulder with a serious tone. In the meantime, focus all your efforts on preparing for the tournament. You must give those Meijian guys a good beating in the finals. Yes. Jang Ming clenched his fist, his expression resolute. Suddenly, a notification sound interrupted their conversation. Ding. Zhang Ming's communicator lit up, indicating a new message. After chatting with instructor Qin for a bit longer, Zhang Ming noticed Qin's bloodshot eyes and suggested he get some rest. He then left with Anqi and Da Fei. By noon, the sun was shining brightly. The trio arrived at the Jinswa building on the central street of Jinwu City and dined at a restaurant there. After the meal, Anqi, with her melodious voice, suggested, "Brother Ming, shall we check out the mall in the Jinswa building?" This made Da Fei, who was standing nearby, quite envious. Zhang Ming, a bit awkward, replied, Anqi, you can just call me Zhang Ming, or like Da Fei does, call me Brother Ming. No need for the brother part." Anqi tilted her head and squinted her eyes with a sweet smile. "Sure thing, Brother Ming." Zhang Ming shook his head helplessly, and the three of them entered the Jinswa building. This shopping complex, owned by the Huaxia District's Jin Mao Group, combined shopping, leisure, and entertainment, offering a dazzling array of goods. There were counters dedicated to selling various evolutionary materials and resources needed by soul beasts, and even soul beast eggs. However, these items were exorbitantly priced, and ordinary people could only gaze at them through the shop windows, unable to afford them. Anqi excitedly dragged Zhang Ming around, while Da Fei followed behind, his eyes darting around, captivated by the merchandise. "Holy crap!" Da Fei suddenly exclaimed. "Brother Ming, this store sells soul bones, and this one sells soul artifacts." His voice grew louder. "Oh my god, a blue-grade soul artifact costs 30 million? Are you kidding me? Who the hell can afford that?" Passers-by couldn't help but chuckle at Da Fei's wide-eyed reaction. Da Fei's attention was caught by another window. "Soul beast eggs, rare bloodline soul beast eggs," he shouted excitedly. As the three were immersed in the wonders of the shopping center, Da Fei suddenly noticed something. "Hey, Brother Ming, doesn't that person look like Jiang Jia?" Zhang Ming followed Da Fei's gaze and frowned. "Not just similar, it is him." Across the shopping mall corridor, Jiang Jia stood confidently in a stylish, brand-name suit, exuding arrogance as he issued orders to workers in a store under renovation. Hands on his hips, he was oblivious to the curious gazes from passers-by. Da Fei muttered enviously, "Tisk, really living the life of a rich kid, turning a new leaf right out of school." He had to admit, Jiang Jia's family indeed had substantial wealth. Though Jiang Jia was a notorious playboy, his father, Jiang Shao, was a renowned figure. An entrepreneur who started from scratch, Jiang Shao was a philanthropic business tycoon, with his company being a key supported enterprise and a model production company, boasting numerous accolades. For over 40 years, Jiang Shao had been in the soul beast feed production industry, transforming a modest 60-square-meter workshop with just 3 employees into today's leading enterprise. His production lines and feed stores were present in every city across the Huaxia region. Anqi felt a deep aversion to Jiang Jia. She gently tugged on Zhang Ming's sleeve and suggested, "Minggij, let's head up front and get something to drink." Just then, Jiang Jia casually turned his head and, through the transparent glass, spotted the trio standing in the corridor. His eyes lit up, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Well, isn't it our genius beast master Zhang Ming?" Jiang Jia remarked with a sarcastic tone. "What's this? Our genius has time to go shopping today." Zhang Ming and his friends couldn't be bothered to respond to him. It was an accidental encounter, after all, and they had little in common. They quickened their pace to leave, but Jiang Jia was relentless. "Don't rush off. Let me buy you a drink." Jiang Jia raised his voice, calling from the corridor. "Genius? Why won't the genius talk to me?" Seeing no reaction from the trio, Jiang Jia was even more provoked. With disdain, he spat on the ground and continued his taunts. "You think class qualification makes you a genius? Without money, you're nothing. Hope you don't end up unable to afford soul beast feed, haha." He deliberately bent down and patted his newly tailored shoes. "What an idiot." Da Fei couldn't help but curse, but Anqi quickly stopped him. "Ignore him. He's just used to being arrogant because of his family's wealth," Anqi whispered. Zhang Ming remained silent, but Jiang Jia's words hit a nerve. Indeed, without money, you're nothing. Although harsh, it was a stark reality. In his past life, besides failing in relationships and misjudging people, wasn't his main downfall because he was poor? Memories flooded back as Zhang Ming recalled his days as an orphan, barely completing his education with Alliance aid, and scraping by in the combat unit for a meager salary. His monthly income was just enough for soul beast feed and his own expenses, with any savings going towards nurturing his soul beasts. He even remembered one month when his soul beast went hungry for 3 days without feed, a memory that haunted him for life. Though in this life he had a soul beast cultivation system, contracted 2 epic bloodline soul beasts within a month of rebirth, and reached a star diamond level he never dared imagine before, Zhang Ming's ambitions went beyond that. His goal was to contract 9 soul beasts, each with legendary bloodlines or even stronger. He wanted to stand at the true pinnacle. Perhaps spurred by Jiang Jie's words, Jang Ming began to ponder. With the soul beast cultivation system, why not leverage it to earn money and build a business? This way, after graduation, he wouldn't have to scramble for jobs or missions to earn soul coins like in his past life. Owning a shop would also allow him to legitimately exchange soul points for resources from the system's mall and sell them. What business could be more profitable than selling items from the mall? All he needed was a shop. With this in mind, Zhang Ming asked, Anqi, how's the business at the Jinzhou Mall? Anqi was slightly surprised but replied, it's quite good. Although Jinzhou Tower isn't the largest shopping complex in Jinwu City, it's a mid-level shopping plaza. 60% of Beast Masters choose to shop at Jinzhou Mall. Otherwise, Jiang Jie's family wouldn't have opened a store there. She paused, curious. Are you thinking of opening a shop, Minggij? Yes, Zhang Ming admitted. The shop doesn't need to be big, just selling daily consumables like soul beast feed. Anqi realized, I see your point, but if you really want to, you could try an online store. Online selling is very popular now, she added. I buy almost all my soul beast supplies on Huaxia Cloud Shopping Mall. After placing an order and paying, the Night Express company sends a dedicated beast master for delivery. It's very convenient. Zhang Ming's eyes lit up. Right? How did I forget that? I can open an online store on Cloud Shopping Mall. He sincerely praised Anqi. You're really quick-witted. Anqi blushed slightly at the compliment, shyly saying, no, not really. Defy, however, was puzzled. Mingji, why the sudden idea of opening a shop? In his view, joining the combat unit after graduation was the best choice, accumulating military merit, nurturing soul beasts, continuously upgrading and evolving until becoming a senior beast master was his ideal life, a perfect life. Zhang Ming said calmly, so that next time we see that jerk, he won't spit behind our backs. In the eyes of these rich kids, your background is like Dong Liang, so they look down on you too. Defei seemed to grasp something. Mingji has a point, but even Dong Liang doesn't seem to like Jiang Jie. Zhang Ming spoke meaningfully. Times have changed. It's not just about strength anymore. Status, position, and wealth are all essential. At that moment, Defei felt as if Zhang Ming was radiating a brilliant light, his image instantly becoming more imposing. He genuinely admired. I find that Ming Ji's words are getting deeper and deeper. The three of them arrived at the drinks counter. Anqi stood on tiptoe, her black and pink princess dress drawing attention even from behind. She asked, what flavor do you want, Minggij? There's watermelon ice, lemon water, and dirty milk tea. Lemon water is fine. I'll pay, Zhang Ming said, opening his virtual wristband to pay. 2 lemon waters. What about you, Anqi? Thank you, Minggij. Anqi sweetly thanked him. The three sat on chairs outside the store, starting to discuss the online store on Cloud Shopping Mall. Filling in information, facial recognition, and selecting categories all went smoothly until they reached the step of naming the store. What should we call it? There's a random name option? Zhang Ming glanced at the options and clicked randomly. Shop number 8. Confirm. Seeing Zhang Ming's swift actions, Defei was surprised. Done? You're so fast, Mingji. You didn't even think of a catchy name for the shop and just went with a random one. It's just a name, Zhang Ming said nonchalantly. But Anqi raised a crucial question. But Minggij, do you have any stock? What are you planning to sell? Zhang Ming smiled mysteriously. Hee, that's a secret. I won't tell you yet. He had a plan in mind. To make big money, sell what the market doesn't have. What is it that's so mysterious? Anqi pouted, showing her cute little tiger teeth, full of anticipation as she asked. Zhang Ming just smiled mysteriously, refusing to reveal anything. Anqi muttered, her cheeks puffing out slightly with baby fat as she pretended to be angry. Zhang Ming finished filling out all the information for his online store on the Yungo Mall platform. Next, he only needed to photograph and list the products. He considered how convenient the transaction process was on Yungo Mall. Whether ordering food or shopping, everything could be done with a single click. Buyers browse stores and place orders, and after the seller confirms, full-time or part-time Beastmaster Knights in each city take care of delivery. Riders navigate flying soul beasts to pick up and deliver, earning commission for their service. Reflecting on his past life, Zhang Ming had also been a proud member of the Knight's delivery service. Local deliveries, from pickup to drop-off, took no more than 20 minutes. This was known in the industry as quick seconds, and he had once held the title of fastest knight for 3 consecutive years, receiving rave reviews. For deliveries between distant cities, packages were handed over to the Knight's delivery headquarters, where the latest spatial technology would transfer items to the target city's branch for local delivery. Extremely convenient. However, the current spatial technology was newly developed and still in a testing phase, used only within the military of the Alliance and not yet available for public use. Thus, Yungo Mall wasn't as booming as in his previous life and was still in its early stages, far from the future wave of online shopping. Fortunately, with the existence of spatial soul tools, Jang Ming didn't worry about inventory issues. He could list products he wanted to sell and swap them at will, which was very convenient. Though the Soul Point Exchange Mall could meet almost all his soul beast cultivation needs, he still needed money for daily expenses. Randomly selling items from the Soul Point Exchange Mall in a physical store could attract unwanted attention. Luckily, Yungo Mall strictly protected each store owner's information, with the Alliance's cloud computing system encrypting and guarding the privacy of all stores across the 4 major regions, making it impossible for even the highest authorities to access this information. This made it extremely secure, eliminating worries about the items from the Soul Point Exchange Mall being discovered. "Let's go. I'll treat you to whatever you want to eat," Jang Ming said, feeling more confident about his idea. Though he offered to treat, his limited funds only allowed them to enjoy a simple fast food meal. The 3 of them enjoyed it without any complaints. As they were enjoying their meal, a familiar voice chimed in. "Oh, what a coincidence today. Running into a genius again." "Huh?" It was Jiang Jia, wearing sunglasses, who pulled them down slightly to glance at their meal with obvious disdain. "Huh? A genius eating this? And she, really, following him to eat this garbage? Is this even food? Even my workers wouldn't eat this, haha." After mocking them, Jiang Jia laughed and strutted into a nearby upscale restaurant, arrogantly summoning the manager to order. "That bastard!" Defy glared at Jiang Jia's back, cursing. "If it weren't for the city's ban on summoning soul beasts, I'd kill him today." Zhang Ming calmly replied, "Why bother with him? Ask Instructor Qin to pair you with him for a sparring match in tomorrow's training and teach him a lesson. You're the best, Brother Ming." "That's a great idea." Dafei's eyes lit up with excitement, already planning how to deal with that jerk tomorrow. After their meal, the 3 decided not to wander around and headed back to the academy to avoid running into Jiang Jia again. Back at the dorm, Dafei went out to play ball while Zhang Ming lay on his bed, legs crossed, checking his system panel. He suddenly remembered a system message he received when Instructor Qin told him about the Emperor plan in the morning. He immediately checked it. Triggered subprofession task, create a white quality soul tool to unlock gathering function, soul tool crafting function, Soul Point Exchange Mall Soul Tool Crafting Book category reward, purple crafting book 1. Upon reading the message, Zhang Ming sat up excitedly. A sub-profession? Soul Tool Crafting Function? Soul Tool Crafting Book. He quickly asked the system sprite about the specifics of the Soul Tool Crafting Function. The system sprite explained, "Dear Master, by inputting the crafting book and materials for the soul tool you wish to create, the crafting function will automatically manufacture it. Successful crafting grants experience points, and as you level up, your success rate will increase, and you might even craft higher-grade soul tools." "That's how it works, just as I thought." "Awesome." Zhang Ming felt a surge of anticipation and excitement, seeing a bright future ahead. He calculated that after evolving Yulan, he had over 300,000 soul points left, and with the nearly 400,000 he had accumulated overnight from the Soul Power Codex, it was enough to start. He opened the Soul Point Exchange Mall and found the cheapest items. Grade Soul Aptitude Card, 5,000 soul points. Grade Soul Aptitude Card, 2,000 soul points. "I'll get 10 of each for a start. It's not that many soul points," Zhang Ming thought. The Grade Soul Aptitude Card description read, "After use, upgrade Soul Aptitude to Grade, granting a random soul ability, with the option to choose with additional soul points." Zhang Ming confirmed with the system sprite. If someone else uses the Aptitude card, is the soul ability randomly selected? "Dear Master, for others, the soul ability is randomly selected by default," the system sprite replied. "Oh, okay, thanks, sprite." Zhang Ming mused. The second awakening potion from the Magian region wasn't something I heard of in my past life. It might have side effects, but our system's soul aptitude cards are healthy and green. He began preparing to list the aptitude cards. He took photos, adjusted the shadows, softened the colors, and uploaded the images. Pricing? He checked the Magian region's second awakening potion price using Dafei's virtual computer, and the result shocked him. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, a million. Exactly 10 million soul coins. And it was sold out. In the black market, the second awakening potion, dubbed the miracle drug, had its price inflated several times, reaching 70 million a bottle, yet still unavailable. "These Magian folks sure know how to do business," Zhang Ming remarked as a pinned message from the Huaxia region appeared at the top of the screen. Huaxia region confirms that the second awakening potion contains large amounts of harmful components, accelerating soul decay upon consumption. Purchase and private circulation are strictly prohibited. I knew those Magian folks were up to no good, Zhang Ming thought with relief. He decided to price the Crate Aptitude card at 500,000 soul coins and the Braid card at 2 million soul coins. Although 2 million seemed like a lot, as a low-tier beast master in his past life, he could earn over 30,000 soul coins a month from missions, making this price reasonable. However, the cost of cultivating soul beasts was so high that everyone lived paycheck to paycheck, with no savings. After listing the prices, Zhang Ming waited for order notifications. However, his true intention in selling aptitude cards was to connect with the real upper echelons of the Huaxia region through Anqi's connections and apply the aptitude cards where they were truly needed. This was Jang Ming's real plan. After all, releasing so many aptitude cards at once would undoubtedly raise suspicions, but doing so could also protect him in a roundabout way. Lying on his bed, Zhang Ming began to map out his next steps in his mind. Ding dong! The smart wristband on his arm suddenly vibrated, and the icon for the online shopping store flashed incessantly. The store owner, who had just lain down, immediately perked up and quickly opened the virtual display screen. A message from Forest Fairy popped up. Is the boss around? Customer service for shop number 8 cautiously replied, yes, how can I assist you? Forest Fairy sent a product link and asked, can this grade qualification card really enhance soul aptitude? Yes, it can. Our store guarantees authenticity with a tenfold compensation if it's fake. The customer service replied cautiously. Oh, came the brief response. Seeing this, the customer service added, if the product doesn't work after you receive it, you can click the complaint button to file a claim. You can apply for a refund at any time, so there's no need to worry. The store owner thought to himself that although he didn't expect this first customer to make a purchase, he could at least gain some experience in customer service. After waiting for a while, Forest Fairy remained online but didn't respond further. In his previous life, he only had experience as a knight. Running an online store was a first for him. The store owner sighed and decided to learn gradually. The afternoon passed by. Besides Forest Fairy, no one else inquired about products. The store owner couldn't help but wonder if the grade qualification card wasn't attractive enough. But he quickly dismissed the idea. After all, most Beast Tamers had qualifications below grade, and the new store had a 7-day traffic boost, with exposure already surpassing 20,000 views. Well, the awakening potion is sold out, and here I am with just a regular card. No ads, no reputation, and such a low price. If it were me, I wouldn't believe it either, he mocked himself. The entire afternoon, the store owner's mind was occupied with the online store. He studied customer service chat techniques, pondered how to answer buyers' questions, and thought about what endearing terms to use for customers. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He opened the Soul Point Exchange Mall and directly exchanged for 1 grade qualification card and 10 grade qualification cards. He planned to place these cards in the store as treasures, setting them as non-sale items to attract attention. System Elf, if someone awakens a superpower using this grade qualification card, will it be the same as mine? The store owner cautiously asked. Don't worry, master. Apart from you using soul points to choose, others who use this grade card will only enhance their existing abilities to grade. No need to worry, the system elf reassured him. Relieved, the store owner began taking photos and setting the items to display only. He hesitated for a moment but decided to price the display items. A grade soul qualification card for 8.88 million soul coins, and grade soul qualification card for 99.99 million soul coins. After all, they're just for display. I doubt anyone would be foolish enough to pay that much, he thought. Displaying this grade qualification card is just a way to draw attention. It won't actually be sold through the store. The A-grade and grade qualification cards are the main products, affordable for most Beast Tamers. In the evening, after Defy finished playing basketball, and she called to say she couldn't join for dinner due to an afternoon engagement. The store owner and Defy grabbed a quick meal at the self-service cafeteria. Looking at the still quiet store, the owner wasn't worried. He believed that once someone tried the qualification card and discovered its effects, it would cause a sensation, attracting countless Beast Tamers and sparking a frenzy. The next morning, the sky was overcast with clouds. Instructor Chin resumed his usual stern demeanor and introduced a new instructor, Li. According to Instructor Chin, they were fellow soldiers who enlisted at the same time, of similar age and temperament. Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Shudong, a 3-star king-level Beast Tamer, replacing Instructor Lon to join your special training. It's an honor, Instructor Li said warmly, though his gaze was as sharp as Instructor Chin's. Applause followed his introduction. I'll be primarily responsible for your training in the coming period, Instructor Li added. The training intensity suddenly increased. Instructor Chin engaged in daily sparring with soul beasts on the largest battle platform in the venue and even added combat training, leaving trainees bruised and battered. Instructor Li's training methods were even more rigorous, completely shattering the trainees' expectations. To enhance physical fitness, everyone, regardless of gender, underwent weight training according to military standards. More surprisingly, Instructor Li completely changed the rules of soul beast battles. Beast Tamers could no longer stand safely on the sidelines to command, but had to enter the battle platform and fight alongside their soul beasts until one side voluntarily conceded. This was like an enhanced version of Hell Mode. Everyone was miserable. In previous sparring sessions, Beast Tamers could safely stand on the platform, not worrying about being attacked. Now, they felt constantly on edge, wishing they had eyes all over their bodies to stay alert to their opponent's attacks. After each battle, participants were invariably drenched in sweat, with complex emotions like tension, fear, and shock coursing through them. This new training method brought unprecedented pressure and challenge to everyone. Not only do they have to dodge attacks from the spirit beasts and maintain a safe distance at all times, but they also have to prevent themselves from getting hurt. This kind of special training is truly brutal for these rookies who have just become Beast Tamers. On the training field, the newly minted Beast Tamers are drenched in sweat and panting heavily, yet they dare not slack off for even a moment. Defy was assigned to battle Jang Ming twice in a row. Relying on the strong defense of his rhinoceros tortoise, he barely won a match. However, this hard-earned victory came at a cost. 2 sets of training clothes were shredded to pieces, leaving him covered in dust and utterly disheveled. Jang Ming didn't fare much better. During one of their battles, he was accidentally gored in the left arm by the rhinoceros tortoise's horn, requiring him to wear a cast. Seeing his injured opponent, Defy felt a surge of vengeful satisfaction. He mercilessly taunted Jang Ming until his face turned crimson with embarrassment. This victory not only allowed Defy to vent his frustration but also proved a point to everyone. The lineage of a spirit beast doesn't determine the outcome of a battle. Even a low-lineage spirit beast can defeat a high-lineage one. After nearly a month of grueling training, everyone's combat skills have improved significantly. Whether in attacking, dodging, defending, or anticipating, their performances increasingly resemble those of real warriors. On the other side of the training field, Jang Ming was riding on Radon, engaged in an intense battle with Instructor Qin. Instructor Qin stood beside the spiked ironclad dragon, wielding a round shield, and suddenly hurled it towards Radon's chest. At the same time, the spiked ironclad dragon launched a fierce attack. In a critical moment, with nowhere to hide, Radon was forced to unleash Dragon Flame Song, spewing 7 fiery dragons straight at Instructor Qin. This offensive-defensive tactic caught Instructor Qin off guard, and he quickly rolled to the side, barely evading the lethal strike. Seizing the opportunity, Jang Ming activated his flash ring and invoked the Demon Eye. Instantly, his dark eyes transformed into amber demon pupils. In this state, Instructor Qin's movements appeared sluggish to him. Jang Ming flashed behind Instructor Qin and delivered a flying kick to his back, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters away. "Well done, kid." Instructor Qin got up from the ground, laughing as he praised, "A month of training wasn't in vain. You even managed to touch me. Did you level up?" Instructor Qin asked. Jang Ming nodded in acknowledgement. "Yeah, I absorbed a soul crystal yesterday, and I've advanced to a 1-star beast master." "Good." Instructor Qin clapped his hands. "Today is the end of the month, and we have 1 more month of training. Tomorrow, everyone will receive combat uniforms, and then we will begin wilderness survival training." Seeing the worried expression on Jang Ming's face, Instructor Qin reassured him, "Don't look so glum. The survival location has been chosen for you. It's at the ruins of Tyrant." The Tyrant ruins, an ancient civilization site exposed due to tectonic shifts during the Cataclysm era, emerged when the ancient Titan, the Black Dragon King Tyrant, awoke. The earth split open, revealing this once buried site to the world. Along with the awakening of the Black Dragon King, countless ferocious subdragon species appeared. Although the Black Dragon King vanished after the soul rankings descended, its bloodline descendants continue to thrive in these ruins, including some formidable king-level beasts. Above Jinu Academy, a massive aircraft drew everyone's attention. This 300-meter-long, 100-meter-wide steel behemoth was none other than the first-generation airship, the Qishan, casting a vast shadow over the academy below. "That's the Qishan," an enthusiastic student with a passion for technology exclaimed, pointing at the massive crimson object in the sky. Even though it's a first-generation airship, its nuclear power propulsion allows it to match the speed of second-generation anti-gravity ships. The Qishan is the first-generation airship independently developed by the Huaxia region, primarily used to assemble beast taming forces during wartime, fend off giant beast invasions, and protect the people of Huaxia. Despite a century of service, it still boasts the most advanced facilities and weaponry, showcasing the might of technological civilization. The appearance of the airship prompted teachers and students of Jinu Academy to lean on the railings, exclaiming in awe, "Attention!" Instructor Qin and Instructor Li stood at the front of the formation, scrutinizing each student with a stern expression. Instructor Qin began to announce the details of the wilderness survival exercise. This time, the survival location is the Tyrant Ruins, lasting 30 days. I must remind everyone that this activity is extremely dangerous, with potential life-threatening risks at any moment. If anyone chooses not to take the risk, they may withdraw now. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell into a dead silence, with barely a breath heard. A minute later, Instructor Qin's sharp gaze swept over each face, an invisible pressure that made direct eye contact difficult. "Instructor Qin, I..." A timid girl stepped forward. Subsequently, 3 more girls and 2 boys followed suit in withdrawing. "Anyone else?" "Last minute," Instructor Qin shouted. The original group of 500 to 600 students dwindled to less than 300. Jang Ming stood firm, unwavering. Instructor Qin expressed satisfaction with the remaining students, without blaming those who withdrew. He understood that although these students were talented, they lacked practical experience and had not yet faced the fear of powerful beasts. To become a qualified beast tamer, having high aptitude and a powerful soul beast is far from enough. Instructor Qin continued, courage, confidence, and composure are all skills to be honed in wilderness survival. Whether on the battlefield of a grand competition or encountering powerful beasts beyond the city walls, this experience will benefit you for life. Students who withdrew lose their qualification to compete. Those remaining, summon your flying soul beasts and board the airship. A great combat suit has been prepared for each of you on the ship, a gift from the Alliance. May this survival exercise enhance your ability to fight cooperatively with your soul beasts. Upon hearing about the grade combat suits, the scene erupted with applause. The Alliance really went all out this time. A grade combat suit costs 2 million outside. A grade suit can resist fire and water, selling for 700,000. I tried upgrade one in the mall. Its high temperature resistance is enhanced, made from the hide of a Lord Bloodline beast. The hide of a Lord Bloodline beast? Then 2 million is quite reasonable. Yeah, it can even withstand general attacks from a gold-level beast. So there's little worry about injury. The group buzzed with discussions about the value and features of the grade combat suits. Those who withdrew looked on with envy, regretting their decision. Instructor Qin exchanged a knowing glance with Jang Ming, both sharing a smile. Then, everyone summoned their flying soul beasts and soared towards the airship above. Even though Jang Ming had boarded the Qishan in his past life, standing on the deck of this steel giant, once more and overlooking the earth was still exhilarating. Holy cow, that's a quantum cannon. Even a star diamond-level beast would have to bow down, the newly boarded students exclaimed, finding even the railings fascinating. Everyone gather. Instructor Qin shouted, first, do not touch the equipment on the airship. Second, you are only allowed to move on the deck. No wandering around. The students nodded repeatedly, standing obediently in place. After orderly receiving their combat suits, Instructor Qin continued. For this wilderness survival, the Qishan will use the latest spatial transmission technology to randomly transport you to different areas of the Tyrant ruins. Each of you will have a 3-day supply pack. Every 3 days, the Qishan will airdrop supplies. Your task is to find the supplies, avoid the beasts, and survive. You can find a safe place to hide. As long as you survive, you pass. Instructor Qin, what if we encounter a life-threatening situation? A senior student asked. Each supply pack contains a locator bracelet. If you encounter unavoidable danger, use it to send a distress signal. The Qishan spatial transmission device will automatically locate you, and staying still for 3 seconds will transport you back. However, doing so disqualifies you from the competition, and the combat suit must be returned. Wow, that's some advanced tech, the group marveled. But upon hearing about returning the combat suit, they showed disappointment. Jang Ming pondered silently, realizing that the spatial transmission technology from his past life is now applied in combat units. With a command, the Qishan slowly ascended. The massive thrusters at the rear gradually turned red-hot, suddenly erupting with a fierce burst of energy flames. A spherical shield composed of pentagonal shapes formed around the airship in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the Qishan vanished from its original position, its speed astonishing. Remarkably, those on board felt no sense of weightlessness, only witnessing the rapid transformation of airflow and clouds around them, creating a scene of wondrous magic. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, a streak of crimson light sliced through the azure sky. It was the airship Akashin, its massive frame cutting through the heavens like a sharp blade. Inside, a tense atmosphere prevailed as everyone queued up to enter the teleportation platform, with just 30 seconds left before reaching the skies above the Tyrant ruins. Everyone was clad in sturdy combat suits, carrying heavy backpacks, their expressions a mix of anxiety and fear. Jang Ming stood at the front of the line, giving final instructions to Defy and Qi. After teleporting, no matter where you land, immediately summon your soul beast to take flight. Maintain a safe distance, don't fly too high or too low. First, find a water source to hide near and collect as much high-level beast dung as you can. Defy and Qi listened intently, like students absorbing a lesson. Jang Ming generously shared the survival skills he learned from Instructor Qin, detailing everything to them. He emphasized seriously, if you really can't hold on, activate the locator bracelet to send a signal. Remember, you only have one life. Seeing Jang Ming's serious expression, both nodded solemnly, and Qi smiled and said, got it, Brother Ming. Don't worry, I hope we meet soon so we can team up. Her pink combat suit accentuated her petite, delicate figure. Defay, patting his chest with pride, added, relax, Brother Ming. My Rhino Gold Turtle leveled up to Silver 6 stars this month. All right, remember our agreed signal and meet up soon. Jang Ming reminded one last time. Got it. They responded in unison. In the control room, a dozen operators focused intently on the instruments, controlling every aspect of the airship. The central glass platform was the teleportation device, where students stepped on and vanished as light and shadows blurred. Instructor Qin approached Jang Ming, patting him on the shoulder. Be careful out there. Jang Ming nodded firmly. I will. Finally, it was Jang Ming's turn. He stepped onto the teleportation platform, experiencing space teleportation technology for the first time. As the countdown began, a strong force pulled at him from every direction, as if trying to disassemble his body. In a flash of light, his figure disappeared from the platform. In the next moment, Jang Ming materialized in an unfamiliar place. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a deafening roar filled the air. No way. My luck can't be this bad. Jang Ming exclaimed, looking up in shock. He had been teleported to the nest of a Taya dragon, a subspecies of dragon beast. Below him was a nest made of branches and leaves, with 5 large dragon eggs beside it. A Taya dragon, as tall as a 2-story building, was lowering its massive head towards him. Its head resembled a lizard's, with 2 black, spiraled horns, its body covered in dark brown scales, and a pair of small, seemingly decorative wings on its back. A foul, acrid stench wafted from its mouth. Sorry about that, Jang Ming awkwardly greeted. The Taya dragon roared in anger, its massive lizard head lunging at him like a cannonball. Jang Ming quickly activated his blink ring, teleporting onto the Taya dragon's enormous lizard head. With its short forelimbs, the dragon couldn't reach him, only able to shake its head furiously, trying to throw him off. Radon, Jang Ming called out, summoning a flame-winged dragon with wings spanning over 10 meters. It unleashed a torrent of fire at the Taya dragon. Jang Ming leapt, and Radon swooped in to catch him, man and beast in perfect harmony. In Jang Ming's view, the information panel for the Taya dragon appeared. Taya dragon. Lineage. Descendant of the Black Dragon King Tyrant. Rare talent. Strength enhancement. Level. Star Diamond 1 star. Skills. Bite. Tail strike. Charge. Earth tremor. Description. A pack-oriented dragon species with an impressive size and strength, tough to defeat. If you encounter one Taya dragon, its mate is likely nearby. Weaknesses. Wings. Mouth. A Star Diamond level Taya dragon. Jang Ming muttered, then shouted, Flame Burst. Activating his Flame Burst ability, he boosted Radon's skill damage by 15. Dragon Flame Chorus. Jang Ming unleashed his ultimate move. Several ferocious flaming dragon heads shot out from Radon's mouth, heading straight for the Taya dragon's face. Jang Ming and Radon took advantage of their aerial superiority, relentlessly bombarding the Taya dragon with firepower. The flames quickly engulfed the nest, mercilessly roasting the dragon eggs inside. The Taya dragon, desperate, let out a shrill cry. In the distance, another roar seemed to respond. This one's the female Taya dragon, calling for its mate, Jang Ming deduced. He glanced at the burning nest, then patted Radon's back and dove down. Jumping into the fiery nest, Jang Ming swiftly stored the 5 dragon eggs in his system backpack, then used his blink ring to return to Radon's back. Seeing the dragon eggs vanish, the Taya dragon was utterly enraged. Its powerful hind legs stomped the ground, causing an ear-splitting rumble. Not good, Ascend, Jang Ming shouted. Radon sensed the danger and quickly gained altitude. The Taya dragon suddenly leaped hundreds of meters into the air, its seemingly decorative wings flapping rapidly, allowing it to hover briefly. It opened its massive jaws, attempting to bite Radon. That was close. Jang Ming looked back with lingering fear as the claws of the Taya dragon narrowly missed the hem of his clothes. He took a deep breath and activated his soul bone, the Devil's Eye, allowing his sharp gaze to pierce through the jungle. In the distance, a larger Taya dragon was charging towards him, the ground trembling slightly under its heavy steps. 1 is manageable, but 2 is too much, Jang Ming thought to himself. The Taya dragon's hide is too tough. Unless Yulan is also at the Star Diamond level, it's hard to deal with. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Behind him, the Taya dragon, furious at the theft of its egg, pursued him relentlessly. Its roars echoed through the forest, vowing to tear the audacious egg thief to pieces. As Radon flew further into the sky, the Taya dragon let out a long, mournful howl filled with rage and frustration. Meanwhile, aboard the Chishan at 10,000 meters in the sky, the control room's giant screen was divided into hundreds of smaller screens, each displaying real-time footage of the students participating in the wilderness survival exercise. Haha, old Zhao. Instructor Qin laughed heartily, opening his arms to warmly embrace the middle-aged man standing before him. Old Qin, how about my Beidou spore system? Old Zhao said proudly. To coordinate with your wilderness survival exercise, I started planting spores in the Tyrant Ruins 2 months in advance. You owe me a favor this time. Don't even think about backing out. Haha, no problem at all. Instructor Qin agreed readily, his gaze suddenly drawn to a figure on the screen. Hey, That student riding the fire dragon is impressive. He just got teleported down and already raided the Taya dragon's nest. Isn't that Jang Ming? Old Zhao exclaimed in surprise. That kid. He was the one who helped me kill the Mirage Beast last time. The middle-aged man suddenly understood. So this is the student that Master Lin mentioned. Not bad, old Qin, you've got a good eye. Back in the skies above the jungle, Zhang Ming, seeing that the Taya dragon was no longer pursuing him, called Radon back and summoned Yulan. He keenly sensed a large flock of two-tailed sharp-toothed birds in the distance, notorious carnivorous avian beasts that often numbered in the hundreds of thousands when gathered. The wilderness survival rules prevent me from leaving the Tyrant ruins, so I better hide for now, Zhang Ming calculated, maneuvering Yulan into the depths of the dense forest. As soon as he landed, his ears caught a few low grunting sounds. Zhang Ming's pupils contracted as he cautiously scanned his surroundings. Bloodthirsty porcupines. The bloodthirsty porcupine, with its elite-grade bloodline, is a silver 7-star beast. Its skill is the bloodthirsty savage charge, and it commonly resides in the jungle. This fierce creature is known for its bloodlust and penchant for eating carrion, with its weaknesses being its nose and tusks. Suddenly, the system emitted a warning sound, alerting to the presence of a fierce beast nearby. Yulan, go! The master commanded softly. Before the words were fully spoken, a nearly transparent, ghostly blue silhouette darted out from the bushes, rustling the leaves. The master activated the demon eye, spotting a porcupine as tall as half a person within his sight. Its body was covered in sharp quills, and the two curved tusks beneath its nose were particularly striking. At this moment, the bloodthirsty porcupine was sniffing the ground, completely unaware of the imminent danger. Like a specter, Yulan leaped several meters in an instant, appearing before the porcupine. The bloodthirsty porcupine sensed the threat, its quills bristling as its back arched high, emitting a menacing growl, with a fierce glint in its eyes. Almost simultaneously, Yulan launched its attack. Fierce Gouge. A blue-violet arc of claw marks suddenly appeared, viciously striking the porcupine, driving into its hide like a sharp nail. The porcupine let out a horrific screech, convulsed a few times, and then fell lifeless. Successfully killed a silver 7-star bloodthirsty porcupine, earning 7,000 soul points. The system notification sounded. Yulan used its sharp claws to slice open the porcupine's belly, extracting a walnut-sized soul crystal, which it deftly nudged to its master's feet. The nearly invisible blue tiger then revealed its true form. Its mysterious markings flickered on its fur, and its sharp tiger fangs were especially prominent. Yulan affectionately rubbed its head against the master's leg, purring softly, showing no sign of the fierce killer it had been moments ago. The master squatted down, stroking Yulan's soft fur, while placing the soul crystal into its mouth. Yulan, well done, the master praised. It's a pity there's no soul point for your upgrade now. Otherwise, having 2-star diamond-grade soul beasts would give us more confidence in the Tyrant ruins. He gently scratched Yulan's belly, and Yulan lay comfortably on the ground, paws up, exposing its most vulnerable part without a care. All right, time to move, the master said, standing up and patting Yulan's back. Yulan shook itself, dislodging the dead leaves and dust from its body, and then returned to its stealthy state, silently following its master. The master deactivated the demon eye. This skill consumed a lot of soul power, and with his current beast master 1-star strength, he could only sustain it for an hour. He needed to conserve enough soul power to summon soul beasts, as running out of soul power in this dangerous wilderness would leave him defenseless. The terrain of the Tyrant ruins wasn't suitable for summoning Layton. Unless absolutely necessary, the master didn't plan to use this escape method. Since there were porcupines around, there must be a water source nearby. With 30 days of survival ahead, both he and the soul beasts needed to replenish their water supply. Although the Red God would drop supplies every 3 days, the random drop locations and the vastness of the Tyrant ruins made finding the airdrop supplies challenging. The master opened the system backpack and took out the collection knife given by the system when he triggered the secondary profession task. The ever-sharp knife easily pierced the porcupine's tough hide. Carefully, he shaved off the quills, skinned, and deboned it, not even leaving the tusks. Although it was his first time dissecting, his movements became increasingly adept. Ding! Congratulations, you've gained 10 collection experience points. The system notification rang again. The master checked the system panel and found his soul artifact crafting level was Soul Artifact Apprentice, and his collection level was Beginner 10100000. He was grateful for the system's excellent knife, but realized the blood on his hands was unsafe in the wild. With a flash of inspiration, he decided to use the porcupine's remaining innards and blood as bait to attract more fierce beasts. He had Yulan lie in wait nearby, while he used the flash ring to climb a nearby treetop. Activating the demon eye, the master patiently awaited prey. Within 10 minutes, the first target appeared. The rustling in the bushes revealed a blade-back jackal, sniffing the air as it cautiously approached the porcupine's carcass. The system provided information on the bladeback jackal, elite grade, gold 4-star, with skills including wild pounce, whirlwind blade, and bladeback slash. These post-cataclysm mutated wild wolves had blade-like exoskeletons on their backs, capable of easily slicing through armored prey. They had keen senses and were skilled at ambushes, with weaknesses in their noses and bellies. The master carefully observed the bladeback jackal. Its body was covered in tawny fur, with a back that seemed to carry a large blade, gleaming silver, with bloodstains on the edge. The jackal suddenly became alert, cautiously scanning its surroundings and halting its advance. Sensing the opportunity, the master communicated with Yulan through their bond, instructing it to launch a surprise attack. In an instant, 3 blue-violet claw marks appeared midair, each over 2 meters long, striking the bladeback jackal with precision. Startled, the jackal spread its paws wide and turned to flee. The ghostly claws hit the jackal's back blades, producing a series of low growls. Through the demon eye, the master saw that the jackal's back blades had been notched in several places from the attack. These blades aren't very durable, notching after just one hit, the master thought. Yulan gave chase to the bladeback jackal. The jackal's speed was no match for Yulan's, and within a few breaths, it was caught. Yulan roared, pouncing on the jackal. The roar attack slowed the jackal, allowing Yulan to unleash its fierce gouge, targeting the jackal's side. The attack hit home. The jackal's side was torn open, blood gushing out. It lay on the ground, panting heavily, its eyes filled with malice and resentment as it stared at the master. Suddenly, a piercing howl echoed through the silent jungle. Not good. It's calling for its pack, the master thought, alarmed. Before the jackal could call out a second time, Jang Ming decisively gave the order, and Yulan's claw accurately pierced through its throat. After dealing with the bladeback jackal, he swiftly took out a sharp knife and carefully extracted the blade from the jackal's back. Although the blade had a few notches, with some sharpening, it could still be used. Jang Ming efficiently collected all the materials from the jackal's body, then activated his demon eye to scan the surroundings. Once he confirmed it was safe, he mounted Yulan and prepared to leave the dangerous area. Yulan moved through the dense forest like a streak of blue lightning. In his invisible state, Jang Ming seemed to be riding on air, creating an incredibly eerie scene. He kept the demon eye active, vigilantly observing his surroundings. While he wasn't afraid of facing 2 or 3 golden-level beasts alone, the situation would be dire if he encountered a whole pack of them. Jang Ming considered that the beasts here were far more challenging than the silver-level night demon rats back at the ruins of Lion City. If the blade-backed jackal gathered a pack, it would be terrifying thousands of golden-level wolves charging forward, possibly including Star Diamond or even King-level wolf leaders. Even with Radon's Star Diamond level 1-star strength, it would be overwhelming to protect him while fending off the pack's attacks. Risking it all for mere soul points wasn't worth it. The best strategy was to retreat. Jang Ming decided to bide his time and wait for a better opportunity. Fortunately, Yulan's speed was astonishing, and the scenery around them blurred past like shadows. Through the demon eye, he spotted many beasts hiding in the underbrush, with ferocious dinosaur types being the most common, often seen in pairs or trios feasting on carrion. Jang Ming couldn't help but think of Defy and Qi, wondering where they had been teleported. Just then, he noticed something unusual in the distance. A man and a woman were desperately fleeing to the southeast, pursued by a massive therizinosaurus. The creature stood nearly 3 meters tall, and its claws, almost 2 meters long, resembled giant scythes, slicing through trees and rocks with ease, the air echoing with its piercing sounds. Without hesitation, Jang Ming patted Yulan's neck, changing direction to rush towards the pair. As they drew closer, he heard their frantic cries for help. The girl had tripped over vines, while the boy continued to run without looking back. Although Jang Ming wondered why their soul beasts weren't visible, saving them was his priority. Just as the therizinosaurus's claws were about to pierce the girl's body, a deafening tiger's roar suddenly echoed through the forest. The therizinosaurus paused for 3 seconds, startled by the unexpected sound. In that brief moment, Jang Ming used his flash ring to instantly appear beside the girl, hoisting her up and carrying her to safety. The entire process was seamless, leaving the escaping boy in stunned disbelief. Yulan seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, pouncing on the therizinosaurus and delivering a powerful blow to its face. The creature cried out in pain and retreated. In its invisible state, Yulan continued the assault like a ghost, leaving a trail of wounds on the therizinosaurus. Despite using its keen sense of smell to track Yulan, the therizinosaurus couldn't effectively counterattack. Ultimately, it reluctantly glanced at its fleeing prey and retreated from the battlefield. With the danger averted, Jang Ming gently set the girl down. She, who had resigned herself to her fate, opened her eyes in disbelief at her rescue. Jang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his timely arrival. He pondered the recent encounter, The Therizinosaurus, a rare-blooded golden-level beast, had attacks with slicing effects, making it a formidable opponent. Unlike dragon types that inherited the bloodline of the Black Dragon King Tyrant, dinosaur types seemed like a resurrection of ancient times. The forest's danger level far exceeded his expectations. The Dreadclaw, notorious for its brutal savagery, wields its exaggerated giant claws like flesh-reaping blades, slicing through the defenses of gold-tier beasts as if they were mere tofu. With astonishing speed and agility, Yulan managed to scare off this terrifying creature. The girl looked up in disbelief at Jang Ming, her voice trembling. "I'm not dead? I'm still alive." Nearby, the boy who had been with her came running, panting heavily, hands on his knees as he caught his breath. "Thank you for saving me, Jang Ming," the girl said, directly addressing him by name, indicating Jang Ming's reputation in the training class was well known. Breathless, the boy pointed behind him, urgently saying, "Quick, quick. Our spirit beasts are still back there, injured." The girl grabbed Jang Ming's hand, pleading, "Please, save our spirit beasts, Jang Ming." Jang Ming frowned and asked, "Where are your spirit beasts?" "Our spirit beasts stayed behind to protect us when we fled. They got injured holding off the Dreadclaw," the boy explained. Jang Ming responded coolly, "So, you're saying you abandoned the partners who trusted you most?" The two seemed to miss the deeper meaning of his words, and the girl questioned in confusion, "Isn't a spirit beast's mission to protect its master?" Jang Ming said no more, mounted Yulan, and activated his demon eye to track the Dreadclaw's path. About 10 miles away, he found the two severely injured spirit beasts, lying pitifully on the ground, yet still clinging to life. Jang Ming thought to himself that these two had fled quickly enough. If the Dreadclaw had been a better runner, they might have already met their end. They could have escaped by flying away on their spirit beasts at the first encounter, but they didn't. The two had clearly attempted to hunt the rare-blooded Dreadclaw for its spirit crystals and underestimated its power, leading to their spirit beast's severe injuries and their own near-death experience. The boy supported the girl as they struggled to catch up. Seeing the dire state of her spirit beast, the girl burst into tears and rushed to it. The gravely injured creature looked at her weakly, emitting a low whimper as if trying to comfort her. "What are we going to do? Without our spirit beasts, how can we survive for 30 days? The girl lamented. Jang Ming snorted. "Ha, your spirit beast is in this condition, and you're worried about surviving in the wild?" With that, he prepared to mount Yulan and leave. "You, Jang Ming, what do you mean by that?" the boy shouted angrily. "Not everyone has an epic bloodline spirit beast like you." Jang Ming then remembered that this boy was Du Jia, the second-in-command to Yang Kai, and the girl was his girlfriend, Wang Yuan. "Idiots," Jang Ming sneered, tossing the words over his shoulder as he disappeared into the forest. He couldn't change others' perceptions of soul beasts. To most people, soul beasts were merely tools or weapons. However, after the upheavals of his past life, soul beasts had become the only family he could rely on. A week had passed since he saved those two people, and their fate remained unknown. Jang Ming had yet to find any trace of Defei and Enqi, and there were no signs they had left any signals in the jungle. The tyrant ruins were vast, covering an area comparable to 3 or 4 medium-sized cities. Weathered stone carvings were scattered throughout the dense forest, with faded symbols hinting at a once thriving city from millions of years ago. The remnants of palatial ruins buried underground retained their primitive framework, and half-collapsed sculptures served as resting places for fierce beasts. Under the protection of Yulan, his super bodyguard, Jang Ming had been living comfortably these past few days. The system's automatic detection feature provided him with beast warnings, and whenever danger approached, Yulan would swiftly carry him through the dark night. In the heart of the Tyrant ruins, the winding Neem River meandered through the primeval forest. In a hidden cave across the river, Jang Ming leisurely turned over sizzling golden roast meat on a rack, while Yulan lay nearby, watching eagerly. The discovery of this cave had been entirely by chance. After being teleported here and stealing a Taya dragon egg, 2 Taya dragons had tracked him to this location, either by scent or inquiry. Astonished at the sight of the dragons, Jang Ming quickly summoned Layden to flee. While flying along the river, he found this cave near a water source and decisively chose it as his new base. He ordered Yulan to swiftly deal with the cave's original occupant, a fox bear, completing their relocation. Every day, Jang Ming used the Demon Eye's shared vision feature to direct Layden to fly up and down the river, searching for any trace of Defei and Enqi. Although he hadn't found them, he unexpectedly came across a stash of supplies. He also left signals in the forest, hoping they would be discovered by the two. In this beast-filled Tyrant ruins, having such a safe haven was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. With Yulan and Layden guarding the entrance, they were well positioned for both offense and defense. Jang Ming had even instructed Yulan to dig a large pit at the cave's entrance and hang beast carcasses to attract other beasts. Whenever a beast approached, Layden's fire attacks and Yulan's powerful charges would spring into action. In just a few days, Corpses had become covered with decay insects, yet remained untouched. The cave was filled with various beast meats. The system backpack was packed with beast materials, and his collection experience and soul points had skyrocketed. In contrast, other participants in the Wilderness Survival Challenge weren't so fortunate. After exhausting their supplies in 3 days, they had to face the constant threat of roaming beasts. Especially at night, they stayed awake, perched in trees like monkeys, huddled close to their flying soul beasts, ready to flee at the slightest sound. They were perpetually hungry, eating whatever they could find, and at dawn, they licked dew from leaves to quench their thirst, living a life of extreme hardship. At that moment, Yulan lay beside the grill, sharing the delicious meal with Jang Ming, bite by bite. On another grill, an entire beast roasted, prepared for Layton. The three of them, man and beasts, were enjoying themselves immensely. Zhang Ming thought to himself that if he crafted 3 more green quality soul artifacts today, he should be able to advance to a senior apprentice soul artifact craftsman. He opened the exchange store and exchanged for 3 green soul artifact crafting scrolls. Although the store only offered up to blue soul artifact crafting scrolls, with a single green one costing 100,000 soul points, his recent success in hunting beasts had earned him over 3 million soul points. He decided to exchange for 3 offensive crafting scrolls, as the weapon type would be randomly determined upon successful crafting. He placed the green soul artifact crafting scrolls into the central slot of the soul artifact crafting function. For crafting below purple grade, whether it was a weapon, armor, or special soul artifact, the shape and style of the weapon were randomly generated based on the beast materials used, with additional attributes determined by the properties of the materials. The green soul artifact crafting scroll required 3 different materials, consuming 1,000 soul points per crafting attempt. Ding! Successfully crafted 3 green quality offensive soul artifacts. Congratulations, you have advanced to senior apprentice soul artifact craftsman. Once again, he ended up with 3 useless swords, and Zhang Ming could only console himself that recycling them would recover some of the loss. Ding! Recycling successful. He eagerly took out the purple soul artifact crafting scroll, a reward from a system mission. The purple soul artifact crafting scroll required 5 different materials to randomly craft an offensive soul artifact. It's up to you, Zhang Ming murmured, placing the purple crafting scroll in the center of the soul artifact crafting function. He carefully examined the materials in his system backpack, pondering his next move. Among them were the tendons of a dinosaur-type beast, the water lizard, the fire gall and skeleton of a dragon-type beast, the flame crystal dragon, and a crystal found inside a beast's stomach. Looking at the backpack full of materials, the protagonist found himself in a dilemma. He kept picking up and putting down various items, feeling overwhelmed. Oh God, I have decision paralysis, he joked to himself. Why can't the crafting book let me choose the materials? Suddenly, he remembered something. Right? Only the orange tier soul weapon crafting book allows specific materials, he sighed. Oh well, let's go with this. Who knows what kind of thing will come out of it? Resigned, he thought. If it's a trash weapon, then so be it. It's just a waste of this purple crafting book. Then he realized, the exchange shop doesn't have purple crafting books. They're pretty rare. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! Special item detected. Hippo's tears. Would you like to use it? Huh. This can be used as a material? The protagonist exclaimed. The system continued. Using the special material Hippo's tears gives a 10 chance to craft an orange tier soul weapon. Upon hearing this, the protagonist made up his mind immediately. Let's do it. Start crafting. As the progress bar on the soul weapon crafting function slowly climbed from 1 to 100, he clenched his fists, feeling both anxious and excited. When the bar finally completed, the system chimed again. Ding! Crafting successful. Congratulations, you have obtained an orange tier soul weapon. Lament of the Dragon. Orange tier! He shouted in excitement as he gazed at the intricately designed bow glowing with an orange light in his backpack. He couldn't wait to check its attributes. Lament of the Dragon. Grade: Orange. Attack attribute: Fire. 30 damage bonus to dragon-type targets. Skill: Dragon Flame Dawn charge attack that unleashes dragon flames on the target. Description: a bow crafted from the bones of a subdragon beast inheriting the bloodline of a flame dragon, enhanced by dragon blood crystals to exert pressure on all dragon-type beasts. It can form a soul bond with the user, allowing for a deep connection. Soul bond? He muttered, taking Lament of the Dragon out of his backpack. It was an oversized bow, almost as tall as half a person, with a flamboyant design. Fiery glimmers seemed to dance along its body, yet it felt surprisingly light and comfortable in his hands. He tried pricking his finger to drop a bit of blood on the bow, similar to forming a soul beast contract. Suddenly, Lament of the Dragon vanished, replaced by a small bow-shaped mark on his left wrist. To his amazement, he realized that with just a thought, he could summon Lament of the Dragon into his hand at any time. It was his first time seeing a soul weapon that didn't need to be stored in a spatial soul container, and he found it utterly fascinating. The connection felt like the bond between a beast master and their soul beast. He could clearly sense that the dragon's lament was hidden within his left hand. With a mere thought, the dragon's lament instantly appeared in his hand. He couldn't help but wonder if this transformation was related to that drop of Hippo's tear. In his past life, he was just an ordinary worker struggling to make ends meet, unable to afford a spatial soul container, but he did have some basic knowledge about soul weapons. He had never heard of anyone's soul weapon being stored within their body. Recalling the crystal found inside the belly of the flame crystal dragon, it turned out to be a dragon blood crystal, likely swallowed by mistake. In this world, only dragon-shaped fierce beasts with legendary bloodlines were considered true dragon blood. Even those with epic bloodlines were merely pseudo-dragon blood. As he admired the bow and arrow with great affection, the soul ranking list in the sky suddenly lit up. The soul list covered a vast area, visible to anyone, no matter where they were, as it stood as high as the sun. Even the Chishan, soaring thousands of feet in the air, received communication from headquarters. A new orange-quality soul weapon, Dragon's Lament, had appeared in the soul weapon rankings, reaching 67th place. Headquarters detected the energy source coming from their direction, but the Tyrant ruins were beyond the soul list's protective range, making precise location impossible. Headquarters ordered strict monitoring of the Tyrant ruins to prevent any malicious intent. In the control room, Coach Chin and Captain Lee responded in unison, both looking puzzled. They discussed the potential reasons for this anomaly, speculating from Elder Yi to the relics of ancient civilizations. Their conversation inadvertently touched on some top-secret topics, sparking deep thoughts on ancient civilizations. Suddenly, the main screen in the control room started to snow, and the image transmission was interrupted. It turned out that the Spore Soul Beast had been destroyed, cutting off the transmission signal. Captain Lee immediately ordered the first combat team to conduct a patrol. At that moment, the screen displayed a shocking scene. A vast crimson cloud mass, like a swarm of locusts, left nothing alive in its wake. Rocks, plants, and fierce beasts were all consumed by the massive red cloud. Blood-like red rain fell from the sky, corroding everything it touched. It's the Red Rain. Captain Lee cursed in anger. Those damned Americans. Even before the alliance splits, they're already so despicable, trying to snuff out China's hope. He immediately ordered a report to headquarters, initiating a level 2 combat readiness state. Meanwhile, unaware of the chaos outside, he held the Dragon's Lament, mounted his spectral steed, and shot out of the cave like a shadow. Activating the Demon Eye, combined with Farsight and Insight abilities, he quickly locked onto a rapid dragon racing through the forest. He drew the Dragon's Lament to its full extent, and the bow automatically absorbed soul power, forming a fiery arrow. The arrow whistled through the air, instantly striking the rapid dragon's head, killing the 1-star gold-level beast in a split second. He marveled at the power of the Dragon's Lament, granting him the ability to instantly slay a gold-level beast. However, he soon noticed something unusual in the jungle. Countless fierce beasts, birds, and insect beasts were frantically fleeing westward. The scene is spectacular as a stampede of horses. Every beast charged forward desperately, even the powerful ones ignoring prey, and the sky was filled with twin-tailed sharp-toothed birds flapping their wings in panic. He summoned Radon and ascended into the sky. From a distance, he saw the overwhelming red cloud sweeping in, leaving nothing alive in its path. "Oh my God! It's the Red Rain!" he shouted in terror. The term Red Rain is almost universally recognized by humanity when they first learn about beast mastery. It originates from the unique red ants of the Magian region, which mutated into bloodthirsty flying ants during a great catastrophe. Initially, Magian attempted various eradication methods such as fire, poison gas, and chemicals. While they managed to prevent several Red Rain disasters, they were unable to completely eliminate this terrifying creature. The most frightening aspect of the bloodthirsty flying ants is their astonishing reproductive and adaptive capabilities. After each large-scale extermination, the queen ant would rapidly lay eggs carrying new antibodies. This means that the same extermination method would only work once and fail subsequently. Over time, the bloodthirsty flying ants evolved into creatures that were resistant to fire and extremely resilient, earning them the nickname Immortal Pests and ranking them among the most destructive beasts. In the minds of humans, the disaster caused by Red Rain is comparable to a natural calamity. Despite ongoing efforts, humanity has been unable to completely eradicate this terrifying threat. During the years following the disappearance of the ancient titans after the catastrophe, Red Rain became the nightmare of beast masters across the Magian region. Historical records show that to slow down the rapid reproductive cycle of the bloodthirsty flying ants, Magian once deployed hundreds of thousands of beast masters with fire-type soul beasts. They tirelessly spewed flames day and night, driving the bloodthirsty flying ants to the desolate Leafin Desert, where the intense sunlight and extreme lack of water successfully extended their egg-laying cycle. Suddenly, he realized that red rain could not have appeared in the ruins of Thailand for no reason. Meijian must have transported the ant nest and the queen ant here. He recalled a piece of history from his past life. When Meijian declared its independence from the alliance, a terrifying beast master capable of controlling millions of bloodthirsty flying ants emerged to expand Meijian's territory. There were various speculations about this beast master's identity, with some suggesting they were a disciple of Meijian's esteemed leader, while others believed it was the wasp monarch. As he watched the red clouds gathering more densely behind him, his heart began to race. At this moment, the Qishan had already issued orders to terminate the outdoor survival training. All combat units were immediately deployed to conduct rescue operations, racing against red rain to search for the students. In the control room, Instructor Qin and Captain Li wore grave expressions. Captain Li angrily stated, "I've already requested support from higher-ups. There must be a hidden Meijian conspiracy behind this red rain." Instructor Qin pointed at the screen, speaking solemnly, "Oldly, I'm very concerned about one thing. Meijian not only managed to silently evade the Beidou spore system surveillance to deploy the bloodthirsty flying ants in the Thailand ruins, but the trajectory of the red rain suggests someone might be controlling it behind the scenes. Are you saying someone in Meijian has contracted with the bloodthirsty flying ants?" Captain Li immediately understood. Instructor Qin nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. Contracting with the bloodthirsty flying ants isn't difficult, but to control such a massive swarm to create a red rain, one must contract with the queen ant. Once the queen ant is contracted, the beast master can directly issue commands to it, thereby indirectly controlling all the worker ants." Before he finished speaking, Instructor Qin was already heading out of the control room. "Oldly, you stay here and oversee things. As the instructor for this special training, I can't stand by idly in such a situation." Captain Li did not stop him, knowing that even if he tried, he wouldn't succeed. Instructor Qin quickly summoned his flying soul beast and flew directly toward the advancing red rain, going against the flow. Meanwhile, in the sky, Jang Ming was flying at a low altitude on radon, using his demon eye to search the ground. Looking back, he mustered his soul power and finally saw the true nature of the red cloud, and was taken aback. Though he had never seen the bloodthirsty flying ants before, he hadn't expected them to be so enormous, each one the size of a fist. Their two pairs of wings beat so rapidly that the motion was almost invisible. More terrifyingly, these flying ants didn't consume what they encountered. Instead, they ground everything to dust with their saw-like mandibles. "Horrifying! Terrifying!" Zhang Ming exclaimed in his heart. With such a massive red cloud, there must be tens of billions of them. Getting bitten by even one or two could be deadly. Wherever the red rain passed, the area was instantly reduced to barren wasteland. Flowers, grass, and rocks all disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving nothing as it was. What was once a lush green forest now resembled a desolate purgatory, devoid of any life. Fortunately, the red rain's advance wasn't too swift. It spread along the Nimitz River, creating a long, narrow strip of barren land in the middle of the Thailand ruins, as if a gap had been carved into the earth. At that moment, cries for help came from the ground below. "Hey, Zhang Ming! Save us!" Zhang Ming looked down and saw Du Jia and Wang Yuan. He wasn't sure what they had been through, but all the beasts around them were desperately fleeing, including the fearsome dinosaur that had attacked them earlier. The beasts paid no attention to the two, as if their last bit of value had vanished. Although he didn't understand the situation, it was clear that something terrible enough to frighten the beasts into fleeing had occurred. The two guessed that an even more terrifying beast had appeared. However, their soul beasts had not yet recovered from injuries and couldn't carry them to safety. It was unclear how they had survived in the Thailand ruins, but they were now exhausted and hungry, unable to run much further. Wang Yuan happened to spot Zhang Ming, and they both desperately shouted for help. Seeing the hope and expectation in their eyes, Zhang Ming flew over them on radon without stopping, as if he hadn't seen them at all. "Zhang Ming! Zhang Ming!" Their cries grew fainter behind him, yet they shouted even louder. Zhang Ming thought to himself, "I've already given you a chance to live. Without soul beasts, you're doomed in the wild." Watching Zhang Ming's silhouette disappear into the distance, Dujia's eyes filled with venomous hatred as he pointed in Zhang Ming's direction and cursed, "Zhang Ming, you heartless coward. May you meet a miserable end." Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the Thailand ruins, a figure cloaked in black stood silently on a rock. With arms raised and head slightly tilted back, he murmured softly like a devout believer. In front of him, a cube radiating a starlit blue hue hovered gently. A portal the size of a fist spun slowly, emitting brilliant sparks as bloodthirsty flying ants emerged one after another, taking to the sky. Suddenly, the figure lowered his arms and covered his face with his hands. When he removed them, his palms were stained with blood. Droplets fell onto the cube, The portal expanded from the size of a fist to half a meter wide. An endless stream of bloodthirsty flying ants surged forth in a frenzy. The figure's body trembled uncontrollably, then erupted into maniacal laughter, overcome with exhilaration. At that moment, a rectangular light appeared in the sky above the entire Tailland ruins, enveloping the area. "Seal it off," the figure fervently whispered. As soon as the rectangular barrier appeared, the instruments on the Chishan detected a strong frequency of spiritual energy. "Captain, we've detected an unidentified spiritual energy fluctuation," a crew member shouted. "Connect me to the Sky Eye," Captain Lee decisively ordered. "But Captain, connecting to the Sky Eye could—" Another crew member hesitated. "5 minutes won't be a problem. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong," Captain Lee asserted firmly. Immediately, a massive screen displayed an enormous light barrier, enveloping the entire Tyrant ruins. Red rain was at the top of the barrier, continuously growing as if it intended to engulf the entire ruins. "The American sector is trying to shift their problems onto us, drawing the red rain into our Huaxia sector." Captain Lee was momentarily stunned, then erupted in anger. "Pass my order. Prepare to fire the quantum cannon. Blast that damned barrier to pieces." "Yes, sir," the crew responded in unison. All the quantum cannons on the Chishan instantly aimed at the light barrier, firing simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The white quantum attacks collided with the barrier, creating a deafening roar, yet didn't even stir a wisp of smoke. Instead, the white energy projectiles triggered countless blue electromagnetic sparks, which were absorbed by the barrier. "Captain, the quantum cannon is ineffective. Prepare the compressed quantum cannon." "Yes, sir." Compressed quantum cannon activated. Energy compressing. 1.6. The compressed quantum cannon was a high-energy weapon with power tens of times greater than a regular quantum cannon. A single shot could certainly kill a king-level beast and severely injure a weaker monarch-level beast. A massive barrel, with a radius of several meters, extended from the front of the Chishan, filled with blue, unknown energy that was steadily compressed, a bright blue point of light emanating from its center. Fire! A white beam of light shot out, brightening the sky like a colossal pillar, aiming directly at the barrier. It seemed as if this strike could pierce through the rectangular barrier, turning the daytime sky into a blinding white. At this moment, Jang Ming had already noticed the changes above him. "A compressed quantum cannon," he exclaimed. After a brief moment of blindness, the sky returned to its usual blue, albeit surrounded by a ring of mist. "How is this possible?" Jang Ming was shocked. When the white light flashed, he had clearly seen with his devil's eye that the energy beam from the compressed quantum cannon hit the light barrier but was completely absorbed. "Captain, the compressed quantum cannon was ineffective too." Captain Lee remained calm, pondering for a moment before ordering, "Transmit the footage to the Huaxia headquarters." This action truly captured the attention of everyone within the ruins. The red rain had just begun, and some on the outskirts had yet to notice the anomaly. Zhang Ming's expression changed slightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. He couldn't get out. An unknown barrier blocked the way above, with red rain behind him trapped between a rock and a hard place. Zhang Ming analyzed. Since the red rain and the mysterious barrier appeared together, someone must be orchestrating this. They're trying to lure the bloodthirsty flying ants into the Huaxia sector and use this chance to eliminate us students participating in the competition. The American sector wouldn't go to such lengths just to kill a few students. Their strategy is truly cunning. For now, the only option was to run forward without looking back. Zhang Ming also noticed that the pace of the red rain's advance seemed to have quickened. Previously, he had to fully activate his devil's eye to see the bloodthirsty flying ants clearly, but now, he could see them distinctly from a distance. "The red rain is speeding up," Zhang Ming shouted. "Speed up!" The sky began to drizzle red rain, lifting countless beasts into the air, which then descended as droplets of red blood. The buzzing of wings sounded like a low, rumbling thunder. Shadows and fear loomed over the Tyrant ruins. Ahead, two familiar figures appeared. A large beetle and a flamingo with rose-colored feathers. "It's Da Fei and Anshi's spirit beasts." Zhang Ming recognized them. "Hey, Da Fei." Radon accelerated, catching up with the pair. "Mingge, Mingij," they both exclaimed with joy. "It's great to see you." "Come on, you two, you're too slow." Zhang Ming grabbed their hands and pulled them onto Radon's back. "I've been looking for you two for days, but couldn't find any signs you left. Where did you get teleported to?" "Ah, don't get me started," Da Fei chuckled wryly. "That teleportation system, I don't know if it was messing with me, sent me straight into a double-tailed sharp-beaked bird's nest. I've been running for my life these past few days." Looking at the disheveled Da Fei, with his combat suit showing significant wear and tear, it was clear he'd been through a lot. "What about you, Anchi?" "Anchi had it even worse," Da Fei said ruefully. Anchi explained. I got teleported to an underground palace in the Tyrant ruins, full of terrifying venomous pythons and dragons. It took a lot of effort to escape. Then I followed the Nymz River downstream to find you and ran into Defy. An underground palace? An ancient civilization city? Jang Ming was surprised. It was the first time he'd heard of undiscovered ancient civilizations hidden within the Tyrant ruins. In their past lives, the four major regions of the Alliance were eager to expand their territories and reclaim lands occupied by fierce beasts. During this grand campaign, they not only advanced but also tirelessly searched for remnants of ancient civilizations. This time, they made an unprecedented and astonishing discovery. Angela spread her hands wide, illustrating the eerie scene. There were altars for sacrifices and the skulls of fierce beasts everywhere, along with a massive and unimaginable formation. Her voice trembled slightly. I can't quite explain it, but the sight was chilling. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The appearance of the Red Rain seemed more complex than he initially believed. Why would the Magian region choose the Thailand ruins if they merely wanted to redirect the disaster? Which era of the ancient civilization did the underground ruins Angela mentioned belong to? These questions swirled in his mind, making him feel as though he was being drawn into the vortex of a vast conspiracy. We can only escape upstream along the Nims River now, he said decisively. You saw that quantum cannon strike just now. This barrier of light and shadow is designed to prevent our escape. The two nodded silently, their expressions grave. What we can do now is run against the clock and wait for rescue, he continued, his voice filled with urgency. Once we reach the end of the barrier, the Red Rain will unleash its full force, and we'll be powerless to resist. Defay said in terror. Yes, there are so many bloodthirsty flying ants, endless and without boundaries. Even with 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. I saw a group of king-level beasts desperately fleeing during our escape. He asked in bewilderment, why is the Red Rain so terrifying? Even king-level beasts don't dare to confront it, Hedon. Jang Ming explained, because each bloodthirsty flying ant is silver level, and you can't kill them. Imagine facing billions of silver-level flying ants. How long could even a king-level beast hold out? Haven't you heard the saying, enough ants can bite an elephant to death? Hearing this, Defay let out a despairing sigh. To think, I'm so young and handsome, with a life yet to begin and a future yet to shine, only to die at the mouths of ants? Just then, something caught Defay's eye. Huh, he exclaimed in surprise. Ming, look at that person. Doesn't he look like Instructor Qin? With a sharp glance, the three of them were overjoyed to see that it was Instructor Qin flying towards them on his Quetzalcoatl-winged dragon. They quickly waved and shouted, feeling a glimmer of hope. Defay noticed that behind the winged dragon were hundreds of flying soul beasts, each carrying students on their backs. Among them, Jang Ming recognized Du Jia and Wang Yuan. Signal radon and rendezvous with Instructor Qin, Jang Ming decisively ordered. Once the groups joined, Instructor Qin raised the locator in his hand, showing all the yellow dots converged on the screen. He wasted no time and, drenched in sweat, shouted, "Follow me." Everyone followed closely, flying upstream along the Nims River. Du Jia and Wang Yuan glared venomously at Jang Ming, wishing they could tear him apart. Meanwhile, the Red Rain was closing in at an alarming speed, now less than 5 miles away and still closing. Damn, how is the Red Rain so fast? Instructor Qin glanced back, worry gnawing at him. He had personally escorted these students here, and he had to ensure every one of them returned Safalino one could be left behind. They had not yet reached the edge of the Thailand ruins, and the Red Rain was about to overtake them. Anxiety was etched onto everyone's faces, wishing they could fly on rockets. At the rear of the group, a few bloodthirsty flying ants had surged to the front. Instructor Qin stood on the winged dragon, using a shield to fend them off, knocking them away repeatedly. Jang Ming deliberately slowed down, having radon breathe fire to repel the attacking ants. However, a few bloodthirsty flying ants managed to latch onto the winged dragon's wings, biting ferociously. Within moments, 2 winged dragons lost their balance and fell behind, swallowed by the Red Rain in an instant. In a blink, only 2 skeletons remained, as all flesh turned to blood mist and dispersed. Ayin, my Ayin! A student cried out in anguish as his carefully nurtured soul beast was obliterated before his eyes. Instructor Qin's combat suit was torn open by the bloodthirsty flying ants, blood flowing freely, yet he persisted in holding them off to buy time for everyone. Instructor Qin, this isn't working. The Red Rain is too fast. Jang Ming shouted. Plus, the entire Thailand ruins are sealed off by this barrier. If we keep running, we'll be cornered. Fighting in the air puts us at a disadvantage, and we can't use our strengths effectively. Instructor Qin was well aware, but all he could do was delay for as long as possible, awaiting rescue from the Huaxia headquarters. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Anchi, do you remember the location of that underground ruin? It's just up ahead, Anchi pointed below. On the east bank of the Nims River, there's a plaza ruin with a hole under a giant rock. That's where I crawled out from. Anchi, lead the way. Jang Ming immediately directed Radon to the front of the group, shouting, "Everyone, if you don't want to die, follow me." Jang Ming. Instructor Qin called out, seeing the determination in his eyes, then ordered, "Everyone, follow Zhang Ming. I'll cover you." At that moment, everyone was terrified, and Zhang Ming's words seemed like a lifeline. The timid were already scared stiff, not daring to look back at the terrifying red rain. "Brother Ming, it's here." Anchi excitedly pointed to a ruin of crumbling walls below. "Everyone, land." Quickly, Zhang Ming commanded, and Radon descended first, crashing into a 5 or 6 meterthic stone slab, revealing a gap. Below was indeed a dark passage. He recalled Radon and stood by the entrance, beckoning all the students inside. "Hurry! Faster!" The red rain loomed overhead, buzzing ominously. Instructor Qin fought on, covered in wounds, with parts of his arm torn to bone. When it was Wang Yuan and Duji's turn, the three exchanged glances, and Zhang Ming silently ushered them into the tunnel. After the last student entered, Instructor Qin summoned his 3 major soul beasts. The Golden Lion Beast, with its kingly 8-star power, wreaked havoc despite its injuries, maintaining its regal presence. "Instructor Qin, you're the last one, hurry." Zhang Ming shouted anxiously. Instructor Qin's eyes focused, and he dashed toward the entrance. "Yulan, cover me." An invisible shadow flashed, and several blue-purple claw marks appeared, slicing the bloodthirsty flying ants in half. The ground spike armored dragon rammed the stone, trying to seal the entrance completely. "Everyone head down." Zhang Ming yelled, "Defy, have your unicorn rhinoceros beetle brace the stone." Instructor Qin, forget the stone. Get inside. I'll have the beetle hold it. In the nick of time, Instructor Qin rolled into the tunnel and recalled his soul beasts. The stone slammed shut with a thud, and even through several meters of rock, the sound of wings buzzing outside was still audible. "Thanks to you, Defy, no ordinary soul beast could have managed such strength." Zhang Ming sighed with relief, drenched in sweat. Instructor Qin sat on the ground, breathing heavily, blood streaming from his wounds. The tunnel was crowded with terrified students. "If you don't want to die, move down." Faced with this frightened group, none dared step into the darkness, all standing still. At Zhang Ming's command, they remained silent, faces ashen and eyes vacant. "Defy, support Instructor Qin." "Anchi, let's move." Zhang Ming ordered decisively. "Okay." Anchi nodded vigorously, following closely behind. Zhang Ming activated his demon eyes, with Yulan by his side. Even in the pitch-black underground, he could see clearly. As he moved, others slowly followed. Summon all unharmed soul beasts, form groups of 3, and find partners. "Protect yourselves." Zhang Ming continued to command. The system alert has already shown over a dozen beast notifications, all poison type. "Defy, Anchi, you two protect Instructor Qin." At this point, Instructor Qin had fainted from blood loss. Zhang Ming knew the stone at the entrance wouldn't hold indefinitely. They were on their own now. Looking around, it was a vast space. Broken stone pillars bore strange carvings, and at the center was a large plaza with 18 dilapidated pillars. Each pillar's top was carved with a terrifying beast. The plaza's floor had peculiar lines, forming a massive rune array. Further back was an extravagant and bizarre palace, resembling a temple. Atop the palace was a carving of the starry beast, Jerf. "This is," Zhang Ming murmured, astonished by the scene before him. "This is a human sacrifice ritual." Zhang Ming lowered his gaze over the square, noting the strange runes interwoven on the ground, human skulls neatly arranged, and venomous insects crawling freely among them. Before him stood a bone altar, its terrifying presence undiminished by the passage of time. The altar faced a statue of the celestial beast, Jelf, within the temple, with a staircase made from the bones of fierce beasts winding upwards. The surroundings were pitch black, but Zhang Ming, with his devil's eye, saw everything clearly, while others fumbled like blind men, unable to grasp the full picture. This horrifying scene stirred memories from his past life. Ancient Chinese texts once recorded this altar, and he had seen the time-worn stone inscription in a museum exhibit. The translated inscription mentioned 3 key terms: the fall of the emperor, the demise of the saints, and Black Rock. During the era of ancient civilization, the great emperor fell, the saints no longer protected humanity, and civilization plunged into a dark abyss. In desperation, the ancestors summoned Jelf, the celestial beast, constructing a temple formation, sacrificing millions of lives in the process. Historians have shown that during the Black Rock era, the average human lifespan was less than 17 years, and those who reached 30 were considered elders. In such turbulent times, mere survival was the greatest luxury. Those sacrificed not only lost their bodies, but their souls were eternally enslaved by the servants of death. Jang Ming was shocked to find such a complete sacrifice altar from the Black Rock period hidden beneath the ruins of Tyrant. As his thoughts raced, a green snake silently slithered to Instructor Qin's feet, ready to strike. Yulan acted swiftly, smashing it into a pool of green liquid. Defy and Qi realized the danger belatedly, their hearts still pounding. Zhang Ming repeatedly urged everyone to stay vigilant. The darkness was too pervasive, limiting the soul beast's vision, with only a few possessing night vision capabilities. The immediate priority was to tend to Instructor Qin's injuries, but having dozens of people crowded at the passageway entrance was not sustainable. Zhang Ming squeezed through the crowd, checking injuries and mental states, selecting several dozen boys with resolute spirits. We're safe for now, but we don't know how long this boulder will hold, Zhang Ming stated bluntly. We have two choices. Stay here and wait for rescue, leaving some food behind. Or follow me to explore further and find a safer shelter. The decision is yours. With that, he produced enough fierce beast meat to feed 100 people for several days. Yet in the darkness, the group's eyes were unfocused, their spirits broken, and no one paid attention to the food on the ground. Zhang Ming nudged Defei and Qi, stepping forward resolutely. He knew he couldn't take care of everyone and had done all he could. After much internal struggle, a few students decided to follow. Better to take a chance than sit and wait for death. Looking up, Zhang Ming saw the rock ceiling teeming with black-shelled insects. The system identified them as black death bugs, parasites from the ancient Titan beasts, with formidable regenerative abilities and a terrifying black blood explosion skill. Extremely sensitive to light, they spent most of their time dormant. Zhang Ming was relieved he hadn't used lighting, as waking these vicious bugs could have dire consequences. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced the darkness, like a beacon in the night. Who? Zhang Ming shouted, realizing it was Duja who had turned on a light. He quickly snatched it away and turned it off, about to scold him when rock fragments began to fall from above, and the black death bugs awoke, opening their shells, their wings trembling. Run! Zhang Ming grabbed a Fei and Qi, sprinting away. The black death bugs left the ceiling, hovering in the air, not yet attacking without a light source. Don't turn on the lights. These are black death bugs. Zhang Ming shouted as he ran, but some, driven by curiosity, turned on their lights. Instantly, hordes of black death bugs were drawn to the light, attacking ferociously. It's burrowing into my skin. One boy screamed in terror, and in moments, 3 black death bugs drained him dry, leaving him a lifeless husk. Defei. Into the temple. Zhang Ming decided swiftly, leading the group in a mad dash toward the temple. The temple seemed tantalizingly close, yet the four faced a perilous journey ahead. A sacrificial plaza strewn with bones lay before them, and venomous creatures and fierce beasts were on the verge of attack. The awakening of the dark death insect had stirred the poisonous beasts into a frenzy, gathering ominously in the air like a foreboding storm cloud. The four clung tightly to Yulan's back. In the front was Anqi, with Zhang Ming and Defei flanking Instructor Qin. Zhang Ming's nose was just inches from Anqi's head, and her floral scent wafted into his nostrils. He glanced down slightly, noticing strands of her hair curling around the collar of her combat suit, her pale skin faintly visible in the darkness. Suddenly, Anqi turned her head and asked, Minggu, what's that hard thing in your suit? Zhang Ming flushed with embarrassment, thankful the darkness hid his blush. He quickly replied, It's my secret weapon, don't touch it. Oh. Anqi responded softly. Yulan, with its night vision and agility, navigated through the attacks of the venomous beasts with ease. Each leap landed perfectly, avoiding any harm. Zhang Ming shouted to the others riding the flying soul beasts behind him, Don't use any soul beasts that emit light when they attack. He knew that in this situation, any bright attack would be a death sentence. Just then, a deafening explosion shattered the night. In an instant, the world was illuminated by fire. What the hell? Who's that crazy? Defei couldn't help but curse. The trio turned in unison to see Duja riding a blazing fire mouse, unleashing a torrent of fiery attacks. Basketball-sized fireballs exploded in the sky like dazzling fireworks. Come on, baby! Duja yelled, his eyes bloodshot and features twisted by the dark death insect's corruption. Die! Die! All of you die! Before the words were out, Duja and his fire mouse were instantly consumed by corrosive black blood, reduced to a pool of gore. The gruesome sight filled everyone with dread. Duja died in a ghastly manner, leaving behind a blood-red skeleton, still laughing maniacally, a chilling image that haunted all who saw it. What an idiot! Died for nothing, someone sneered. Zhang Ming just said not to use light-emitting soul beasts, serves him right. Though Duja's actions unwittingly paved the way for others, his sacrifice earned no respect, only scorn and criticism. Yulan crossed the muddy ground, leaping gracefully onto the sacrificial plaza. Its paws clicked against the bones. Jang Ming's attention was drawn to the 18 dilapidated stone pillars, each topped with a carving of a fierce beast. This is the Sky Overlord Jula, the Black Dragon King Tyrant, the March of the Dead, Jang Ming murmured as he identified each ancient Titan beast. But when he reached the 18th, he realized it depicted a beast unknown to current civilization. This mysterious beast faced the other 17, wings spread, as if challenging them. Jang Ming's heart skipped a beat as a name flashed in his mind: the Beast Queen. He recalled records from the ruins of a temple in Diannan City, which mentioned the Beast Queen. Known as the Forgotten 18th Beast, her existence caused a stir when revealed. Legend had it that the Beast Queen, unable to bear the cruelty of the cosmic beast Jelf towards humans, joined forces with humans and the other 17 ancient titans to protect humanity's last hope. Her betrayal enraged Jelf, who destroyed nearly all records of her. As Jang Ming examined the pillars, he noticed strange symbols carved into them. Though he couldn't decipher them, he guessed they might be the names of the Titan beasts and words of reverence. Crossing the sacrificial plaza, the temple was finally within reach. As he stepped over the threshold, Jang Ming felt a weight lift from his heart. The remaining team, numbering less than 50 survivors, soon followed, totaling just over 100 with those left at the passage. Inside the temple, darkness prevailed. No one dared to move rashly, all eyes on Jang Ming, awaiting his guidance. Unwittingly, he had become their last hope. Mingo, do you feel a chill down your spine? Defy asked, his voice trembling. Jang Ming frowned in thought. He had inspected the temple upon entry, noting only the statues and vibrant murals on the walls, with no signs of danger. The system hadn't indicated any beasts nearby. Yet, not just Defy, others also reported feeling a chilling presence, as if something was watching them from the shadows. Suddenly, Jang Ming felt it too. This was no mere draft. Something hidden was observing them. He wondered why the system hadn't alerted him if it was a beast. Activating his devil's eye, Jang Ming scrutinized every suspicious corner of the temple. The spacious interior featured lined statues, with an intricately carved stone table at the front and a depiction of the cosmic beast Jelf on the wall above. The statues, armored warriors with closed eyes, felt cold to Jang Ming's touch, yet the system remained silent. The solid walls showed no signs of hollowness. In the vast temple, only the stone table seemed out of place. As Jang Ming approached the table, a system notification suddenly chimed. Ding! You have a new message. Please check it promptly. The alarm for detecting an unknown life source sounded 3 times, alerting him. His gaze fell on the stone table before him, where an intricately carved, flamboyant tray quietly held a wooden box. The box was adorned with lifelike floral patterns, so vivid that they seemed ready to spring to life. Despite being in a long-sealed underground chamber, away from the elements, the box's pristine condition seemed almost implausible. He cautiously extended his hand, gently resting it on the box's lid. The feeling of being watched washed over him again, evidently coming from within the box. He couldn't help but wonder what was hidden inside. Suddenly, the system's notification sounded. Ding! Unknown life source detected. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Confirmed. Ding! Heritage flame discovered. Heritage flame? This unfamiliar term prompted him to immediately inquire with the system sprite. The system sprite explained, Master, the heritage flame is the bloodline legacy left by the Titan behemoth after igniting the divine fire. By integrating this flame into a legendary soul beast egg, one can obtain the bloodline legacy of the ancient Titan. The explanation left him astounded. Coincidentally, he had an unhatched legendary soul beast egg. It required 10 million soul points to hatch, and he had been saving for half a month, just shy of a few 100,000. His gaze returned to the fierce beast pattern carved in the center of the box, thinking. So this holds the heritage flame of the 18th ancient Titan, Behemoth the Queen of Beasts. Suppressing the urge to open the box immediately, he carefully placed the box containing the heritage flame into his system backpack. After all, he was unsure of the flame's exact form, and opening it might cause a spectacle, attracting unwanted attention. In these ruins, every discovered item could be invaluable, so caution was paramount. In the darkness, others huddled on the ground, enveloped in fear. Defay, trembling, asked, Ming, what's up? Jang Ming deliberately raised his voice to reassure everyone. It's fine. Don't scare yourselves, it's safe here. Just then, a ghostly laughter echoed from all directions in the temple. Hee hee, is it? A figure shrouded in a black robe, gender indistinguishable, seemed to appear out of thin air, standing opposite Jang Ming. The mysterious person's voice was peculiar and hoarse, like a deliberate, eerie laugh. Jang Ming activated his devil's eye, scrutinizing the black-robed figure. He saw an emaciated silhouette with hands like withered bark. When his gaze moved to the face, the sight was chilling. It was a face with dry, wrinkled skin, hollow eye sockets devoid of eyeballs, and sunken cheeks forming a bloody pit. Most terrifying were the countless honeycomb-like holes covering the face, as if pierced by countless nails. This ghastly visage was horrifying. The black-robed figure spoke. He, Jang Ming. It uttered his name, while an icy blue ghost flame appeared in its hand. Jang Ming suddenly noticed a familiar-looking avian soul beast perched on the figure's shoulder. Everyone, fall back. Jang Ming commanded calmly, summoning Radon and Shadow to his side. His fingers hovered over his blink ring, ready to dodge at any moment. The others immediately retreated to the temple's corners, already on edge and devoid of courage. Only Chi stood fearless, summoning her soul beast and standing with defy, ready for battle. The black-robed figure spoke again, its voice grating and unpleasant. He, hand over the heritage flame. Jang Ming suppressed the nausea rising within him and scrutinized the figure's features once more. He shouted sharply, "Stop pretending!" The avian soul beast on the figure's shoulder exuded a bone-chilling cold, causing the temperature to plummet. At that moment, Jang Ming finally recognized the true identity of the black-robed figure before him. You not only betrayed your own people to join another district but also betrayed humanity to become a fallen beastmaster. Sunan. Jang Ming shouted the name in anger. Upon hearing the name, the others were gripped by fear. The black-robed figure's silhouette appeared even more sinister under the glow of the icy blue flame. Sunan laughed maniacally. He. So what? Betraying the Huaxia district, betraying humanity to become a master's dog. So what? Now I possess an immortal soul. I am an eternal being. You are all nothing but stepping stones for me. Fool. Blue ghost, attack. Kill her. Jang Ming shouted, enraged. Previously, at school, he hadn't found the opportunity to act, and Su Nan and her group had defected from the Huaxia district. Meeting her here was unexpected. The sight of an enemy inflamed his anger. Sunan sneered. Just you? Let them play with you first. As soon as she finished speaking, two lifeless figures emanating a bloody aura materialized from the darkness, transforming into two armored, sword-wielding cursed warriors. Upon closer inspection, these figures resembled Yang Kai and Li Xiang. The cursed warriors immediately knelt, reverently addressing Su Nan as master. Su Nan waved her withered hand at them, igniting blue flames in their empty eyes. Master, they intoned, their eyes fixed on Jang Ming, exuding an aura entirely different from before, as if confronting two king-level beasts. Jang Ming thought to himself, cursed warriors are human-shaped beasts created by the curse of the Reaper, one of the ancient titans. They are unique to fallen beastmasters, formed by permanently sealing the souls of the slain in their bodies, cursed by the Reaper to become the fallen beastmasters' contracted soul beasts. Ancient texts recorded that the ancient titans cursed the fallen beastmaster souls, transforming them into ruthless killing machines. These were the earliest fallen beastmasters, and some humans, unable to bear their suffering, willingly became the Titan's slaves, like Su Nan. Su Nan licked her dry lips and said eerily, surprised? You could have joined them, but alas, I didn't get your body. With your bloodline, you could have become a lord-level soul beast as a cursed warrior. At that moment, Jang Ming realized the truth. Su Nan had been a fallen one for a long time, approaching him only to obtain his body. In his previous life, as an ordinary person without talent or background, her interest in him now made sense. What did you think? Did you think I genuinely liked you? I only wanted your body. Though your soul's potential was poor, your bloodline is praised even by my master. Su Nan continued. Jang Ming was shocked. Praised by your master? Master? Bloodline? Memories from a past life surged into Jang Ming's mind like a tidal wave. He recalled the fallen alliance formed by the enslaved, corrupted beastmasters who became servants of the ancient Titan beasts, transforming into the claws and fangs of vicious creatures, lurking within the four major regions of the alliance. These fallen ones infiltrated every level of society, from low-ranking beastmasters to the higher echelons of the four regions. They were like rats living in the city's sewers, each night using their bodies to test every person they came into contact with, searching for humans with powerful bloodlines. Jang Ming's gaze swept over Su Nan, Yang Kai, and Li Xiang in front of him, and suddenly everything became clear. Once someone became a corrupted beastmaster under control, they could only retain one contracted soul beast. The rest would be absorbed as nourishment to enhance the fallen one's soul aptitude and soul power level. No wonder the soul aptitude of these three had suddenly improved. They had already fallen. To obtain an immortal soul, these fallen ones willingly sacrificed their souls. As Jang Ming pondered, Yang Kai and Li Xiang, both cursed warriors, suddenly attacked. The great swords in their hands expanded instantly, raised high, and smashed heavily onto the ground. I was waiting for this move. Jang Ming sneered, activating his blink ring to teleport to the side. He had been anticipating this moment for a long time. The system panel appeared in Jang Ming's vision, displaying Yang Kai's information. Cursed warrior Yang Kai. Bloodline. Perfect talent. Cursed armor. Recovers curse energy level with each attack received. King level 2 star skills. Undead binding. Death's curse. Greatsword mastery. Ghoul soul strike. Description. An undead species cursed by the servants of death, with its soul sealed within its body, enduring endless torment, becoming a mere tool of war driven by slaughter. Weakness. Holy attribute. Seeing these formidable talents and skills, Jang Ming finally understood what Su Nan meant by bloodline, a humanoid beast. More memories from his past life emerged. The Alliance had once published ancient records about humanoid beasts, tracing back to the origins of humanity during ancient civilizations. At that time, there were 15 humanoid races on Earth, each with unique talents and abilities. They had once united to resist the giant beasts, but eventually fragmented for unknown reasons. These 15 humanoid races interbred, and over time, only humans remained, with beastmasters evolving from one of these lineages. Among them was a humanoid race known as the Tanya, naturally possessing a powerful bloodline with talents rivaling those of fierce beasts, boasting immense physical strength but poor soul aptitude, making them incapable of becoming beastmasters. The Titan beasts saw them as archenemies and cast the oldest curse, sealing the souls of slain Tanya within their bodies, creating the first generation of humanoid beast-cursed warriors. This method, passed down from ancient to ultramodern civilizations, saw Titan beasts enslave countless beastmasters as servants. Today, fallen ones still use this ancient curse technique, hunting and killing humans with a trace of Tanya bloodline, turning them into cursed warriors to serve their purposes. Jang Ming suddenly realized that the root of all this was because he too possessed the Tanya bloodline. Seizing the moment, Jang Ming communicated telepathically with Radon and launched an attack. Dragonfire Anthem. Radon spread its massive lava wings, unable to fly due to the temple's confines, and attacked from the ground. Meanwhile, Yulan swiftly assaulted Yang Kai and Li Xiang. In an instant, 9 fire dragon heads surged forward, rushing fiercely toward the cursed warriors. The intense heat illuminated the entire temple, warming those huddled in the corners. Yet, outside the temple, the black death bugs, drawn by the light, swarmed in. Ah, it's the black death bugs. People screamed in terror, scrambling for cover. Some students, unwilling to await death, stood up defiantly. Even if we die, we'll take some down with us. Defy, panicking, commanded his armored rhinoceros beetle to charge recklessly, using its tough shell to temporarily fend off the black death bugs. Jang Ming's eyes narrowed. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Without the deterrent of the flame of inheritance, the black death bugs had lost their fear. If he revealed the flame of inheritance, with Radon and Yulan occupied by Yang Kai and Li Xiang, it would undoubtedly fall into Su Nan's hands. The soul beast on her shoulder, exuding a king-level aura, was poised to strike. Yang Kai wielded his greatsword, each swing landing with a deafening clang. Radon activated its geothermal armor, molten lava flowing across its back, forming a fiery red magma armor. Boom! Yang Kai and Li Xiang relentlessly attacked Radon, wielding their pitch-black greatswords with ease. They relied on the weight and length of their swords, fearlessly breaking through Radon's fiery defenses, slashing with abandon. As Radon struggled to hold its ground, Yulan's attacks proved ineffective. These cursed warriors fought with sheer brute force, expressionless, seemingly impervious to pain. The deep black-blue armor they wore emitted wisps of black energy, which seemed alive, enveloping their bodies with each attack endured. The disparity in levels, their overpowering combat style, coupled with the relentless influx of black death bugs. If not for Yulan's desperate defense, Jang Ming would have perished beneath the black blood of the bugs, reduced to a pool of blood. Su Nan lowered her head, her black hat trembling as she let out an unnerving laugh. She seemed unusually ecstatic, her entire body trembling with excitement. To Jang Ming, she appeared completely deranged. I'm so happy. I'll soon have your body. Su Nan's voice was tinged with near-manic laughter. Mad woman. Jang Ming activated his blink again, dodging the attack of 3 black death bugs. Although he had only heard of the fallen beastmasters being power-obsessed zealots in his past life, witnessing it firsthand, he finally understood. Selling one's soul didn't grant power. It merely awakened and amplified the desires and ambitions lurking deep within. To gain power, fallen ones would stop at nothing, even resorting to patricide and matricide. Suddenly, a piercing, shrill cry rang out. Su Nan's ice falcon, shrouded in icy blue flames, took action. It flew at an astonishing speed, its wings as sharp as blades, like a charging fighter jet. Dragon's Lament, Dragonfire Dawn. Jang Ming shouted, bracing for this new threat. Jang Ming drew back the bowstring of the Dragon's Lament with his right hand, unleashing a massive golden dragon enveloped in flames. This dragon, an ancient eastern creature from the depths of Chinese mythology, roared with a thunderous sound that echoed through every corner. It charged directly at the Ice Falcon, and their collision sparked a dazzling aurora, illuminating the entire underground ruins. The golden flames of the dragon intertwined with the icy blue blaze, as if purifying everything around them. When the light faded, the blue flames on the Ice Falcon had noticeably weakened, and it let out a piercing scream as icy blue blood dripped from its wounds. The attack had clearly dealt it a severe blow. Jang Ming was also struggling, gasping for breath as the attack had nearly drained his soul power. At this moment, even maintaining the summoning of Leighton and Yulan was a challenge. Su Nan, however, was unfazed. Her face, hidden beneath a black robe, became increasingly terrifying. From her numerous bee-like eyes emerged a multitude of multicolored parasitic insects. The Ice Falcon viciously clawed at her face, plucking the parasites from her eyes. Incredibly, its previously damaged wings began to heal at a visible rate. Huh, I didn't expect you to have such an ancient soul weapon, Su Nan sneered. I really underestimated you. It seems you have many secrets hidden within you. Once I have your soul, everything will be mine. She shouted the last word maniacally, her face flushed with blood, and her sunken eyes were empty, making her appearance utterly terrifying. The Ice Falcon lunged at Jang Ming once more. This time, his soul power was completely exhausted, forcing him to clutch his teleportation ring tightly. He roared internally. He couldn't die here. Even if it meant sacrificing his life force, he had to defeat her. Just as the Ice Falcon was about to strike, a furious lion's roar shook the surroundings. A flash of golden light, and the golden lion beast appeared. It roared Beast King's claw, pouncing on the Ice Falcon and pinning it to the ground. Its sharp fangs clamped around the falcon's neck, preventing it from breaking free no matter how hard it struggled. Instructor Qin. Jang Ming turned excitedly to see the wounded Instructor Qin leaning against a wall, supported by the armored earth dragon. Despite his pale complexion, Qin managed to smile, raising his right hand with a thumbs up. Ah, damn it. Qin Zhan. Die. Su Nan screeched, her voice hoarse and grating. Suddenly, a cube glowing with starry blue light materialized, spinning gently. Its mysterious, deep glow resembled the brilliant stars of an endless night sky. You forced me to use the cube. Su Nan howled. The cube? Jang Ming noticed the strange object, and alarm bells rang in his mind. A system notification chimed. Ding! Sacred artifact energy detected nearby. Saint-level soul weapon. Jang Ming was stunned to realize that the cube before Su Nan was a saint-level soul weapon. Though its exact power was unknown, once a soul weapon became a sacred artifact, its might was comparable to ancient titan beasts. At this critical moment, the system prompted again. Ding! Your soul points are sufficient. A soul beast egg is ready for incubation. Would you like to proceed? Jang Ming suddenly understood. He had accumulated the required 10 million soul points to hatch the legendary soul beast egg by defeating the Black Death insects. Ding! Legacy fire detected. Would you like to integrate and inherit the bloodline of the Beast Queen? Choosing the Beast Queen means forfeiting other options for the legendary soul beast egg. Yes. Integrate. Jang Ming responded without hesitation. In the system's inventory, a wooden box engraved with flowers slowly opened. At its center was a vibrant depiction of a giant, butterfly-like beast with azure wings. The legacy fire merged with the legendary soul beast egg, emitting a brilliant red glow. Jang Ming quickly bit his finger, drawing blood to drip onto the soul beast egg. He softly chanted to initiate the soul blood contract. Ancient spirits, heed my call. Awaken from the endless cosmos. The blood formed a mysterious symbol on the egg, slowly fading away. Su Nan watched in disbelief as a soul beast egg radiating red light appeared before Jang Ming. The ancient aura and powerful bloodline intimidated all nearby beasts. This is mine. My ancient titan bloodline. Su Nan screamed with madness, her withered hands clawing forward, her voice piercing. Ice blue flames ignited around her, hurled relentlessly at Jang Ming. Yet, each ice blue flame turned into a delicate ice blue flower upon touching him, gently drifting down. A faint red shield enveloped Jang Ming, repelling all attacks. Birdcage. Contract. Su Nan shouted, and the vast light barrier above the tyrant ruins suddenly contracted, shrinking rapidly. All beasts pierced by the light barrier died instantly, shredded into countless pieces, creating a gruesome scene. Only the bloodthirsty flying ants remained unharmed. This nearly invisible light barrier was like hell's guillotine, targeting only the life within the tyrant ruins. It continued to shrink, penetrating the underground ruins. A square light barrier rushed in from all directions, passing through rock walls and Black Death insects. The Black Death insects exploded en masse, showering the area with black blood. The golden lion beast bravely defeated the Ice Falcon, taking on two cursed warriors at once. At that moment, with a crisp cracking sound, the soul beast egg before Jang Ming began to split. A tiny head peeked out, its eyes opening slightly to curiously survey its surroundings. Its gem-like eyes sparkled with curiosity as it consumed the remaining eggshell, revealing its entire body. It was a small caterpillar, with a soft white body and blue stripes on its back. A caterpillar? This is the legendary soul beast with ancient Titan bloodline? Jang Ming exclaimed in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. Amidst his astonishment, he recalled that the beast queen was indeed an insect-type butterfly beast. Like the powerful defy, it needed to go through a larval stage. The plump, fleshy caterpillar before him was the juvenile form of the ancient beast queen. The larva crawled affectionately into his palm, nuzzling continuously. From the moment the soul beast egg hatched, only a minute had passed. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. A massive fissure opened above the underground ruins, and an endless swarm of bloodthirsty flying ants poured in. Damn it! Jang Ming's heart sank. Su Nin laughed maniacally, relentlessly using the cube to contract the light barrier's space, intent on killing everyone. In this dire moment, the system notification chimed again. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the milestone of hatching your first legendary soul beast. Ding! Congratulations on contracting an ancient Titan beast. You have received an excess reward. Ding! The system alert sounded, and a line of flashing text appeared before Jang Ming. Congratulations, you've obtained the soul beast armor, thorned armor. He quickly glanced at the system panel, his heart filled with joy. Soul beast armor. This was even more precious than a beast master's soul artifact. The thorned armor was not only of purple quality, its rarity rivaled even that of the orange soul artifact, Dragon's Lament. Without hesitation, Jang Ming equipped the thorned armor onto Radon. Instantly, countless vines sprouted from Radon's magma-covered back, bristling with sharp, gleaming thorns. The originally fiery geothermal armor was completely enveloped by the thorned armor, covering Radon's entire body. With an earth-shaking roar, Radon unfurled its fiery wings, which spanned over 10 meters, and spewed out 7 dragon-shaped flame heads towards Su Nan. Simultaneously, ice-blue flames raged within the temple, forming a ring of fire that encircled Jang Ming at the center. As Jang Ming regained a bit of his soul power, he immediately nocked an arrow, aiming a flaming arrowhead at Su Nan. However, a peculiar light and shadow barrier suddenly appeared in front of Su Nan, swallowing the flaming arrowhead whole. Heh, a futile effort. Su Nan's mocking voice emanated from beneath her black robe. Jang Ming's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. That strange barrier was steadily shrinking, about to engulf the temple. Outside, bloodthirsty flying ants and the remaining black death insects were locked in a deadly battle. He needed to eliminate Su Nan swiftly, or everyone would perish here. In this critical moment, a sharp pain shot through Jang Ming's right leg. 2 bloodthirsty flying ants were gnawing at his combat suit, prompting him to swat at them. At that moment, the small caterpillar that had been quietly perched on his shoulder suddenly became agitated, emitting a strange warning sound at the flying ants. To his surprise, the flying ants appeared terrified upon hearing the sound and immediately flew away from Jang Ming's leg. Jang Ming quickly accessed the small caterpillar's attribute panel and discovered it had inherited the bloodline talent of the ancient Titan Beast Queen. Though it was only of bronze 1-star level, its potential was undeniable. The small caterpillar stood upright, emitting a sizzling sound. The bloodthirsty flying ants outside the temple gathered together, not daring to approach, while those inside quickly fled. Noticing this change, Su Nan's pale face showed a hint of fear. Die! She shouted sharply. 2 cursed warriors immediately swung their greatswords at Jang Ming. Radon and Yulan leaped into action simultaneously, one blocking the cursed warriors, the other lunging at Su Nan. Yet again, the light and shadow barrier appeared, deflecting all attacks. A smile crept across Jang Ming's lips as his fingers hovered over his flash ring. Do you really think you've won? He said, steadily moving closer to Su Nan. Heh, with the cube's protection, you will all die. Su Nan's raspy voice was filled with confidence. Not if I can help it, Jang Ming shouted, activating the flash ring to instantly appear before Su Nan. Although he collided with the light barrier and couldn't attack directly, his left hand gripped a knife that pierced through the barrier, creating a thin crack. Su Nan retreated in terror, disbelief etched on her face as she watched the barrier shatter. Seizing the opportunity, Jang Ming forced his depleted soul power, his eyes turning amber like demonic eyes. Abyssal gaze. He locked eyes with Su Nan's hollow sockets. Su Nan was plunged into a horrifying illusion, screaming in agony. She envisioned herself bound to a cross, with those she had once killed tearing at her body with menacing grins. Despite the searing pain, Jang Ming managed to lift his right hand, plunging the knife into Su Nan's forehead. Instantly, countless rotting insects and foul-smelling green blood sprayed out. Tears of blood streamed down Su Nan's cheeks, contorting her face with agony. With her last ounce of strength, she pushed the dagger another inch into her body. In the terrifying environment of the abyss's gaze, her soul began to fade, flickering like a candle in the wind. No, no. I have an immortal soul. Master, save me. Master. Her cries grew weaker and weaker. Jang Ming strained with all his might, using the demon's eye to extinguish her soul. As the flame representing life went out, a pair of enormous blood-red eyes suddenly appeared, locking gazes with him. A chilling sensation swept over him from the depths of his soul, and fear, along with an overwhelming sense of oppression, surged like a tide. Just as the abyss gazes back when you stare into it, the terror from the abyss spanned the distance, staring back at him. A system warning suddenly sounded. Warning, your life force is rapidly declining. The demon's eye has been shut down for your safety. Jang Ming's pupils reverted to their original color. Drenched in sweat, he gasped for air. He had just witnessed Su Nan's soul being obliterated, and the terror of those blood-red eyes was inescapable. If not for the system forcibly closing the demon's eye and pulling his consciousness back, his soul might have been lost in those eyes as well. Overwhelmed, Jang Ming collapsed to the ground, his body weak and exhausted. With Su Nan's soul dissipated, the cursed warriors began to emit tendrils of black mist, and their cursed armor started to crumble away like eroding stone statues. Jang Ming! Yang Kai shouted his name, regaining clarity. Yang Kai and Li Xiang both erupted into laughter devoid of emotion. Jang Ming coldly stared at them, understanding that they were beyond saving. Suddenly, Yang Kai flashed a cunning smile, unfazed by his disintegrating body. The Tanya tribe. Haha, the master will never abandon you. Sooner or later, you'll become a killing machine like us. Before he could finish, Jang Ming, despite his fatigue, rushed at Yang Kai with a dagger in hand. In one swift move, he severed their heads. Even decapitated, the heads continued to laugh mockingly, staring at him. Radon, crush their skulls for me, Jang Ming commanded. Sensing his master's emotions, Radon spread its wings and crushed the two heads with its massive claws. The remnants of the cursed warriors turned to ash, as if they had never existed. The temple finally experienced a fleeting moment of calm. After the fierce battle, fewer than 30 survivors remained. If not for Instructor Qin, who held off the cursed warriors despite his severe injuries, even these survivors might not have made it. Jang Ming, quickly, stop the cube, Instructor Qin suddenly shouted, pointing at the still floating cube. Even though Su Nan was dead, the cube continued to function, with a barrier of light and shadow gradually encroaching upon the temple. The survivors huddled together. Jang Ming reached out to touch the cube, but was blocked by an invisible barrier. System sprite. What do I do to control this cube? Jang Ming asked urgently. Dear Master, the cube is a sacred artifact. You need the soul power of a royal-level beast master, the system sprite responded. Jang Ming was anxious, unable to become a royal-level beast master with his soul points exhausted. As he pondered a solution, a loud crash erupted from above the temple. A violent explosion hurled him backward. Looking up, he saw a towering white ape, about 100 meters tall, wielding an iron rod to smash the temple's roof. Everyone was stunned by this unexpected strike. This beast was comparable to an ancient titan. On the ape's shoulder stood a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit. He leapt down, landing steadily amidst the ruins. It's Master Lin, Instructor Qin exclaimed with joy. Master Lin stepped forward and instantly appeared before the cube, reaching out to grasp it. Sparks of electricity resisted his strength. He snorted coldly, his expression serious, a stark contrast to their previous meeting. Jang Ming slowly stood up, and Radon and Blue Howl growled under the white ape's imposing presence. Suddenly, a strange humming sound echoed. In the temple ruins, a ring of sparkling lights rotated, opening a portal to a space of endless darkness. A tall figure in a purple robe emerged, walking toward the cube. With a gentle motion, the cube flew into his palm. Through the shadows, a faint smile could be seen on the robed figure's lips. Master Lin, sacred artifacts are not for you to meddle with, he said coldly. The Fallen Alliance, he added. You could say that. The purple-robed figure's voice was youthful and lively, starkly different from Su Nan's ghostly voice after sacrificing her soul. His outstretched hand was bright-skinned, clearly a young man. I am merely a servant of the Black Dragon King Tyrant, the purple-robed figure said. You are a fanatic, Master Lin commented flatly. The purple-robed figure turned to Jang Ming, his voice sly. You, the 17 lords are very eager to meet you. 17 lords? Jang Ming was shocked. The cube is mine now, the purple-robed figure said, turning to the portal. Oh, by the way, Master Lin, before I leave, the Lord asked me to tell you. Don't bother trying anything if you don't want history to repeat itself. With a mocking laugh, the purple-robed figure stepped into the portal, which closed as if it had never been there. Master Lin remained still, his expression grave. Everyone was puzzled as to why he didn't intervene, despite having the white ape, comparable to an ancient titan, at his disposal, allowing the purple-robed figure to leave so arrogantly. Only Jang Ming understood the reason. When the portal opened, the system's message bar alerted. Warning! Warning! 3 ancient titan beasts detected. On the other side of the portal, 3 ancient titan beasts were lurking. To protect the survivors in the temple, Master Lin had to suppress his fury, watching the purple-robed figure depart. Master Lin turned to Jang Ming, his gaze filled with approval. With the cube taken away, the barrier of light and shadow vanished. Only the red rain continued its relentless assault on everything. The little caterpillar on Jang Ming's shoulder let out a soft purr, seemingly asleep. The locator bracelets were finally operational, and everyone activated them, preparing to return to the Qishan. Master Lin surveyed the remaining survivors, his voice somber. As everyone activates their locator bracelets, prepare to return to the Qishan, he gave Jang Ming's shoulder a reassuring pat. Master Lin, Jang Ming said wearily. We're sorry we arrived too late, Master Lin replied, his voice filled with regret. The central hospital of Jinwu City was eerily quiet. It was the 7th day since returning from the ruins of Thailand, and Jang Ming lay on his hospital bed, staring out the window into the distance. A tense atmosphere permeated every corner of the city, as the investigation into the Red Rain incident dominated headlines in the Huaxia district for 7 consecutive days. This incident unveiled the existence of the Fallen Alliance, a mysterious organization that suddenly emerged into the public eye, making people realize the lurking dangers beneath their seemingly peaceful lives. The damage caused by the Red Rain to the Thailand ruins was devastating. The ecological balance was severely disrupted, forcing numerous fierce beasts to migrate northeast, leaving nearly half the area as a wasteland. This not only meant the Huaxia district would lose millions in annual soul crystal revenue, but also left behind the bloodthirsty flying ants, a potential disaster waiting to happen. The 300 students who participated in the special training suffered heavy casualties, with barely a tenth surviving. The Huaxia district was fully committed to investigating the matter and gathering evidence. Lin Zun's even filed a lawsuit with the Supreme Court of the Alliance, demanding an explanation from the Magian district regarding the Red Rain incident and the sheltering of the fallen. Tensions between the two regions were high, and the threat of war loomed over everyone. Eventually, a sage intervened to mediate, confirming that the Magian district was not behind the incident. The Alliance issued a statement, promising increased compensation to the families of the deceased and dispatching elite beastmasters from the other 3 districts to help eradicate the bloodthirsty flying ants. In the hospital room, Jang Ming had just completed a life fluid injection, and his body functions were close to recovery. On the adjacent bed, Defy, legs crossed, complained, Ming, we're finally getting discharged today. I've been so bored these past few days. Jang Ming didn't respond, still staring out the window, replaying fragments of past and present in his mind, trying to find suspicious clues in the words and actions of Su Nan and others. He vaguely felt that this incident was just the beginning, as if a massive whirlpool was lurking in the shadows, ready to swallow him whole at any moment. Just as he was lost in thought, Chi pushed the door open and peeked inside with her pigtails bouncing. She wore a blue and white princess dress, holding a large lunchbox, and playfully stuck out her tongue. Ming, come and smell this. Doesn't it smell great? A new porridge shop opened on East Street, and their porridge is delicious. As Chi spoke, she opened the lunchbox, releasing a mouth-watering aroma that made Defay drool. Jang Ming felt a bit embarrassed and said, Chi, you've just recovered. You don't need to bring me food every day? Chi puffed out her cheeks, hands on her hips, her long pigtails hanging in front of her shoulders. No way. If it weren't for you and Instructor Qin risking your lives to save us, we wouldn't be here now. As she spoke, she took out utensils from the drawer and another lunchbox from her spatial soul device. Defay, this is pork knuckle rice for you. Defay eagerly accepted the lunchbox and began devouring it. The hospital meals over the past few days had left him craving something flavorful. Between bites, he asked, Chi, how did you end up with such minor injuries? Jang Ming also noticed this and was curious. Chi seemed to have the lightest injuries among everyone. He sipped his porridge and asked, Chi, how is Instructor Qin doing? Instructor Qin's injuries are quite severe. He's been transferred to Long City for treatment, Chi replied. After a few more days of rest, we'll be participating in the Soul Beast tournament. By then, Instructor Qin should be recovered. Jang Ming nodded slightly. Although the trip to the ruins of Thailand was harrowing, it was also rewarding. He not only acquired the Demon Eye and Dragon's Lament, but also hatched a baby ancient titan beast. Though currently small, it had the potential to grow into a formidable existence comparable to 17 ancient titan beasts. Despite his Beastmaster level still being at 1-star Beastmaster, the most important thing was that he had clarified everything. Over the past few days, Jang Ming had been searching on his virtual computer for records about the Tanya people, but to no avail. Just then, his smart bracelet on his wrist started flashing, and the icon for the cloud shopping mall lit up. A notification sounded. Ding dong. You have 999 messages pending in the last 14 days. Please check them promptly. Wow, that's a lot of messages, Jang Ming exclaimed, placing his finger on the smart bracelet and swiping forward. A 7-inch projection screen appeared in front of him, displaying a slew of unread messages, including, "A man who loves swords sent you 63 messages. A man who loves swords. Boss, are you there? I've been waiting for my order for half a month. When will it be shipped? Love long legs the most. Boss, are you alive? If you're alive, say something." In the virtual network, Dalong's voice echoed, "Bro, can this card really enhance a person's soul aptitude?" Before he finished speaking, a man claiming to be from the country of light anxiously interrupted, "Is the boss dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?" Then, inappropriately timed, Xiao Lan's game promo chimed in. Log in to receive 10 million gold coins, exquisite costumes, and a powerful mount. Suddenly, a curse cut through the chaotic sounds. Damn it. Why is there an ad playing? The knight swiftly skimmed through the messages, realizing something was amiss. All the listed products had been ordered, but the buyers hadn't canceled nor responded, leaving the orders piling up in the unprocessed section. He recalled recent events, where due to the Tyrant Ruins incident, the victims, including himself, were under strict hospital protection with signals completely blocked. Even family visits were prohibited. Only Anchi somehow managed to come and go freely. As the knight pondered, the network suddenly came back online. He immediately dialed the courier's number. "Hello? I'm the owner of shop number 8. On the other end, a voice exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, you're alive." The knight briefly explained, "All right, I'll meet you at the entrance of Jinwu Academy this afternoon." Hearing the phone call, Dafei excitedly shouted, "Ming, you've got business." He hesitated for a moment, then added, "Ming, that aptitude card you're selling, I peeked at it. Is it really that magical? Actually, I secretly bought one." The knight thought to himself, apart from Anchi and Dafei, no one knows he's selling the aptitude cards. Even Lin Zuns couldn't figure it out. Moreover, he's only enabled the purchase channel in the Huaxia region, so the aptitude cards can only circulate within that area. To use them across regions, one would have to go through the black market. The knight spoke to the system sprite. "Can you add a setting to the soul aptitude card?" The system sprite cheerfully replied, "Sure thing, master. What's your requirement?" The knight said, "Make it so that when others use the aptitude card to enhance their bloodline, regardless of grade, they can only use it once." The system sprite reassuringly responded, "No worries, master. That's already the default setting." In the afternoon, after completing his discharge procedures, Jang Ming felt a mix of emotions. Some of his severely injured classmates still needed further treatment and were unlikely to participate in the upcoming martial arts competition. Upon returning to Jinwu Academy, he headed straight to his dormitory, waiting at the door for the night express delivery staff. The agreed time was 2:30 p.m., just 3 minutes away. In the sky, a beastmaster dressed in a uniform adorned with sword, shield, and wyvern emblems gently descended on a wind dragon. "Greetings, sir. Knight number 1458 at your service." A cheerful young man nimbly dismounted from the dragon's back. "Please present the item for photo registration." Zhang Ming nodded and retrieved the qualification card, which was already wrapped in plastic, from his pocket, providing the address details. The young man curiously examined the card while taking a photo with his smart wristband. "Is this the item you wish to send?" Zhang Ming responded with a simple affirmative. "All done. Thank you for your cooperation. The package will be delivered within 3 days," the young man said, expertly storing the card in a spatial soul device, photographing each piece meticulously for record keeping. This stringent procedure ensured that knights wouldn't embezzle parcels, preventing loss. Zhang Ming opened his cloud shopping account, which showed 25 million soul coins pending, exchanging 70,000 soul points for 25 million. What a deal, he thought to himself, eagerly awaiting the buyer's confirmation and the funds to arrive. Humming a tune, Zhang Ming returned to his dormitory in high spirits. As he pushed open the half-closed door, he was greeted by the sight of a game running on the screen, a steaming chicken drumstick on the table, and Defei's clothes scattered on the bed, but Defei himself was nowhere to be seen. "Defei, where did you go?" Zhang Ming wondered, opening the bathroom door only to find it empty. At this hour, the dorm building was usually quiet, so he guessed Defei might have gone downstairs. After closing the dorm door, Zhang Ming was about to take a shower when a knock sounded. "Just a moment. I'm in the shower." Assuming Defei had returned, he casually wrapped a towel around himself and went to open the door. "Where have you been without resting?" But there was no one outside. Zhang Ming looked around, finding the hallway silent. Glancing down, he noticed a photograph lying at the doorstep. Picking up the photo, Zhang Ming's heart clenched. In the picture, Defei was shirtless, tied to a chair with a cloth stuffed in his mouth, his face bruised and battered, clearly having been beaten. On the back of the photo was a message. Your friend is in my hands. Damn it. Jang Ming was furious, quickly dressing to rush out. He forced himself to calm down, realizing that defy had been taken in less than half an hour. Who could be behind this? As he pondered, a notification appeared on his wrist's cloud shopping app. Mr. 9, if you don't want him dead, do as I say. Shop customer service number 8. What do you want? Mr. 9, the qualification card. Shop customer service number 8. Okay, I'll give it to you. Just release defy. Mr. 9, don't think about contacting Qin Zhan. If we can take him, we have the power to eliminate him. Shop customer service number 8. Location? Mr. 9, next to the Constellation bar by the One Arch Bridge. You have 20 minutes. I'll contact you when you arrive. 20 minutes. Jang Ming cursed, locking the door and sprinting out. In the city, only knights and combat personnel could fly with soul beasts without a permit. Unable to do so, he had to run all the way towards the One Arch Bridge. Running and thinking, Jang Ming decided to inform Qi. The One Arch Bridge was an old train tunnel with a history spanning centuries, now a red light district bustling with bars and entertainment venues. As night fell, the area buzzed with people and laughter. Checking the time, Jang Ming felt slightly relieved. In front of him was a small, abandoned railway bridge, with colorful shop signs on either side. Each store had glass windows displaying women of various styles. Hey handsome, come on in and have some fun. There's something small. Come on in. A woman in a blue bodycon dress, with a striking figure, leaned against a doorway, beckoning him. These lower-tier beastmasters had long given up on striving upwards, indulging in a life of debauchery. Some young people hoped to make quick money here to fund their beast cultivation. Everyone's circumstances differed, making judgment difficult. Jang Ming stood at the entrance of the Constellation bar, checking the new message on his wrist. Mr. 9. Enter the Constellation bar and order a bloody tier with soy sauce. Someone will bring you to him. At the bar entrance, a young server noticed him and warmly approached. One VIP guest. May I know your reservation number? The greeting from the doorman was ignored by Jang Ming as he pushed open the door, stepping into a dazzling scene. Colorful spotlights spun in the dim interior, slicing the space into bizarre, fragmented patterns. On stage, a woman in flamboyant attire was energetically gyrating. Her every move met with cheers from the audience. Despite it being broad daylight, the bar was packed, every seat taken. Jang Ming weaved through the swaying crowd, heading straight for the bar. A blonde woman in a black chiffon gown was polishing glasses there. Her graceful figure and movements exuded a mature woman's allure. What would you like to drink, little one? She teased with a sultry voice, her red lips curving into a slight smile. A bloody tier with soy sauce, please, Jang Ming replied without hesitation. The blonde woman showed no surprise at his unusual request. She set down the glass, leaned forward, and rested on the bar, her face almost touching Jang Ming's, separated by only a fist's distance. The strong scent of her perfume was intoxicating. Jang Ming glanced down briefly, swallowing hard. You have quite the taste, young man, she chuckled softly. The first bloody tier can be tough, especially with soy sauce. It could make you tipsy. Jang Ming didn't respond, maintaining a steady gaze. The blonde woman gave a mysterious smile, then turned to prepare the unique cocktail. She deftly selected several bottles from the shelf, her movements fluid and precise. In no time, a glass of blood-red liquid was ready, and she carefully added a drop of soy sauce. A peculiar reaction occurred in the glass, the once blood-red liquid transforming into a sinister red and black concoction, like a deadly potion. Mr. 9, drink it. Jang Ming glanced at his wrist, where a message was displayed, and without hesitation, downed the drink in one go. Such courage, young man, the blonde woman admired. As the liquid slid down his throat, Jang Ming felt the world spin around him. His vision blurred, and the scene distorted. The blonde woman's face warped, morphing into a ghastly skeleton wearing a golden wig and clothes, eerie and terrifying. Jang Ming clutched the bar for support, looking around the room. To his horror, everyone had turned into dancing skeletons. He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the nightmare, but eventually succumbed, blacking out. At that moment, the entire hall plunged into darkness. All lights went out, and the music abruptly stopped. The crowd, once frenzied, fell silent, all eyes turning to Jang Ming lying on the floor. Ding. Current unconscious state has been cleared for you. The system notification echoed in Jang Ming's consciousness. He struggled to open his eyes and saw a portal glowing with blue light materialize before him. Ding. Side quest triggered. Another system alert sounded in his ear, heralding the start of a new adventure. Triggering the side quest, defeating a traitor from the Dusk organization, rewards an S-level soul aptitude card 1. Two burly men dressed in black emerged from the spatial portal, carrying the limp Jang Ming through the gateway. A magnificent ancient Chinese palace came into view, with the words Dusk Organization in gold lettering shining brightly above the entrance. Jang Ming barely lifted his eyes and caught sight of two soldiers in tiger-emblazoned armor, with grand swords at their waists, standing like statues at the door. The Dusk Organization, the leader of the underground dark forces in the Huaxia region? Jang Ming was astonished, but he had no time to think as the two imposing soldiers took over, dragging him inside and throwing him onto the cold floor. The doors closed behind him, and the room was dimly lit with only a few flickering candles. On the wall of the main hall hung a plaque with the words, "End war with war." Taking advantage of the momentary solitude, Zhang Ming discreetly released a faint blue aura, lurking in the shadows to guard against unexpected events. Moments later, a fierce-looking middle-aged man with a scar on the back of his head helped an elderly man out from the rear hall. The elder walked with a cane, his steps unsteady, while the middle-aged man attended to him carefully. Once the elder was seated, the middle-aged man stood respectfully by his side. "Tiger, ask your three uncles where they are," the elder said, his voice strong despite his age. "Yes, Grandpa," the middle-aged man responded. Zhang Ming waited patiently, observing the situation. The elder tapped the ground with his cane and kindly said, "Young man, if you're awake, you should get up. The floor is cold." Zhang Ming stood up, dusting off his clothes, and met the elder's gaze directly. He scrutinized the white-haired, kind-faced elder, who stood in stark contrast to the fierce man with the scar beside him. "Grandpa, third uncle, fourth uncle, and fifth uncle are on their way and will arrive soon," the fierce man reported, bending low with utmost respect. The elder nodded and turned his attention to Zhang Ming. "Young man, I've invited you here because I have some questions that need answers. Please, go ahead," Zhang Ming replied, maintaining his composure. He pondered silently, knowing that the Dusk Organization was established after the catastrophe, during the Alliance's formation and the stabilization of the Huaxia region, controlling all underground activities like fighting pits, black markets, and gambling dens. The elder's status in the organization was evidently high, and he was related to the fierce man as grandfather and grandson, awaiting the arrival of several sons. "You are calm, young man, a testament to Qin Zhan's training," the elder remarked kindly, with a hint of a smile. Zhang Ming remained silent, speculating that the elder seemed to know Instructor Qin. "I won't bully you, rest assured. I only have 3 questions for you, and in exchange, you may ask me 3 questions as well." "Very well, please ask," Zhang Ming agreed, unwilling to remain too passive despite the unclear situation. "Where did the aptitude card come from?" the elder asked, his eyes sharp. "You'd better answer truthfully," the fierce man named Tiger warned harshly, but was stopped by the elder's raised hand. Zhang Ming paused, noticing the elder holding a few level aptitude cards between his fingers, and calmly replied, "The aptitude cards were made by extracting the bloodline of fierce beasts using my bloodline power." "Nonsense!" Tiger erupted in anger. "Grandpa, this kid clearly doesn't intend to tell the truth. Let me handle him." The elder chuckled and shook his head. "Young man, I know you possess the ancient bloodline of the Tanya tribe, but the ability you describe is not one of theirs. As far as I know, among the ancient 15 tribes, there was indeed one that could extract fierce beast bloodlines to create aptitude cards, augmenting human soul aptitude. Unfortunately, that tribe was the first to go extinct many years ago." "Young man, perhaps you should think of a better reason." Zhang Ming remained unfazed. He had hoped to use the secret of his bloodline as a pretext, but the elder not only revealed his Tanya bloodline, but also unveiled the existence of a tribe with such miraculous abilities in ancient times, leaving him silently astonished. "If you don't believe me, we can conduct an experiment right here," Zhang Ming said, bowing respectfully, his gaze unwavering. He was resolute, determined to stick to his explanation regardless of whether the elder believed him or not. The existence of ancient races was no longer the point. Proving that he truly possessed this mysterious bloodline was what mattered. The elder nodded slightly, gesturing towards the middle-aged man. With a wave of his hand, a rare beast's carcass appeared in the center of the hall, filling the air with a pungent stench. "Go ahead," the fierce-looking man snarled. "If you can't produce a qualification card, there's no point discussing the other 2 questions." He paused, then added, "By the way, hand over your spatial soul artifact first." Without a word, Zhang Ming removed the soul artifact bracelet from his wrist and tossed it to the man. The man caught it and examined it carefully, saying nothing. Zhang Ming crouched down and pulled a small knife from his pocket, deftly slicing open the beast's abdomen. He reached into the warm cavity while mentally accessing the system interface to quickly open the exchange store and redeem a crade qualification card. His hand moved subtly within the carcass, discreetly gripping the card in his right hand. A few minutes later, Zhang Ming slowly withdrew his right hand, holding up a blood-soaked crade qualification card. Throughout the process, nothing unusual occurred. The elder's eyes flickered with surprise at the sight, but soon returned to a calm demeanor. Despite his efforts to conceal it, Jang Ming caught the brief flash of excitement in the elder's eyes. The second question, the elder began. If someone with Insgrade qualification uses the Scrade qualification card you showed, will it upgrade to Esgrade? No, Zhang Ming replied decisively. Insgrade qualification card can only be used once per person, forcibly enhancing abilities to Scrade. It has no effect on someone who already possesses Scrade abilities. I see, that's what I suspected, the elder said thoughtfully. The third question. If I provide the resources, can you create an S-grade qualification card? Zhang Ming pondered for a moment before cautiously replying, it's possible. But I can't do it right now. Upon hearing this, the fierce-looking man couldn't hide his excitement and blurted out, Grandfather, our Huaxia district can finally hold its head high. The elder gently waved his hand, signaling for silence. I've asked my questions. It's your turn, he said, looking at Zhang Ming with a mysterious glint in his eyes. Zhang Ming took a deep breath and respectfully asked, May I know your esteemed name, sir? The elderly man's eyes crinkled with a kindly smile. I am Lin Xiao. This simple introduction struck Zhang Ming like a hammer blow to the heart. Lin Xiao? Are you really Lin Xiao? His heart surged with emotion, his eyes wide with shock. In this era, only a few might recognize the name Lin Xiao. But in Zhang Ming's past life memories, the name Lin Xiao was legendary, known by all. He was not only the leader of the mysterious organization, the Twilight Group, but also the father of the current revered leader. The Twilight Group's existence was like an invisible sword hanging over all the underground forces in the Huaxia district. It was Lin Xiao's formidable presence that kept those with ill intentions at bay. Ironically, the world viewed the Twilight Group as the greatest scourge, the most rotten element in the Huaxia district. This organization operated in silence, bearing 1,000 curses, yet willingly transformed into the roots hidden beneath the soil of the towering tree that was Huaxia, tirelessly safeguarding its peace. Whenever underground forces from other districts of the Alliance attempted to infiltrate Huaxia, it was Lin Xiao who personally led the Twilight Group to repel these malevolent invaders time and again. Without the Twilight Group, the Huaxia district would descend into chaos when night fell. Without their efforts, the darker side of Huaxia would be even more sordid and chaotic than it already was. Lin Xiao was a silent guardian, hidden in the shadows, constantly fortifying the foundations of Huaxia. Zhang Ming's mind flickered with memories of his past life. The Meijian district had repeatedly incited Huaxia's beast masters to become decadent and unambitious, spreading subversive ideas, hoping to unite them into a force against Huaxia's military. Each time, it was the Twilight Group that discovered the traitors and eliminated them, maintaining peace in the Huaxia district. Moreover, infiltration from the Fallen Alliance posed a significant threat. Despite the outward appearance of peace and stability, the Alliance faced threats not only from beasts, but also from the dangers of human nature. In this era, too many humans chose to succumb to darkness. If Huaxia's headquarters was the sunlit canopy, then the Twilight Group was the deeply buried roots, silently supporting Huaxia's security. Realizing his earlier disrespect, Zhang Ming quickly apologized. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please forgive me. Old Lin chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. No harm done, no harm done. I'm too old to hold a grudge against a youngster like you. Your friend is safe, so no need to worry. You have 2 more questions. Ask them and ease your mind. Zhang Ming nodded. I wish to know about the Fallen Alliance. Upon hearing this, Old Lin's expression turned grave. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I can't tell you much about the Fallen Alliance. All I can say is that these people are adept at disguise, willingly selling their souls. They serve different ancient titans, whom they call their masters. Even within the Fallen Alliance, there are divisions based on the beasts they serve. Since the ancient titans awakened, the older the fallen ones, the stronger they become. Old Lin paused before continuing, and about your bloodline, don't mention it to anyone. The Twilight Group will protect you from the shadows. As for Sun An, we've investigated her. She became a fallen one back in primary school, selling her soul. Do you know the price she paid for her power? What? Zhang Ming asked instinctively. Patricide and matricide. Old Lin's voice was filled with deep regret. This is partly my fault. We noticed Su Nan's misconduct early on, but to draw out the fallen ones behind her, we didn't act. The old man sighed and continued. Inviting you here in this manner was my mistake. I've had your aptitude card tested. Unlike the Meijian District's secondary awakening potion, it has no side effects and can perfectly enhance human aptitude. I simply worried about the card falling into other districts' hands, and wanted to avoid alerting anyone prematurely. Zhang Ming respectfully replied, I understand, sir. Old Lin nodded. Regarding the aptitude card, I'll have Lin who discuss it with you in detail. He gestured to the man standing beside him. The previously fierce-looking man now gave Zhang Ming a friendly smile. Just then, Old Lin suddenly said, My 3 sons have arrived, and you might witness some family drama. He gestured for Zhang Ming to stand beside him. 3 men. similar in appearance and dressed in traditional Zhongshan suits, entered the room, greeting in unison. Father, old Lin, not waiting for them to come in, barked, Humph. Do you still see me as your father? Collaborating with the Magian district to sell awakening potions. Do you think I'm too old to notice? I've warned you that these potions are a Magian conspiracy against our Huaxia district. They forcibly enhance one's aptitude by exploiting the soul's potential, shortening the user's lifespan. Whoever among you is involved, today I must act righteously, even against my own kin. You've reached high positions, yet still crave wealth. The three at the door remained silent. Through his demon eye, Jang Ming clearly saw the man in the center smirk. The man suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with fervor. Yes, father, you're right. We don't seek financial gain, but we also aspire to become revered figures like our elder brother. As long as we agree to their terms, Magian District promises me a legendary bloodline soul beast as my contract beast. The young man's voice was filled with excitement and longing. Why shouldn't I agree? I can accept their terms first and then protect our Huaxia. Nonsense. Old Master Lin was furious, his wrinkled hand gripping his cane tightly, pounding it on the floor with a dull thud. I never thought my own son, Lin Xiao, would be such an ungrateful wretch. He turned to his two sons beside him and commanded sharply, fourth and fifth, kill him. However, the expected action didn't occur. The three stood motionless like statues, and a flicker of panic crossed old Master Lin's eyes as he sensed something was wrong. So, all three of you have become dogs of the Magian district. The old man sneered, his voice filled with disappointment and pain. And what if we have? The fourth son suddenly spoke, his eyes brimming with resentment and defiance. Why should all the resources go to the eldest just because we're all sons? Why can he become a venerable while we can't? Why does he get to bask in glory while we hide in the shadows? I refuse to accept it. Old Master Lin stared at the fourth son, his voice low and commanding. Fourth, you've always been timid, shirking every task. Even if you become a venerable, you'd still be a dark-hearted person, a disaster for our Huaxia district. Ha, old man, you're past your prime. The fourth son sneered, a flash of malice in his eyes. It's time for me to take your place as the leader. With that, he stepped forward, and the atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense. Suddenly, a deafening roar pierced the sky, and the palace roof was shattered. 7 soul beasts, each over 30 meters tall, appeared before everyone, casting a vast shadow and exuding an overwhelming pressure. The three brothers stood on top of the soul beasts, looking down at old Master Lin with disdain. Well, well, what fine sons I have. Old Master Lin felt like his heart was bleeding, his voice filled with pain and anger. I never expected the three of you to be so audacious as to attack me here. The fourth son looked down at old Master Lin, his tone mocking. Old man, you're old. We already guessed your reason for calling us here. Hand over the key, and we'll leave now. We don't even care about being venerable. Ha, I may be old. Old Master Lin suddenly stood tall, a sharp glint in his eyes, but dealing with you ungrateful wretches is still within my power. With that, he tossed aside his cane, and his aura suddenly surged. Venerable's aura, the three brothers exclaimed, a hint of fear flashing in their eyes. At that moment, the entire palace collapsed. A massive black ape, over 100 meters tall and covered in black fur, emerged from the ruins. From a distance, this black ape bore a striking resemblance to Lin Venerable's white ape. Mount a moving demon ape. The three brothers gasped in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. A fierce wind howled past, whipping old Master Lin's white hair wildly as he stood resolutely atop the mountain ape. The soul beast, like a formidable guardian, looked down disdainfully at the 7 smaller soul beasts across from it. Jang Ming, astride Radon, soared into the air, relieved that he had evaded the collapsing beam just in time, avoiding what could have been a disastrous outcome. I have spent my life protecting Huaxia and will never allow my son to betray it. Old Master Lin's voice thundered, his eyes blazing with intensity. No matter who it is, betray Huaxia, and you shall be destroyed. His roar reverberated through the surroundings, striking fear even in Jang Ming's heart. He suddenly recalled the large inscription hanging in the main hall. Stop war with war. Lin Xiao had always pursued absolute justice, seeing the world in black and white, believing that evil could only be ended by evil. Father, hand over the key. We promised never to oppose Huaxia again, one of his sons pleaded. We merely accepted the conditions from the American region. What's so wrong about that? Silence. Such arrogance. Old Master Lin interrupted sharply. What's wrong? Have you forgotten how your mother died? How your sister-in-law sacrificed herself to save you? And your eldest brother? He could have advanced further to become a sage, yet he stood up to protect Huaxia. Where were you three then? Faced with their father's accusations, the three brothers were speechless, falling into silence. After a moment, the third brother, with a hardened expression, gritted his teeth and said, "Have we brothers not also made sacrifices for Huaxia? Haven't you seen our contributions? I refuse to accept this. Why did father give all the resources to our eldest brother? I am no less talented than him. My achievements are no less. Why was the item father brought back from the divine land given to him? I refuse to accept this." Old Master Lin's aura surged once more, his anger pouring out like a tidal wave. Beneath him, the mountain ape pounded its chest, baring its massive fangs, eyes blood-red, as if ready to devour the world. "Traitors, destroy them!" Old Master Lin commanded, and the mountain ape advanced like a moving mountain, shaking the earth. "Attack!" The three brothers, resolved to fight to the end, directed their 7 soul beasts to confront the ape. The mountain ape spread its arms wide, seizing a lizard-like soul beast, attempting to tear it apart. This epic-blooded ape was a 5-star monarch-level soul beast, while the 7 opposing beasts were merely king-level with perfect bloodlines. Despite being outnumbered, the ape's formidable physique allowed it to dominate the battle. The 7 soul beasts launched relentless attacks, trying to ambush the ape's back, even attempting to strike Old Master Lin directly. Yet, wielding a spear, he deftly repelled each attacker with astonishing agility. The seamless coordination between Old Master Lin and the soul beast shattered Jang Ming's preconceived notions about beastmasters. He realized how powerful a beastmaster could be with the aid of soul artifacts. As the battle turned against them, the three brothers grew increasingly anxious. Their eyes shifted, suddenly spotting Jang Ming hiding in the rear. The 7 soul beasts immediately changed tactics, attacking the ape's limbs with suicidal ferocity. 4 beasts entangled its lower body, while 2 others repeatedly assaulted its head. An avian dragon-type soul beast seized the opportunity, flapping its wings and charging towards Jang Ming. As the wind roared, Radon spewed flames in defense, swiftly retreating. "Oomph! Where do you think you're going, boy?" Old Master Lin noticed the 5th brother pursuing Jang Ming, but did not intervene immediately. The mountain ape shook off the soul beasts clinging to it, then delivered a devastating punch, exploding the head of a king-level soul beast in a shower of blood. Jang Ming, riding Radon, ascended rapidly, finally noticing the strange environment around him. A wispy cloud hovered overhead, but it wasn't a real cloud, it was a rocky dome. He was shocked to realize he was underground. No time to ponder. His primary task was to evade the king-level soul beast pursuing him. A direct confrontation was not wise, so Zhang Ming's eyes narrowed as a bold idea crossed his mind. He halted Radon, coldly fixing his gaze on the approaching avian dragon-type soul beast. "Blame your bad luck, kid." At 30 meters, 20 meters, then just 10 meters away. Blink. Zhang Ming activated his ring, instantly appearing beside the 5th brother, startling him. "How do you have Elder Ye's blink ring?" the 5th brother asked in terror. Before he could recover, Zhang Ming landed a punch squarely on his nose. The 5th brother clutched his face in agony, howling in pain. "We're not done yet." Zhang Ming grabbed his Zhongshan suit collar with both hands, activating his demon eye, his amber eyes locking onto his opponent. It felt as if the abyss was calling him, heralding the arrival of a dark world where the deepest desires, ambitions, and wildness of human nature were magnified to an infinite degree. The abyss stared at Lao Wu, pulling him into a mirage of his own desires. Zhang Ming stood nearby, like a calm observer, watching as countless ferocious beasts in the abyss tore and devoured Lao Wu with an expressionless face. This was not cold-bloodedness. For a traitor, such a death was already a merciful end. "No, don't chase me," Lao Wu pleaded desperately, his voice tinged with sobs. "This is my legendary bloodline. Please, give it back to me. Won't you?" The mirage suddenly shifted, with a luxurious palace replacing the scene of beastly pursuit. Lao Wu, like a defeated dog, knelt before a blonde-haired, blue-eyed American, begging pitifully. "Please, if you give me the legendary bloodline you promised, I guarantee to provide you with intelligence from the Huaxia region. The leader of the Dust Group is my father. If you give it to me, he won't call me useless anymore." Suddenly, the mirage changed again. The scenes symbolizing strength and ambition shattered, and the blonde, blue-eyed American peeled back his skin to reveal a beast with a gaping mouth, which instantly bit off Lao Wu's head. Blood splattered everywhere. The headless body staggered a few steps before the soul completely dissipated, succumbing to its desires. With Lao Wu's death, 2 spirit beasts were summoned back to the spirit beast space and disappeared. The system notification sounded. Ding. "Congratulations on killing Dusk Group Traitor 13. Ding. Successfully killed Huaxia Tribe Traitor, King Level 5-star Beast Master 1. Reward, 5,000 honor points." Honor points exchange opened in the exchange store. Lao San and Lao Si, who were still holding on, saw Lao Wu's spirit beasts vanish and his body fall to the ground, raising their eyebrows. Father, you forced me to do this. Lao San shouted hoarsely, pulling out a red lightning glowing orb from his pocket. Violent energy swirled around the orb. Old Master Lin's eyes widened. Jang Ming also noticed the red orb in Lao San's hand, a piece of black technology from the American Genesis project in a past life, a one-time use microbomb, powered by the most explosive red lightning from thunderclouds. It was a weapon of mass destruction capable of wiping out all life in an instant. The system alarm suddenly blared. Alert! Hazardous environment detected. Please evacuate immediately. The alarm was piercing and sharp, echoing throughout the underground base. The system frantically alerted them to the dangerous environment, urging an immediate evacuation. Zhang Xiaozi was anxious, but with the surroundings sealed, there was no way out. Old Master Lin had a grave expression, his eyes glistening. He turned to Zhang Xiaozi with a bitter smile on his lips. Zhang Xiaozi, it's my fault that you're in this predicament. Not far away, Lin's third son held a microbomb, looking down on everyone with a twisted smile. His eyes were filled with madness, as if he controlled the lives of everyone present. Lin Xiao, he roared, blame yourself. Blame yourself for taking in Big Brother's adopted son. Old Master Lin's lips twitched slightly, anger burning in his eyes. This was the base of the Dusk Group he had built over decades. If it were destroyed, not only would the intelligence network of the underground forces in Huaxia be lost, but the entire Huaxia region would also lose the secret protection of the Dusk Group. He understood that if this happened, spies, agents, and the Fallen Alliance from other regions of the Union would swarm in. In this seemingly peaceful era, Old Master Lin knew all too well the weaknesses of human nature. For power and status, too many people were willing to abandon their true selves. After years of fighting to unite humanity against the fierce beasts, Lin Xiao finally realized humanity's greatest enemy was not the beasts, but the desires within. Jang Ming glared at the silent Old Master Lin, shouting harshly, heartless traitor. Shut up! The third son roared in anger. This is a Lin family matter. Who do you think you are? His twisted face contorted, his gaze fiercely fixed on Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, unafraid, rode his radon closer to the two. If you're a man, let's go down together, he taunted. I just want to know if you dare. If not, you're a coward. Get out of here. The third son, though furious, remembered the fifth brother's tragic death at Zhang Ming's hands and dared not act rashly. Stop, he warned. This is the latest bomb developed by the Magian region. If I activate it with my soul power, this place will be flattened. What if it's a monarch-level soul beast? If he hadn't been biased, we brothers would have become emperor-level, sovereign-level beast tamers long ago. Why do you think we've remained at the king level for so long? He pointed angrily at Old Master Lin. Zhang Ming replied coldly. All I know is that your lives were given by him. Suddenly, wisps of black mist emerged from the third son, catching Zhang Ming's attention. The mist quickly spread, enveloping the third son entirely. His skin turned into gray, scaly patches, two bizarre horns sprouted from his head, and his pupils became a dark green. Most terrifying of all, his mouth split open towards his ears, forming a long, bloody line. What a waste, the third son spoke. But his voice was like that of a child. No wonder Lin Xiao didn't care for you. Standing nearby, the fourth son witnessed everything, terrified, and quickly retreated. Although he had been instigated by the third brother to rebel against their father, he didn't know the third brother had sold his soul and joined the Fallen Alliance. Lin Xiao remained unfazed, his voice calm. You've finally shown yourself. I thought you'd remain a coward forever. From the gaping maw of the third son came a chilling laugh. Lin Xiao, you're impressive. If there were a few more people like you among humans, we'd really have a headache. Zhang Ming was shocked, realizing that Lin Xiao had long anticipated the third son's allegiance with the Fallen Alliance. It was all a ploy to draw out the enemy. One of the 17 ancient Titan beasts, the Seven Sins Enforcer, Sod. Lin Xiao stated the entity's identity blandly. Sod controlled the 7 deadly sins: gluttony, greed, sloth, envy, pride, lust, and wrath, capable of amplifying human desires to make them the most loyal servants. Oh, Sod sniffed the air. What is that sin I detect? Pure Tanya bloodline. Run. Old Master Lin's voice echoed in Zhang Ming's mind. Lin, who has already opened the portal beneath the ruins. You too must go. Sod sneered. None of you will escape today. Though this body won't last long, it's more than enough to deal with you. Before the words finished, Sod, possessing the third son, suddenly opened his bloody mouth, swallowing all the soul beasts from the soul beast spaces of both the third and fourth sons. The third son's body exploded, and enormous limbs emerged from the blood and flesh. A colossal creature with 7 menacing heads appeared out of thin air, standing tall on the ground. This ancient Titan beast towered over the mountain-moving ape, covered in impenetrable scales, looking down upon the heavens. In the face of this beast, everything seemed so insignificant, and all resistance felt like futile struggle. The Seven Sins Judgment. Sada's split bloodline is an epic talent, possessing a Monarch 8-star skill that controls the Seven Sins. It is one of the 17 ancient Titan behemoths, with its body occupied by a trace of evil thought from Sada's judgment of the Seven Sins. Although it has only 1/10 of the original power, it can manipulate the desires of all living beings. Suddenly, a colossal creature appeared before them. There was no time to be shocked. Instinct drove them to flee towards the portal. 7 menacing heads moved as the Seven Sins Judgment, Sod, surveyed its new body with satisfaction. Trying to run, one of the heads suddenly spewed scorching flames. Radon quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Damn, 1/10 of the power is already at Monarch level 8 stars. Radon thought to himself, realizing this was far beyond what he could contend with. At that moment, the mountain-moving ape, controlled by Old Master Lin, struck Sod with its massive palm. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Radon immediately summoned his beasts. In an instant, 3 soul beasts, each 100 meters tall, appeared out of thin air, stomping heavily on Sada's 7 gigantic heads. One of them, an exotic tiger beast with antlers and 4 hooves, covered in golden scales, roared fiercely, tearing into one of Sada's heads. Another was a fearsome dinosaur-like soul beast. The most striking was the 3rd soul beast, a bizarre creature with azure-purple scales and wings, a Dominator-level soul beast. It possessed the legendary bloodline of the Rift Beast, wielding the Dominator level 1-star skill, Rift Slash. This ancient lineage, once igniting divine flames to ascend to ancient Titan status, had fallen to legend after the flames died out, yet retained ancient memories and viewed ancient Titans as mortal enemies. As soon as the Rift Beast appeared, its 4 pairs of steel-like wings vibrated rapidly, seemingly causing the very space around it to tremble. Facing the ferocious assault of 3 Monarch-level and 1 Dominator-level soul beasts, the Seven Sins Judgment Sod let out an earth-shattering roar, remarkably withstanding the onslaught with its makeshift body. Old Master Lin's forehead was beaded with sweat, as controlling 4 soul beasts simultaneously drained his soul power rapidly. Especially with the Dominator-level Rift Beast, he not only had to focus on controlling it, but also constantly guard against Sada's bewitching attacks. At this moment, the 7 heads of the ancient Titan, Seven Sins Judgment, opened simultaneously, releasing 7 differently colored halos. For trapped the Rift Beast, while the remaining 3 enveloped the other Monarch-level soul beasts. In an instant, Lin Zhao's strongest 4 soul beasts' pupils dilated, their eyes flashing with a sinister light. They turned against each other, beginning to fight amongst themselves. This is bad. It's the Seven Sins enchantment. Old Master Lin was struck with alarm, realizing the situation had become critically dire. The formidable sky-splitting beast, once a proud ruler, was now ensnared by the insidious circle of 7 sins, its once clear eyes filled with savage fury. At the same time, the mountain-moving ape let out a thunderous roar, pounding its sturdy chest as it charged forward. With a swift sidestep, it spun around, using its iron-hard elbow to slam fiercely into the tiger-shaped soul beast. In an instant, the 4 soul beasts were locked in a chaotic battle. Their combat instincts were amplified, and their bloodlust fully awakened. Claws, fangs, and massive bodies clashed in midair, creating a deafening cacophony. Standing aloof was the Seven Sins Judicator Sod, its 7 grotesque heads held high, indifferent to the chaos before it. It let out a chilling laugh, filled with contempt for all creation. This world was born from desire and will end by it. In the name of my master, judgment is here. Elder Lin had agilely leaped down from the ape's shoulder, gripping his long spear firmly, his eyes sharp as lightning. He knew all too well that while Seven Sins Judicator Sod ranked 17th among the ancient Titans, its threat to humanity was easily among the top 5. Elder Lin moved nimbly across the battlefield, dodging Sada's playful attacks like a nimble monkey. Without his soul beast, a beast master was like a tiger without claws. Even with his esteemed prowess, Lin Zhao appeared small and helpless before an ancient Titan. Moreover, this was merely a fragment of Sada's evil will. If the true form descended, only a saint could stand against it. Elder Lin silently thanked the soul rankings for their protection, knowing that without it, humanity's last hope might have been extinguished a century ago by these 17 ancient Titan behemoths. The battle grew fiercer as the 4 soul beasts neared mutual destruction. What awaited them was a fate worse than death. Radon strained to uphold its thorn armor and geothermal armor, its magma-forged armor covered by a layer of thick, tough vines. Under this double-layered defense, it withstood attacks from all directions, determined to protect its master. In this critical moment, Jang Ming seized a fleeting opportunity, drawing his dragon's lament bow and shooting an arrow at one of Sada's heads. The arrow hit its mark. However, when the flaming arrow struck the eye, it shattered as if hitting a hard glass surface. Damn it, Jang Ming muttered through clenched teeth, thinking about how this titan's skills were as troublesome as the illusory realm of the mirage beast. He recalled an encounter in the misty forest, where he had used a purification ability to break the illusion cast by a mirage beast on his golden lion beast. Although Sada's skill wasn't about creating illusions, it incited deep-seated desires and bloodlust to disorient soul beasts, immersing them in endless hatred and slaughter. Zhang Ming speculated that using a purification ability might dispel the negative state afflicting the four soul beasts. With this thought, he immediately attempted to cleanse the sky-splitting beast with advanced purification and protection, trying to remove the seven sins influence. But the system promptly notified him. Ding. Dispelling failed. Ability level insufficient. Then a series of system alerts followed. Ding. Detected death of a Dusk Squad traitor, granting original reward. S-grade aptitude card 1. Ding. New side quest triggered. Expel the evil will fragment of the ancient Titan 7 Sins Judicator Sod. Quest reward. 7 Sins Crystal. Hearing these notifications, Zhang Ming's pupils contracted, but he had no time to ponder as he dodged a poisonous mist attack. Meanwhile, Elder Lin, gripping his spear, leaped into the air 100 meters high. The winds and clouds trembled, accompanied by the sound of dragons and tigers. His spear, like a rainbow, struck at Sada's head with lightning speed. The force of this strike was awe-inspiring, far from the frail old man who once leaned on a cane. Even if it costs me my life today, I will stop you from infiltrating the Dusk Squad, Elder Lin roared. He clearly saw that Sa dared to manifest its evil will fragment in the Soul Rankings protection zone, intending to swallow the Dusk Squad whole and control all underground forces in the Huaxia region. He would never allow the Dusk Squad to fall into the hands of a beast. Watching Elder Lin fight valiantly, covered in blood, a gaping wound on his left arm bleeding profusely, yet still gripping his spear tightly, fighting on, Zhang Ming felt his heart ache. At that moment, the little caterpillar, previously napping in the soul beast space, suddenly became restless, sensing the presence of the ancient titan outside. It persistently signaled Zhang Ming, wanting to come out. In the next instant, the little caterpillar appeared on Zhang Ming's shoulder, raising its upper body high, its tiny mandibles moving as it made a hissing sound, seemingly challenging the colossal beast opposite it. One of Sada's heads lowered, speaking with a hint of surprise. "Oh, no wonder I sensed an old friend's scent. It's you." Then, with a mocking tone, it added, "Your bloodline is broken. Your divine fire extinguished, fallen from legend. Do you still think you're the empress you once were?" The caterpillar, understanding Sada's taunt, had a twinkle in its eyes, silently defying the insult. "Haha." Sad laughed. "Bronze level, the mighty beast empress, the insect progenitor, reduced to bronze level. Offer up your bloodline." As Sad spoke, its massive body advanced like an armored tank, flattening everything in its path. Its 7 heads continuously launched attacks, mocking Zhang Ming as he ran for his life. Zhang Ming focused his demonic eye, staring into one of Sada's pupils, activating abyssal gaze, attempting to slow its advance. Sada's body paused briefly, its eyes flashing red before returning to normal. In that brief pause, Zhang Ming seized the moment, quickly opening his system backpack and using the S-grade aptitude card, carefully examining the listed abilities. The system sprite quickly responded to its master's request, recommending several powerful abilities to dispel negative statuses. Among them, Holy Light Descent stood out the most. This S-level ability not only removes all negative statuses with 100 effectiveness, but also provides a Holy Light Shield, enhances defense, and even adds a light attribute to attacks. Following closely were Judgment Verdict and Corona Crown, each with its own unique features, dazzling the mind. The master carefully weighed the pros and cons of each ability. Although soul points were scarce, and the small caterpillar along with other companions urgently needed upgrades, the immediate priority was to expel the 7 Sins Sod. After thorough consideration, the master ultimately chose Holy Light Descent. With this decision, the master felt a surge of powerful energy flowing into their body. Their vision became exceptionally clear. Even without the demon eye, they could perceive every detail within 30 meters. This sudden transformation alerted the 7 Sins Sod. Without waiting for Sod to act, the master immediately unleashed the newly acquired ability. A brilliant beam of sacred light enveloped the sky-cleaving beast, like a ray of sunshine breaking through the darkness, dispelling the gloom that had shrouded it. The overlord-level sky-cleaving beast's eyes regained their clarity, and it suddenly broke free from the mountain-moving ape's grip, regaining its freedom. These rapid changes happened in the blink of an eye, and before the 7 Sins Sod could react, the situation had already undergone a dramatic transformation. The Rift Beast, having regained its clarity, viciously lunged at the 7 Sins Sod, causing the space around them to tremble violently. The beast's form flickered in the air, disappearing and reappearing in an instant. Suddenly, A sharp spatial blade hovered above the head of the seven-sin sod, like a dagger poised to strike. With a thunderous roar, the Rift Beast unleashed its signature move, the Rift Strike. Its massive jaws clamped down on one of the seven-sin sod's heads, causing the surrounding space to collapse. Complex fissures emerged as a fierce wind howled, sucking in everything around it. Elder Lin stood firm amidst the swirling sand, gripping a spear, unyielding against the gale. Sweat beaded at his temples, his face flushed crimson, and before him floated a mysterious array formed from gathered blood. Elder Lin summoned all his soul power, using the force of a blood pact to forcibly reverse the summoning of his soul beasts. With a sharp cough, Elder Lin spat a mouthful of blood onto the blood pact array. Instantly, a violent suction force erupted from the array, forcibly pulling the three rampaging soul beasts back into the soul beast space. On the battlefield, only the seven-sin sod and the Rift Beast remained, staring each other down as a confrontation between a monarch-level and a lord-level being was about to ensue. Elder Lin staggered back, nearly falling, as Jang Ming swiftly appeared beside him, lifting him onto Layden's back. "I'm not done yet," Elder Lin panted, reassuring the worried Jang Ming with determination. The seven-sin sod's seven heads spewed forth crimson flames, scorching hot like hellfire. The flames swept over the rocks, but extinguished abruptly upon touching the holy light shield around the Rift Beast. Seeing this, the seven-sin sod raised its heads proudly, opening its mouth to gather a mass of dark purple energy that gradually formed into a sharp sword. Judgment light. Descend. The dark purple sword hovered high, then shot towards the Rift Beast's head. The Rift Beast's steel wings vibrated wildly, causing the surrounding space to collapse and shatter once more. The emerging wind formed a wall of wind blades around it, continuously shattering the judgment light. Simultaneously, a massive starlit rift opened above the Rift Beast, absorbing the fragmented energy entirely. With a level advantage, the Rift Beast suppressed the seven-sin sod, executing its innate rift slash. Its massive body transformed into a silver blade of light, vanishing in an instant. A flash of white light erupted, stirring up a storm of sand and stones. As the dust settled, 4 of the seven-sin sod's heads lay severed on the ground, leaving only 3. Dark green blood gushed like a fountain as the creature let out a pained howl. However, its remaining 3 heads cruelly devoured the severed necks and fallen heads, a gruesome sight. "Accursed! Accursed!" The seven-sin sod roared in rage, continuing to consume its own flesh. The dripping dark green blood hissed upon contact with the ground, highly corrosive. The Rift Beast launched another rift slash, but it was blocked by the dark purple shield around the seven-sin sod. "This body is nearing its limit. Before the end, let me give you one last show." The seven-sin sod spoke in a chilling, childlike voice. With only 3 heads left, the seven-sin sod was connected by a pulsating blood-red heart. The Rift Beast emitted a wary sound, and even the little caterpillar grew tense. Suddenly, a system alert sounded. "Dang, Seven-Sin's judgment sod's level has changed, rising to Lord level 1 star." Despite sharing the same level, the Rift Beast, constrained by its bloodline, could still suppress this avatar. However, in the next moment, a black beam shot out, striking the Rift Beast and sending it flying hundreds of miles away, only stopping when it crashed into a mountain. The Rift Beast let out a harrowing cry. A circular hole burned through its chest, the edges still smoldering. This strike demonstrated the terrifying power of an ancient titan. Even a Lord-level Rift Beast struggled to withstand the might of a peer-level ancient titan, its body pierced by a single blow. Jang Ming clenched his fists, watching helplessly as the 3 horrifying heads of the seven-sin sod closed in on the Rift Beast, yearning to intervene but painfully aware that doing so with Layden's strength would be suicidal. His heart was filled with anguish and frustration. Elder Lin's eyes widened, tears welling in his bloodshot eyes as he watched helplessly as the scene unfolded. "Stand up, Lai Kong." Master Lin's voice was hoarse, echoing across the battlefield with a cry of desperation. The Lai Kong beast, pierced through its body, hung its head low, like a lifeless statue pinned to the ground. Just then, the small caterpillar that had been perched on its shoulder began to float, slowly rising into the air, facing the distant seven-sin sod. Lin Xiao had long noticed this pale little caterpillar, but the Twilight Group remained unaware of Jang Ming's legendary soul beast. At this moment, he and Jang Ming both watched as the caterpillar ascended, feeling its determination resonate from deep within their souls. "Protect." The caterpillar suddenly radiated a dazzling white light, like a rising sun. The light grew brighter and brighter, eventually forming a massive glowing sphere that rivaled the seven-sin sod, illuminating the entire battlefield. Seven-sin sod paused, its 3 heads showing expressions of terror. "Your legacy flame is complete. You still retain divine power," it exclaimed. The white light enveloped the wounds of the Lai Kong beast, and miraculously, The massive gash began to heal and regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. The once lifeless wings of the Lai Kong beast quivered slightly, life returning to it. Vitality, energy, descend upon the Lai Kong beast. With the caterpillar's call, the Lai Kong beast's wounds fully healed, and it stood tall once more. Master Lin could no longer hold back his emotions, tears streaming down his face. To him, soul beasts were family. Through the intense white light, he seemed to see the outline of a giant butterfly emerging, its wings slowly unfolding, shimmering and casting starlight like sparkling crystals. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended, stirring up clouds and wind for miles around. The innate talent of the ancient Titan Beast Empress. The Empress descends. The caterpillar's voice echoed in the air. Just moments ago, the formidable ancient Titan 7 Sin Sod saw its power drastically diminish. The system panel showed its level plummeting from Dominator 1 star, Sovereign 5 star, King 3 star, rapidly falling, finally settling at Star Diamond 7 star. Yet, instead of panicking, the 7 Sin Sod smirked with a knowing sneer. Lon ran. Very well. The Master will welcome your return. Its words were filled with ominous foreboding. In the interplay of light and shadows, the small caterpillar transformed into a butterfly as the surrounding glow began to fade. Elder Lin sensed the aura of the 7 Sins Sod sharply diminishing, and a sense of joy arose in his heart. Strike while the iron is hot, he thought to himself. The sky-splitting beast leaped into the air, its limbs retracting as it formed a ball of azure lightning energy. The energy ball compressed, growing more menacing with each passing moment. As its limbs suddenly extended, the lightning ball hurtled towards the 7 Sin Sod, carving a deep trench into the ground. Bang! The energy ball struck Sada's heart with precision, unleashing a searing heat of 1,000 degrees, steam rising into the air. Yet, Sad neither dodged nor defended, allowing the attack to land on his ravaged body, emitting a chilling, eerie laugh instead. Aizen, your power remains formidable. This time, what will you choose to do? With the sinister laughter, Sada's body exploded into a shower of flesh and blood. A timely system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission to expel the 7 Sins Sada's division. You've earned a 7 Sins crystal and honor points. Confirming that Sada's malevolent division was finally vanquished, Jang Ming let out a long sigh of relief. The sky-splitting beast transformed into a streak of light, returning to the soul beast space. Elder Lin, however, collapsed to the ground. The strain of reversing the blood contract and forcibly summoning the soul beast had taken a toll, and only his venerable soul had kept him standing until now. Elder Lin's skin visibly sagged, his complexion turning dull and lifeless. His few remaining strands of black hair turned white, making him appear much older. Zhang Ming carefully tended to Elder Lin and caught the small caterpillar as it gently floated down from the air. The caterpillar had transformed into a pale blue cocoon with spiral patterns. The system notification read, "The Queen of Beasts cocoon has exhausted the last trace of ancient divine power in the sacred fire, entering a deep sleep to metamorphose. Upon emerging, it will fully inherit the sacred fire's legacy, with an emergent cycle of 3 months." Zhang Ming gently cradled the cocoon and placed it in the soul beast space. He felt grateful, knowing that without the caterpillar's final display of its innate power to weaken Sod, he might have ended up as a slave to the ancient titan. Surveying the surroundings, Zhang Ming saw the devastational landscape of ruins, rubble, and massive trenches, all evidence of the fierce battle that had just taken place. This scene reignited his desire to grow stronger, and his determination to reach the pinnacle burned anew. Just then, a portal of sparks opened on the distant palace ruins. Lin, who arrived with 2 squads of soldiers clad in tiger armor, followed closely by Guofei and Enchi, accompanied by 2 bespectacled doctors. Upon seeing Elder Lin, Enchi rushed to his side, her eyes red from crying. She clutched his withered hand, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin, who stood nearby, his head bowed in remorse, his voice low, "I'm sorry, I came too late. Doctor, how is my grandfather?" Enchi asked urgently. After examining Elder Lin with the most advanced medical equipment and checking his pulse, the doctor replied, "His vital signs are stable, so there's no need to worry too much. However, his internal organs have suffered significant trauma, and he needs immediate treatment." "Yes, quickly," Enchi commanded, directing the soldiers behind her to carry Elder Lin away. Zhang Ming stood by, a bit surprised. Enchi called Lin Xiao grandfather? Could she be his granddaughter? He knew Enchi was the cousin of Lin Wanwan, his teacher, but it wasn't publicly known that Lin Wanwan's father, Principal Lin Zhe of Jinwu High School, was Lin Zhao's second son. So, Enchi was the daughter of the current esteemed leader and Lin Hu's sister? Feeling a bit awkward, Enchi glanced at Zhang Ming with guilt. "Brother Ming, I. Sensing the awkwardness between them, Lin Hu quickly interjected, "Enchi, let's get Brother Zhang treated first. I'll explain everything." With that, he instructed the people behind him to place Jang Ming on a stretcher. In Jinwu Central Hospital, Jang Ming lay on a hospital bed, receiving a life infusion. He chuckled to himself. He had just been discharged a couple of days ago, and now he was back. Worse still, the hospital's internet speed was not great. After ensuring Elder Lin was settled, Lin Hu hurried to Jang Ming's ward. He apologized earnestly. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Regarding your situation, I assure you, grandfather only wanted to understand your intentions, not to use you in any way. Before you even arrived, he had already stated that the aptitude card must remain in Huaxia as a secret resource to cultivate elite beast masters. Zhang Ming nodded understandingly. I know, the aptitude card is crucial for all beast masters in Huaxia. The reason I listed it in the mall was to connect with the higher-ups. Given its mysterious nature, I didn't want it to be exploited, leaked, or risk being detained and interrogated, as I'm just an ordinary person. I didn't expect the Dusk Group to use that method to invite me. Hearing the underlying meaning in Zhang Ming's words, Lin Hu apologized again. I'm sorry, Brother Zhang. Zhang Ming smiled. It's all right. No need to apologize, Lin Hu. I understand Elder Lin's perspective. If I were in his position, I might have done the same. Regarding the matter of the traitors, the Twilight Group had discovered 6 months ago that they had joined the Fallen Alliance, but they were unable to trace the mastermind behind it. Elder Lin Xiao had been biding his time, waiting to expose and expel the hidden ringleader from China. Zhang Ming never expected the situation to deteriorate so drastically. The malevolent spirit of the ancient titan had possessed his third uncle and even affected him, nearly costing him his life. It seemed Lin Xiao had anticipated this, as he forcibly teleported them out of the base as soon as the incident occurred. At that time, there were few members of the Twilight Group left at the base, and this decision potentially saved many lives. Lin Hu felt deeply guilty about this. To him, failing to support his grandfather and father in time was a great shame. Having grown up by Lin Zhao's side, he held honor and disgrace in high regard, preferring to die in battle rather than live in disgrace. As an outsider, Zhang Ming could understand Lin Zhao's intention to protect his grandson, and he also understood why the old man had kept him around. After this incident, Zhang Ming had a newfound respect and awe for Lin Zhao's strength and methods. In Lin Zhao's eyes, anyone who betrayed China was unforgivable, even if it meant eliminating his own son. Such uncompromising justice was both chilling and admirable. By keeping Zhang Ming close, Lin Zhao's purpose was clear to deter him by displaying overwhelming power, ensuring he never entertained thoughts of betraying China. Lin Xiao was confident in his ability to uphold justice, unhesitatingly revealing his venerable level strength, which left a lasting impression on Zhang Ming. However, no one anticipated the sudden emergence of the ancient titan's malevolent spirit. Even a strong figure like Lin Xiao almost fell victim to it. Despite this, every time Zhang Ming saw the elderly man, leaning on a cane and walking unsteadily, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe. Reflecting on his past life as an ordinary citizen, Zhang Ming used to tirelessly seek resources to cultivate soul beasts. Now, having personally witnessed the darker side of this world, the recent events seemed to fuel the fire of his desire to grow stronger. As the two conversed, the door to the hospital room slowly opened, and Qi carefully supported Elder Lin as he entered. Despite the fatigue on the old man's face, his eyes remained as sharp as an eagle's. Seeing the elderly Mr. Lin approaching slowly, Lin Hu quickly stepped forward to assist him. Lin Xiao waved his hand, indicating that it wasn't necessary, but eventually accepted in Qi's careful help to sit on the opposite bed. With a glance, he signaled the two to leave, leaving only him and Zhang Ming in the room. Without beating around the bush, Mr. Lin said, I understand you're upset. Zhang Ming politely smiled without responding. This time, I'm truly grateful to you. I owe you my life, Lin Xiao said sincerely, resting his hands on his cane. Just as Zhang Ming was about to speak, Mr. Lin raised his hand to stop him. Let me finish first, Lin Xiao said seriously. Regarding the qualification card, Huzi might have mentioned it to you. In terms of military strength, Huaxia is not at the bottom among the 4 major regions of the Alliance. But do you know how many spies, secret agents, and hidden traitors infiltrate Huaxia every month? Our visible combat forces have to guard each city and clear out dangerous beasts. To deal with those lurking in the shadows, we need to build a powerful underground force to protect the foundation of Huaxia. Zhang Ming nodded, having already anticipated this. Mr. Lin continued, would you be willing to help me fulfill this wish? Of course. Zhang Ming answered without hesitation. Mr. Lin chuckled, haha, even if you weren't willing, you'd have no choice. Don't say I forced you. Zhang Ming gave an awkward smile, surprised to see Mr. Lin joking. From today, you officially join the Twilight Group, codename Hunter. Mr. Lin handed him a plain-looking smart wristband. This is the Twilight Group's special smart wristband. Zhang Ming put it on, and it automatically recognized his face and scanned his eyes, confirming his identity and displaying his information as Hunter. Twilight Group member. Jang Ming, codename, Hunter, level, 1-star demon, contribution, 0. Curious, Zhang Ming browsed the Twilight Group's internal network, discovering various tasks and a contribution store similar to a system exchange shop, offering items from soul bones and soul weapons to soul beast feet. Mr. Lin explained the Twilight Group's operations in detail, including daily tasks, contribution point acquisition, and level advancement. The more Zhang Ming listened, the more delighted he became, as this would solve his resource shortage problem. After the Soul Beast tournament, you can provide qualification cards to the group, Mr. Lin continued. I'll give you a suggestion on the quantity after some research, and you can decide. All right. Zhang Ming agreed readily. Mr. Lin added, you'll be directly under my command, but you're also free to take on tasks. Don't overextend yourself. The Twilight Group will keep your secrets, no matter what bloodline your soul beasts have, as long as your heart is with Huaxia. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Zhang Ming expressed his gratitude sincerely. Don't call me Mr. Lin anymore. From now on, call me Grandpa, like Huzi and Enchi do. Grandpa. Zhang Ming immediately corrected himself, bringing a satisfied smile to Mr. Lin's face. Lin Xiao had a high regard for Zhang Ming's character, willing to risk danger for friends, facing fear hidden, remaining calm in crises, and possessing 3 soul beasts with epic bloodlines. He had even saved Lin Xiao's life. All these factors combined helped Zhang Ming pass Lin Xiao's test. One last thing, Mr. Lin said seriously. In the Soul Beast tournament, you must aim for the top 3, if not the first place. Seeing Zhang Ming's confusion, Lin Xiao explained, the tournament seems like a competition for the new generation of Beastmasters, but it actually affects the redistribution of resources among the 4 major regions of the Alliance. It takes place annually to determine the next year's resource allocation. With resources dwindling, many are in beast-occupied areas. The Alliance uses this method to balance the power among the regions, preventing any single region from growing too ambitious and attempting to dominate the others. Zhang Ming nodded thoughtfully, recalling the efforts of the Mei-Jian region to dominate the Alliance in his previous life. All right, you've heard everything you need to, Mr. Lin said, getting ready to leave. If you need anything, you can contact me via the wristband or tell Enchi to pass on a message. Zhang Ming quickly got up to assist. As they opened the door, Enchi's cheeks were slightly flushed as she softly called, Grandpa. Mr. Lin smiled gently, and Lin who helped him leave. Zhang Ming, Enchi lowered her head, nervously tugging at the edge of her dress. Her voice was soft, with a hint of unease. Please don't blame Grandpa. If he did anything wrong, I apologize on his behalf. I know, Zhang Ming, you would never betray China. Hearing this, Zhang Ming smiled gently and suddenly pulled Anqi into his arms. Anqi let out a small gasp, her breathing becoming tense. The unexpected gesture made her heart race like a fluttering deer. Zhang Ming leaned in close to her ear, inhaling the youthful fragrance from her neck, and whispered, Grandpa told me everything. What? Anqi's already flushed cheeks turned a deeper shade of red, as if she had heard something surprising. Haha, just kidding, I was teasing you. Zhang Ming chuckled. You're so mean, Mingji. Anqi said shyly, lightly punching his chest with her small fist. Zhang Ming composed himself and said seriously, Grandpa Lin explained everything to me and I understand. You don't need to worry. I was just trying to lighten the mood earlier, though it seems I might have overdone it. He thought to himself how pleasant Anqi's scent was. The two sat on the hospital bed, just a fist's distance apart, whether intentionally or not, they were quite close. Anqi spoke softly, Mingji, actually, I know everything about you. I didn't mean to hide that I'm the daughter of the Venerable One. Grandpa asked me to keep an eye on you. So, I understand everything. Grandpa Lin did it all for China, and if it were me, I might have done the same. Zhang Ming nodded, realizing Lin Zhao's character through this incident. But I really didn't guess you were the Venerable One's daughter. Anqi smiled sweetly, her smile innocent and charming. She began to tell her story. When I was very young, my mom left me. My father was busy, and when I was 5, Grandpa got busy too. I grew up with my second uncle, so I'm very close to Wanwanjia. In my memory, my 3rd, 4th, and 5th uncles were also busy, but I wasn't as close to them as I was to my second uncle. My father was adopted by Grandpa, while the 2nd and 3rd uncles are blood brothers. Maybe it was jealousy that led the 3rd uncle and others astray. When I first started school, my father wouldn't allow anyone to approach me for my protection, except for Wanwanjia. It wasn't until Grandpa founded the Twilight Group that I could go to school and hang out like everyone else. Zhang Ming listened quietly, realizing for the first time that despite her seemingly carefree life as a privileged little princess, Anqi had her own worries. Her delicate eyes glistened for a moment before she turned and gave an adorable smile. Mingji, what are we having for lunch? Just as she finished speaking, Da-Fei pushed the door open, carrying 2 baskets of fruit. Sorry I'm late. I hope I'm not interrupting. As soon as he entered, Da-Fei's keen intuition told him his timing was off. Ahem, come in, Zhang Ming said, smoothing over the situation, just in time. We're about to get discharged and go eat together. You're feeling better already, Mingji? Let me see if anything still hurts. Da circled around Jang Ming, checking for injuries. I wasn't hurt that badly. One bottle of life potion, and I'm as good as new. Jang Ming laughed, gently pushing Da away. The three of them went to a local restaurant, ordering a table full of dishes and 2 bottles of wine. In this era, any vegetables and crops were precious resources, making prices relatively high. But to celebrate surviving their ordeal, they decided to feast. They hadn't had a proper gathering since coming out of the Talon ruins. Jang Ming raised his glass and cleared his throat, adopting an official tone. I propose this first toast to all the heroes who have silently protected China. Anqi looked at Jang Ming with admiration, listening intently. I'll drink to that, Mingji. Da Fei downed his glass in one go, smacking his lips, unable to discern any flavor. Dig in, Da Fei, try this, Jang Ming said, departing from his usual reserved demeanor. Anqi, you too. I'm not going to serve you both. Just get up and help yourselves. No need to say it, it's just us, Da Fei mumbled, his mouth full. After their meal, the three leaned back in their chairs, bellies full and satisfied. Da Fei picked his teeth with a toothpick, saying, Mingji, the Soul Beast tournament starts the day after tomorrow. What level are you at now? Just a 2-star Beast Master, and Radon is only Star Diamond 1 star, Jang Ming replied. What? You're already a 2-star Beast Master. Da Fei sat up in surprise. I'm only a 7-star Beast Tamer, and Dali is Golden 3-star. I've been saving the Academy Soul Crystals for Da Fei Li, and I haven't even found a second Soul Beast yet, Da Fei sighed. Even at this pace, Jang Ming felt it was slow. Although they had defeated quite a few golden-level soul beasts in the Talon ruins, it only amounted to a few hundred, and the soul points were far from sufficient. What about you, Anqi? Da Fei turned to Anqi. Jang Ming, and Qi, and Da Fei sat around the table, the atmosphere relaxed and cheerful. Da Fei raised the half glass of wine left on the table, downing it in one go, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I've become a 5-star Beast Master, and Xiaowu has also reached Star Diamond 1 star, Da Fei proudly announced, a hint of smugness in his tone. Jang Ming and Qi exchanged smiles, with Jang Ming exclaiming, Wow, you too, I'm impressed. That's incredible. Turning the conversation, Jang Ming curiously asked, By the way, Qi, what's your strength ability? I've never known. Qi modestly replied, It's a support ability that can restore the life of soul beasts. But it's nothing compared to yours, Ming. Your 3 strength abilities are considered extremely rare, even my father says so. Hearing this, Jang Ming fell into silence. He thought to himself that Qi was still unaware that he had recently acquired an S-rank ability. Only Lin Lao seemed to have noticed, but he didn't mention it. The Twilight Group had assured him of confidentiality regarding his abilities, which was a true relief. The system's existence must remain a secret. Da Fei interjected, The Soul Beast tournament starts the day after tomorrow. Have you heard where the preliminaries will be held? Qijia? He flattered Qi by calling her Qijia. And Qi responded, The rumor is that the preliminaries will be held in Dragon City. Young beast masters from all over the Huaxia region will gather there. The top 10 will then proceed to the regional competition. Oh, I see, Da Fei said, understanding dawning on him. Suddenly, Jang Ming remembered something and said, Da Fei, I've got a soul beast egg. Do you want it? Da Fei's eyes widened in surprise. What? A soul beast egg? Of course, I want it. Jang Ming recalled Da Fei mentioning earlier that he hadn't found a second soul beast yet. He remembered he had 3 Taya Dragon Soul Beast eggs in his system backpack that had been there for a few days. He thought, since there are 3, and the Taya Dragon, being a subdragon species, has tough skin and is good for defense, it would be a good match. Jang Ming took the large Soul Beast egg from his backpack and gently placed it on the table. Da Fei's eyes grew even wider with amazement. What kind of fierce beast's egg is this? It's huge. It's a Taya Dragon's, Jang Ming calmly replied. Wow, that's big. This must be at least a rare-grade bloodline, Da Fei said excitedly. More or less, Jang Ming nodded. Take it home and contract it for hatching. The Taya Dragon might be a bit slow, but its defense is impressive, and it's strong. It would pair well with your strength. It's just perfect, Da Fei said, thrilled as he hugged the Taya Dragon egg, unable to resist kissing it a couple of times. Da Fei stood in the dormitory, cradling the newly acquired Soul Beast egg, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He was eager to begin the Soul Blood contract, hoping to hatch the Soul Beast he had longed for as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Jang Ming was busy as well. He opened his system backpack and carefully examined the 7 Sins crystals that were previously rewarded by the system. These crystals emitted a faint glow, as if they contained boundless power. According to the system's introduction, the 7 Sins crystals originated from the ancient Titan's 7 Sins punishment of Sat's evil thoughts, formed by the forces of 7 desires and sins, and contained powerful desire psychic energy, which could be used as soul weapon material. As Zhang Ming was immersed in pondering over the seven sins crystals, the system suddenly issued a prompt. Demon's Eye fusion material detected. Would you like to fuse the seven sins crystals? Without hesitation, Zhang Ming chose yes. With a crisp ding, a successful fusion notification appeared before Zhang Ming. The Demon's Eye gained new abilities. Mastery of the seven deadly sins: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust, and two powerful skills: Desire's Eye and seven sins hell. Desire's Eye could amplify the desires hidden in the opponent's heart, driving them into a state of madness, while seven sins hell was an enhanced version of abyssal gaze, creating a realm of the seven sins in an illusion, subjecting the opponent's soul to the torment of the seven sins until death. Zhang Ming was secretly delighted, as these newly acquired abilities undoubtedly significantly boosted his combat and self-preservation abilities. He understood that, for a beast master, enhancing one's own strength was crucial, just like when Elder Lin faced the seven sins sad, where even with a venerated level of power, he could only barely protect himself when his soul beast was in chaos. Watching Defy, who had just completed the blood contract and was lovingly gazing at the Taya dragon hatchling, a bold idea suddenly emerged in Zhang Ming's mind. He quietly used Desire's Eye on Defy. Instantly, Defay's eyes turned blood red, and the gluttonous desire buried deep in his heart was magnified to an extreme. He lost all sense of reason, lunging towards the drawer, grabbing food and devouring it ravenously. His eating speed was astonishing, even biting off a piece of the plate, with blood oozing from his mouth. Yet he remained oblivious. As Defay's gaze shifted towards the newly hatched Taya dragon, Zhang Ming was startled and quickly dispelled the effect of Desire's Eye. Defay immediately regained clarity, staring blankly at the mess on the table, completely unaware of what had just transpired. Mingo, where'd my snacks go? Defay asked in confusion. What the heck? Where's this blood coming from? Why's my mouth bleeding? He looked around, even more puzzled. Minggu, who bit off a piece of my plate? Oh man, why do my teeth hurt so much? Zhang Ming marveled at the power of Desire's Eye, realizing that this ability seemed to have a stronger effect on humans than on fierce beasts or soul beasts. He quietly deactivated the Demon's Eye and watched as Defay, puzzled, cleaned up the mess and checked his bleeding gums in the mirror. Feeling guilty, Zhang Ming bought Defay 2 of his favorite big chicken legs for dinner. Mingo, did you see the Academy's notification? Defay asked while gnawing on a chicken leg. Turns out Chi was right. We're leaving for Dragon City tomorrow. Yeah, I saw it. Zhang Ming nodded in response. It's a shame that only a handful of us from Jinwu High are participating this time. Well, with the incident at the Tyrant Ruins, what can you do? Defay sighed, but quickly perked up. But plenty of seniors from Jinwu Academy are participating. I heard some of them are already Master Beast Masters. With soul beasts at the king level, their prospects are limitless. Zhang Ming listened as Defay excitedly explained the levels and advancement conditions for Beast Masters, from Master to King, and then to Emperor. He detailed the three main conditions for becoming an Emperor-level Beast Master. Contracting a soul beast with epic bloodline to Monarch level, comprehending and merging with the elements of the world, and drinking the blood of a dominant fierce beast to strengthen the body. As night fell, the two began preparing for the journey the next day. Zhang Ming packed his clothes into a spatial soul device, while Defay went out for a shopping spree, stuffing a bunch of snacks into his own spatial soul device. Minggu, we're off to Dragon City tomorrow. I've never been there. I'm a bit excited. Defay said enthusiastically, then switched gears. Didn't you go there once with Instructor Qin? Are the girls in Dragon City pretty? Are their legs long? Are they fair? Zhang Ming was left speechless by the questions. His previous visit had been rushed, leaving no time to notice such things. He looked at Defay helplessly, thinking, what on earth does this guy think about all day? Above the skies of Longqing, thousands of beast tamers soared on a variety of flying soul beasts. Winged dragons stretching 30 meters long, two-headed soul beasts with wings, and invisible soul beasts that seemed like clouds or mist filled the air with an astonishing spectacle. Each beast tamer wore a confident smile, having come from all over Huaxia to gather in Longqing for the preliminary round of the Soul Beast tournament. Among the myriad of flying soul beasts, Radon stood out with its massive body and the flowing molten lava coursing through it. Other soul beasts made way, and all eyes were drawn to it. Minga, look, there's a flying dog. Defay shouted excitedly as he controlled his beast with force. On the ground, Longqing was already festively decorated. Red banners were everywhere, celebrating the commencement of the Soul Beast tournament. Lanterns and decorations were abundant, fireworks exploded in the sky, creating a lively atmosphere. Huge projection screens displayed promotional videos for the tournament. Everyone looked around curiously, taking in this city revered as the greatest in Huaxia. The Jinwu Academy team, descend to landing point number 3. The team leader from Jinwu Academy commanded loudly. Teams from other cities' academies also began to land, heading to their designated gathering spots. After landing, The young Beast Tamers from each academy quickly formed orderly lines. From a distance, the landing platforms were filled with neat, colorful formations, with each academy poised and ready. To distinguish themselves, the tournament organizers required each academy to have a uniform battlesuit color, combining the school emblem with the city symbol on the suit. The academies showcased their uniqueness with different colors and styles for their battlesuits. Jinwu Academy chose a navy blue military-style battlesuit, with the emblem of Jinwu Sitya, fierce giant turtle, riding the waves imprinted on the shoulders. This attire gave Jinwu Academy's students a heroic and extraordinary presence. The 36 landing platforms were crowded with competitors, creating a magnificent scene. In the sky, a virtual projection screen lit up, and the tournament's podium slowly rose, symbolizing the authority of the highest judging panel. On the screen appeared a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, looking warmly ahead. "It's the honored one!" Someone exclaimed excitedly. "Lin Zuns is speaking personally." "Hello, students, I am Lin Zietian. On behalf of the tournament committee, I welcome students from all over." A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd below, resonating all around. Lin Zietian continued, "To ensure fairness and justice in the preliminaries, the tournament committee has decided to establish a judging panel. I will serve as the head, with 4 deputy heads: Yi Lao from Biwuching, Xiao Shan from Nanwuching, Yang Qi from Dongdiching, and Lin Xiao from Zhenwuching. The panel will consist of 17 judges in total. The tournament will officially begin tomorrow, and the rules and precautions have been published in the official announcement. We ask all participants to adhere to them. Lastly, I wish each student gains honor and experience in this tournament." "Thank you, honored one." Applause and cheers echoed throughout the area. Following this, the big screen played highlights from previous Soul Beast tournaments and interviews with award-winning competitors, further igniting the students' enthusiasm. Even Jang Ming couldn't hide his excitement. In his past life, he could only watch such grand events as a spectator, but now he finally had the chance to participate. After the opening ceremony, each academy followed their leading teachers back to the training camp. This area, dedicated to providing rest, entertainment, and training for the tournament participants, had developed over the years into a well-equipped town with everything needed. The more than 300 students from Jinwu High School were assigned to their respective dormitories. Jang Ming and Defy were placed in room 303 on the 3rd floor, a 2-bedroom apartment. To ensure the participants' rest was undisturbed, each room housed only 2 individuals. Upon entering, Defay immediately flopped onto the bed, sprawling out with satisfaction. "This bed is so soft, much more comfortable than the hard beds at the academy." Meanwhile, Zhang Ming sat on the sofa in the living room and opened the virtual computer on the table to review the tournament rules. The rules stated that the tournament would follow an elimination system, with each student receiving a corresponding number and drawing lots to determine their opponents. During the matches, Beast Tamers must fight alongside their soul beasts, with no limit on the number of soul beasts they could use in battle. After the first round of competition, which will produce 1,000 qualifiers, the second round will pair contestants randomly by the system to compete for the top 100. The third round involves drawing lots, where contestants with matching numbers face off to determine the top 16. Defay sat next to Zhang Ming, frowning slightly as he silently read through the competition rules. "Why does this tournament keep switching between drawing lots and random assignments by the system?" Defay asked, tapping the rulebook with his finger. Zhang Ming thought for a moment and explained, "I think it's to ensure fairness. Random system allocation isn't foolproof, so they mix it up." After each round, the judges review the allocation mechanism to prevent any loopholes. Hearing this, Defay glanced over the long list of participants and remarked, "Ming, they're going to narrow it down to 1,000 in the first round? This Soul Beast tournament is really brutal." "True," Zhang Ming nodded, considering the number of students in the Huaxia region. "There are more participants in the college division than the high school division. We're just here for the spectacle. The college division is where the real competition is." Defay sighed, feeling a bit downcast. "I didn't expect to rank high anyway. Although Dali is at the gold level, other students aren't weak either. Some are as strong as you, with soul beasts at the star diamond level. I wonder how you all train them." Just then, Defay's wristband lit up with a call from Chi. "Ming, are you guys ready? I'm waiting for you downstairs." And Chi's voice came through the wristband. "We're ready, we're coming down now," Zhang Ming replied, ending the call. With a mischievous grin, Defay nudged Zhang Ming's elbow. "Ming, and Chi seems to have a thing for you." Zhang Ming calmly glanced at Defay. "I'm not blind. Let's go. We shouldn't keep Chi waiting." "Got it," Defay replied with a laugh, following Zhang Ming's lead. As they stepped onto the street of the training camp, they were instantly enveloped by the lively atmosphere. The street was lined with food stalls and antique stands, with vendors shouting to attract customers. Contestants in colorful combat outfits walked by, adding a youthful energy to the scene. And Chi spotted Zhang Ming and Defay immediately, excitedly running over to grab Zhang Ming's arm, pulling him towards a stall filled with antiques. She crouched down, curiously examining a finely crafted bracelet. At that moment, Jang Ming's soul beast detector suddenly sounded an alarm. Ding. Special energy fluctuations detected nearby. Huh. Energy fluctuation? Upon hearing this prompt, Anchi immediately became alert. She crouched down, her navy combat suit perfectly accentuating her graceful curves. Her long ponytails hung naturally over her shoulders, drawing attention. Boss, how much for this bracelet? Anchi asked softly. The shop owner's eyes lit up. You've got a keen eye, young lady. This bracelet is made from Black Lake crystal. It may not be a soul weapon, but its color and quality are top-notch. In a regular store, you wouldn't even dream of getting it for less than 100,000. But if you like it, I'll let it go for 30,000 soul coins. Seriously, 30,000 soul coins for this? Da-Fei exclaimed. However, Anchi was enamored, trying on the bracelet and admiring it on her fair, slender wrist with a sweet smile. Jang Ming spoke up. Boss, can you give us a discount? We're just poor students and can't afford that much. 29,000. I'll knock off 1,000 for you. The owner reluctantly conceded. Come on, boss, just 1,000 off? Da-Fei thought they could haggle for more. Hee hee, this Black Lake crystal can help with sleep. Can't you see how full and beautiful each bead is? It's the last one I have, the owner explained with a smile. All right, boss, let's do it, Jang Ming said, pulling out his smart bracelet to scan and pay. Thank you, Brother Ming, Anchi said with a sweet smile, playing with her newly acquired bracelet, clearly delighted. Just as the trio was about to leave, the system prompt sounded again, still indicating a detection of a special energy fluctuation. Jang Ming felt a stir in his heart, wondering what it could be, suspecting it was still at this stall. Seeing Jang Ming crouch down to continue examining the items, the owner became interested and started enthusiastically explaining the value and origin of each item, the stories becoming increasingly far-fetched. Don't be fooled by how small this soul beast egg is. It's the offspring of a monarch-level beast. To be honest, this was discovered by a mercenary team in some ruins. Monarch-level beast, my foot. Boss, you're just making stuff up. This is just a fossil, Da-Fei bluntly pointed out, and the owner chuckled, not taking offense. Jang Ming shook his head inwardly, thinking that's not it. His eyes wandered over the stall, with the owner closely following, thinking this sale was as good as made. The stall had an array of items, from soul weapons with soil to ancient weapons, stones, beast skin treasure maps, and low-grade beast materials, but truly valuable things were scarce. Jang Ming carefully checked each item, but the system prompt remained unchanged. The owner was growing impatient, unsure what Jang Ming was actually interested in. I say, you've almost touched everything here. Have you decided on anything? The owner asked, frowning with a hint of irritation. Sorry, boss, I find everything quite fascinating, Jang Ming replied with a cheerful smile, pretending to be nonchalant. How can you do business without looking and touching to know what's good? Da-Fei chimed in. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Energy fluctuation source detected. Ding. Item identified. Jang Ming was holding a cracked gun head, weighing it in his hand. It was quite heavy. He looked it over and then set it aside, picking up a fist-sized transparent orb instead. Boss, how much for this? Jang Ming asked. Seeing he was finally asking for a price, the owner cheerfully replied, 100,000 soul coins, no bargaining. What the heck are you robbing us? Why is this orb so expensive? Da-Fei exclaimed. The owner shot Da-Fei a look and continued, this orb isn't just any object. It's the eye of a sea dragon beast. What do you know? Even though it's from a gold-level beast, grinding it into powder and mixing it with water gives it night vision capabilities. Do you think 100,000 soul coins is too much? Who needs this when combat devices already come with night vision? Da-Fei retorted, seemingly intent on arguing with the owner. And what if I add this? Jang Ming picked up the broken gun head again. The owner pondered for a moment, adding that, I'll let you have both for 110,000. I got that thing thinking it was some treasure from a ruin, but it's just been sitting here for months with no takers. If you want it, it's yours. Deal. I'll transfer the money, Jang Ming said, scanning with his virtual bracelet to pay. The 110,000 soul coins were transferred instantly. For someone with a substantial amount of money like him, this was no big deal. Jang Ming examined the broken gun head carefully, noticing it was vertically split down the middle, with a crescent blade on one side, resembling a spearhead from the ancient Huaxia dynasty. Just as he stored the gun head into his soul device, 3 students in East Sea Academy combat uniforms approached the stall. Leading them was a handsome young man, flanked by 2 obvious lackeys. As soon as he arrived, he unabashedly scrutinized Anchi, his eyes never leaving her upper body, his smile laced with a sleazy undertone. What did I tell you? This chick is hot. Just look at that tight little butt from behind. Get the money, huh? He said, completely ignoring Anchi's presence and speaking with blatant disrespect. What are you looking at? Any woman our boss fancies is top-notch. One of the lackeys glared and shouted. Idiot. Jang Ming said coldly, causing Defy to stifle a laugh. What the hell? Did you just insult me? The young man said angrily, pushing his lackey to the back and stepping up to Jang Ming, chest puffed out, ready for a confrontation. What's your problem? Can't a guy look at a girl? A young man exuding arrogance shouted angrily, his eyes filled with provocation. I can say whatever I want. It's my mouth. Beside him, a sidekick quickly boasted, my big brother here is a top student from Donghai First High School in the Eastern Imperial City. He's a master of beast control and has 2 lord-level spirit beasts. The young man, known as Defy, crossed his arms with a dismissive look, clearly not taking the other party seriously. Idiot, he spat out disdainfully. Jang Ming, with a cold gaze, couldn't be bothered with the troublemakers and turned to leave. If it wasn't for the no-fighting rule here, I'd show you who's boss today. The self-proclaimed big brother continued to rant. Shut up and get lost. Defay's sharp command left the 3 stunned. Fine, fine. This is a humiliation I'll never forget. How can I face anyone as Donghai Tian Xiao now? The trio left, grumbling. Anchi watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth. Once Zhang Ming and his friends had walked away, she turned to Defay and said, Ming, in a place this big, you meet all kinds of people. They think they're invincible just because they have good bloodline spirit beasts. They don't know there's always someone better. Defay grumbled. It's not worth getting angry over people like that. If I ever run into that guy again, I'd beat him so bad his own mother wouldn't recognize him. As Anchi fiddled with her new bracelet, she said, now that that's over, let's continue shopping. The trio continued through the stalls, weaving between them. They discovered many rare spirit artifact materials, including a ridiculously expensive stone. Zhang Ming, without hesitation, bought quite a few. Ming, that vendor just asked for 1,000,000 spirit coins for a black stick, and you didn't even haggle, Defay said, feeling the pinch. At one stall, a system prompt had identified a 1-meter-long stick of indeterminate use, and the vendor had demanded 1,000,000 spirit coins. Zhang Ming paid without batting an eye, leaving Defay feeling the sting of the expense. With the grand competition starting, all the small vendors had gathered at the training camp. They knew there were wealthy students among them, eager to exploit them. However, there were also genuine treasures unearthed from ruins. Ming, why is there such a crowd up ahead? Let's go check it out, Defay said, always eager to join the excitement. They squeezed through the crowd to find a makeshift auction stage. 2 models with fair skin and long legs stood on either side, while a table covered with red cloth held an exquisite tray in the middle. 300,000. Do I hear any higher bids? The auctioneer called out loudly. Our young Master Su bids 305,000. Someone from the crowd shouted. Zhang Ming focused on the tray, noticing it held a blue-quality spirit artifact. Ming, these people really know how to do business, Defay muttered under his breath. 305,000 going once. 305,000 going twice. Congratulations to young Master Su, the auctioneer announced, then continued. Next item. Next item. The offspring of a legendary bloodline demon. A humanoid species, the auctioneer shouted, raising his right hand sharply. As he did, a steel cage slowly rose at the center of the auction stage, inside of which a small, frail girl was curled up. Humanoid species. The crowd below erupted with excitement. This was a rare creature, seen only once in a century. The auctioneer enthusiastically introduced, that's right, folks. This is a humanoid species with the bloodline of a fierce beast. Zhang Ming was slightly taken aback. Although he had heard of humanoid beasts in his previous life, he had never seen one in person. According to legend, these creatures came from another world beyond the Stargate, sharing the same bloodline as beasts. They resembled humans but possessed strength beyond human capabilities. The Alliance's research on humanoid beasts remains largely unexplored, with scant references even in ancient texts. It wasn't until recent years that traces of humanoid beast activity were found worldwide, gradually confirming their existence. Zhang Ming closely observed the girl in the cage. Long silver hair, pointed ears, purple eyes, and tiny shimmering scales on her skin. Apart from these features, she looked no different from a regular human. Seeing the enthusiastic reaction from the crowd, the auctioneer eagerly announced, ladies and gentlemen, to aid your participation in the tournament, we have specially prepared this item. The starting bid is 50 million. Each increase must be no less than 1 million. What kind of beast bloodline is this? Someone asked eagerly. Lord-level bloodline. The auctioneer replied proudly. This humanoid beast is not yet mature. Whoever wins the bid, our auction house guarantees to assist in forming a forced contract, so there's no need to worry about failure. Feel free to bid. The auctioneer was secretly pleased. Although this humanoid beast had a lord-level bloodline, it possessed no combat skills. Buying it would be akin to purchasing a decorative piece, with its value lying solely in its rarity and beauty. Wow, a starting bid of 50 million. Many in the crowd were tempted but lacked the funds. A few wealthy young heirs started contacting their families for money, eyeing the cage with mischievous smiles, eager to try their luck. The auctioneer continued to fan the flames. Come on, folks, place your bids. Take this humanoid beast home, and with proper training, it can cook, clean, give massages, and look stunning in various outfits, an absolute must-have. Though the girl in the cage cowered in fear, her purple eyes were filled with disdain. Whenever someone approached, she bared her small fangs, trying to intimidate them, which only excited the onlookers further. Ming, look, she's hurt. Anchi gently tugged Jang Ming's sleeve and whispered, why don't we bid for her? Ming, what exactly is a humanoid species? Defy asked curiously. Jang Ming explained, humanoid species are creatures with powerful bloodlines and the ability to evolve indefinitely, like humans. Though they don't grow as large as beasts, their strength is immense. Oh, I see. I bid 51 million. Someone in the crowd started the bidding. 55 million. 60 million. Who dares to bid against Donghai Tian Xiao? A lackey flattered, Tian Xiao, this humanoid's physique is just right, exactly to your liking. The young man, who had previously been seen harassing at the stalls, grinned lewdly, still talking? I love this feeling. Once I form a soul bond with this humanoid beast, I can do whatever I want. Ha ha. Not only him, but almost everyone shared the same thought. The bidding grew fiercer, quickly surpassing 100 million. This gentleman has bid 110 million. Is there anyone willing to go higher? The auctioneer shouted. Jang Ming noticed the highest bidder was a beast tamer in a red combat suit, hailing from Dunan Wucheng. He was distinguished, with sharp eyebrows and phoenix eyes, clearly of noble birth. Ming, should we bid? I have money, Anchi whispered close to Jang Ming's ear. After a moment of contemplation, Jang Ming nodded slightly. 111 million. Anchi shouted. The red-clad beast tamer turned to look, locking eyes with Jang Ming. Across the crowd, both could feel the other's cold intensity. Jang Ming, undeterred, activated his demon eye. Eye of Desire. The opponent's pupils instantly turned amber, the color of the demon eye, as the Eye of Desire invaded, amplifying his inner desires, causing him to suddenly lose control. Seeing the young man go berserk, the auctioneer realized something was amiss. With no one else bidding, he felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped to fetch an astronomical price, but it ended just above 100 million. Hurry up and call the price, boss. Defay impatiently shouted, his voice echoing through the auction hall. The auctioneer responded, 111 million. Going once. Jang Ming quietly deactivated his devil's eye. The young man who had been bidding against him was now being helped out by his assistants, with everyone assuming he had a sudden mental breakdown, unaware of Jang Ming's handiwork. 111 million. Going twice. The auctioneer's voice rang out again. At that moment, a booming voice came from the back of the crowd. Wait, I bid 200 million. The entire room was in an uproar as everyone turned to find the source of the voice. The crowd parted, revealing a clear path. It's Chi Peng from Nanwu Academy, the young battle king, someone exclaimed. Hearing this name, Jang Ming was intrigued. He recalled Chi Peng's formidable reputation as one of the top 16 king-level beast tamers in the Soul Beast tournament finals of his previous life. At this point, Chi Peng was still a master beast tamer, but already an idol to countless young women. Chi Peng strode forward with short, slick black hair and a face defined by sharp features and determined eyes. Unlike the wealthy heirs before him, he exuded a presence forged by life and death trials. Jang Ming's gaze was fixed on Chi Peng, while Chi, standing nearby, pouted in displeasure at being outbid. 210 million. And Chi unhesitatingly increased her bid while all eyes were on Chi Peng. Chi Peng's gaze swiftly found in Chi, a hint of surprise in his eyes, followed by a gentle smile. I didn't expect to see you here, and Chi. If you want this humanoid species, I won't compete with you. And Chi ignored Chi Peng's attempt at conversation and turned to the auctioneer, saying, Boss, confirm the amount. The auctioneer, an astute individual, quickly recognized the extraordinary backgrounds of both bidders. He immediately began verifying the amount, 210 million, going once, 210 million, going twice. True to his word, Chi Peng didn't bid again, simply smiling as Chi processed the payment through her terminal. Defay watched this scene unfold, his eyes wide with astonishment. Seeing Chi casually spend over 200 million, he realized she was a hidden wealthy figure. Although he knew Chi's father was a revered figure, her ability to spend so freely was beyond his comprehension. Chi Peng looked at Chi and asked with a smile, Do you have any free time, Chi? Chi curtly replied, no. Chi showed no respect for the young battle king. After completing the payment, she decisively grabbed Jang Ming's arm and headed straight for the auction stage. The crowd erupted into a flurry of whispers and discussions. Isn't that the leading figure of the younger generation from Nanwu Academy? I heard he's already a master beast tamer at such a young age. Rumor has it he possesses a soul beast with perfect lineage, and it's trained to the king level. His beast taming level is only a few stars away from reaching king rank. Qipeng noticed Jang Ming as soon as he entered, but his gaze was filled with disdain, never bothering to give him a proper look. To him, such a small fry wasn't worth his attention. However, seeing Anqi holding Zhang Ming's hand filled him with rage. He quickly masked his emotions with a smile and strode forward. Anqi, why the rush? Qipeng suppressed his anger, his voice tinged with displeasure. When the two didn't respond, he couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Hey, kid, stop right there." Zhang Ming didn't waste words and directly activated his demon eye, unleashing the Eye of Desire. Qipeng's desires flooded out like a torrent, with lust and greed overwhelming his consciousness. He began to flail wildly, shouting and laughing, raising his arms high as if possessed. Haha, you worthless trash. I am the young battle king. Do you know what that means? The future king-ranked beast tamer of Nanwu Academy. That's me. I'm going to prove myself in this competition. I'm the strongest. Haha. The crowd was stunned by Qipeng's sudden outburst. What's going on? Has he lost his mind? The murmurs and discussions grew louder. Zhang Ming smirked slightly and then deactivated the demon eye. As Qipeng returned to his senses, he saw people pointing and whispering, some even spitting at him, insults ringing in his ears. He was momentarily bewildered and at a loss. Get lost. Stop pretending. You're no battle king. An impassioned youth in the crowd shouted angrily. Qipeng stared blankly at Zhang Ming. Although he didn't understand what had just happened, he sensed something was wrong. He abruptly turned and left the scene in embarrassment. Anqi glanced up at Zhang Ming, suspecting he was behind the incident. Though she didn't know exactly how he did it, she felt pleased. Brother Ming, Qipeng used to attend the same school as me in elementary school. He was always pestering me, and it was really annoying. Anqi explained. Zhang Ming chuckled. I understand. Who wouldn't like you, Anqi, when you're so adorable? Anqi smiled sweetly, looking especially cute. Brother Ming, since you gave me a bracelet earlier, I'll give this humanoid beast to you. With that, she asked the auctioneer to help Zhang Ming with the contract ceremony to bond with the humanoid beast. Isn't that too much, Anqi? Zhang Ming hesitated. This isn't just any beast, it's a humanoid one, and you spent 200 million on it. I didn't pay a cent. Deep down, Zhang Ming was reluctant to bond with the humanoid beast. Although they were rare, beasts not hatched from soul beast eggs wouldn't show absolute loyalty to their tamers. They could turn on their masters when the tamer was vulnerable, and history had its share of such incidents. While this method saved resources and provided a powerful soul beast, the emotional bond between tamer and beast was weak, which was his main concern. Don't worry, young man. Our auction house will ensure the contract is done properly, guaranteeing the humanoid beast's unconditional obedience. The auctioneer said with a grin, producing a piece of yellowish parchment adorned with strange symbols. Is this the eternal contract? Indeed, young man, you have a keen eye. It is an eternal contract. Although it's valuable, given the generous payment by the lady earlier, our association decided to show some goodwill. This eternal contract was discovered in ancient ruins and exerts absolute control over soul beasts below epic lineage. It ensures the beast will never betray you. If it shows any defiance, you can activate the contract, making life unbearable for it. The auctioneer explained with a smile, handing the parchment to Zhang Ming. The eternal contract originated from an ancient civilization, and its creation method was lost to time. Known for being more binding than a soul blood contract, if the latter was a friendly, equal agreement, the eternal contract was akin to a master-servant bond, turning the beast into a servant or slave. It could even control the soul beast's life and death at a whim. This artifact was rarer than the humanoid beast, but unfortunately, it had limitations, only effective on beasts below Lord rank. While Lord-ranked lineages were rare, they could still be obtained at a price, making this contract valuable yet somewhat impractical, leading the auction house to bundle it with the humanoid beast. Zhang Ming hesitated, looking at the malicious gaze of the girl in the cage, as if she wanted to tear him apart. He wasn't sure if bonding with this humanoid beast was a good idea or not. Brother Ming, consider this money a loan from me, Anqi said casually, her eyes gleaming with generosity. As the daughter of a respected figure, resources were never a concern for her. Money was just a number in her eyes. Zhang Ming nodded gratefully, already calculating how he could repay the large sum as soon as possible. Nearby, Da watched the scene with obvious envy, imagining how amazing it would be if he too could own a humanoid beast. Well, young man, have you made up your mind? The shopkeeper's voice broke Zhang Ming's train of thought. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Ming nodded resolutely. He bit his finger, letting the crimson blood drip onto the yellowed parchment. The blood seeped into the paper, merging like a soul with a contract. Suddenly, a complex blood-red sigil appeared. The shopkeeper took the eternal contract, swiftly pulling out a small knife and without hesitation, cut the arm of the little girl in the cage. A few drops of her blood fell onto the contract, instantly mingling with Jang Ming's. A strange sensation surged through him, as if his soul was tethered by an invisible string. Unlike a soul-blood pact, this was not just uncomfortable but accompanied by excruciating pain, as if his very soul was being torn apart. The little girl screamed in agony, clutching her head and curling up on the ground. At that moment, the eternal contract floated up and mysteriously burned to ash. As the contract was sealed, Jang Ming felt a new presence integrate into his soul. Despicable humans. I'll kill you all. A voice full of hatred echoed in Jang Ming's mind, clearly transmitted through the power of the contract. He hesitated for a moment, then opened the cage. The little girl shot out like an arrow, her body instantly covered in silver scales. She grabbed Jang Ming's arm with force and bit down hard. Jang Ming winced in pain, struggling to break free, but the girl held him in a vice-like grip. In desperation, he decisively sent her into the soul beast space. With the girl gone, Jang Ming clutched his bleeding arm, enduring the intense pain. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on successfully contracting with the demon meteor, achieving the first humanoid soul beast milestone, and earning a reward. Jang Ming heard the system notification that he had received a shimmering stone as a reward, but he didn't check it immediately. The upcoming items at the auction were all ordinary materials, so the three of them decided to leave. Back at the apartment, Defy bought a bunch of snacks, and beside him squatted a small Ta Yalong, less than half a meter tall. Here, Xiao Ta, Defy said, taking a bite of a grilled sausage and then offering it to the little dragon. Jang Ming returned to his room to examine the shimmering stone awarded by the system. The system displayed shimmering stone, a crystal containing spatial power, which can be used to teleport to a specified location within 30 meters. He immediately recognized it as the crystal embedded in the blink ring, only much larger in size. System sprite, can this shimmering stone be integrated into the blink ring? Jang Ming asked. The system replied, Master, your blink ring does not have the fusion evolution feature. To enhance the quality of a soul artifact, you can use the reforging function in soul artifact crafting. Jang Ming suddenly realized, right, there's the reforging function, but I'm only a high-level soul artifact apprentice, not even a junior soul artifact master. What are the chances of success? Master, using high-quality materials and consuming soul points can increase the success rate, the system advised. Jang Ming decided to first check the materials in his inventory. He removed the blink ring and placed it in the center of the reforging interface. 5 dim material slots appeared below. Does the reforging function provide material hints? Jang Ming exclaimed in surprise. The system explained, that's right, Master. Initial soul artifacts can randomly generate attributes based on the materials you place. The reforging function will automatically generate material hints according to the soul artifact's characteristics. If materials are lacking, soul points can be used instead. Jang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. At least he could substitute with soul points, as not all materials were available in the soul point exchange store. He placed the shimmering stone in and checked the material hints required. Black stone 1, gold thread crystal 1, void fragment gold 1, luminescent crystal 1. Unfortunately, he had none of them. He then looked at the soul point cost. This reforging would require 20 million soul points. Jang Ming gasped. He only had about 2 million soul points, falling short by over 18 million. Although the blink ring was only of purple quality, it had saved him countless times in battle. If he could enhance its quality, he had to find a way. The system reminded him, Master, you can exchange honor points for soul points. Jang Ming slapped his forehead and quickly opened the honor point exchange section in the store. Different colored chests flashed before his eyes. Green soul point chest, blue soul point chest. These were benefits of using honor points to purchase soul point chests, with a limit of 10 per purchase, refreshed monthly. Jang Ming had 55,000 honor points. He maxed out the exchange for green and blue soul point chests, and also exchanged for 4 purple soul point chests. He took a deep breath and began opening the chests. The green chests yielded 530,000 soul points, and the blue chests yielded over 5 million. In no time, he had nearly 8 million soul points. For the final 4 purple chests, Jang Ming held his breath. The first gave 3 million, the second 1 million, the third 7 million. For the last chest, Jang Ming prayed for at least 1 million. Congratulations on opening a purple soul point chest. You have received 10 million soul points. It's a jackpot. A full house. Jang Ming exclaimed excitedly. He immediately confirmed the reforging, with the system showing a 100 success rate. Ding. Reforging successful. You have obtained an orange quality soul artifact, the Shimmering Ring. Shimmering Ring. Teleport in a specified direction, maximum distance 30 meters, cooldown 60 seconds. Jang Ming was so thrilled he almost burst out laughing. The cooldown time was halved, and the distance reached 30 meters, allowing him to teleport every minute. He couldn't wait to put on the brand new Shimmering Ring. Compared to the previous antique design, the new ring was adorned with a blue gemstone, and the black band was engraved with gold thread runes, giving it a mysterious and noble appearance. Jang Ming was filled with emotion, realizing the contract with the humanoid species had brought him such a significant gift from the system. It was a pity he had spent too many honor points. He knew there were limited ways to earn honor points, mainly through defeating traitors or completing Fallen Slayer missions. Moreover, the more honor points accumulated, the more discounts he could enjoy in the soul point exchange store. He pondered how to maximize the use of his remaining soul points. Suddenly, a female voice echoed in his mind. Human, let me out. Through the power of the contract, Zhang Ming could always sense the emotions of the soul beast. However, this kind of mental communication was a first for him. He focused intently, carefully experiencing this novel sensation. Inside the soul beast space, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed in Zhang Ming's mind, laced with evident hostility. Wretched human, let me out. Zhang Ming frowned slightly. This humanoid soul beast didn't seem friendly towards him. He quickly recalled the hastily glanced attribute panel. Demon race Midwar bloodline, Lord talent, incomplete transformation talent, unable to remember levels, silver 1-star skill, no description. A member of the demon race from an unknown world, swept into chaos by a space storm. Originally gifted but now damaged, with all memories lost, appearing fierce yet innocent at heart. Demon race? Zhang Ming pondered. There seems to be no such group among the ancient 15 humanoid races. No skills, damage talents, and amnesia. A mysterious origin. Even the system's introduction is vague. He attempted to respond, concentrating his voice in his mind. Can you understand what I'm saying? Concerned about a language barrier during their first communication. You humans are all despicable. You captured me while I was injured. Don't think I know nothing. The voice was filled with anger. Zhang Ming felt a bit helpless, but patiently explained. Stop shouting. Calm down and face the facts. We saved you. If you really fell into the hands of those despicable humans, imagine what would happen. He deliberately added a hint of sarcasm, realizing that being gentle with such a rebellious soul beast wouldn't work. Inside the soul beast space, the girl felt both frightened and angry. She remembered nothing, not even how she got there. In her vague impressions, humans were synonymous with evil. The loss of memory and being in an unfamiliar environment would make anyone fearful. However, through the eternal contract, she could genuinely feel no malice in Zhang Ming's words. A faint warmth of soul power quietly comforted her. Zhang Ming ignored her shouting, allowing her to vent. Soon, the girl seemed to tire, sobbing as she said, Please, let me out. It's so dark here. I'm really scared. Sob sob. Zhang Ming was puzzled. The soul beast space should automatically transform the living environment based on the soul beast's mental state. Why was it dark? Could it be related to her amnesia? Please let me out. I can't remember anything. The girl's voice trembled with tears. Zhang Ming spoke solemnly. Let's be clear. Once you're out, no biting me, and don't think about running away. We're bound by an eternal contract. If I die, so do you. No matter how far you run, the power of the eternal contract can bring you back to the soul beast space. You must listen to me, understood? Understood, the girl replied softly. Zhang Ming released her from the soul beast space. A silver-haired, purple-eyed girl appeared in the bedroom, draped in tattered white clothes, with silver scales bearing wounds, her hair a bit disheveled, looking rather pitiful. Your name is Midwar, Zhang Ming stated. The girl nodded, her eyes filled with both resentment and fear, but she obediently stood still. Zhang Ming softened his tone. You don't need to worry, I won't harm you. I think you might have some misunderstandings about humans. There are good and bad among us. Saying this, he offered her a pile of snacks, tearing open a bag and handing it to Midwar. Try this. I don't know if you prefer soul beast food or our food, so see what suits your taste. Without hesitation, Midwar took the snacks, sniffing them cautiously. Her pointed ears twitched, and her fierce purple eyes brightened immediately. Eagerly, she grabbed a handful of chips and stuffed them into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out. What is this? It's so good, Midwar mumbled, her words muffled. In her vague memory, she had never tasted something so delicious. These are chips. Try this one, it's a bit spicy. Zhang Ming handed her a packet of spicy strips. This smells so strong. Midwar pinched her nose, waving her hand, but couldn't resist trying a piece. So spicy, so spicy. This chewy thing is really something. Watching Midwar eat happily, Zhang Ming couldn't help but find it amusing. Just moments ago she was railing against wretched humans, and now she seemed to have forgotten all that. It seemed she not only had amnesia, but also a bit of a short circuit in her thinking. Midwar, do you remember anything from before? How did you end up here? Zhang Ming asked, seizing the opportunity. So spicy, so spicy. Water, water. Midwar ignored his question, urgently asking Zhang Ming for help. Jang Ming quickly handed her a bottle of drink. To his surprise, Meadwater finished the entire bottle in 2 gulps, faster than anyone he'd seen. What is this? It's spicy and delicious. Meadwater licked her lips, still savoring the taste. That's a spicy strip, Jang Ming explained. You keep eating, then take a bath and change clothes. I've left them here for you. Bath? Meadwater tilted her head in confusion. Jang Ming was puzzled too. You don't know how to take a bath? Meadwater shook her head. Jang Ming realized that while they shared a language, cultural differences still existed. Come here, I'll show you. He led Meadwater to the bathroom, turning on the shower. Left is hot water. Right is cold water. This is shampoo. Got it. Oh. Meadwater watched curiously, her fingers pointing left and right. Wait, you never took baths before? Or there's no such thing where you lived? Zhang Ming asked. Let me think. Meadwater raised her head, fingers on her chin. Pondering hard. I can't remember. Seems like no. Human, can you help me bathe? What? Zhang Ming was taken aback. While he had helped Radon and Yulan bathe before, they were in beast form. Meadwater was humanoid, and though curious about her body's anatomy, she was still his soul beast and had lost her memory. Can't even bathe, and I'm supposed to rely on her in battle? Zhang Ming sighed inwardly. Feels like I've bought a dim-witted child for 2 billion. He remembered he still had to repay in chi, and the thought of the 2 billion yuan pained him. Is it not okay? Meadwater asked innocently. I'll demonstrate first and you follow along. Zhang Ming explained patiently. By the way, my name is Zhang Ming, and since you're my soul beast now, you should call me Master or Sir. Master, Meadwater called out curiously, then tilted her head in thought. Zhang Ming nodded with satisfaction, realizing she wasn't entirely foolish and had potential for growth. Once you learn, bathe yourself. He closed the bathroom door, leaving the clothes and towels inside. Defy had long finished eating and drinking, now lying on the sofa next to Taelong, asleep. The sound of running water filled the room as Zhang Ming lay on the bed, calculating how to maximize the use of soul points. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened. Meadwater stood there, dripping wet, and Zhang Ming's eyes widened in shock. Why aren't you wearing clothes? He exclaimed. Duelu stood adorably at the bathroom door, water droplets still trailing down her body. Her little feet fidgeted nervously, and a hint of instinctive shyness colored her cheeks. Zhang Ming quickly got up, wrapped her in a large towel like a dumpling, and draped another towel over her dripping hair. Duelu, in human society, men and women must wear clothes when they meet. Zhang Ming patiently explained as he dried her off. Duelu tilted her head, responding with a hint of confusion. Oh, but as far as I remember, we rarely wore clothes. Zhang Ming sighed inwardly. What a cultural heritage. The close proximity and the earlier unrestrained view made Zhang Ming's face blush slightly. He noticed that Duolu's silver scales didn't cover her entire body. Only a small part on her arms, a sparkling patch below her collarbone, and some on her knees and abdomen. These scales shimmered under the light like stars in the night sky, strikingly beautiful. Aside from this, Duolu was almost indistinguishable from a human, making it hard to believe that this seemingly innocent little girl was actually a humanoid beast. So, Master, do I have to wear clothes in front of you too? Duolu asked innocently. The question made Zhang Ming's face turn red from his neck to his ears. He awkwardly replied, yes, as a righteous beast master, I must instill positive energy in Duolu. But he thought to himself, so much positive energy. Just then, the smart wristband on Zhang Ming's wrist buzzed with a call alert. He tapped it open and saw it was Chi calling. Mingo, can you open the door for me? I'm at the entrance, and Chi's voice came through. Zhang Ming was a bit surprised by Chi's visit at this hour, and quickly closed the bedroom door to let her in. Mingo, what are you up to? Chi asked with a playful smile, hands behind her back. Nothing much, just came to an agreement with Duolu. Zhang Ming replied casually. Duolu? Chi asked, puzzled. Yes, that's the little girl's name. Zhang Ming explained. Chi continued, Minggu, I brought some clothes for Duolu. I thought you might not have anything suitable for her, and since you're her master, it might be a bit inconvenient for you. So I came by to see if I could help. You came at the perfect time, Zhang Ming said, pulling Chi by the arm towards the bedroom. Defei, who had dozed off in the living room, was woken by the noise. He wiped his drool and groggily saw Zhang Ming leading Chi into the bedroom. He mumbled, Minggu is really something. Already getting Chi on board, Zhang Ming briefly explained the situation to Chi, who couldn't help but laugh. Although Duolu is a humanoid species and resembles us, her cultural heritage must be different. Leave this to me. Chi said confidently, patting her chest. Duolu sat on the bed, only vaguely understanding their conversation. Due to cultural differences and memory confusion from amnesia, she found many normal human behaviors puzzling, behaving like a clueless but endearing child. Chi asked Zhang Ming to step out, then spread out the clothes she brought on the bed for Duolu to choose from. There were red and black princess dresses, black and white maid outfits, and cute white stockings. Jang Ming pretended to be calm as he closed the door. As a healthy young man, these pretty clothes seemed as overwhelming as a titan beast to him. No peeking, and Chi teased, poking her head out with a grin. Zhang Ming thought, if I wanted to look, I wouldn't need to peek. After all, he possessed the devil's eye, unmatched in its ability to see through anything. Okay, Minggu, you can come in now, and Chi soon called out. Zhang Ming opened the door to see Mi Duoli's long silver hair styled into two small buns, dressed in a school uniform-style skirt paired with white stockings, perfectly covering the scales on her legs. She wore black princess shoes, her small hands awkwardly not knowing where to place them. What do you think, Minggu? And Chi asked, nodding with satisfaction at Mi Duoli's transformation. Standing together, and Chi exuded a cute and youthful vibe, while Mi Duolu resembled a sweet little sister, evoking a protective affection. Beautiful, Zhang Ming sincerely praised. And Chi's makeover highlighted Mi Duoli's innate charm, making her seem even more pure and adorable. Master, Mi Duolu whispered, I'm really hungry. Zhang Ming realized that Mi Duolu had only had some snacks earlier and probably hadn't eaten properly for a long time. And she took Mi Duoli's hand and said, Minggu, I'll take Mi Duolu downstairs to get something to eat. We'll be back soon, okay? All right. Zhang Ming nodded, understanding the look Chi gave him. Defy, still half asleep in the living room, saw Tu and Chi's emerge from the bedroom with Zhang Ming following. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was dreaming. Minggu is getting more impressive, Defay thought. As Chi took Mi Duolu to eat, Zhang Ming knew deep down that in addition to future interactions, it was crucial to help Mi Duolu integrate into human society and understand its norms quickly. This would be a long and challenging journey, but he was confident that with Chi's help, Mi Duolu would soon adapt to her new life. After all, it was his first time nurturing a humanoid soul beast, which was completely different from his experience with Radon and the others. Moreover, since Midwa was of a different gender, he had to be cautious about appearances in the future. Having a living, breathing young girl around him all the time was undoubtedly a huge test of his willpower. He opened the soul point exchange shop and unhesitatingly spent 1,000,000 soul points to redeem an epic bloodline card, intending to use it to enhance Midwa's bloodline. He dared not touch the remaining soul points for now. Although the bloodline card was expensive, he knew well that once a soul beast's bloodline was enhanced, the resources required for each evolution would grow exponentially. Most of these resources would need to be replaced with soul points, and the points he currently had were likely just a drop in the bucket. About 3 hours after Anchi and Midwa went shopping, they returned carrying bags of purchases. During that time, he and Dafe had casually grabbed some food from a street vendor to pass the time. By the time Anchi returned, darkness had fully enveloped the city. Brother Ming, I got you some food, Anchi said as she set down the meal boxes. However, Dafei's attention was caught by Midwa standing nearby, and he asked in astonishment, Ming, is she? Yes, her name is Midwa, he replied succinctly. Dafei stared at Midwa in disbelief. The pure and adorable girl was actually the humanoid soul beast from before, indistinguishable from an ordinary human. Midwa smiled and introduced herself. Hello. I'm the master's soul beast, Midwa. After the outing with Anchi, Midwa seemed to have become much more cheerful, and her intelligence had noticeably improved. He wondered what method Anchi had used. Anchi checked the time and raised her fist in encouragement. You all should get some rest. The competition starts tomorrow. Good luck, Brother Ming. Yes, thank you for today, Anchi, he said sincerely, appreciating her efforts on their behalf. Anchi tilted her head and smiled. It's what I should do. Grandpa told me you saved his life, so we need to repay you properly. At this point, Midwa enthusiastically said, Master, Anchi and I bought you some clothes. See if they fit. With that, she led him back to the bedroom. Left in the living room, Dafe clung to the neck of his Taya dragon, watching the scene unfold, and cried out in mock anguish, this is too much. The martial arts competition hall was alive with excitement. Above Dragon City, countless red balloons and banners fluttered in the breeze, while giant screens on every corner played promotional videos for the grand event. The whole city buzzed with energy, as crowds thronged the streets and malls, eagerly discussing the prospects of elite Beast Tamers from various cities. Inside the hall, tens of thousands of spectators had gathered, dressed in the colors of their respective cities and filled with anticipation. Zhang Ming stood in the massive venue, which was as large as 6 or 7 football fields, taking in his surroundings. The sturdy alloy foundation could withstand attacks from monarch-level soul beasts, and a high-strength protective shield ensured absolute safety. Floating screens began displaying images of the contestants. Next up, we have the contestants from Jinwu City. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena. Zhang Ming and his fellow Jinwu Academy teammates emerged from the staging area to a chorus of cheers. They could see their supporters waving flags and chanting, Jinwu City, victory is ours, and Go Jinwu City. Brother Ming, look, Isn't that Teacher Lin Wanwan? Defay pointed out excitedly. They all waved enthusiastically to Teacher Lin in the stands. Following them was the team from Dongdi City. Clad in sea blue combat uniforms, the Beast Tamers from Donghai Academy ran onto the field, chanting in unison, Dongdi City. Victory! Jang Ming noticed the young man who had introduced himself as Tian Xiao the previous day, shouting with all his might. Close-ups of the Dongdi City contestants flashed on the screens, eliciting screams from the audience. Young fan, I love you. I'm here. Some enthusiastic female fans shouted. A smiling young man at the front of the team waved in response. Young fan? The genius with great explosive abilities? Zhang Ming pondered. He had meticulously studied the profiles of all the contestants, especially those prodigies who had shown in previous competitions. Though their rankings on the soul and ability boards were lower than his, those with great abilities were not to be underestimated. With the public sale of the secondary awakening potion in the Meijian district, a surge of great ability beast tamers had emerged. Despite some of the potions reaching Huaxia district having side effects, many risked using them. High-ranking families, of course, had access to certified, side effect-free potions. Zhang Ming estimated that there were at least several hundred great ability users in the hall. Teams continued to enter, standing tall in their designated areas. Zhang Ming quietly observed, noting that nearly all the top-ranked beast tamers from his past life were present. Dongdi City and Nanhua City boasted the strongest teams, forming the first tier. Jinwu City and Bewitching followed in the second tier, while cities like Zhenheguan, Yulongcheng, and Tatingcheng made up the third tier. Despite being in the third tier, these cities also had outstanding young beast tamers. It seems this competition will be even more thrilling than I imagined, Zhang Ming thought with growing anticipation. Facing beast tamers and soul beasts with various abilities was his dream. Beast tamers needed to hone their skills in battle, always ready to confront the threat of the Fallen Alliance. Battles between beast tamers were never limited to dealing with fierce beasts alone. Quiet, please, a powerful male voice echoed through the hall. Hello everyone. I am the host of this competition. Now, let the martial arts competition officially begin. All contestants, please draw your numbers according to the rules. As he finished speaking, a large box appeared in front of each team as if by magic. Spatial transmission technology, someone exclaimed. Have we really mastered spatial transmission technology? Some contestants whispered in disbelief. In reality, the Huaxia district's mastery of spatial transmission technology extended beyond this, with spark gate transmission being highly advanced, though not yet widely applied. Contestants stepped forward in turn, reaching into the box to draw their number badges. I'm number 561. I'm number 7. I'm number 3256. Zhang Ming, refraining from using his devil's eye to peek, also stepped forward and randomly drew a number. Number 17. Not bad, he thought to himself. Brother Ming, what's your number? Defei asked curiously. Inside the hall, the contestants were anxiously preparing. Zhang Ming glanced around and saw some familiar faces. Number 17. What about you? I'm number 745, Zhang Ming asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Anqi smiled and replied, I'm number 520. It's a pretty lucky number. Suddenly, the host's voice echoed throughout the hall. All contestants with number badges, please wear them on your chest and keep them safe. We will now proceed with the draw to determine your opponents. As soon as the announcement ended, the draw box in front of them vanished and then reappeared, causing a wave of surprised murmurs among the students. Dafei clasped his hands together, closed his eyes and prayed. Please don't let me draw either of you in the first round, please. After the draw, Dafei looked at his number badge and said, I'm on platform 67. He began searching the crowd for his battle position. Zhang Ming and Anqi also completed their draws. I'm number 79, Zhang Ming said. I'm number 132, Anqi said, looking at her badge and wondering who her opponent would be. Dafei glanced around and asked curiously, Ming, this hall is pretty big, but with so many of us, I don't see any battle platforms. How are we going to fight? And where will all the spirit beasts fit? Zhang Ming smiled mysteriously, you'll see soon enough. Following the host's instructions, all contestants scanned their draw numbers on their badges. Instantly, a large screen displayed the names, numbers, and battle platforms of all the contestants. Zhang Ming quickly found his information. Platform 79, Zhang Ming 17 versus Lu Bo 99. The screen listed the contestants from platform 1 all the way down to over 4,000, showcasing the sheer number of participants. Contestants, please enter the red combat zone ahead. The host's voice echoed again. Thousands of contestants stepped into the combat zone, and suddenly a blue beam of light enveloped each of them. In a blink, all the figures vanished, leaving the hall empty and silent, the previous clamor completely gone. Simultaneously, thousands of large screens appeared in the sky. Zhang Ming found himself in a pitch-black space, surrounded by nothingness, with no sign of his opponent. The host's voice resonated in the space. This is your battleground. The dimensional space. Here, you can unleash your full potential. The rules for this competition: no limit on the number of summoned beasts, no lethal moves, violators will be disqualified. If one concedes, activating the badge will automatically transport them out of the dimensional space and back to the hall. Jang Ming nodded to himself, thinking this was just like the spirit beast tournaments he experienced in his past life. Back then, dimensional space technology was being implemented, and only the top 100 finals were held in a physical venue. Suddenly, the pitch-black scenery transformed. The ground beneath turned into barren land, surrounded by rugged mountains, the sky gray and lifeless. In front of Jang Ming, a young stranger appeared out of nowhere. In the hall, the audience was in a frenzy. They were simultaneously watching the battles of thousands of beastmasters, their excitement and passion soaring. Just then, a soft notification sounded in Jang Ming's ear. Ding! Spirit Beast Tournament mission begins. In the dimensional space, Jang Ming scanned his surroundings with a vigilant gaze. Although he was unaware of his opponent's level and name, the live broadcast outside clearly displayed both competitors' identities and numbers. Opposite him stood a young man, visibly tense and trembling slightly. Observing his opponent's state, Jang Ming decided to end the match swiftly. This was the first round of the preliminary competition, where participants would continuously draw lots to be matched against opponents until only 1,000 remained. The goal was to filter out the true elites. Among these 1,000, the top 100 would be selected for the real stage of the Soul Beast tournament. Jang Ming quickly accessed the system to check his opponent's attribute panel. Name: Lu Bo. Age: 17. Level: Beast Tamer 4-star. Soul Aptitude: B. Soul Ability: Slow. Soul Beasts: Earth Wyvern, Green Arrow Poison Frog. Jang Ming smirked. His opponent was merely a 7-star Beast Tamer, with his strongest Soul Beast only at Silver 8-star. In Jang Ming's eyes, Lu Bo wouldn't even withstand a single claw from his Phantom Blue, let alone face his summoned Radon. Despite being a top student at Jinu High School, Lu Bo still fell short compared to Jang Ming. Suddenly, Jang Ming activated his demonic eye of desire. Lu Bo's pupils turned amber, and his deepest fears were magnified, fueling the fire of desire within him. He grabbed his head, laughing hysterically and babbling incoherently. Seizing the moment, Jang Ming dashed forward, swiftly reaching Lu Bo caught in madness. Lu Bo failed to notice as Jang Ming lightly placed a finger on the number badge on his chest. Lu Bo's form blurred instantly, and he was transported out of the dimensional space. With the demonic eye deactivated, a mechanical voice echoed through the space. Contestant number 17, Jang Ming, is the winner. In the vast hall, Lu Bo appeared suddenly, stunned and bewildered. As the first to lose, he was at a loss, unable to recall what had just transpired. All he remembered was not even seeing his opponent clearly before the environment shifted, and he lost consciousness. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself in the hall. In the dimensional space, Jang Ming smiled knowingly. This clever maneuver wasn't against the rules. It was a loophole he had learned from the past tournaments. The rules clearly stated that the losing side could trigger the number badge to be transported out, but it didn't specify that it had to be triggered by oneself. Even if the opponent touched the badge, it was valid. In the hall, Lu Bo reviewed the battle footage, incredulous at how his opponent had triggered his badge so quickly. His face was filled with disbelief. The host's enthusiastic voice boomed across the venue. The competition has just begun, and the 79th platform already has a winner. The first fastest victor has emerged. He is contestant number 17 from Jinu City, Jang Ming. The screen on platform 79 displayed Jang Ming's information and portrait, causing a stir among the audience. 79? Jang Ming? That was fast. It was a clean sweep. Did I miss something? Lu Bo repeatedly watched the replay, realizing neither summoned their soul beasts before the match ended. He felt dissatisfied and bewildered by his own actions. As the first among 10,000 contestants to lose, he felt profoundly frustrated. Referee, I object. I want to appeal for a rematch. Lu Bo shouted towards the host. Not everyone in the audience was focused on this match. After Lu Bo's defeat, a dozen others were transported out within seconds, with more following every second. The host submitted Lu Bo's appeal to the referee panel. Within 2 minutes, the panel responded. The host announced with a smile. Rejected. The referee panel has determined that contestant Jang Ming did not violate any rules or exploit loopholes. It was a legitimate victory. Impossible. Lu Bo protested vehemently. I didn't even summon my soul beast. He triggered my number badge. Can't the referees see that? And don't they find my behavior odd? The host's expression turned slightly cold in response to Lu Bo's questioning. Are you challenging the highest authority of this competition? This statement sent a chill down Lu Bo's spine. The host then resumed his smile. If you are dissatisfied with the ruling, you can contact our referees directly. With that, the host continued with the competition, ignoring Lu Bo. Lu Bo used his smart wristband to call the referee, and the call was quickly connected. Lu Bo, is it? The referee's voice came through, catching Lu Bo off guard. Referee, I'm Lu Bo. I am dissatisfied with the match outcome. I request a rematch. Heh. The referee chuckled. We've reviewed the match footage. Your opponent, Jang Ming, did not engage in any illegal actions. He simply employed a method you were unaware of to defeat you. The referee spoke in a gentle tone. His voice transmitted through the phone. However, Lu Bo was furious, his voice filled with anger. But I didn't even summon my spirit beast. How can this be called a spirit beast competition? The referee calmly replied. Well, your opponent managed to touch you without you even noticing. Imagine if he had a knife. Would you still be able to call me and argue? Unconvinced, Lu Bo pressed on. But why don't I remember anything? The referee patiently explained. Since you're unaware, let me clarify. Your opponent used a control type ability to put you in a confused state and erase your memory. These are personal secrets of the competitors, and even the referees aren't privy to the specifics. Now that we've explained, if you continue to make a fuss, you'll be sent home immediately. With that, the referee hung up the phone and turned to his colleague with a playful remark. That kid Jang Ming is really something. He defeated this contestant without even summoning a spirit beast. This contestant is upset and keeps contacting the judges. The colleague asked in surprise, really? How did he manage that? The referee explained, I just watched the replay. It seems to be a mental control type ability. He first controlled the opponent's mind, then approached and triggered the number badge, causing the opponent to lose the match. The colleague gasped, wow, that's a terrifying ability. But his ability to spot the number badge's vulnerability shows strong observational skills. The referee chuckled, haha, it's not a vulnerability of the number badge. It's intentionally designed that way. Think about it. If your opponent gets that close to you, do you really stand a chance of winning? It indicates your spirit beast has already been defeated, or rather, you didn't even have the opportunity to summon your spirit beast before you were defeated. The colleague nodded in agreement. Yeah, after all, it's a big competition. It's normal for competitors to be dissatisfied with each other. It's better than those who rely on brute strength to beat up their opponents. Leaving us to explain, their conversation concluded, and the scene shifted. Zhang Ming remained in the dimension space, surrounded by darkness once more. The drawing box appeared before him, prompting him to draw again. He reached in and pulled out a number, 69 for the platform. At the same time, in the pitch-black dimension space, another contestant also drew number 69. This contestant, wearing glasses and with a sly smile, licked the blood from his lips and pulled out a white handkerchief to wipe the blood off his right hand. His voice was filled with excitement. Come on, let's get this started. In the auditorium, nearly 5,000 competitors wore expressions of disappointment after being eliminated in the very first preliminary match. Although Lu Bo lost, he felt it was unfair and muttered to himself, his beast taming level is similar to mine, and our spirit beasts are comparable. If it weren't for his sneak attack, how could I have lost? Someone nearby retorted, a loss is a loss, stop making excuses. If you have the skills, you could try a sneak attack too. Suddenly, a contestant covered in blood was carried inside. His body was battered, his battle suit torn to shreds, and he was unconscious. The room fell silent. Everyone swallowed hard, thinking, who injured him so severely? Why didn't the judges intervene? The rules only state that killing is prohibited, but they don't specify how much injury is too much. Seeing this, Lu Bo felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing how fortunate he was. As the defeated contestants left, fewer than 5,000 participants remained for the first round of the draw. The host announced, the first preliminary round is over. Unfortunately, many have exited the competition. But don't lose heart, there's always next year. Now, let's begin the second preliminary round. The number of virtual screens in the air decreased dramatically. Some people paid special attention to screen number 69, eager to see the performance of contestant number 17, Zhang Ming. Both Defy and Incubation successfully advanced. In the dimensional space, the pitch-black environment transformed into a dense rainforest. The texture of the leaves was vividly clear, and sunlight filtered through the branches, casting patterns on the ground. Zhang Ming saw his opponent, a pale young man with silver-framed glasses and a braid, appearing friendly but with a faint scent of blood about him. Zhang Ming recognized his opponent, Lu Candy, known as the Tin-Blade Cat Claw. In his previous life, he hadn't made it to the top 16, but he did reach the top 100. This smiling tiger hid a fierce beast within. Candy, a mixed-race student from a secondary desert city, had a childhood full of alienation, breeding a demon within. In his previous life, his mother was exposed as a spy for the European Union, leading to Candy's defection. He excelled at assassination, was ruthless, and enjoyed tormenting his opponents. Zhang Ming smiled, deciding to take matters into his own hands. He brought up the system panel to check his opponent's information. Name, Lu Candy. Age, 17. Level, Beast Master 2 star. Soul aptitude, A. Soul ability, precision cutting. Eye candy smiled and said, "Hello, my friend. Shall we begin?" As soon as he spoke, his figure vanished. Jang Ming immediately activated his demon eye, but still couldn't detect Eye Candy's presence. Behind him, Jang Ming swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding 5 alloy claws that grazed his cheek. "Nice reflexes, dodging my silent step," Eye Candy remarked. Wiping away the blood, Jang Ming grinned. "You're impressive too. Getting close without summoning your spirit beast." Eye Candy suggested they both summon their spirit beasts. He called forth 2 three-turtle beasts, a tawny feline and a pale green giant mantis. Green giant mantis. Bloodline. Elite. Level. Gold 1 star. Skills. Tear. Dance of Fury. Twin Blade Slash. Traits. Master of Disguise and Ambush. Formidable cutting power in its forelimbs. Weaknesses. Abdomen. Wings. Night Blade Leopard. Bloodline. Rare. Talent. Shadow Assault. Level. Gold 2 star. Skills. Speed Burst. Phantom Hunt. Shadow Kill. Traits. Born Assassin, extremely fast. Known as a Beast Master's Nightmare alongside the Ghost Tiger. Weaknesses. Abdomen. Eyes if you can spot it. Jang Ming summoned Radon and Yulan. Yulan immediately blended into the foliage, while Radon's scorching magma scales and earth-shaking roar made the opposing beasts tremble. Eye Candy adjusted his glasses, his claw-like weapon glinting menacingly in the sunlight. "You're quite exceptional," he said. "I'll give it my all." Sunlight streamed down, casting a golden edge on Eye Candy's smile. The giant green mantis swung its scythe-like arms, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Its emerald eyes, sharp as gemstones, locked onto Radon, wings beating rapidly, ready to strike. Eye Candy's arms hung naturally at his sides, his razor-sharp claws gleaming menacingly. The cat claws in his hands sparked as he rubbed them together. Jang Ming focused on the soul weapon in Eye Candy's hands, examining its attributes. The 10-blade cat claws, of a purple grade, possessed a formidable cutting ability. The description indicated it was forged from the claws of a king-class fierce beast, the Terror Cat Beast, granting its wielder terrifying slicing power. Though it lacked skills, its features made it a top-tier offensive soul weapon. Jang Ming mused that most soul weapons only develop skills at the orange grade, with special ones like the flash ring having skills even at the purple grade. "I'm going in," Eye Candy said with a smile, and his figure vanished instantly. Jang Ming immediately activated his Devil's Eye, utilizing its insight ability. In the dense forest, a ghostly figure darted about, the cat claws flashing with a silvery chill. Eye Candy moved with incredible speed, his feet seemingly not touching the ground, as if weightless. The Night Blade Leopard let out a roar, vanishing into a tawny blur and reappearing in an instant. Yolan suddenly leapt out, 3 deep purple claw slashes flashing by, and the Night Blade Leopard fell to the ground. With Radon's powerful aerial support, Jang Ming felt no fear. His Devil's Eye locked onto his opponent as he drew the Sorrow of the Dragon, his right hand pulling back the bowstring. Soul power gathered autonomously, forming a flaming arrow aimed at the giant green mantis. The arrow whistled through the air, striking the mantis's left eye. Even as Eye Candy remained hidden, Radon unleashed several fireballs, igniting the surrounding forest and encircling the green mantis. In the Soul Beasts battle, Radon and Yolan easily overwhelmed their opponents. The Night Blade Leopard was disemboweled by Yolan, vanishing back into the Soul Beast space, while the green mantis was nearly roasted, defeated in a single encounter. Though Eye Candy's 2 soul beasts were vanquished, the battle was far from over. Eye Candy excelled in ambush and assassination, his renowned skills relying not only on his soul beasts, but also on his uncanny footwork and the cat claw soul weapon in his hands. Compared to his soul beasts, Eye Candy had more confidence in his own abilities. Jang Ming's eyes darted quickly, tracking Eye Candy's elusive form. Eye Candy seemed to notice Jang Ming's unique ability, as his gaze invariably found him, no matter how well he hid. Rather than angering Eye Candy, this only heightened his excitement. "It's been a while since I met an opponent like this," Eye Candy said, licking his lips. Jang Ming once again drew the Sorrow of the Dragon, forming a flaming arrow and aiming it at his target. Eye Candy had witnessed the power of this bow firsthand, as a single arrow had crippled his gold-grade soul beast, the green mantis. He knew he had to act. Using the Devil's Eye, Jang Ming rotated his body, keeping the arrowhead trained on Eye Candy. The flaming arrow shot forth but missed, leaving only a phantom image where Eye Candy had been. "Interesting," Jang Ming muttered, activating his perception ability. His amber pupils contracted sharply, becoming as keen as an eagle's eyes. In his vision, Eye Candy's speed seemed to slow, his form becoming clearly visible. Just as Jang Ming prepared to shoot again, Eye Candy halted, his gentle gaze turning into a sharp, murderous intent. Though they stood 20 meters apart, Eye Candy's figure seemed to leap forward, his body drawing near without moving his feet. In an instant, The gleaming cat claws formed an X, slashing down from above. Yolan bravely leapt to intercept the deadly strike. Its pained roar echoed as its nearly translucent skin solidified, oozing deep blue blood. With a single blow, Yolan's back was flayed open. Next time, let's see who saves you, Icandy said calmly. Jang Ming smiled back. Is that so? He met Icandy's gaze, activating the Eye of Desire. Instantly, Icandy's inner bloodlust was unleashed. His eyes turned blood red. His killing intent surged, pupils dilating as he laughed maniacally. Icandy began to swing his cat claws wildly, his steps erratic, shredding the surrounding flora. Suddenly, he paused, his gaze excitedly locking onto Jang Ming, eyes filled with a bloodthirsty craving. Icandy charged forward, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him. The Eye of Desire has triggered his bloodlust. What a madman, Jang Ming thought, bracing for the frenzied assault to come. Jang Ming faced Icandy's attack with a calm demeanor, showing no signs of panic. He deactivated the Devil's Eye and stood still, waiting for his opponent's move. Icandy stuck out his tongue with an exaggerated expression, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for bloodshed. Just as Icandy was about to strike, Jang Ming reactivated the Devil's Eye. His amber eyes instantly displayed a purple hexagram pattern as he whispered, 7 sins hell. Icandy's attack halted just a centimeter from Jang Ming's nose. His fervent gaze turned to one of terror, sweat beading on his forehead as he trembled uncontrollably. Radon circled overhead, seemingly anticipating this outcome, and refrained from attacking Icandy. This was exactly Jang Ming's intention. He wanted to personally test the true power of the Devil's Eye. With a clatter, the cat claw soul weapon slipped from Icandy's hand and fell to the ground. He clutched his head, letting out harrowing screams. In the illusion of the 7 sins hell, Icandy was subjected to the relentless torment of the 7 deadly sins. First came the hell of pride, granting him the most powerful soul beast in the world and the highest honors, only to cruelly cast him down to the mortal realm. The stark contrast shattered his spirit. Each layer of sin hell continued to torment his soul in a similar fashion, inflicting unimaginable psychological pain. Icandy writhed in agony on the ground, scratching bloody marks on his face with his nails, his expression twisted in a horrifying grimace. Jang Ming watched impassively as he lightly pressed the number badge on Icandy's chest. Although Icandy was teleported out of the competition arena, the effect of the 7 sins hell did not dissipate. He was immediately carried away by the hastily arriving medical team. The audience in the hall exchanged bewildered glances, completely at a loss as to what had just transpired. Jang Ming bent down to pick up the fallen tin blade cat claw and stored it in his system backpack. The surrounding scenery suddenly shifted, returning to pitch black. A mechanical voice announced, "Contestant 17 is victorious." In the hospital, Icandy had just received a sedative when his pupils suddenly contracted sharply and his breathing ceased. Meanwhile, in the dimensional space, Jang Ming accessed the task platform on his dusk bracelet. He clicked to complete the task, eliminate suspicious individual Lu Icandy, and waited silently for 10 seconds. The system notification sounded. Verification complete. Suspicious individual is deceased. 10 contribution points awarded. The death of Akand was like a fallen leaf, quietly disappearing into the corners of the dimensional space, unnoticed by anyone. In the hall, the defeated participants of the second match gathered, with an air of disappointment and unwillingness hanging heavily. The host's voice cut through the noise, vibrant and powerful. After intense competition, there are now 2,300 contestants left in the dimensional space. They hail from both the high school and college divisions. Let's give a round of applause for these warriors. The call was met with thunderous applause throughout the venue. The organizers had thoughtfully reserved spectator seats for the eliminated contestants, allowing them to continue watching the competition until its conclusion. On the stands, Defy returned to his seat, crestfallen. Despite the golden-level strength of his unicorn rhinoceros beetle, it couldn't withstand the multi-beast onslaught from his opponent and was forced back into the soul beast space. His young Taya dragon had not yet matured enough to participate in the battle. Otherwise, they might have had a chance to enter the top 1,000 in the 100-strong tournament. The host's voice rang out again. Next, we begin the third preliminary match. After this, the two divisions will compete to determine the 1,000 contestants who will advance to the 100-strong tournament. The audience erupted, supporters cheering fervently for their favorite contestants. Jang Ming stood on the 418th battle platform, his fingers gliding over the stack of number plates before finally drawing one. As the mechanical voice counted down, he was transported into the dimensional space. The sudden sensation of weightlessness hit him, and Jang Ming instinctively summoned Radon. Looking down, he saw a vast, turbulent ocean with waves rising and falling. In the sky, a sharp gaze pierced through. A young man clad in a sea blue combat suit stood proudly. It was Yang Fan, the prodigy from Dongdi City. An class ability user with explosive battle skills, a beast master, and the owner of Star Diamond level soul beasts. Their eyes met in midair, each harboring their own thoughts. Dongdi City, Yang Fan. Yang Fan spoke first, his tone tinged with arrogance. Jinwu City, Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming responded calmly. So it was you who defeated Cat's Claw. Yes, it was me. Not bad. You have the qualification to fight me. Yang Fan's words carried a hint of disdain. Is that so? But I don't think you are qualified to fight me, Zhang Ming replied with a serene smile. Yang Fan wasn't angered. Instead, he smiled. Suddenly, a column of water surged beneath him, lifting him into the air. Zhang Ming was quietly surprised, noticing the special shoes on Yang Fan's feet, a soul artifact. So that's how it was. With the power of the soul artifact, he could control water elements so effortlessly. Zhang Ming quickly pulled up the system panel to view his opponent's information. Name, Yang Fan. Age, 18. Rank, Beastmaster 2-star. Soul aptitude, S. Soul ability, explosive battle. Soul beasts, storm wyvern, dragon-armored crocodile, single-horned tiger shark. Already a beastmaster by senior year of high school, he was bound to advance to beast grandmaster once in Collegia, force to be reckoned with. Yang Fan stood confidently, his storm wyvern roaring behind him, while below, the dragon-armored crocodile swam unpredictably, and a single-horned tiger shark suddenly burst from the water, sending waves crashing. Ha, sorry, but this seems to be my home turf, Yang Fan boasted. He leapt gracefully, landing steadily on the back of the storm wyvern. Radon let out a roar full of mockery at the storm wyvern, the aura of a Star Diamond level soul beast instantly suppressing the opponent. Yang Fan struggled to steady his mount, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. Zhang Ming, we are both high schoolers, but I'm older. I advise you to teleport out now, or you won't escape some bruises later, Yang Fan said with a hint of irritation in his voice. Heh. Zhang Ming chuckled softly, the renowned Yang Fan from Donghai No. 1 High. Is that all you can do, talk? You're asking for it, Yang Fan snapped, launching his attack immediately. The dragon-armored crocodile opened its massive jaws, sending several water arrows tearing through the air, but they evaporated upon reaching Radon's geothermal armor. This was an undeniable provocation. Zhang Ming knew the real threat was the single-horned tiger shark lurking in the water. He quickly checked its attributes. Single-horned tiger shark. Bloodline. Lord. Talent. King of the Deep Sea, can summon the tiger shark clan from the deep sea. Level. Star Diamond level 1 star. Skills. Vortex. Water break. Deep sea cannon. Harpoon. Fire god cannon. Description. A massive deep-sea tiger shark with a strong territorial instinct, known as the King of the Deep Sea once matured, possessing incredible bite strength. Except for its bloodline being 2 levels lower than Radon's, it was formidable in every other aspect. Zhang Ming quietly acknowledged Yang Fan's strength, realizing the considerable resources invested in cultivating a Star Diamond level soul beast at such a young age. However, the current environment was extremely disadvantageous for Zhang Ming. With Yulan still recovering, Radon alone couldn't handle the single-horned tiger shark in the water. It seemed he had no choice but to use the Eye of the Demon again. Though it might seem unfair, given the situation, there was no other option. Yang Fan had already maneuvered the Storm Wyvern to launch an attack, the wind slicing like blades. Radon activated its thorn armor, integrating vines with the cooled magma armor, reflecting all the damage. A scorching fireball spewed from its mouth, but the Storm Wyvern easily dodged it. Ha ha ha, surrender. Yang Fan laughed triumphantly, believing he had the battle under control. As Zhang Ming dodged left and right, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Master, Mitter also wants to fight. No, you can't handle the opponents outside. Zhang Ming flatly refused Duel's request, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. The cornered tiger shark and dragon-armored crocodile were both soul beasts adept at water combat, and he couldn't bear to let Duel take such a risk. It's okay, Master. I just remembered how to fight. I can do it, Duel pleaded sweetly, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zhang Ming hesitated for a moment, then retrieved the tin-blade cat claw from his system backpack and tossed it into the soul beast space. Try using this soul tool. Duel clumsily put on the cat claw, her face scrunching up. Master, it's so heavy. Watching her struggle, Zhang Ming felt a pang of concern. Despite Duel's lord-level lineage, her talent was flawed, and her level was only silver 1 star. He hadn't had the chance to enhance her bloodline yet, and wasn't sure if she could evolve successfully. The quality of a soul beast's bloodline directly affects its future evolution and growth. Rare and epic bloodlines have distinctly different evolution paths and attribute growth post-evolution. Zhang Ming had once considered upgrading his soul beast levels before using bloodline cards to save soul points. However, this idea proved naive. The higher the bloodline, the more evolution paths available, allowing for the selection of the strongest and most suitable path to maximize benefits. Each level increase also comes with more attribute bonuses. If the level is increased before the bloodline is enhanced, the soul beast's potential may be exhausted by the time it reaches the king level. Master, me Duel likes this, me Duel said, awkwardly waving the cat claw in the soul beast's space, looking somewhat comical. Me Duel, hold on a moment, Jang Ming said, taking out an epic bloodline card from the system backpack and using it on her without hesitation. Meanwhile, Yang Fan watched as radon continued to ascend, repeatedly commanding the cornered tiger shark to launch deep-sea torpedoes. If you're scared, fly higher, Yang Fan taunted, but Zhang Ming gave no response. In the soul beast space, a burst of multicolored light enveloped me Duel. Silver scales rapidly covered her body. Her pupils turned a jewel-like blue. Silver scales grew downwards from her ears, covering her entire body before swiftly retracting, leaving a single jewel blue scale on her forehead. Her skin returned to normal, indistinguishable from a human girl, except for her jewel blue eyes. Master, me Duel feels so comfortable, she murmured, eyes closed, her voice sending a shiver through Zhang Ming. He quickly suppressed his guilty thoughts and opened me Duel's attribute panel. Me Duel, bloodline, epic, talent, transformation reception can memorize 6 transformation modes. Level, gold 1 star. Transformation skill, Satan's Soul 16. Description: a noble-blooded demon race with the terrifying talent to receive and utilize the power of fierce beasts. Can partially or fully receive the target's body, but cannot receive beasts more than 1 tier higher than herself. Her combat power increases dramatically upon transformation, earning her the title Satan Witch. Satan Witch? Zhang Ming muttered in shock. The epic bloodline card had forcibly elevated me Duel's level to gold 1 star and repaired her talent. The detailed description revealed that me Duel's bloodline was incredibly powerful. However, he was puzzled as to why there was only 1 skill, Satan's Soul. Satan's Soul transforms the entire body into a satanic form, granting extreme speed and strength, but cannot be used repeatedly. Highly immune to toxins, capable of absorbing external toxins for personal use. Reading the skill description, Zhang Ming was even more astonished. This was me Duel's true talent. She could absorb the power of fierce beasts and make it her own. It was terrifyingly powerful. Sensing the changes in me Duel from the soul beast space, Zhang Ming decided to go all in and invest all his remaining soul points. Check evolution paths, he commanded. The system sprite's voice chimed in. Master, due to me Duel's talent, evolution is not possible. Zhang Ming thought for a moment and understood. Me Duel's talent for transformation reception meant she already stored a transformation mode of a fierce beast, equivalent to an evolution ability. The system panel showed she could memorize 6 transformation modes, meaning she could still receive 5 more. This meant that as me Duel's level increased, she could have various transformation modes with different abilities. It was incredibly powerful. Since evolution wasn't possible, Zhang Ming decided to use all remaining soul points to upgrade me Duel. Upgrade, he ordered. System notifications followed. Successfully upgraded me Duel to gold 2 star. Successfully upgraded me Duel to gold 3 star. Over 7 million soul points only advanced her 3 stars, reaching gold 4 star. Yang Fan noticed Zhang Ming's strange behavior midair and immediately commanded the cornered tiger shark to launch a barrage of attacks. The shark's black horn split into 5, revealing a pointed object that shot out like a missile, heading straight for radon. Spear Vulcan Cannon, Yang Fan shouted. The projectile struck the geothermal armor, with the thorn armor reflecting part of the damage back. However, the cornered tiger shark's thick skin and the intervening waves nullified any harm. Haha, surrender already? Yang Fan laughed, satisfied with his cornered tiger shark. He had gone through great lengths to capture its young in the deep sea and invested countless resources to raise it to star diamond level. The more effort and resources spent, the stronger the shark became. Zhang Ming smirked. In the sky, a silver-haired girl in a schoolgirl outfit appeared, floating without any support. This sight left Yang Fan dumbfounded. In the gallery, others also noticed the spectacle, puzzled by the silver-haired girl. Look, that girl is floating in midair. Could she be a royal beast master? No way. Wait, doesn't she look familiar? Like that humanoid fierce beast we saw the other day? You might be right. She does. Wow, that humanoid type is actually that stunning? Master, me Duel is ready. Me Duel said adorably, showing her small fangs. Zhang Ming nodded. Just don't kill them. Okay, master. Me Duel floated in the air, clenching her small fists as a formidable aura surged forth. Her silver hair, which had been draped over her shoulders, suddenly stood on end, glowing with a purple-black light. The once cute and innocent me Duel transformed into a sultry figure, her silver hair raised high, her gaze cold, with a hint of playful malice. Her hands turned into fearsome claws, and a pair of enormous demonic wings unfurled behind her, a dark green tail swaying powerfully. This was the transformation skill, Satan's Soul. After her transformation, Midwalu not only grew taller, but even her undeveloped features became fuller. Her dark green armor clung tightly to her alluring curves, and her eyes, accented with smoky makeup, sparkled with a mischievous glint. Her defiant expression was a far cry from her previously cute demeanor. Crossing her legs elegantly and resting her chin on one hand, she murmured in a sing-song voice, "Ready or not?" Before the echo of her words faded, Midwalu vanished in an instant. A splash followed, as if something plunged into the sea. Moments later, a massive figure, stretching several meters long, leaped from the ocean, roaring thunderously. On closer inspection, it was Midwalu, holding the tail of a dragon-scaled crocodile, effortlessly tossing the behemoth out of the water like a small puppy. Yang Fan was stunned, and even Jang Ming was taken aback by the display of Midwalu's incredible strength. The dragon-scaled crocodile was a colossal, golden-ranked beast weighing at least several tons. Yet in Midwalu's hands, it seemed weightless, spun around in the air with ease. With one hand gripping the crocodile's tail, Midwalu formed a black-purple energy ball in her other menacing claw. "Dark Torrent," she declared. With a loud explosion, the crocodile's tail was blown apart, transforming into a streak of light as it returned to the spirit beast realm. Yang Fan gritted his teeth in frustration, cursing inwardly, "Damn it! How is this humanoid creature so strong? Didn't Grandpa say it was already useless?" Midwalu smirked wickedly, her gaze shifting to Yang Fan. "Not good. Attack." Yang Fan hastily commanded his one-horned tiger shark to churn up a vortex in the sea, trying to thwart Midwalu's assault. Yet, Midwalu remained unfazed. Her right hand once again summoned a black-purple energy ball, surrounded by swirling runic formations. In an instant, a large, dark hand materialized out of thin air, reaching straight for the pterosaur spirit beast beneath Yang Fan. The pterosaur let out a pained wail before disappearing back into the spirit beast realm. Without his mount, Yang Fan plummeted rapidly, desperately activating the spirit device on his feet to stabilize himself using the buoyancy of the water. The one-horned tiger shark, seeing this, leaped high, sending towering waves crashing towards Midwalu. However, with her star diamond level 4-star power, Midwalu's speed and strength had vastly increased. She easily caught the midair tiger shark, her fierce claws digging deep into its thick skin. Holding the shark, Midwalu spun rapidly in the air, creating a visible tornado that whipped the surrounding sea into towering waves, sweeping Yang Fan into the storm. Ultra brutal rage. Midwalu's claws gathered black-purple energy balls once more, which exploded with a thunderous boom. The tiger shark, battered and scarred, also vanished into light. Yang Fan crashed heavily into the sea, swallowing mouthfuls of water. Midwalu hoisted the bedraggled Yang Fan with one hand and brought him before Jang Ming. Terrified, Yang Fan dared not meet the eyes of this terrifying humanoid monster. He regretted deeply, realizing his once proud spirit beasts were no match for her. Jang Ming smiled, extending his right index finger to gently press the number badge on Yang Fan's chest. A mechanical voice announced, "Contestant number 17, Jang Ming, is victorious." This time, Jang Ming triumphed without relying on the eye of the demon, successfully advancing to the top 1,000. Midwalu reverted from her transformation, returning to her cute form with her height shrinking accordingly. She flashed her canine teeth and asked excitedly, "Master, how did Midwalu do just now? Wasn't I amazing?" "Amazing!" Jang Ming gave her a thumbs up, playfully tapping her nose. Seeing her fatigue, he quickly summoned her back to the spirit beast realm to rest. Midwalu's performance had been eye-opening for Jang Ming. The power of a humanoid creature was truly terrifying. After transforming, she could transcend levels, and many of her skills were beyond the system's ability to analyze. Each attack was lethal, with immense burst power and damage. In the arena, Yang Fan was left discontented, while Jang Ming was unaware that the audience was already in an uproar. Midwalu's spectacular display had instantly won her a legion of fans. Even the host, after watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but announce enthusiastically, "Congratulations to all contestants advancing to the top 100 of the 1,000-person competition. This year's event, featuring contestant number 17 from Jinu City, Jang Ming, has brought us immense surprises. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome all the advancing contestants." As the defeated exited, the victors appeared in the hall, standing tall and proud before the audience. Jang Ming, upon entering, immediately noticed Defy in the stands waving a large flag, boldly emblazoned with the words, "Awesome." Defy waved the large flag in his hand excitedly, and when Jang Ming saw him, he waved back in greeting. As they exchanged smiles, Jang Ming felt a light tap on his shoulder. "Hi, Brother Ming," came Angie's voice from behind him. Jang Ming turned around to see Angie standing there with her hands behind her back and a cute smile on her face. Congratulations, Brother Ming, on advancing. Same to you, Angie, you made it too, Zhang Ming replied with a smile. Hee hee, Angie giggled sweetly. Just then, a booming voice echoed across the venue. Today's competition is over, and 1,127 winners have been determined. Tomorrow the top 100 will be selected from these winners. All who make it to the top 100, whether academy students or high school students, will receive a year's supply of Soul Beast feed from the competition committee. No limit on the Soul Beasts. The announcement sent the crowd into a frenzy of cheers and excitement. Although the value of the Soul Beast feed wasn't extremely high, as the number and level of contracted Soul Beasts increased, their appetites would grow significantly. For the Beast Tamers, aside from gathering resources for Soul Artifact evolution and upgrades, the daily cost of Soul Beast feed was a considerable expense. A year's free supply could save them millions of Soul coins. The first round of preliminaries is now concluded. Tomorrow begins the second round, the top 100 advancement competition. The announcement continued as the crowd began to slowly disperse. Da ran over, still carrying his flag, his face beaming with excitement. Brother Ming, that was freaking awesome, he exclaimed. Did you see? When your humanoid beast transformed, the crowd went wild. It was insane. So damn cool. Zhang Ming couldn't help but laugh at Dafei's enthusiastic description. At that moment, a tall woman in a gray pencil skirt, exuding an air of maturity, cleared her throat, drawing everyone's attention. Ms. Lin. Sister. It's Ms. Lin Wanwan. Ms. Lin gently patted Angie's head and put on a mock stern face. You guys are just going to chat like this with the teacher still here? Dafei scratched his head awkwardly, and Zhang Ming gave a sheepish smile. Ms. Lin's expression softened. But congratulations, Zhang Ming, on advancing. Thank you, Ms. Lin. Zhang Ming replied sincerely. Ms. Lin patted her chest and said with a smile, Today, the teacher's treating you all to a feast. In a private room at a hotel within the training camp, teacher Lin Wanwan had already reserved a table for a celebratory feast in honor of Zhang Ming and his friends. The entire camp's restaurant was packed, with barely an empty seat, as victorious contestants gathered to celebrate. The waiter, smiling, announced, Your dishes are all served. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes, and the three of them felt their stomachs growling with hunger. Teacher Lin Wanwan sat at the head of the table, signaling the three to start eating. Defy picked up a piece of unusual meat, tasted it, and exclaimed with delight, What is this dish? It's delicious. With her hands resting under her chin, teacher Lin explained contentedly, This is meat from the fierce beast, Mu Sunli, the restaurant's specialty. Anchi, Zhang Ming, you should try it too. Anchi nodded happily. Sure, sister. As the meal progressed, Anchi suggested, Sister, shall we have a drink? Teacher Lin hesitated for a moment and then agreed. Let's have a small bottle then. The waiter apologized, saying only baijiu was left. The three exchanged glances and, despite never having tried it, decided to order a small bottle. Soon, the waiter brought over a beautifully packaged bottle of Maoxiang liquor and poured each of them a small glass. Zhang Ming examined the bottle closely and exclaimed, This is 56 ABV, a strong liquor. Teacher Lin raised her tiny glass and toasted. Congratulations to Anchi and Zhang Ming for advancing. Defei, don't be discouraged. There's always next year. The three of them thanked her in unison and drank. Anchi took a small sip before setting her glass down, while Teacher Lin downed hers in one go. Defei and Zhang Ming watched in surprise at Teacher Lin's boldness. It wasn't long before Teacher Lin showed signs of intoxication, her speech becoming slurred. Zhang Ming called out anxiously, Teacher Lin? Teacher Lin? Seeing her dazed state, they realized her alcohol tolerance was low. Zhang Ming and Defei helped Teacher Lin to the sofa to rest. Zhang Ming felt the softness and a captivating fragrance as he supported her, his heart racing and blood surging as if infused with a high dose of adrenaline. The three continued their meal, their ears tuned to Teacher Lin's murmurs. Beast, I will never agree to your demands, Beast. These words piqued Zhang Ming and Defei's curiosity, but Anchi claimed ignorance about her sister's affairs. After the meal, Zhang Ming carried the inebriated Teacher Lin back to her residence, guided by Anchi. Once inside, Zhang Ming carefully laid Teacher Lin on the bed, inadvertently glimpsing her long legs and the hint of her waist, causing his heart to race once more. He hastily bid farewell to Anchi and returned to his apartment. After a shower, he lay in bed, the lingering scent of Teacher Lin's perfume on his hands, leading him into a daydream. Suddenly, Meteor from the Soul Beast space requested to come out for some air. Zhang Ming summoned her, and her petite and adorable appearance starkly contrasted with Teacher Lin's mature elegance. Noticing Zhang Ming's unusual expression, Meteor asked with concern and poured him a glass of water. When she innocently inquired about the changes in Zhang Ming's demeanor, he quickly covered himself with a blanket, struggling to control his inner turmoil. Eventually, An exhausted Zhang Ming fell into a deep sleep. He awoke in the middle of the night to find Midor sleeping beside him, much to his astonishment. Zhang Ming didn't wake up Duel and simply summoned his soul beast back into its space. He glanced at the time. It was just after 2 a.m. Reflecting on his return around 6 p.m., he realized the alcohol had quite a kick. In his past life, he wasn't a frequent drinker, but 2 drinks wouldn't have knocked him out. He surmised his current body's tolerance to spirits hadn't developed yet. He got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash his face. Passing through the living room, he saw Defy sleeping soundly on the sofa, hugging Ta Yalong, and chose not to disturb them. Suddenly, his smart wristband lit up with a ding. It was a call from Chi, with 17 missed calls. Zhang Ming immediately answered. Hello? Ming Gij, my sister is missing. Chi's voice was filled with panic and fear. What? Zhang Ming was startled. Don't worry, Chi. I'm on my way. Take your time explaining. Have you reported it? Chi's sobbing voice came through the wristband. Zhang Ming quickly rushed out the door, heading toward Chi's place. Even at 2 a.m., the night market outside the training camp was still brightly lit. Although the crowd was sparse, there was a lively atmosphere. Chi was already waiting anxiously downstairs at the apartment building. What happened, Chi? Tell me slowly. Zhang Ming tried to calm her. Chi, through her tears, explained. After you dropped us off, my sister received a call and went out. She hasn't returned, and it's been over 2 hours. I keep calling, but it says she's out of service. I've informed my father, and he's sending people to search. Zhang Ming frowned and thought. Teacher Lin went out after receiving a call? This is Longsheng, heavily guarded. How could someone just disappear? Chi, do you remember whose call it was? What was said? How did Teacher Lin react? Chi tried to recall. I just finished showering and saw my sister looking very impatient. She cursed at the wristband and hung up, but it rang again shortly after. I asked who it was and she wouldn't say. What did Teacher Lin curse? Zhang Ming asked. It was the same beast we heard at the restaurant, Chi replied. Has Teacher Lin ever mentioned anyone she particularly dislikes? Zhang Ming inquired further. Chi thought for a moment and said, when my sister was still in school, she mentioned a man named Xiao who liked her and kept bothering her. But he has an unusual status. My sister told my father, and he said just to ignore him. Xiao. Zhang Ming quickly searched his memory for any prominent families with the surname Xiao. For Lin Zunjia to say ignore him, there must be a powerful force behind it. Apart from the Xiao family in Nanwu City, he couldn't think of another. Nanwu City had a quasi-respected beast master, Xiao Shan, who wielded significant influence in southeastern China. Zhang Ming immediately activated his Dusk wristband, contacting the Dusk team for clues. He noted there was a 2-star mission on the task platform. Find teacher Lin Wanwan from Jinwu No. 1 High School. He quickly accepted the mission. Where to start in such a large city? Zhang Ming pondered. It seems I'll have to begin with the Xiao family lead. Mingo. Chi suddenly asked, could it be the Xiao family from Nanwu City? Zhang Ming nodded, his gaze sharp. While it's not certain, it's very possible. But, Chi was puzzled. The Xiao family has Grandpa Xiao holding down Nanwu City as a pillar of the sea. Grandpa Xiao wouldn't do such a thing. Zhang Ming steadied Chi's shoulders, his voice stern. Chi, Xiao Shan indeed wouldn't do this, but what about his grandson? Can you find out where his grandson lives? Chi quickly dialed her wristband for information and soon got an answer. Xiao Shan's grandson, Xiao Cheng, doesn't live in the training camp. He resides in a villa in the Green District. He also participated in this competition as a contestant from the Academy District. Although my sister never mentioned his name, it must be him. I've heard that Xiao Cheng, relying on his grandfather's prestige, flirts around the academy. We're heading there now, Zhang Ming said, summoning Radon. The two of them mounted the dragon's back and flew towards the Green District. Under the night sky, Longsheng was dazzling, with the night market bustling with noise. The route to the Green District passed through this vibrant street. If not for the beast invasions, human cities centuries ago might have been just as lively. Upon reaching the villa area in the Green District, rows of 3-story villas, each occupying hundreds of square meters, came into view. In the land-expensive Longsheng, owning such a mansion signified great wealth or status. Zhang Ming keenly noticed one villa's second floor was lit. A few miles from their destination, Zhang Ming recalled Radon and switched to Yulan for transportation, silently infiltrating a nearby greenbelt. This villa belongs to Xiao Cheng. My sister must be inside. Chi stared intently at the villa's gate, her eyes filled with worry and determination. 2 black-clad guards stood like statues at the entrance, showing no signs of relaxing even in the dead of night. Standing guard in the middle of the night? There's definitely something fishy going on. Chi clenched her small fists, her cheeks puffing slightly with anger. She turned to Zhang Ming beside her and whispered, wait here for me. I'll contact you with my wristband if anything happens. I'll see if I can sneak in. Before she could finish speaking, Chi was about to get up, but Zhang Ming held her back firmly. Wait here for me, he said in a voice that brooked no argument. Jang Ming took a deep breath, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Demon's eye. Activate. X-ray vision. His gaze penetrated the villa's walls, taking in the layout and furnishings inside. In a lit room on the second floor, a disturbing scene was unfolding. Teacher Lin was tied to the bed, unable to move her hands or feet, with a gag in her mouth, her eyes blazing with fury. She glared defiantly at the sinister man before her. The man, dressed in a black suit with his hair neatly slicked back, wore a ring with an emerald on his hand. He swirled a glass of red wine in his left hand, a disgusting, lecherous smile on his face. Well, Wan, how does it feel? Comfortable, he said smugly. I've never failed to get a woman I, Xiao Cheng, want. No matter what it takes, I'll have you. Xiao Cheng downed the wine in one gulp and carelessly tossed the glass aside. He lunged toward Teacher Lin, reaching to remove the gag from her mouth. You beast! Lin Wanwan shouted in rage. My uncle won't let you get away with this. Xiao Cheng sneered dismissively. Oh, I'm so scared. I'm so scared the revered one will kill me. He leaned closer to Lin Wanwan, his eyes shamelessly roaming over her. Wanwan, others fear the revered one, but not me, Xiao Cheng. My Xiao family holds the southeast. Without us, do you think China would still be whole? Let me tell you, your uncle needs my grandfather and my father. Even if I take you by force, what can he do? Xiao Cheng reached out to stroke Lin Wanwan's chin, greed gleaming in his eyes. Get your filthy hands off me. Lin Wanwan shouted fiercely. Heh, this is my private domain. Xiao Cheng laughed cruelly. Even if they find me, I'll have done what I came to do. With that, he lunged at Lin Wanwan. In that critical moment, Lin Wanwan bit down hard on Xiao Cheng's shoulder, refusing to let go. Suddenly, the sharp sound of breaking glass pierced the night. Jang Ming shot into the room like an arrow, gripping the dragon's lament, bow strung and ready. Xiao Cheng stared in shock at this unexpected intruder, a ridiculous thought flitting through his mind. How did this guy ride the air to get in here? With a swoosh, an arrow sliced through the air, aimed straight at Xiao Cheng. A flaming arrow suddenly shot through the air, aiming straight for Xiao Cheng. In a flash, the emerald ring on his left hand glowed with a brilliant green light, instantly forming a spherical shield around him, blocking the fiery arrow from reaching its target. Taking advantage of this fleeting opportunity, Jang Ming dashed to Mr. Lin's side with a quick stride. Moving swiftly, he hoisted Mr. Lin onto his shoulder and turned to run towards Yulan. Yulan, get Mr. Lin out of here, he shouted, carefully placing Mr. Lin on Yulan's back. Xiao Cheng was furious as he saw his prey slipping away. He gritted his teeth, pointing at Jang Ming with a dark, menacing expression. You're courting death. Jang Ming was unfazed, his gaze sharp as a knife as he stared back at Xiao Cheng. I think it's you who's courting death. Xiao Cheng disdainfully flicked his wrist, his eyes full of contempt. He caressed the ring that had just saved him, chuckling derisively. Trying to play the hero? Kid, you're still too green. Oh, how would I know unless I try? Jang Ming's lips curled into a smile, ready for battle. The tension in the room became palpable. Xiao Cheng suddenly proposed. All right, you've got guts. Let's settle this man to man. No summoning soul beasts. Whoever loses will kowtow 3 times to the winner. He wore a sinister smile, clearly plotting something. Bring it on. Jang Ming accepted without hesitation. Confident in his close combat skills, he believed no one, except for Instructor Qin, could best him. Though he was unsure of Xiao Cheng's intentions, with his trump card, the Demon Eye, he was sure he could at least make Xiao Cheng suffer. Both men got into their stances. Xiao Cheng casually tossed aside his suit jacket, sneering, Kid, you dare to compete with me for a woman when you're still wet behind the ears. Before he finished speaking, he lunged forward like an arrow, aiming a straight punch at Zhang Ming's face. Zhang Ming stood firm, stepping forward with his right leg, as steady as a mountain. Just as Xiao Cheng's fist was about to connect, Zhang Ming's arm shot out, his body bending slightly, his fist striking Xiao Cheng's chest like a bull's horns. Bull's charge. Xiao Cheng was sent flying by the unexpected force, clutching his chest in pain. This guy's trained, he thought, surprised. Zhang Ming smiled, beckoning Xiao Cheng with his right hand provocatively. Come at me. Enraged, Xiao Cheng charged again, this time changing tactics with a low sweeping kick aimed at Zhang Ming's legs. But it felt as if he had kicked an iron wall, failing to knock Zhang Ming down and losing his own balance instead. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ming swung his arms, fists clenched, launching a series of powerful blows at the fallen Xiao Cheng. Each hit landed precisely on his shoulder, chest, and collarbone. Finally, Zhang Ming grabbed Xiao Cheng's collarbone, causing him to buckle in pain, kneeling and begging for mercy. Ouch! It hurts. Let go, kid. Xiao Cheng cried, tears streaming down his face, though he still tried to sound tough. Do you yield? Jang Ming tightened his grip. I yield. I yield. Let go. Xiao Cheng finally conceded. And will you dare again? No, I won't. I won't. Zhang Ming released him, turning to leave but suddenly spun around, kicking Xiao Cheng towards the doorframe. You bastard. Freed. Xiao Cheng exploded with rage, summoning a 7 to 8 meter tall dinosaur-like, spiked lizard. The massive soul beast shattered the ceiling, sending debris flying. I'm going to kill you today. Xiao Cheng summoned a flying soul beast, pointing at Zhang Ming in fury. Zhang Ming had anticipated this, deliberately provoking Xiao Cheng to make the first move. This way, even if Xiao Cheng was the grandson of Xiao Shan, under the laws of Huaxia, Zhang Ming could claim self-defense. As long as he didn't kill Xiao Cheng, leaving him half-crippled would suffice. In the night sky, a fiery bird over 10 meters long soared, illuminating the entire sky like a sun. The moment Radon appeared, its presence far surpassed that of Xiao Cheng's spiked lizard. It unleashed several fireballs without hesitation, setting the villas below ablaze, turning the entire area into a sea of fire. You really mean it? Xiao Cheng panicked as he saw his villa burning. He had intended to intimidate Zhang Ming with his soul beasts, not expecting him to go all out. Watching his meticulously arranged new home consumed by flames felt like a dagger to his heart. The finely crafted furniture, each piece handpicked, was now reduced to ashes. Furious, Xiao Cheng summoned 3 more soul beasts, shaking the ground. The most striking was a nearly 20-meter turtle ice-clawed white bear, clad in a layer of icy armor, exuding a mighty aura. Its appearance caused the surrounding temperature to plummet, contrasting sharply with Radon's flames. The other 2 soul beasts were a thunder dragon and a fierce bird with 3 pairs of wings, both equally imposing. With the addition of the spiky-backed dinosaur, 4 soul beasts surrounded Radon, launching an attack from all sides. Zhang Ming, seated on Radon's back, was momentarily surprised by the sudden ambush. Raising an eyebrow at Xiao Cheng's actions, he remarked, desperate times call for desperate measures. Huh? Summoning all 5 soul beasts? I doubt you have enough soul power to maintain them for long. A slight smile played at the corners of Zhang Ming's mouth as he assessed the lineup of soul beasts before him. He concluded that Xiao Cheng's prowess as a beast master was best represented by the Ice Claw White Bear. The Ice Claw White Bear was of perfect lineage, with the 0-degree freeze innate ability and skills at Star Diamond level 3-star. It boasted formidable abilities such as Frenzied Piercing, War Charge, and Earth-Shattering Ice Claw. This bear, native to the northern ice plains, wielded incredible strength and mastery over frost elements. Its icy claws delivered freezing effects with every strike. Zhang Ming nodded to himself, acknowledging the bear's strength. This bear gave him a clear understanding of Xiao Cheng's capabilities. The other 3 soul beasts, 1 of Lord-level lineage and 2 of rare lineage, were around Golden level 6-star, fairly average in strength and not much of a threat. Radon, at Star Diamond level 1-star, could easily handle these small fry. Xiao Cheng, perched atop a large eagle, looked down at Zhang Ming with a smug expression. Kid, see this? This is my true strength. His voice dripped with arrogance. Not far away, Anqi and Teacher Lin hid in a concealed spot, watching Zhang Ming with concern. Teacher Lin had already contacted the Dragon City Operations Unit, but there was still no sign of them. Don't worry, sister. Brother Ming will win, Anqi said confidently. Teacher Lin recalled how Zhang Ming's humanoid soul beast had ruthlessly defeated Yang Fan the day before, and she nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhang Ming stood confidently on Radon's back, arms crossed. A cute, well-behaved-looking girl floated beside him, his other soul beast Midwalu. Xiao Cheng's eyes lit up at the sight of the floating girl, captivated by her beauty. However, as Xiao Cheng was entranced by the girl's appearance, the scene abruptly shifted. The cute girl transformed into a demoness resembling Satan himself. Stunned by the sudden change, Xiao Cheng's eyes widened, and he stammered, Satan Witch. Although he hadn't watched Zhang Ming's battle videos, the reputation of the Witch of Satan had spread far and wide. Xiao Cheng stared at the enchanting figure of Duel in front of him, involuntarily swallowing hard. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and an inexplicable pressure made his breathing quicken. Instinct told him the situation was dire, but having already made his move, he had no choice but to brace himself for the fight. The ice claw white bear roared towards the sky, opening its massive jaws. A chilling breath poured from its mouth, instantly forming a thick layer of frost on the ground. Its claws, sharp as knives, sliced through the air, sending snowflakes cascading down as it lunged fiercely at Radon. Duel's figure flickered and vanished from sight. In the next moment, she was holding the massive ice claw firmly with her demonic hand. A wicked smile curled at the corner of her lips, her smoky eyes both captivating and icy. With a surge of power and a light shout, she lifted the towering ice claw white bear high into the air. Gathering energy in her right hand, a dark purple energy orb formed in her palm, its violent energy raging within. Duel aimed her demonic hand like a cannon and launched it at the bear's chest with a resounding blast. Boom! A violent explosion ensued, and the snow-white fur on the bear's chest was instantly charred black. It let out a pained howl that echoed through the night sky. Duel elegantly hovered in midair, her wicked smile accentuating her graceful figure, resembling a queen of the night, descended to earth. She raised her hands, from which extended 5 alloy claws, blade cat claws. Xiao Cheng stared in disbelief at Duel, unable to comprehend how his Ice Claw White Bear had been defeated with a single strike. Ice Claw White Bear, get up, attack, attack, he shouted hysterically. The Ice Claw White Bear responded to its master's call, propping itself up with its claws. Its gaze sharpened, and it lowered its body slightly, heavy white mist puffing from its nostrils. Let's see if your ice claws are more formidable than my cat claws. Duel chuckled lightly, disappearing once again. She reappeared before the Ice Claw White Bear, 2 white streaks flashing by, leaving a prominent shaped scar on its furry face. The bear winced in pain, unable to counter before being overwhelmed again. A cold breath spewed from the bear's mouth, dropping the surrounding temperature below freezing, causing the air to crystallize. Duel realized the bear was preparing to unleash its innate skill, and her 10-blade cat claws began to dance wildly. Hundreds of cold flashes flickered in the air, and Duel grinned with excitement. Each flash left another deep, bone-revealing wound on the Ice Claw White Bear. Finally, she combined her claws, pressing heavily on the bear's forehead. A burst of silver-white lightning flashed, resembling a quantum cannon about to fire. Boom! Super torture flash. The Ice Claw White Bear was blasted away, its eyes rolling back as it crashed heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. Xiao Cheng clenched his fists tightly, unable to accept the outcome. His Ice Claw White Bear had a perfect bloodline, a Stardiamon-level soul beast, and its innate skills hadn't even been unleashed. How could it lose so easily? Duel bypassed the other 3 soul beasts and appeared directly in front of Xiao Cheng. She grabbed him and dragged him to Jang Ming. Slap! Jang Ming didn't hesitate, delivering a heavy slap to Xiao Cheng's left cheek. Again. Duel deliberately shifted to the left, exposing Xiao Cheng's right cheek. Slap! Another resounding slap followed. After 2 slaps, Jang Ming's hand was slightly numb. Xiao Cheng covered his cheeks with his hands, tears welling up, looking every bit the spoiled rich kid, arrogant and bullying. Bro, I've changed. Please don't hit my face. Xiao Cheng pleaded. Don't hit your face? Jang Ming sneered. Slap? Another slap followed. Why cover it if you have no face? Xiao Cheng's other soul beasts watched helplessly as their master was taken away, too intimidated to act. Especially with Duel nearby, her enchanting yet icy gaze swept over them, and the 3 soul beasts immediately lowered their heads. What should we do with you? Jang Ming asked coldly, noticing Xiao Cheng's subtle movement of his left hand, his finger quietly touching the ring. You bastard, die! Xiao Cheng suddenly yelled, and a surge of violent energy erupted from the ring. A blinding light flashed, causing Jang Ming to instinctively release his grip. Duel quickly blocked the attack, her demonic hand emitting wisps of black smoke, clearly injured. Jang Ming's gaze turned icy as he watched Xiao Cheng, who hadn't run far, and immediately activated his flash ring. He appeared in front of Xiao Cheng in an instant, grabbing his collar. Demon's Eye. Activate. Eye of Desire. Jang Ming murmured, pulling out a gleaming knife. Kid, don't you dare. Stop. A middle-aged figure suddenly rushed out from the side, trying to stop Jang Ming, but it was too late. With a swift motion, Jang Ming cut off the finger wearing the ring from Xiao Cheng's left hand. Lost in lust and greed, Xiao Cheng didn't feel any pain, letting the blood drip freely. Jang Ming quickly removed the ring from the severed finger and deactivated the Demon's Eye. As Xiao Cheng regained clarity, seeing his left hand missing a finger and blood gushing out, he screamed in terror. My finger! You cut off my finger! He looked at Jang Ming, whose eyes were cold and merciless, trembling all over. This person was like a demon. Your ring injured me Duel earlier, so I had to remove it, Jang Ming said coldly, with not a hint of sympathy in his voice. Demon! You're a demon! Xiao Cheng shouted vehemently as he turned to flee. Jang Ming stood his ground, not attempting to stop him, because he sensed the presence of someone behind him. Suddenly, a middle-aged man, bearing a striking resemblance to Xiao Cheng, appeared with fury blazing in his eyes. Without a word, he launched an attack on Jang Ming. At that critical moment, a commanding elderly voice echoed through the night sky. Shaolin, stop. In an instant, 2 Dragon City combat teams materialized like phantoms, swiftly sealing off the entire area. Jang Ming looked up to see an elderly man with a mix of black and white hair and a dignified face approaching slowly. Nanhua City, Manhammer Xiao Shan. Jang Ming thought to himself in awe. the pillar of the southeast of Huaxia, the imper-ranked beast master known as Manhammer. It was rumored that Xiao Shan possessed a soul beast that had reached the sovereign level, with near-respected power. An overwhelming pressure, like a mountain, bore down on Jang Ming, nearly crushing him. Just then, Mito appeared in front of him with a wicked smile, and the pressure lightened considerably. Xiao Shan spoke calmly, "Demon? Very well." His gaze was inscrutable, revealing no emotion. In contrast, Xiao Lian Xiao Cheng's father was filled with murderous intent, eager to tear Zhang Ming apart. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Shan said steadily, "Please, young friend, return my grandson's severed finger. Today's events were Xiao Cheng's fault, and I apologize on his behalf." As he spoke, he bent over, demonstrating his sincerity. Zhang Ming remained silent for a moment, then slowly opened his palm to reveal the severed finger. He pointed towards where Teacher Lin was and said calmly, "Elder Xiao, you shouldn't apologize for him. If there is anyone to apologize to, it should be Teacher Lin." A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Shan's eyes, followed by a soft chuckle. "The young are indeed impressive. No wonder you're valued by Elder Lin." Beside him, Xiao Lian was seething with rage, shouting, "Father!" He cut off Cheng's finger. "Kill him." "Silence!" Xiao Shan reprimanded harshly. "Your lack of discipline allowed such actions in Dragon City. How can you face the Xiao family? How will others view our Huaxia district? Stop embarrassing us and leave at once." Xiao Shan then turned towards where Teacher Lin was, raising his voice, "Elder Lin, since you're already here, please show yourself." A man in a Zhongshan suit had been standing there unnoticed, evidently observing the entire scene. And Qi, a bit worried, tugged at Elder Lin's sleeve, softly calling, "Father." Elder Lin gently patted in Qi's forehead, soothing her concerns. He then stepped forward to stand beside Zhang Ming, facing Xiao Shan and his group. "Venerable One." Xiao Shan nodded slightly, addressing with respect. Lin Zun's returned the nod, looking at Zhang Ming with approval. Although Xiao Shan was of the same generation as Lin, this was not the time to compare seniority with the highest commander of the Huaxia district. Decorum had to be observed. Before Lin Zun's could speak, Xiao Shan quickly said, "Venerable One, my grandson Xiao Cheng made a mistake, and the Xiao family is willing to accept the punishment." Lin Zun smiled and replied, "Xiao Cheng has already been punished. I will arrange for Longqing's best doctors and the most advanced technology to reattach his severed finger." As the pillar of Huaxia district, it's normal for the younger generation to have conflicts. We elders shouldn't use our power to oppress others. Let's end this matter here. I won't pursue Xiao Cheng further. The southeastern region of Huaxia still needs you, Elder Xiao. These words left Xiao Shan speechless. The Venerable One had shown enough respect, and failing to acknowledge it would reflect poorly on him. As a seasoned veteran, Xiao Shan knew that preserving face was crucial at this moment. "Thank you, Venerable One." Xiao Shan bowed respectfully, sighed softly, and turned to leave. After watching the Xiao family leave, Lin Zun's placed a hand on Zhang Ming's shoulder and said kindly, "You handled this well?" He handed Zhang Ming a soul weapon. "This is something I used in my younger days. It's a bit worn, but it saved me from danger many times." Zhang Ming accepted the soul weapon, sensing the strong aura of bloodlust on its blade, accumulated from slaying countless beasts. "Head back for now. We'll discuss anything else after the competition," Lin Zun's instructed. "Yes, Venerable One," Zhang Ming replied. With the Dragon City combat team escorting him, Lin Zun's returned safely to his residence. Once everyone had left, Lin Zun stood in the darkness, deep in thought. The streets were empty under the night sky, with only Lin Zun standing alone. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared silently, kneeling on one knee behind the Venerable One. "Shadow Guard." "Venerable One, I found evidence that Xiao Lian, the eldest son of the Xiao family, is colluding with the Meijian district. Although Xiao Shan has repeatedly refused invitations from the Su League district, there's no confirmed evidence of him betraying us. However, we have solid proof against his son, Xiao Lian." Lin Zun's remained silent for a moment, gazing at the stars. "I see. What agreement did Xiao Lian reach with the Meijian district?" "The Meijian district has agreed to secretly allow the Xiao family to mine a mid-level mineral resource area. Continue monitoring the Xiao family," Lin Zun's ordered. Lin Zun's walked forward alone, his shadow stretched long by the streetlights. Back at Lin's residence, she seemed in good spirits, though filled with resentment for her own foolishness and lack of strength. And she consoled her, "Sister, don't blame yourself. That Xiao Cheng is a scoundrel who tricked you into going out. He used the pretext of an assassination attempt to lure you into a meeting, and when you went to confront him, he dared to have you kidnapped." Hearing this explanation, Zhang Ming was momentarily stunned. Returning to the apartment, Defy was asleep on the couch like a log. Zhang Ming didn't disturb him and lay on the bed, staring at the night outside the window, unable to sleep. He knew he only felt gratitude towards Lin Wanwan, with no other emotions, and was clear about his purpose in this life. Unable to sleep, Jang Ming opened his dusk bracelet and submitted the tasks he had previously accepted. Wow, so much. He was surprised to find he had earned 500 contribution points, comparable to a 5-star task reward. Considering Lin's identity, he realized Lin Xiao must have intervened behind the scenes. Though 500 contribution points weren't a massive amount, they were enough to exchange for some Lord-level soul crystals and beast materials. Zhang Ming decided to save them and wait until he accumulated more. The next day would be the 1,000 Talents Top 100 competition. Through previous encounters, Zhang Ming realized his shortcomings. His personal attack methods were too limited. He recalled how Cat Claw Eye Candy excelled in assassination and stealth, possessing personal strength comparable to a gold-level soul beast, and how Instructor Qin's versatile shield left him envious. Although Zhang Ming had a great ability, Explosive Flame, which could enhance his soul weapon with fire attributes, his current level as a soul beast master didn't allow for soul attachment. Even his existing soul weapon, Dragon's Lament, couldn't incorporate the Explosive Flame attribute. Dragon's Lament, a long-range fire attribute soul weapon, was powerful and suitable for outdoor use. But Zhang Ming still lacked a melee soul weapon. He retrieved the soul weapon gifted by Lin Zuns from his system backpack, a spear. The shaft was a reddish copper color, with unknown material, and felt warm to the touch. The spear was covered in scratches, and the head was slightly rough, yet it still gleamed faintly. Waning Spear. Grade, Purple. Trait. Converts 7 of damage dealt into life for the user with each attack. Unique passive. Description. Crafted from Blood Abyss Magic Stone soaked for 100 years, augmented by a black incantation, it possesses life-stealing properties. The Bloodthirsty Spear's unique passive was incredibly powerful. No wonder the Venerable One said it had saved him from danger many times. Zhang Ming opened the soul weapon reforging system and placed the Bloodthirsty Spear in the central position to check the required materials for reforging. The system notification sounded. Ding! 4 reforging options discovered. Frost Tyrant Spear, Demon-Resistant Azure Steel Spear, Abyssal Weeping Blood Spear. Upon seeing the 4th reforging plan for the Hydra of Godslaying, Zhang Ming's eyes widened with disbelief. Despite the fact that this defeat gun was merely a purple-grade soul weapon, the system provided 4 options, each introducing an orange-grade reforging. Especially the last one, the Hydra, though its specific attributes were not displayed, the introduction alone hinted at its immense power. Godslaying Hydra, crafted by ancient ancestors using the ancient Titan beast, Hydra, as a prototype, is a king's treasure. Enhanced by the Dark Word enchantment, it possesses 9 different orb effects, earning the name Godslaying. Zhang Ming murmured, recalling knowledge from his past life. The Dark Word enchantment was an innate talent of the ancient Witch Robe tribe. In his previous life, the European Union discovered the civilization of the Witch Robe tribe, one of the 15 humanoid races, in an ancient relic. This race inherently possessed an exceptionally strong soul power and an extraordinary affinity for external elements. They could enchant soul weapons with the Dark Word enchantment, granting them orb effects. Zhang Ming remembered the European Union's explanation of orb effects, a secondary crafting based on the material properties of the soul weapon itself, enchanting it to enhance its offensive capabilities. This allowed the soul weapon to transcend its original material limitations, offering more possibilities. He thought to himself, if the characteristic of the Tin-Blade Cat Claw is its sharp cutting ability, after being enchanted with the Dark Word enchantment, it might gain orb effects like lifesteal or armor penetration. During use, a Beastmaster could still infuse their own soul power to further enhance its might, elevating the soul weapon's power to a new level. However, such ancient secrets as the Dark Word enchantment had long been lost, and even the art of soul weapon crafting had declined. Zhang Ming never expected the soul weapon given to him by the Venerable to hold so many surprises. He carefully compared the 4 reforging plants. The first 3 had single orb effects, namely Strong Lifesteal, Freezing Slow, and Skill Immunity. But the last, the Godslaying Hydra, could possess 9 orb effects. It was a top-tier orange-grade soul weapon, known as a king's treasure. Zhang Ming's gaze fell on the required materials, and he gasped. Wow! The first reforging plan requires 12 types of materials. As he looked at the 4th plan, he was even more astonished. Unbelievable. Over 20 auxiliary materials. Upon realizing it would take over 3 billion soul points to substitute materials, Zhang Ming almost doubted his eyes. Oh my gosh. Over 3 billion soul points needed for substitution. System Sprite. Are you sure there's no calculation error? Staring at his meager remaining soul points, Zhang Ming felt like an old man shocked to tears. Soul points. I need soul points, he cried out in his mind. The system sprite explained in a sweet, childlike voice, Master, what you're seeing now is the soul weapon in its completed form, hence the high material requirement. You can also choose to reforge the soul weapon's prototype, retaining the original orb effects, and fill in the materials later to complete it. Is that possible? Zhang Ming asked excitedly. Of course, Master. The system sprite's voice was so cute it melted Jang Ming's heart. How many soul points do I need to reforge a soul weapon prototype? Just 1 billion soul points, master. Zhang Ming's heart sank. After upgrading Midwa Lu, his soul points were nearly depleted, with only a few 100,000 left. It's nothing, he laughed bitterly. Just then, the system suddenly chimed. Ding! Detected reforging materials in your space soul weapon. A system panel displayed a ring set with a green gemstone and 2 seemingly insignificant items. Zhang Ming immediately recognized it as the ring he had cut off from Xiao Cheng's hand. The Ferrero ring, an elemental ring crafted mainly from elemental crystals, can absorb external elemental forces to store energy and unleash an elemental torrent to attack targets. Zhang Ming's eyes widened with astonishment. This green gemstone is actually an elemental crystal? He carefully picked up the small ring and examined it closely. Elemental crystals were even rarer than spatial stones, as their production was extremely scarce and their formation conditions extremely demanding. Only in regions of elemental frenzy, where the accumulated elemental force is continuously compressed and fused over time, can a fist-sized piece be formed, Zhang Ming recalled. Even if someone found it, surviving to bring it out of the elemental frenzy zone is another matter entirely. He couldn't help but marvel. No wonder that punk Xiao Cheng kept fiddling with his ring, clearly trying to show off subtly. Now it's mine. Zhang Ming contentedly added the elemental crystal to the reforging materials. Next, he examined the other reforging materials the system had found. The damaged spearhead and strange black rod immediately caught his attention. Zhang Ming suddenly realized these were the items with energy fluctuations that he had bought from a stall. The damaged spearhead, a fragment of a sacred artifact. Zhang Ming murmured. No wonder the system detected energy fluctuations. When he read the description for the strange black rod, he was stunned. Divine iron? Zhang Ming leapt up from his bed. A divine-grade soul weapon material on par with divine materials. When he first bought it, he couldn't figure out what it was using the system's detection function. Now knowing it was divine iron, Zhang Ming couldn't contain his excitement. If a soul weapon master's lifelong pursuit was anything, it would be crafting a soul weapon using divine materials and divine iron. Encountering even a small piece of divine material was already a blessing beyond words. Divine iron was something completely unimaginable. Zhang Ming recalled the legends about divine iron. Soul weapons crafted from divine materials had self-repairing abilities and could evolve like living beings. Those made from divine iron could vary in size and weight at will. Light as a feather, heavy enough to split mountains, small enough to hide in an ear, large enough to shatter the sky. He carefully examined the black rod in his hand, over a meter long, yet light as a feather. Zhang Ming could no longer hold back. Tonight, even if I don't sleep, I must craft this god-slaying hydra. He eagerly checked how many soul points were needed to substitute the remaining materials. The system's answer was 15 million soul points. Taking away these 3 top-grade materials instantly gave him over 1 billion soul points. Zhang Ming marveled at the terrifying value of these materials. Luckily, he still had a heap of beast materials in the system backpack. Zhang Ming resolved, tonight, no sleep. I'll craft soul weapons all night and recycle them into soul points. Without delay, he exchanged for 100 white-grade soul weapon crafting books, as he didn't have enough soul points for a green-grade one, and began grinding. Ding! Congratulations on successfully crafting a white-grade soul weapon 1-inch. Ding! Congratulations on. After a frenzy of crafting and recycling, Zhang Ming gained 1.6 million soul points. Seeing the backpack full of materials, he decided to exchange for some green-grade crafting books. Another round of frantic operations netted him 3.6 million soul points. Outside, the sky began to lighten. Zhang Ming, with dark circles under his eyes, remained spirited. Finally, he exhaled deeply and exclaimed excitedly, 17 million soul points. I did it. The Knight's Frenzy not only elevated his soul weapon master level to a high-level soul weapon master, but a few more rounds would see him advance to a junior soul weapon grandmaster. The cost was steep. His entire fortune was gone, not even a beast bone left, and all materials accumulated from the Tyrant ruins were exhausted. He was utterly penniless. With immense excitement, Zhang Ming finally confirmed the crafting. Ding! Congratulations on successfully crafting the God-slaying Hydra. God-slaying Hydra. Grade. Orange King's Treasure Prototype. Attributes. First Orb. Feature. A prototype of the King's Treasure, with adjustable size at will. First Orb. Blood Cry LV1. Absorbs 7 of damage, dealt as health. Second Orb. Armor Break LV1. Reduces target's defense with each hit. Third Orb. Fourth Orb. Not available yet. Active Skill. Charge Strike. Harnesses elemental power and releases it after 10 seconds to deal damage. Passive Skill. Splash. Deals 40 area damage to targets around the main target. Zhang Ming closely examined the God-slaying Hydra in his hand. inwardly admiring the king's treasure. Though it couldn't be concealed at the wrist like the dragon's lament, it could change size at will. With a thought, the god-slaying spear shrank rapidly, becoming as small as a silver needle. He carefully picked up the mini version of the spear and scrutinized it closely, growing more fond of it with each passing moment. I'd better store it in the system backpack. Losing it would be a joke, Jang Ming muttered to himself. Gazing at the lightning sky outside, he decided against going back to sleep. After a quick shower, he donned his combat gear, ready for today's competition. In the martial arts hall, Jang Ming stood at the center with the other contestants. Extra seats had been temporarily added to accommodate thousands of spectators, and the front stage was packed. Supporters from all over cheered enthusiastically. Dafeng waved a flag emblazoned with awesome, his face adorned with the true Martial Academy emblem. Teacher Lin, uncharacteristically, wore a bright red cheerleader outfit with twin ponytails, her white socks revealing a hint of her fair thighs above the knee. Go, go. The cheers from the audience were relentless. Jang Ming smiled as he surveyed the surroundings, waiting for the host to appear. Students, thank you for your patience. The host's voice boomed across the venue. Today marks the start of the second round elimination battle, the 1,000-entrant qualification match. Only 100 contestants will advance. Whether you're a college student or a high schooler, if you made it through the first round, you have a shot at the top 100. Now, the big screen will randomly match contestants. Please step forward to the red area and await teleportation to the dimensional space. Everyone moved forward with solemn expressions, waiting silently. The numbers on the big screen spun rapidly, and in 3 seconds, all the matchups for the 1,000 contestants were determined. Number 17 Jang Ming versus number 369 Chi Peng. As the teleportation light flickered, Jang Ming caught sight of his opponent, Chi Peng, the so-called young battle king, a master beast tamer from the academy. In the dimensional space, the scenery abruptly changed. Beneath was a muddy swamp, surrounded by dense rainforest. Feeling his feet sinking, Jang Ming quickly summoned his mount, Yulan, and flew to the treetops. Before he could steady himself, a whistling sound sliced the air. A crimson long blade narrowly missed him, embedding itself deeply in the trunk before him. Jang Ming, we meet again at last. A man in a red combat suit on a nearby tree trunk stared at him with a cold smile. Southern Martial Academy, young battle king. Chi Peng. Jang Ming recognized his opponent. With a swift motion, Chi Peng's long blade, drawn by soul power, returned to his hand instantly. Resting the blade, glowing with crimson light, on his shoulder, his eyes burned with a vengeful glint. Kid, you embarrassed me last time. I spent 2 million soul coins just to match with you and exact my revenge. Chi Peng exclaimed, eager to strike immediately. Jang Ming noticed Chi Peng wearing a sealed combat visor that completely covered his eyes. Don't think about using that ability of yours again. This combat visor is custom-made to counter your move. Chi Peng referred to the Devil's Eye. After discovering a video online of their previous encounter, he had furiously analyzed it, realizing the issue lay with Jang Ming's eyes. He classified Jang Ming as a special soul ability user. That visor must have cost a pretty penny, Jang Ming remarked with a smile. Chi Peng was momentarily taken aback, expecting Jang Ming to be flustered. Instead, Jang Ming's comment seemed off-topic. Of course, custom-made isn't cheap. Your long blade soul weapon is impressive, Jang Ming noted, pointing to the sword in Chi Peng's hand. Pride filled Chi Peng's eyes as he admired the blade. It is. This is the plunder of purple grade. Oh, that's quite something, Jang Ming responded sarcastically. Ha, let's see if you can still laugh later. Chi Peng growled, summon Soul Beast. With his command, a massive creature with a wingspan of over 20 meters appeared. A dual-headed griffin with enormous wings, each lion head measuring 7 to 8 meters, bared its fangs, exuding a fierce aura. Dual-headed griffin bloodline. Perfect talent. Beast King roar level, King 1 star. Skills, roar, rage strike, ice and fire breath, lion claw smash, wing slash. Description. A kingly beast from the Rift Sky Canyon, its gigantic wings stir fierce winds, and its 2 lion heads can unleash ice and fire attacks. It excels in close combat, and, with its exceptional flying speed, can fight above its level. Weaknesses, wings, tail. Through the system panel, Jang Ming saw that the griffin's attributes, both in bloodline and skill, surpassed the one-horned tiger shark. Raton alone couldn't defeat it. Chi Peng, with his smug expression, likely had more soul beasts yet to summon. But even a single-star king-level soul beast was intimidating. Jang Ming summoned Raton, soaring into the sky, eyes sharp as an eagle, activating the Devil's Eye to pinpoint the griffin's weaknesses. Chi Peng leaped onto the griffin, gripping the plunderer, ready for a unknown confrontation. Though the match isn't to the death, I'll carve you up piece by piece, Chi Peng declared excitedly, commanding the griffin forward, confident that Jang Ming was at his mercy. Chi Peng, You're overestimating yourself, Jang Ming said, drawing the god-slaying spear. Its head was encircled by 9 serpents, the 9 snake heads forming a protective ring around the spear tip, exuding an aura that seemed to pierce the soul. Qi Peng momentarily paused at the sight of Jang Ming's spear-shaped soul weapon. He had studied Jang Ming's combat footage and knew that relying solely on the number of soul beasts wouldn't secure victory. Despite possessing a king-level soul beast, he feared the humanoid form in Jang Ming's arsenal might still prevail. Only in unknown combat could he hope to triumph. Qi Peng had a plan in mind. He wanted to face Jang Ming in an unknown battle. His aim was to defeat his opponent decisively and prove to everyone that the title of Little Battle King was well-deserved. Jang Ming, wielding the Godslayer spear, charged towards the 2-headed griffin on his mount, Layden. Layden spewed a massive fireball at the griffin, but the left head of the griffin opened its mouth and swallowed the flames. Then, the right head exhaled a chilling blast that instantly froze Layden's fire. Impressive, Jang Ming thought to himself. Despite this being his first time using a spear-like weapon, his past experience in the military had him practicing with long spears. The familiar feeling returned, allowing him to execute spear techniques with ease and precision. A loud clash echoed across the sky as the Godslayer's spear collided fiercely with the plunderer's weapon. Jang Ming gripped the spear's end tightly, focusing his mind. Enlarge, enlarge, enlarge. The spear suddenly extended and the head grew larger, increasing in weight. Realizing the added heft, Jang Ming quickly stopped. Any bigger, and it would be unwieldy. The spear had already extended over a meter, with its head now larger than his long sword. Qi Peng gritted his teeth, bewildered by the sudden transformation of the soul weapon. Due to the rarity of divine materials and precious divine iron, most people wouldn't suspect this was anything other than a unique ability. With a shout, Qi Peng pushed the Godslayer's spear away. His 2-headed griffin stretched out its claws towards Layden. Thorn armor, Jang Ming commanded. The black armor formed from solidified magma merged with the thorn armor, creating an impenetrable black armor that enveloped Layden completely. The griffin's claws left only shallow marks on the armor. Dragon Flame Song. Layden opened its mouth wide, unleashing 9 fiery dragon heads that charged towards Qi Peng on the griffin's back. Qi Peng swung his long sword, unleashing a crimson glow that infused his soul weapon with power, slicing through the 9 dragon heads in one swift move. So, this is the power of a grandmaster, Jang Ming murmured. After advancing to a Beastmaster Grandmaster, one's body undergoes its first enhancement, boosting overall strength and allowing one to infuse soul energy and abilities into soul weapons, known as Grandmaster's power. Qi Peng's ability to cut through Layden's attack was a testament to this power. Qi Peng realized Jang Ming was a formidable opponent. Even this Star Diamond level soul beast was difficult to handle with its incredible defense. To defeat him, another soul beast would need to be summoned. However, the memory of Jang Ming's terrifying humanoid soul beast gave him pause. Although the tournament didn't limit the number of soul beasts summoned, summoning more didn't necessarily lead to a quicker victory. The more soul beasts summoned, the more soul energy consumed, reducing the time a top-level soul beast could be maintained. It might be better to engage in a fierce battle with the strongest soul beast. In the sky, Layden and the 2-headed griffin tested each other's defenses with probing attacks. The 2 fighters clashed repeatedly with their soul weapons. The Godslayer's spear would unpredictably extend and enlarge, nearly unseating Qi Peng from the griffin twice. This was Qi Peng's first encounter with a soul weapon capable of such transformations, and it was indeed bizarre. Damn it, all or nothing. Qi Peng, seeing the unfavorable situation, gritted his teeth and summoned another soul beastin, Abyssal Horned Dragon. This was a sub-dragon soul beast, covered in pitch-black scales, resembling a colossal western dragon, and measuring over 10 meters longer than Layden. Its massive dragon head was adorned with a prominent horn. Upon its arrival, the Abyssal Horned Dragon cast a disdainful glance at Qi Peng, which Jang Ming noticed. It seems this soul beast was contracted by Qi Peng midway. Otherwise, a soul beast wouldn't show such an expression, Jang Ming thought. Attack! Qi Peng commanded sternly. The Abyssal Horned Dragon possessed a perfect bloodline, with gigantification abilities, a Star Diamond level 9 star skill set including Black Dragon's Breath, Horned Assault, Tornado Storm, and War Stomp. It was a direct bloodline descendant of the ancient Titan Black Dragon King Tyrant. Though a subdragon, it regarded humans as insignificant ants due to its noble dragon lineage. When utilizing its gigantification ability, its size would surge, capable of overpowering minor titans. A direct bloodline of the Black Dragon King Tyrant? Jang Ming observed that after Qi Peng summoned the Abyssal Horned Dragon, sweat began to trickle down his forehead, indicating the immense soul energy required to maintain this soul beast. Although not yet at the king level, its power likely surpassed that of the 2-headed griffin. It seems the title of Little Battle King is not without merit. With just these 2 perfect bloodline soul beasts, Chi Peng holds the strength to reach the top 16. Chi Peng shouted loudly. The abyssal horn dragon charged forward. Its massive horn led the way, its enormous wings stirring up fierce winds as it rushed towards laden with the force of a thunderstorm, causing the surrounding air to roar. Jang Ming held the Godslayer spear, assuming a defensive stance. His right hand gathered strength, a five-colored glow encircling his fist. Laden, undeterred, roared and charged to meet the black dragon Hedon. The geothermal armor, born from an epic bloodline, surged wildly, enveloping Radon's head in scorching magma to form a black iron helmet. The thorn armor guarded the outermost layer, with countless spikes jutting out like steel nails. With a thunderous crash, two colossal beasts collided fiercely. Such is the savage and direct nature of battles between soul beasts, where skills merely play a supporting role, and they revel in the physical clash. Even if they end up battered and bruised, it's a thrilling contest. The intense impact left Jang Ming dizzy, but the Godslayer's spear in his hand seemed to come alive. The 9 serpents on the spear's shaft writhed around the spearhead, hissing like venomous snakes ready to strike. Jang Ming gathered his strength for a powerful strike, and a burst of 5-colored light erupted. An intense torrent of elemental power surged forth, causing the surrounding air to tremble and the rainforest on the ground to lean forward. Sensing the extraordinary nature of the attack, the demon-horned black dragon immediately activated its innate ability, its form swelling to a massive 40 meters in an instant, becoming a true giant. The 5-colored elemental torrent, like a rainbow pillar, thundered down directly at the demon-horned black dragon's neck. With no sound, the elemental torrent pierced through the dragon's neck scales effortlessly. The black dragon let out a painful wail as it plummeted downwards. The surrounding elemental energy was instantly absorbed. Seizing the moment, Jang Ming leaped high off Radon's back, activating the shining ring. He landed steadily on the lion's head of the two-headed griffin, pointing his spear with its tip just an inch from Chi Peng's brow. Chi Peng quickly raised his hands in surrender, disbelief written all over his face. He couldn't fathom how Jang Ming managed to defeat his demon-horned black dragon with just a single soul weapon. It was a soul beast even his instructor struggled to overcome. What shocked him even more was the 5-colored attack, which was far beyond ordinary skills. For a moment, Chi Peng's mind went blank, unable to comprehend the situation before him. Jang Ming extended the Godslayer spear and pressed the number badge, announcing Chi Peng's defeat. The system promptly declared, contestant number 17, Jang Ming, wins. Immediately, a notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, your soul weapon, Godslayer Hydra, is ranked 36th on the soul ranking soul weapon list, and you have received a reward. A notification suddenly popped up in Jang Ming's field of vision. Congratulations on reaching the top 50 in the soul weapon rankings. You've earned the reward. Automatic ancient text interpretation. This unexpected reward left him momentarily stunned. He noticed a small green icon appear in the upper right corner of the system panel, but unfortunately, he had no ancient civilization inscriptions on hand to test it with. The first match concluded, and the victorious contestants were transported to the lounge. Chi Peng, whom Jang Ming had just defeated, stormed off into the audience area, clearly out of the running for the top 100. And she approached with 2 cups of milk tea and sat beside Jang Ming in the lounge. She excitedly said, Minggu, I watched your battle video. That spear of yours that can change size is absolutely amazing. It wasn't just in Chi. Jang Ming's defeat of Chi Peng with the god-slaying spear had caught the attention of everyone, sparking a wave of astonishment. The Soul Beast tournament is a live broadcast stage. Jang Ming had previously chosen to hide his talents out of fear of malicious intent from others, but now with the protection of the Twilight Group, he could confidently showcase his abilities. As the two watched videos of other contestants' battles, the system suddenly alerted them. Ding! A fanatic from the Fallen Alliance has been detected nearby. Jang Ming didn't immediately look around, but instead pretended to stretch while discreetly scanning the area. Although he didn't notice anything unusual, he knew the fanatic must be close. These zealots, who worshipped ancient titans as deities, were the most dangerous of enemies, willing to sacrifice themselves to complete their mission. Jang Ming pondered silently. The presence of a fanatic in the tournament indicated that the Fallen Alliance was targeting someone here. Could it be because of his Tanya clan bloodline? At that moment, the host and cameraman entered the lounge to interview the contestants. They first spoke with a delicate-looking youth from Yulong City, who had demonstrated dragon taming techniques. The host exclaimed, "Your battle video has over 100,000 likes, making it one of the top 10 trending." The 5 sub-dragon soul beasts provided a stunning visual spectacle for the audience. The host continued to outline the competition's rewards. Advancing to the top 16 earns you 1,000,000 soul coins, and the top 3 receive soul weapons and soul bones. The first place even gets an orange-quality soul bone. The interview then moved to the contestant with the most likes, number 17, Jang Ming. The host asked, "Contestant number 17, Have you watched your satanic witch battle video? Jang Ming shook his head. No, I haven't. The host was surprised. That video has over 5 million likes, securing the top spot among the top 10. The staff then played the video, and the like count in the corner was staggering. The audience is very impressed with your humanoid soul beast. Can you tell us its name? The host inquired. Jang Ming glanced through the comments section and couldn't help but chuckle. The enthusiastic remarks caught him off guard. He softly replied, Midwala. After the interview, Jang Ming re-entered the red combat zone, waiting for the system to match him with an opponent. Soon, the screen displayed 17 Jang Ming vs 595 Lu Yuan. Seeing this name, Jang Ming recalled information from his past life. Lu Yuan, ranked 10th in the top 16 preliminaries, known as the Ghost Envoy. His soul beast wasn't the usual ferocious beast but a ghost. Jang Ming silently repeated the name Gue Shi Lu Yuan in his mind, developing a keen interest in this unique opponent. In his previous life, Lu Yuan earned the title of Gue Shi due to his extraordinary soul abilities. Unlike conventional beast masters who establish blood contracts with beasts, Lu Yuan formed pacts with the souls of beasts. This meant his soul beasts were not physical creatures of flesh and blood, but rather the spirits of deceased beings. His ability bore a resemblance to the ancient Titan's power of the March of the Dead, as all his contracted beasts were undead soul beasts. Suddenly, the scenery of the dimensional space underwent a drastic change. Jang Ming found himself standing on a bridge paved with black stones. Below, murky greenish-brown water flowed, occasionally bubbling ominously. Looking up, he saw the sky shrouded in gray clouds, devoid of any sunlight. The air was filled with a pungent stench of decay, making him nauseous. At the center of the stone bridge stood a monument. Upon reading the inscription, Land of the Dead, Jang Ming was taken aback. Although he understood that the dimensional space merely simulated terrains from around the world, the scene was so vivid it felt real. The Land of the Dead was one of the 8 forbidden zones, on par with the Abyss of the Dead, and was the resting place of the ancient Titan known as the March of the Dead. On the opposite end of the bridge stood a young man in ash-gray combat attire. His face was ashen, his skin grayish, and though his pupils were focused, they lacked vitality, giving the eerie impression of someone just awakened from a deep slumber. This haunting figure was Jang Ming's opponent Lu Yuan, the Gue Shi from Tating City. Jang Ming quickly used his detection skill on Lu Yuan, and the system panel displayed his attributes. Name, Lu Yuan. Age, 19. Level, Beast Master Grandmaster 3-star. Soul Aptitude, S. Soul Ability, Undead Possession, Soul Beasts, Black Flamebat, Skeleton Warlord, Undead Bone Dragon. 3 undead soul beasts, with one being an undead bone dragon. Indeed made for an unusual opponent. Jang Ming remained vigilant, keeping his eyes fixed on the motionless Lu Yuan. He recalled his experience in the Misty Forest, knowing that while undead types were not particularly strong in attack, they were fearless and carried viruses. His companion's mother had been consumed by the corpse of an undead type. To combat undead soul beasts, light attribute abilities were most effective, not only being powerful but also countering the undead. Lu Yuan stood there like a soulless shell, his dull eyes devoid of life. Let's begin, he finally spoke, his voice normal but breath short and weak. His entire presence exuded an eerie aura, sending chills down one's spine. Lu Yuan retrieved a large amount of fresh flesh from his soul device space, still dripping with entrails, and carelessly tossed it to the ground. He bit his finger, clasped his hands, and began chanting. The blood floated in the air, forming a sinister black-red magic circle. The fresh flesh on the ground quickly rotted, emitting a foul stench as if being drained of its essence by the circle. Is this a hiring contract? Jang Ming pondered. A hiring contract was a unique method of forming a pact with undead types, differing from the equal soul blood contract or the eternal master-servant contract. In a hiring contract, a beast master must offer items, flesh, or other compensation to the undead type in exchange for its service. Lu Yuan crouched, muttering incantations while pressing one hand on the ground. A mist suddenly spread from his palm. Within the mist, a dragon-shaped silhouette over 30 meters long emerged, the undead bone dragon. Following it, a skeleton warlord appeared, towering 4 to 5 meters high, clad in tattered armor, wielding a massive warblade, with green flames flickering in its hollow eye sockets. Lu Yuan nimbly leapt onto the back of the black flame bat, ascending slowly. He remained expressionless, staring at Jang Ming with lifeless eyes. This gaze made Jang Ming uneasy, prompting him to summon Radon, mount its back, and rise to confront his opponent. Seeing Jang Ming summon a soul beast as formidable as the undead bone dragon, a subtle change flickered in Lu Yuan's deadpan eyes. Undead bone dragon. Bloodline. Perfect. Talent. Bone reassembly can reassemble its bone body when shattered. Level. King 3-star. Skills. Undead bone poison, bone penetration, toxic splash, bone sword pulse wave. Description: an undead bone dragon assembled by Lu Yuan from various dragon and dinosaur bones. After assembly, it gained independent consciousness, refusing to accept Lu Yuan's blood contract, appearing only through a hiring contract. It can ignore any physical and skill attacks, but has poor resistance to light attribute attacks. The lordly talents of the Bone Warrior's bloodline unfolded before Jang Ming's eyes. Immortal souls, undying soul fire, and the king-level skill Blade of the Fallen. This skeletal general from the land of the dead retained the battle memories from his past life, mastering the art of close combat. He could consume soul power to summon thousands of skeleton soldiers, charging forward like a relentless tide. Jang Ming's gaze shifted to another undead soul beast, and he couldn't help but be amazed. Both these soul beasts surpassed him in size and level. They were indeed the formidable soul beasts of Lu Yuan, a top 16 contender in his previous life. Despite Lu Yuan's lifeless, fish-eyed stare being somewhat unsettling, Jang Ming had to acknowledge his extraordinary strength. Fortunately, Jang Ming had a trump card in S-level Holy Light Descent soul ability. Originally meant to dispel negative states, this ability could imbue his soul beast's attacks with light attributes, perfectly countering undead soul beasts. Jang Ming immediately cast Holy Light Descent. A beam of golden light descended from the sky, enveloping Radon. A layer of pale golden radiance coated Radon's fiery red scales, and the flames it spewed now shimmered with golden hues. 3 blazing fireballs roared towards the undead bone dragon. Instead of rushing in, Jang Ming chose to observe and wait for the right moment. He wanted to understand Lu Yuan's tactics before making his move. The fireballs crashed heavily onto the massive skeletal body of the undead bone dragon, but they dissipated like stones into a lake, emitting only a puff of black smoke and leaving faint gray marks. This puzzled Jang Ming. Was the light attribute ineffective? He quickly activated his demon eye for a closer look and soon realized it wasn't the light attribute that was ineffective, but rather Radon's level was too low to inflict significant damage. Radon spread its wings, but its 10-meter span seemed insufficient against the colossal undead bone dragon. Jang Ming decided to change tactics. Abyssal gaze. He focused intently on Lu Yuan's lifeless eyes. Yet, Lu Yuan remained completely unfazed, like a still pond. Jang Ming was startled to find that his usually infallible demon eye had failed. Unwilling to give up, Jang Ming tried 7 sins of hell, but Lu Yuan still didn't budge. Those gray, lifeless pupils stared unblinkingly at Jang Ming, with no expression on his face. Lu Yuan resembled an emotionless machine, sending a chill down Jang Ming's spine. Before Jang Ming could react, the undead bone dragon thrust its skeletal head forward, releasing a cloud of purple poison mist. The undead bone poison was not to be underestimated. Jang Ming quickly covered his mouth and nose, commanding Radon to swiftly ascend, narrowly escaping the poisonous fog's reach. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Jang Ming knew he had to summon Midwa to handle it. Midwa, it's your turn, he called out. As soon as he finished speaking, Midwa appeared quietly at his left side, her voice tinged with a hint of apprehension. Master, this opponent seems quite strong. Jang Ming nodded in acknowledgement, and Midwa began her transformation. A flicker of purple-black light, transformation skill, Soul of Satan. In an instant, Midwa transformed into a satanic witch, unfurling her demon wings with a dark green tail trailing behind her. Her expression was a mix of coldness and mockery, her demeanor alluring as she cast a seductive glance at the undead bone dragon. It's been a while, my dear little master. Midwa's voice was filled with temptation, making it hard for anyone to meet her gaze directly. She lightly caressed her chin, her eyes mischievous. Is this the little pet? Standing on his black flame bat, Lu Yuan's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing Midwa, a rare look of greed flashing across his face, his lips curling upwards in excitement. At that moment, the system unexpectedly issued a random task. Ding! Random task triggered. Defeat Ghost Envoy Lu Yuan to uncover the whereabouts of the ancient Titan Lich King. Reward: 30 restoration of the Imperial weapon, haunted by evil spirits. Jang Ming felt a surge of joy. Ever since acquiring the Imperial weapon, he had been waiting for a task to restore it. It seemed that victory in this battle was within reach. The undead bone dragon raised its massive skeletal head, sharp bone spikes extending from its body, gleaming ominously. The skeletal warlord, wielding a battle knife, now sat atop a skeletal warhorse that had appeared out of nowhere. It charged forward, leading thousands of skeleton soldiers clad in simple armor, creating a formidable spectacle like an army on the march. Midwa remained unfazed, crossing her arms with a cold smile playing on her lips. Slowly, she extended her right hand, a dark green claw gathering a swirling mass of purple-black energy. Lightning crackled around it, a violent aura emanating from her palm as the energy grew larger and stronger. The purple-black energy split into 2, then into 4. Midwa hurled the energy balls forward with both claws, striking the skeleton army. Dark spark. A series of explosions lit up the skeleton army, brilliant flashes and thunderous booms resounding endlessly. Midwa's expression was exaggerated, filled with excitement and thrill as she recklessly launched the purple-black energy balls, as if she were playing a game. In the blink of an eye, thousands of skeletal soldiers were reduced to countless fragments of white bone. Even the skeletal warlord was not spared, its head and limbs separated, the warhorse beneath it blasted away. Though Jang Ming had witnessed Midwa's power in her transformed state before, he was still in awe of her violent attacks. Strong. So strong. Seeing the skeleton army annihilated in an instant, Lu Yuan seemed unfazed, as if he had anticipated it. His lifeless eyes remained fixed on the scene ahead. The undead bone dragon's body was enveloped in a bright white shield, deflecting the previous attacks without sustaining any damage. Midwa vanished in a flash, reappearing to grab the soul fire within the skeletal warlord's skull with her demonic claw. Absorb. The ghostly green soul fire represented the essence of the skeletal warlord's life, and once extinguished, it would cease to exist. After absorbing the soul fire, Midwa looked satisfied, her wicked smile revealing a sense of enjoyment. She casually discarded the skull, stepping over the fragments of white bone beneath her feet, making a cracking sound with each step as she approached the undead bone dragon. The taste is a bit off, but still quite nice, she said, licking her lips with a smile. Receive transformation. Midwa's form suddenly changed. Her black demon wings shed, replaced by skeletal wings, her claws turning into bone talons, her body clad in bone armor, eerie and terrifying. Her once wild hairstyle was now tied up high, resembling a skeletal witch. This was Midwa's innate ability, receive transformation. With a ghostly grin, she transformed once more, her speed greatly enhanced. Her left hand became a bone shield, her right hand a long bone spear, thrusting directly at the undead bone dragon. Bang! The crisp sound of bone colliding echoed. The undead bone dragon roared in anger, its massive skeletal head withstanding the impact, leaving both sides at a stalemate. From the skeletal frame on the undead bone dragon's chest, the bone seemed to soften and flow like liquid, coalescing into a missile-like giant bone spike aimed at Midwa and suddenly launching. Boom! A massive explosion enveloped the area in thick smoke. But the attack wasn't over. The undead bone dragon's entire body sprouted bone spikes like a cactus, extending rapidly toward Midwa. In an instant, Jang Ming leaped off Radon, wielding the god-slaying spear, extending it with both hands. With a mighty shout, he pushed the undead bone dragon back by 2 meters. Midwa. As the smoke cleared, Midwa's originally silver-white hair was now slightly blackened by the smoke, shielded beneath a massive bone shield. She flashed a wicked smile at Jang Ming. Don't worry, this little dog can't bite me, my master. With that, the bone armor covering Midwa shattered, and under a burst of white light, the bone transformation was undone. The soul power of this skeletal warlord has been exhausted by that attack, she remarked as she reverted to her satanic witch form. Her claws gathered energy once more, unleashing a barrage of energy balls at the undead bone dragon. Bang bang bang. Holy light descend. Golden light enveloped Midwa. As she continued her assault, she triggered soul power absorption. With her inherent explosive power, enhanced by the demon lord's descent and the additional soul power absorption, Midwa's attack power soared to a kingly level. A black-purple tentacle shot out, gripping the undead bone dragon's neck tightly. With a sinister smile, Midwa let out a fierce shout, lifting the undead bone dragon into the air. The undead bone dragon's body bristled with bone spikes, gathering into a massive bone sword, even larger than the previous missile-shaped bone spike, emerging from the skeletal frame on its back. Bone sword pulse wave. The bone sword, imbued with pure white luminescence, slashed towards Midwa, attempting to sever the connection between the tentacle and her. Midwa moved with incredible speed, shifting into human form. The bone sword seemed to track her relentlessly. At this moment, after forming the bone sword, the undead bone dragon appeared slightly diminished in size. Seizing this opportunity, Jang Ming raised the god-slaying spear, readying a powerful strike. The elemental torrent surged like a flood. Like a beast unleashed, it poured forth, piercing straight through the massive skull of the undead bone dragon. Midwa swiftly retracted her tendrils and leaped into the air. Her hands gathered silver lightning once more, unleashing a blinding flash. In an instant, the bone dragon skull was completely severed from its skeletal frame. Midwa panted heavily, her soul power greatly depleted, and her transformation state was precarious. At that moment, an invisible shadow streaked across the sky, the spectral claw. 3 dark claws aimed directly at the soul fire of the undead bone dragon. Jang Ming stood shoulder to shoulder with Midwa, watching as the soul fire of the undead bone dragon gradually faded. Because the bone dragon's level was a whole tier above Midwa's, They couldn't absorb it like they did with the skeletal warriors, and could only watch as it vanished. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan, standing on the black flame bat, remained motionless, as if it wasn't his soul beast that had perished. He spoke coldly, "Are you done?" Seeing Jang Ming remain silent, Lu Yuan continued, "Then it's my turn." Soul lodging. As soon as he finished speaking, a transparent apparition flew out of Lu Yuan's mouth, entering the bone dragon's skull. Instantly, a violent and ferocious red soul fire reignited. The undead bone dragon rose again, its white skeletal armor now covered in a layer of shining silver armor, fully armed. Though its size remained unchanged, Jang Ming felt a sense of unease. Lu Yuan's voice emanated from the bone dragon, sounding like a different person. "My abilities awakened once before, so my soul is unstable. Only by lodging in an undead can I restore my original character. Now, let's begin. The real battle starts now." Midwa patted Jang Ming on the shoulder with a confident smile. "Don't worry, young master. Give me 10 seconds." With that, she strode toward the undead bone dragon. Suddenly, Midwa erupted with an astonishing aura. Her silver hair stood on end, and the stone slabs on the ground were drawn into the air by the powerful energy. Purplured lightning crackled around her body, and her dark green scales transformed into a full-body black armor. Her forehead strap became a spiked headpiece, and a demonic relief appeared on her chest, its mouth open wide as if to devour everything. A giant spiked hammer materialized in her hand, contrasting sharply with her petite frame. As the purplured light faded, Midwa faced the undead bone dragon once more, with a wicked smile. Transformation technique, Satan's soul ultimate secret. The purgatory move is meant to be used at the last moment. Here we go. With a loud shout, Midwa raised her giant hammer high and brought it crashing down. With one strike, she embedded the bone dragon's skull into the ground. "Master, remember to count for me." 10. The second strike followed swiftly, smashing into the dragon's frame with tremendous force. Brute force shatter. The skeletal frame shattered on impact, leaving only a skull. 9. Prison seal. Midwa unleashed a burst of red-purple light, swinging her hammer repeatedly to pulverize the skull into fragments, leaving the soul fire floating alone. 8. Grabbing the soul fire. Lu Yuan's terrified voice emanated from it. 2. Terrifying. What kind of humanoid soul beast is this? How does she possess such immense power? She's only a gold-level soul beast, and this bizarre transformation technique. Lu Yuan pleaded continuously for mercy. In just 3 seconds, what was moments ago a formidable foe, the undead bone dragon, was reduced to a heap of bone fragments, a sight truly astonishing. Jang Ming was secretly amazed. Midwa was only of epic bloodline, gold level. If she advanced to a legendary bloodline or king level, wouldn't her transformation be comparable to a monarch level, or even a dominator level? If cultivated to such an extent, even ancient titans would be wary. Midwa's strength had surpassed conventional understanding. Faced with the soul fire in his hand, Jang Ming was momentarily at a loss. The competition rules prohibited killing opponents, but he didn't have a soul container to store it. "Master, can I let Midwa consume it?" "I'm feeling very weak," Midwa asked. "What? No, no," Lu Yuan exclaimed. "Please spare me. I'm just a small pawn, but there's someone important behind me. He's also in the tournament." "Oh." Jang Ming was intrigued. "Tell me, what's the deal with your dead fish eyes earlier?" The flickering soul flame of Lu Yuan cast a faint glow in front of Jang Ming, his voice resonating with pain and regret in the dimensional space. "My abilities unexpectedly underwent a second awakening, upgrading to its level and connecting to the mental space of the ancient titan Lich King. I don't know how it happened, but the Lich King cast a spell on my soul, causing my thoughts to slow down. I can only regain clarity through the undead spirit beast. I swear I haven't betrayed Huaxia. It was truly an accident. Please, help me break free from the Lich King's control. It's unbearable." Lu Yuan's soul flame flickered persistently, trying to prove that his current state was forced. However, Jang Ming knew well that a normal soul should appear as a human-shaped soul body, while only the undead would manifest as a soul flame. Regardless of Lu Yuan's explanations, his soul was no longer human. Jang Ming watched Lu Yuan with an impassive expression, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. He reached out to activate his dusk bracelet, quickly connecting to Elder Lin while enabling signal blocking. The live broadcast screens outside suddenly went dark, leaving viewers unable to see what was happening inside. "Elder Lin, this is Jang Ming," he spoke quietly. "I'm currently in a dimensional space facing Lu Yuan, and I've captured his soul flame. I need to ask about the Lich King. It might cause significant harm to Lu Yuan." Elder Lin's voice came through the smart bracelet, filled with firmness and support. "Understood. Leave Lu Yuan to you, and proceed with confidence. We won't tolerate any traitors in Huaxia. The Dusk Group has your back. Don't be afraid." These words reassured Jang Ming considerably. Thank you, Elder Lin, he replied succinctly. Lu Yuan's soul flame could only see Jang Ming making a call, unable to hear the details. But when he saw the malicious smile on Jang Ming's face, Lu Yuan realized things were not looking good. Jang Ming turned to Lu Yuan, his gaze sharp. Tell me about the Lich King. I know you must know something. Be honest, and I might consider letting you go. Otherwise, I'll have Midwar devour you right now. Lu Yuan's soul flame trembled slightly, letting out a sigh. I knew from the moment I connected to the Lich King's mental space that this day would come. His voice turned low and heavy. The ancient titan Lich King connects with me mentally from time to time. The undead bone dragon and skeletal warriors were summoned using methods taught by the Lich King. It seems the Lich King is trapped in. The Lich King was trapped in the desolate lands of the Outland, a name that stirred confusion in Jang Ming's mind. He recalled the key that Lin Lao's three sons had once sought at the Twilight Group base, and how one of the ancient titans, the seventh Sin Sod, had infiltrated the Huaxia region under the power of the Soul List, all for this mysterious key. Although the true nature of the key was unclear, it was certainly extraordinary if an ancient titan coveted it so much. Jang Ming fixed a sharp gaze on Lu Yuan and asked coldly, "How did you contact the Lich King?" Realizing his life was hanging by a thread, Lu Yuan quickly said, "I can tell you, but you must guarantee my safety." Jang Ming smirked. "Do you think you still have room to negotiate?" Lu Yuan feigned calmness. "I may not have the right, but don't you want to know about the Lich King?" Unmoved, Jang Ming ordered, "Mijuol, eat him." The small and adorable Mijuol reached out with her tender hand, ready to devour Lu Yuan's soul. "No, no, no. I'll talk, I'll talk." Lu Yuan pleaded in terror. Jang Ming warned coldly, "I don't want to hear this a second time." Lu Yuan took a deep breath and confessed, "The Lich King is the sixth-ranked ancient titan, trapped in the desolate lands by Mu Shan, the Soul Harvester, and two other ancient titans, the Army of the Dead and the Reaper Servants. I don't know the exact reason, but the Lich King is powerful enough to rival Tyrant, the Black Dragon King, the fourth-ranked titan, because he can summon a million-strong undead army called the Scourge." Jang Ming nodded for him to continue. Lu Yuan took a breath and said, "The Lich King has been secretly instructing me to collect beast bones and undead to create a soul beast, hoping I would perform well in the competition, get close to the Huaxia region's core, and obtain information about the key. But I truly know nothing about the key itself." Seeing Jang Ming call out Mijuol again, Lu Yuan panicked. "I've really told you everything. Spare my life. I can make a sacrificial blood oath unique to the undead, offering my soul's fire to you, life and death under your control." A flicker of interest appeared in Jang Ming's eyes. A sacrificial blood oath was more binding than an eternal contract, allowing him to turn the other into a mindless killing machine at will. "Huh, what use do I have for you? You'd take up a soul beast slot." Jang Ming sneered. Lu Yuan quickly explained, "Master, I can return to dwell within the bones of the undead dragon, living in the abyss of the dead or the land of the dead. You can summon me at any time with a blood ritual without using up a soul beast slot. This is also my only way to escape the Lich King's control." Jang Ming was tempted. A perfect bloodline, king-level enforcer who didn't take up space and could be summoned at will was indeed appealing. But he still said coldly, "No. Anyone who threatens Huaxia must be executed. That's the Twilight Group's rule." Lu Yuan was utterly desperate and quickly sent a flame-like soul fire into Jang Ming's brow. "Master, my sacrificial blood oath is now part of your soul. I've never harmed anyone from Huaxia, and my connection with the Lich King was purely accidental." Feeling the strange connection forming deep within his soul, as if he could crush Lu Yuan with a mere thought, Jang Ming finally relented. "You may go back." Lu Yuan, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, quickly returned to the bones of the undead dragon. The dragon reformed, bowing its head in submission. "Master, Lu Yuan is at your service anytime." It then vanished into the blood-red formation. Mijuol watched Lu Yuan's soul fire leave with disappointment, pouting, "Master, Mijuol has nothing to eat now." Jang Ming pinched her cheek with a smile. "Next time, I'll make sure you have your fill. The competition is over. Let's head out." "Okay. Mijuol will be waiting for you, Master." Mijuol obediently returned to the soul beast space. Jang Ming was transported out of the dimensional space, hearing the system prompt that he had completed the task, receiving a reward of 30 repair for the Imperial artifact, the Haunted Ghost, adding to the previous 10, leaving only 60 to fully restore it. The host announced the end of the competition, with the final 100 spots to be contested tomorrow. The audience was thrilled, eager to be part of the thrilling battles themselves. As Jang Ming prepared to leave the arena, a white-haired old man with a smile approached him from the judge's platform. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Jang Ming immediately identified him as none other than Old Master Yi. He hurried forward to greet him, a gesture that instantly drew the attention of the other contestants present. Although everyone knew Jang Ming possessed a humanoid soul beast, and many envied his combat prowess with Midwa, their admiration stopped there. They assumed Jang Ming had merely lucked out, managing to purchase an undervalued humanoid soul beast from the trade association. Due to the Twilight Group's involvement, detailed information about Jang Ming was tightly sealed, leaving outsiders with little knowledge about him. Even the auction house from that day regretted their decision, lamenting that they had auctioned off such a powerful humanoid soul beast. Old Master Yi is here, murmured the nearby contestants, straightening up and welcoming the revered soul artifact master with admiration. In the hearts of Beast Tamers in the Huaxia district, Old Master Yi held an irreplaceable status. It's known that 70% of the soul artifacts in Huaxia are crafted by the Soul Artifact Masters Association in Bewitching, with most of the finest pieces personally made by Old Master Yi. Many wealthy families and conglomerates would pay handsomely to acquire a soul artifact crafted by him, often to no avail. In a sense, Old Master Ye's reputation in the Huaxia district was nearly on par with that of Master Lin. Seeing Old Master Ye's kindly smile, Jang Ming had a hunch that the visit was for him. That's him, the Beast Tamer with the humanoid soul beast. People whispered around. Old Master Yi warmly said, "You've done well." Jang Ming bashfully scratched his head. "Do you have some time to chat with this old man?" Old Master Yi invited. Jang Ming nodded slightly and followed Old Master Yi towards the office near the judging platform. Behind them, the other contestants exclaimed with envy, "Look, he's going with Old Master Yi. Wow, that's some luck." Old Master Yi must have taken a liking to him. Upon reaching the office, Old Master Yi unhurriedly brewed a cup of tea for Jang Ming. "Please sit down. Don't be so reserved. Master Lin has told me everything," Old Master Yi said with a knowing smile. Jang Ming sat obediently on the sofa, feeling more pressure in Old Master Yi's presence than with Master Lin. Old Master Yi took a sip of tea and asked, "Could you show me the spear-type soul artifact you use?" Jang Ming had anticipated this. Old Master Yi's visit must be about the Godslayer spear. Its peculiarities might elude outsiders, but not the discerning eyes of this soul artifact master. He nodded and produced the Godslayer spear. Upon seeing the spear, Old Master Yi's previously clouded eyes lit up with excitement. He examined it closely, holding it as if it were a treasure. "Indeed, it's made of divine iron," Old Master Yi exclaimed excitedly. "No, this soul artifact contains the power of a black word enchantment. It's an enchanted soul artifact. Jang Ming, tell me, where did you get this soul artifact?" Old Master Yi's excitement raised his voice unintentionally. Jang Ming briefly recounted how Master Lin had gifted him the spear. "I mean, no offense," Old Master Yi clarified. "I was just thrilled to see a soul artifact made of divine iron. The last time I saw divine iron was 30 years ago. Unfortunately, it wasn't in the hands of our Huaxia district. The capabilities of divine iron are something I've long coveted." He inspected the Godslayer spear carefully, noting its exquisite patterns and craftsmanship. "May I ask you a question?" Old Master Yi inquired cautiously. "Please go ahead, Old Master Yi. Do you have any more divine iron? And how did you come by such a large piece?" Old Master Yi asked eagerly. Jang Ming casually fabricated a story. "This piece of divine iron was found on Seven Sin Sod." "Oh." Old Master Yi pressed further. "Do you have any more divine iron?" "No, that was the only piece, and I used it all to forge the soul artifact." "You can forge soul artifacts?" Old Master Yi asked in surprise. "This soul artifact? You made it?" "Yes, I did," Jang Ming replied confidently. Seeing Jang Ming's assured expression, Old Master Ye's hand trembled slightly as he held his teacup. He found it hard to believe. How old is this child? With his experienced eye, he could tell that the soul artifact had reached the orange grade, and not just any orange gradeite was a top-tier piece, a king among treasures. Jang Ming could already forge orange-grade soul artifacts? Even as a soul artifact master himself, Old Master Yi couldn't guarantee he could produce an orange-grade soul artifact every time. Moreover, the raw material was divine iron. Melting divine iron into molten form requires extremely high-temperature flames and perfect soul power control to shape it and integrate various material properties. This is the most challenging step in crafting soul artifacts. Old Master Yi didn't know how to praise him adequately. He gently put down his teacup and asked, "Good child, could you tell me what level you are as a soul artifact master?" "I'm close to becoming a soul artifact master." "Close to a soul artifact master?" Old Master Yi exclaimed, unable to hide his astonishment. The levels of Soul Artifact Apprentice, Soul Artifact Master, and Soul Artifact Grandmaster seemed so brief. Jang Ming's rapid progress left Elder Yi astonished. In just a few months, this young man had advanced from a novice soul weapon craftsman to an advanced level, even creating an orange-tier soul weapon. Such an achievement is considered a miracle in the world of soul weapon craftsmanship. Elder Ye's eyes flickered with a hint of concern. He knew all too well how arduous the path of a soul weapon craftsman could be, with each step requiring an immense accumulation of experience. Starting from the most basic white materials and gradually advancing to green, blue, and purple quality. The consumption of fierce beast materials was beyond count. The resources needed to nurture a master soul weapon craftsman were astronomical, and even then, a master could only barely forge a purple tire soul weapon, with its quality hovering between good and superior. Lowering his voice, Elder Yi spoke earnestly to Jang Ming, "Child, the soul weapon you possess is extraordinary. Do not reveal to anyone that you crafted it yourself, or you might attract unnecessary trouble. Your primary focus now should be on nurturing your soul beast and enhancing your beast mastery level." Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. "I understand, Elder Yi." Elder Yi continued, "If anyone inquires, just attribute it to me." Zhang Ming understood his intention. He knew that Elder Yi was trying to help him avoid unnecessary complications. Although he had already used the Godslayer spear in battles, it had not yet attracted the full attention of the Alliance. Elder Ye's offer was essentially acting as a shield for him. "I remember you have a bow and arrow. Can you show it to me?" Elder Yi asked. Zhang Ming nodded and summoned the dragon's lament from his wrist. The two orange-tier soul weapons lay side by side on the table, exuding an extraordinary aura. Elder Ye's eyes lit up, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "These are the dragon's lament and Godslayer. Hydra from the soul weapon rankings. I can't believe they are in your hands, young man, haha." He burst into laughter, his joy evident. After calming down, Elder Yi looked directly into Zhang Ming's eyes, speaking sincerely, "Child, are you interested in joining the Soul Weapon Craftsman Association of Northwu City?" Just then, a system notification sounded in Zhang Ming's mind. Ding! Random mission triggered. Join the Soul Weapon Craftsman Association and become the Honorary Chief Executive Officer. Reward: an award for becoming a Master Alchemist as a secondary profession. Zhang Ming exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with disbelief. The reward was truly astonishing, skipping over the stages of Alchemy Apprentice, Alchemist, and Alchemy Master, catapulting him directly to Master Alchemist. Zhang Ming understood well that the profession of an alchemist was as comprehensive and valuable as that of a soul artifact master. It required not only talent but also a significant investment of resources, time, and effort, often more so than a soul artifact master. Moreover, the cost of purchasing alchemy formulas was no small expense. Recalling his earlier confusion about the alchemist profession, Zhang Ming couldn't help but smile with delight. He immediately accepted Elder Ye's invitation, filled with anticipation. Elder Ye seemed equally excited. "Great. I'll come find you after your preliminaries are over. The Soul Artifact Master Association has finally found a genius, haha." With that, he turned and left the conference room with high expectations. Outside the conference room, Anqi had been waiting for some time. She rushed over excitedly, "Brother Ming, the match is over for today. My sister invited us to grab some food together. Let's go." Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. "Sure, let's go." He called Defy along, and the four of them headed to the pedestrian street near the training camp and chose a skewer shop. They found a comfortable spot to sit, ordered some meat skewers, and opened a few beers. The owner first brought over 4 plates of cold dishes, and the group chatted while eating. Defy curiously asked, "Brother Ming, why did the screen go black at the end of your fight?" Zhang Ming maintained a calm expression and simply replied, "There was a minor accident, it's nothing." He didn't intend to reveal the matter of subduing Lu Yuan, given Lu Yuan's sensitive identity. Furthermore, the issue concerning the ancient Titan Lich King was significant, and he decided to remain silent until he understood the full story. His primary focus now was on the competition, aiming to secure the tournament and system rewards. At that moment, a one-armed man came over with a large steaming pot filled with a layer of spicy red chili oil. Defay looked at the abundant chili oil and couldn't help but swallow. "Wow, this looks incredibly spicy." "The owner sure is generous with the chili." Lin Wanwan smiled and introduced, "Try it. The meat cooked in this pot is delicious. It's made from silver-grade Mianjiao sheep, with no hint of gaminess. Every time I come to Longqing, I have to eat at this place." The owner used to be a combat team member of the Iron Army and opened this small shop after being injured on a mission where all his soul beasts were lost. Defay thoughtfully remarked, "No wonder the owner gives off a vibe of integrity and resilience, similar to Instructor Qin. So, the owner's beast mastery level must be quite high. Why didn't he train new soul beasts?" Lin Wanwan shook her head. "I'm not too sure about that either." Zhang Ming, who was dipping his meat in sauce, paused for a moment before saying, "Because even if you train new soul beasts, the ones you've lost can never be replaced." And Qi, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Is that true, Brother Ming?" Zhang Ming said no more, quietly eating his cooked meat. Among the four, only he had joined combat units in his previous life and knew well the immense challenges of facing powerful beasts in the wild, where the loss of a soul beast could be devastating to a beast master. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Lin Wanwan changed the subject, "Let's eat, and then get some rest. You two have a match tomorrow." She gracefully picked up a piece of lamb covered in spicy sauce and savored it. "Today's battle was impressive, and your opponent was strong. I just wonder how you managed to defeat him in the end. Defay chimed in. Lu Yuan is indeed strong and hard to deal with. I remember his summoned soul beasts were all undead types, right? It's rare to see beast masters contracting undead types, but their combat power should be higher than ordinary soul beasts. Jang Ming replied briefly, yes, encountering undead types requires caution. He didn't elaborate further and focused on enjoying the meal. Lin's gaze lingered thoughtfully on Jang Ming, her lips curving into a slight smile. Lin Wanwan said with a smile, tomorrow's match will determine the top 100 contestants. High school students are at a disadvantage compared to academy students since your soul beasts have been trained for 2 or 3 years less. Achieving a top 50 ranking would already be impressive. Don't stress too much. Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. After all, the big tournament is mainly for academy students. High schoolers are here to gain experience and broaden their horizons. Facing competitors from the other 3 major regions happens only in the final 16. After the meal, Lin Wanwan insisted on paying the bill. Feeling it was only fair, Zhang Ming bought everyone a cup of milk tea, and she waved goodbye downstairs. My sister and I are heading back first, Brother Ming. Okay, bye, see you tomorrow. Zhang Ming and Defei also made their way back to the apartment. Once home, Lin Wanwan playfully scolded Chi. You silly girl, you keep calling him in such a mushy way. And Chi cheekily retorted, what's wrong, sister? Do you also? Lin Wanwan quickly defended herself. Oh, stop it. I'm several years older than him. And you're just an adult, so you shouldn't. And she interrupted, all right, I know, sis. I'm not a kid anymore. If you like Zhang Ming, I can help you out. Besides, I find there's something special about Brother Ming. Being around him feels comforting. Lin Wanwan pretended to be angry and chased after Chi. You little rascal, you're getting naughtier as you grow. You weren't this mischievous as a kid. I'll teach you a lesson. The two of them playfully chased each other around the living room. And Chi, caught by Lin Wanwan, laughed uncontrollably. Ah, sis, you're tickling me again. Haha, I'm sorry, spare me, sis. Lin Wanwan feigned sternness. See if you dare to spout nonsense again. And Chi pleaded, I won't, haha. Lin Wanwan released her, saying seriously, I'll let you off this time. Next time, don't call Zhang Ming so affectionately in front of others. And Chi obediently agreed. All right, I get it, sis. Then she suddenly remembered something. Did you know that Zhang Ming saved Grandpa and joined the Twilight Group? Even Dad thinks highly of him. Lin Wanwan, surprised, asked, I haven't seen Uncle or contacted Grandpa, so I didn't know. What happened to Grandpa? The day had finally arrived to determine the top 100 contestants. The hall was buzzing with energy as over 200 talented Beast Tamers from various colleges and high schools eagerly awaited their chance to compete. They all knew that securing a spot in the top 100, even if they were at the bottom of the list, would earn them a blue-grade soul artifact as an encouragement reward from the competition committee. The contestants fixed their eyes on the large screen above, which displayed each participant's identity and their battling soul beasts. Applause and cheers erupted from the audience, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Suddenly, a floating disc descended from the sky, and the host made a dramatic entrance, standing on it midair. His voice boomed through the sound system, reaching every corner of the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, contestants, apologies for the wait. Today, we will hold the final round to determine the top contenders for the last stage of the competition. Let's hear your excitement. As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience erupted into thunderous cheers. First, let me reiterate the rules, the host continued. Today's match will still use a draw system. After drawing numbers, contestants will enter a dimensional space for battle, with the entire process broadcast live. Contestants will be ranked based on the shortest time taken to defeat their opponent. Those beyond the top 100 will be eliminated. The announcement left the contestants deep in thought, and one couldn't help but ask, what if we face a really strong opponent and can't determine a winner quickly? Excellent question, the host replied with a smile. To ensure contestants can showcase their true strength in a short time, the committee has set a 30-minute time limit for each match. If neither contestant wins within 30 minutes, both will be eliminated. Only those who defeat their opponent in the shortest time within 30 minutes will earn a spot in the top 100. Wow, this rule is pushing us to the edge, someone muttered under their breath. Another contestant raised a concern. What if someone gets lucky and draws a weaker opponent, winning instantly? Wouldn't that make them number one? That's correct, the host confirmed. The initial ranking is just for the top 100 and won't determine the final standings. But remember, sometimes luck is a part of skill. So, are you ready? The host's voice rose, invigorating the entire hall. Ready? The contestants shouted in unison. Go for it, young people. Everyone filed into the red battle zone, waiting for the draw to begin. Zhang Ming and Chi exchanged a glance and nodded silently. They didn't notice that in the northwest corner of the crowd, a tall, slender young man was watching Zhang Ming with a meaningful smile. As they stepped into the red battle zone, their bodies turned into shadows and disappeared from the hall. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a dimensional space, each facing a box for drawing lots. Jang Ming reached into the box and pulled out a number. Number 6, Duel, he murmured, the name sounding oddly familiar. Before he could ponder further, the dark surroundings began to change. The scene of Thunder Rift emerged, lightning crackled across the sky, with blue and red bolts slicing through the heavens and violent energy swirling in the air. The familiar setting transported Jang Ming back to his past life. He marveled at how the dimensional space perfectly recreated the cliff he had fallen from and the cave where the Fengho beast dwelled. While Jang Ming was awestruck by the dimensional space's realism, his opponent appeared. He was a massive man, nearly 2 meters tall, and weighing at least 300 pounds. In his left hand, he held a roasted leg of some unknown beast, and in his right, a large drink, sipping leisurely through a straw. Jang Ming was taken aback by the man's sheer size, resembling a human titan. Suddenly, he remembered Duel, who ranked 7th in the top 16 in his previous life. Despite Duel's seemingly harmless appearance, he possessed an class damage reflection ability, capable of bouncing all attacks back to the attacker. His bulk was specifically cultivated for this ability. Furthermore, his contracted soul beasts were primarily defense-oriented, excelling in defensive strategies. In his past life, Duel secured his 7th place by exhausting opponents' soul power through endurance battles. However, this time he faced Jang Ming. Before Duel could summon his soul beast, Jang Ming decisively activated his Devil's Eye, aiming for a swift victory without giving his opponent a chance to react. Eye of Desire, Jang Ming muttered, directing the power of the Devil's Eye at Duel's eyes. Unexpectedly, the attack had no effect. This was the second consecutive time the Devil's Eye had failed, leaving Jang Ming frustrated. He observed Duel's eyes closely, only to find that his eyelids were squished into a thin line, making it impossible to tell if they were open or closed. Damn it! Jang Ming cursed silently, deciding to change tactics. He prepared to close the distance between them. Shining Ring, Jang Ming called out, instantly appearing in front of Duel. At that moment, something unexpected occurred. With a duong sound, Duel cooperatively thrust his belly forward, sending Jang Ming flying back. Heh, I've already analyzed all the competitors' strengths and weaknesses, the chubby Duel said with a cheeky grin, munching on a roasted drumstick. I know there's something strange about your eyes, so I won't look at you. As long as I avoid your gaze, I won't fall for it. Jang Ming felt a chill in his heart, suspecting that Duel might have noticed his use of the Demon Eye ability during his match against Candy. He glanced at the timer on his wrist. Only 2 minutes had passed. It seemed that securing the first kill was out of the question. Since his opponent was on guard, it was time for a direct confrontation. He resolved himself to the challenge, doubting that Duel could avoid his gaze indefinitely. Summon Radon, Jang Ming called out in a low voice. A massive flying spirit beast materialized out of thin air, swiftly carrying him into the sky. Meanwhile, his stealthy summon, the ethereal blue, was already lurking behind Duel, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Duel remained unperturbed, stuffing the half-eaten drumstick into his mouth and clasping his hands together. Instantly, for spirit beasts, each as tall as a small mound, appeared at his feet. These beasts had green faces and red eyes, with sharp, curved fangs. As soon as they appeared, they began digging, kicking up clouds of dust, and emitting low grunts from their nostrils. Next, Duel summoned a gigantic feathered dragon. Though this subspecies of wyvern was not particularly fast or strong in attack, its enormous size and immense strength allowed it to carry heavy loads. It slowly ascended into the air, bearing Duel to confront Jang Ming midair. The 4 spirit beasts were of the same species, mountain breaker beasts. They were massive, covered with porcupine-like poisonous spines, varying in shades of dark green and black. These mountain breaker beasts had bloodline lord levels, with star diamond talents of 5-star, 3-star, and 2 at 1-star. Their abilities included Piercing Kill, Savage Charge, War Stomp, Spine Shot, and Mountain Crush. The mountain breaker beasts were renowned for their sharp fangs and robust defenses, with their spines being highly venomous. Anyone pierced by them would be stunned and hallucinate within 30 seconds. In the jungle, few predators dared to provoke them. Their strong territorial instincts made them rulers of their domains. However, these formidable spirit beasts had weaknesses: their bellies and rear ends, the latter being somewhat amusing. Jang Ming mentally noted these vulnerabilities, preparing for the battle ahead. For mountain beasts charged forward like an iron avalanche, their heavy breathing and thundering footsteps shaking the earth. Duel sat confidently on the back of a long feathered dragon, squinting his eyes and wearing a smug smile. Ade, air, asan, shall see, go. Flatten it for me. Duel shouted excitedly, gesturing wildly. Jang Ming glanced at the lovable chubby Duel, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He promptly summoned Midwalu. Master, Meadwalu greeted with a hint of shyness. Meadwalu, bring that chubby guy over here for me. Yes, master. Transforming technique, Satan's soul. In an instant, Meadwalu transformed into a satanic witch, unfurling her dark demon wings and flying swiftly. The wind howled as the four mountain beasts raised their bodies, yet Guale remained as steady as a rock. The mountain beasts instinctively changed direction, forming a steel barrier around Guale. Meadwalu smirked wickedly, hurling a purple-black energy ball from her demonic claws at the mountain beasts' thick hides. As the dust settled, the beasts were merely singed on the surface, still holding their ground firmly. Keep attacking, Guale said smugly, taking a bite of roast leg. Let's see how much soul power your beast can expend. Fatty, aren't you getting happy too soon? Jang Ming sneered. Meadwalu, with the grace of a modern lady, stepped forward, silver flashes dancing in her claws. Super Flash Strike. She transformed into a whirlwind, targeting the mountain beast's vulnerable spot. One of the beasts cried out in agony, tears streaming down its face. You scoundrel! Guale roared in anger. As if a crow can say a pig is black, Jang Ming retorted coldly. Meadwalu wielded her tin-blade cat claw, slicing off a mountain beast's tail with one strike. Maya-san! Guale panicked. Damn it! Savage charge! At Guale's command, the four mountain beasts turned their tusks, scraping the ground with their forehooves, the tailless one especially, eyes red and steaming with fury. Guale rode in the center, like a commander of four armored tanks. Savage advance! The mountain beasts charged, the earth trembling with their movement. Meadwalu remained unmoved, her claws suddenly emitting a purple glow, transforming into two enormous demon hands that precisely grasped the mountain beast's tusks. With a mighty shout, she lifted them overhead, sinking the ground beneath her feet. Jang Ming marveled at Meadwalu's strength, still uncertain of her transformed limits. The mountain beasts showed fear in their eyes. Meadwalu soared into the air, spinning mid-flight, the mountain beasts letting out screams akin to slaughtered pigs. With a thunderous crash, they were hurled into a distant hill, creating a large crater. Meadwalu then seized Guale, bringing him before Jang Ming. Well done, Meadwalu, Jang Ming said with a mischievous grin, forcibly prying open the unconscious Guale's eyes. Let's see how wide they can open. Oh, not very wide, it seems. Guale awoke, attempting to retreat, but was restrained by Meadwalu. What do you want to do? Just seeing how wide your eyes can open, Jang Ming replied, pressing Guale's number badge. With a flash of white light, Guale was removed from the arena. Meadwalu returned to the Soul Beast space. A mechanical voice announced, contestant number 17 wins, time taken, 10 minutes, ranked 37th. Jang Ming was transported out of the arena, successfully advancing to the top 100. He noticed Guale glaring at him, puffed up with anger. In the audience, his fans cheered wildly, especially after witnessing Meadwalu's impressive performance. Brother Ming, congratulations. And Chi approached, showing off her results. You're even better than me. And Chi, you finished your battle as the 20th. And Chi lifted her chin proudly. I saw your match earlier. Guale's soul beasts are all defense-oriented. It's tough for ordinary soul beasts to defeat him quickly. Only a high-speed, high-power soul beast like Meadwalu could catch him off guard. If it were me, I'd have to endure until time ran out. Guale sat on a bench, angrily clutching two even larger roast legs. A young man with curly yellow hair approached. What's up, lazy? Lost the match? Yeah, lost. Oh, even our little cannon lost? Who was it? I'll avenge you later, the young man said with arrogance in his tone. Yeah right, you'd lose too if you faced him. Yang Fan and Chi Peng both lost to him, so it's not like I'm ashamed. You faced Jang Ming? The young man exclaimed. He's the most talked about beast master this season, hailed by fans as the Lord of Demons. No wonder you lost. But having a humanoid soul beast isn't something to brag about. Remember the transfer student who just joined our academy? You mean Wu Kuan? Jang Ming and Anqi stood in a corner of the venue, overhearing a conversation between two young men not far away. The young man with curly hair seemed to be speaking loudly enough for them to hear, and after he finished, he deliberately glanced in their direction. Ignore them, Brother Ming, Anqi whispered, turning her head. When they can't win on their own, they start boasting about how great someone else from their school is. I've seen plenty of people like that. Jang Ming wasn't angry, but he took note of the name mentioned earlier, Wu Kuan. This name hailed from a small, obscure town called Linyuan City, not from one of the primary or secondary martial cities. Yet, it was because of him that this small town's name became known to everyone. Wu Kuan was a beastmaster of humanoid soul beasts. In a previous life, Wu Kuan was indeed renowned, advancing impressively through the preliminaries, defeating opponents almost instantly, and ultimately making it to the top 3, shocking everyone. If it weren't for encountering a competitor with a composite beast at the very end, Wu Kuan might have claimed the top spot in the preliminaries. Suddenly, A system notification sounded in Jang Ming's mind. Ding! A fanatic of the Fallen Alliance has been detected nearby. Jang Ming let out a small sound of surprise and quickly scanned his surroundings. His gaze landed on a tall, thin man at the corner near the exit, who was looking at him with a smirk. When the man noticed Jang Ming's attention, he quickly turned and vanished into the crowd. It seems this person is hiding their identity well, Jang Ming thought. Even if he's not a fanatic of the Fallen Alliance, he's definitely connected to them. As the final results of the last few contestants were announced, the top 100 competition officially concluded. The host's voice echoed through the hall, announcing the names of the top 10 contestants. These 10 wore confident smiles, basking in the glory of their victory. The competition ends here for today, the host announced loudly. The top 100 elimination round begins tomorrow, with new rules to be announced. Contestants, please rest well and prepare for tomorrow's matches. The crowd in the hall began to disperse slowly. Jang Ming and Anqi joined Lin Teacher and the others as they headed out of the venue. Just then, the system issued another alert. Ding! A fanatic of the Fallen Alliance has been detected. Jang Ming quickly turned his head and spotted the tall, thin man smiling at him from within the crowd. Before Jang Ming could react, the man turned and fled. Jang Ming didn't have time to explain to his companions and immediately gave chase. Weaving through the crowded venue, Jang Ming noticed that the tall, thin man seemed to be deliberately slowing down, as if guiding him somewhere. Eventually, they arrived at the rooftop of a shopping mall. The tall, thin man stood at the edge of the rooftop, his back to Jang Ming, seemingly waiting for him. You're here. The man's clear voice broke the silence. Jang Ming didn't respond, cautiously approaching while quietly releasing Yulan, ready to strike at any moment. However, the tall, thin man suddenly flung a dagger, which pierced Yulan's back. Blood gushed out, and Yulan's invisibility failed instantly. I come in peace, the tall, thin man said, turning slowly. No tricks in front of me. Only then did Jang Ming clearly see the man's features. Blue hair and a red tattoo under his right eye. He had never seen this face before, but the pale arm and familiar voice reminded him of the mysterious person he encountered in the underground temple of the Tyrant ruins. That person had taken the sacred artifact, the magic cube, and mentioned that the 17 lords were eager to meet him. Unexpectedly, he dared to appear openly in Dragon City. It looks like you remember me. The tall, thin man smiled. Jang Ming didn't dare act recklessly and recalled the injured Yulan to the soul beast space. He clearly remembered that even Lin Zun didn't act rashly when facing this person. Jang Ming immediately used the system scan function to learn more about his opponent. The system displayed. Fanatic Nandis. Age, 320 years. Race, robed sorcerer. Level, Saint level 3 star. Soul aptitude, SSS. Soul abilities, celestial gravity, dark curse. Soul beast, none. These details left Jang Ming stunned. A Saint level powerhouse? A 320-year-old robed sorcerer? SS level soul aptitude? And that unheard of celestial gravity ability. Weren't SS level aptitudes supposed to be non-existent in historical records? If they did exist, why wasn't there any record in the soul rankings? My name is Nandis, the blue-haired man introduced himself with a smile. Jang Ming's fingers discreetly hovered over the shining ring, ready to respond to any sudden threats. Although it was unclear why the opponent's soul beast count was none, his saint-level strength alone could likely endanger Jang Ming's life. After all, a saint-level beastmaster was comparable to a sovereign-level fierce beast. I suppose you're curious about the reason for my appearance? Nandis asked with a light chuckle, his voice matching his youthful appearance. I want to invite you to join the Fallen Alliance. Are you interested? Don't rush to refuse. Hear me out first. Nandis continued. If you choose to join the Fallen Alliance, you won't need to sacrifice your soul. All your soul beasts will be elevated to legendary grade bloodlines, and I can assure you that within 3 years, you'll become a revered level beast master. Jang Ming scoffed. Is that all? Unfazed by Jang Ming's dismissive attitude, Nandis continued. What if I offered to trade with you the method to ignite divine fire and upgrade your bloodline to ancient grade? Ignite divine fire? Jang Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Alliance doesn't have a method to ignite divine fire right now. Even your saints are desperately searching for scattered keys to open the ancient gate. Legendary grade bloodlines are already your pinnacle. Keys. Jang Ming heard this familiar term again, becoming even more cautious. What exactly is this thing called the key? Why are both the Alliance and the Fallen fighting over it? Jang Ming frowned in thought, but his interest was piqued by Nandisai's mention of igniting the divine flame. He recalled the hierarchy of bloodlines. Above the epic level is the legendary level, and beyond that is the ancient level. Every one of the 17 ancient titan beasts was without exception of an ancient bloodline. As far as he knew, in both his past and present life, even the soul sage standing at the pinnacle of humanity only possessed a soul beast with a legendary bloodline. not an ancient one. Without the protection of the soul list, a single sage-level beast master could never withstand an attack from an ancient titan. Yet, ancient-level bloodlines were absent from the soul point exchange mall. Jang Ming had noticed this long ago and had asked the system sprite, only to be told he needed to discover it himself. It seems you don't understand the key, Nandasai said, maintaining a smile that carried an eerie undertone. Jang Ming's voice was cold, his gaze sharp as a blade. With your saint-level power, if you can infiltrate Dragon City, why not just kill me outright? Nandasai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, as expected of the Tanya clan praised by the Great Ones. You and I, as members of the surviving ancient races, if you join us and serve the Great Ones, I will show you a broader world. He spread his arms in an inviting gesture. Zhang Ming scoffed, a human willingly serving as a pawn for the ancient titans? Do you think you're clever? It's impossible for me to join you. Heh, Nandasai squinted. You will join us, and I believe it won't be long before you come to me willingly. Zhang Ming couldn't comprehend where Nandasai's confidence came from. What was the ancient titan's purpose for him? If he was a threat, why not eliminate him directly? The mystery puzzled him greatly. Suddenly, a steady voice came from the rooftop. You've overstepped, Nandasai. Lin Zuns appeared beside Zhang Ming, staring coldly at Nandasai. Oh, it's Xiao Lin, Nandasai greeted, waving as if at an old friend. Since we last met at the Tyrant Ruins, Xiao Lin has progressed again. Lin Zuns did not reply, but his aura kept rising, an invisible wave of energy surging forward. This is not a place for you, he said, voice low. I'm just here to meet this young friend. What's wrong, Xiao Lin? Are you ignoring your teacher now? Nandasai's words were shocking, his friendly smile hiding a cold intent. Lin Zun's teacher? Zhang Ming was surprised. Don't force me to act, Lin Zun said slowly. This is Dragon City. Even as a saint-level beast master, without a soul beast, do you think you can fight all the beast masters here alone? Or do you have absolute confidence in escaping? Xiao Lin is now the leader of the Huaxia district. I'll say one more thing and leave. Nandasai turned to Zhang Ming. Young friend, I advise you not to mess with the Lich King. As soon as he finished speaking, a circular black hole appeared beside Nandasai, engulfing him in infinite darkness. With one step, he vanished, and the black hole closed, leaving no trace of his presence. Zuns, Zhang Ming called softly. Lin Zun's gaze was heavy with thought. Zhang Ming, I know you have many questions, but now is not the time for you to know. I am aware of the Lich King matter as well. Focus on the competition. He patted Zhang Ming's shoulder, speaking earnestly, his deep eyes revealing no emotion. Yes, Zuns, Zhang Ming replied quietly. Afterward, Zuns also disappeared. Zhang Ming stood alone on the rooftop, contemplating Nandasai's words. The method to ignite the divine flame, advancing to an ancient bloodline, the truth of the key, the ancient gate. Countless questions swirled in his mind. He shook his head, thinking to himself, forget it. Zun said it's not the time for me to know. Even if I knew, what could I do? What can a beast master like me change? For now, I should focus on leveling up and strengthening my soul beast. Without power, everything is empty talk. Only by turning all potential into strength can I be qualified to know all the truths. However, Nandasai being Lin Zun's teacher was surprising. Zhang Ming thought it over. Nandasai had lived over 300 years, which was feasible for a saint-level beast master. Even emperor-level beast masters could live over 150 years, let alone saint-level ones. Ancient texts recorded that during the ultra-ancient civilization, the last sage lived over 800 years, defying human understanding of life. Leaving the rooftop, Zhang Ming found several missed calls from Anqi on his smart wristband. It seemed to have been interfered with by Nandasai. Returning the call, he learned Anqi and the others had already reserved a meal at a restaurant, waiting for him. Where did you rush off to earlier? Anqi asked, puzzled. Nothing much. Thought I saw an old friend from the orphanage, but it was a mistake. Zhang Ming casually made up an excuse. Lin Laosher, trying to divert the topic, offered them food. Anqi, your ranking today was impressive. Just okay, Anqi replied playfully. Watching you two make it to the top 100. I must work hard next year too. Da-Fei encouraged himself. Those who make it to the top 100 in the Soul Beast competition are generally the geniuses and elites from various cities. Besides having high bloodline levels for their soul beasts, it requires skilled cooperation between the beast master and their soul beast to win matches, Lin Laosher explained. Zhang Ming making it to the top 100 surprised me, Anqi chimed in. I thought with Radon, reaching the finals would be easy, but seeing so many contestants with 2 or 3-star diamond-level soul beasts, I realized this year's competition is fiercer than ever. I never expected Ming Gige's humanoid type to be so fierce. At this moment, a boy with a cold expression pulled out a chair and sat down. Zhang Ming looked up to see Wu Qun, another beast master with a humanoid-type soul beast, just like him. Wu Qun walked into the restaurant alone and ordered a simple egg fried rice. Although he possessed a humanoid soul beast, he had yet to reveal it, so he wasn't basking in the glory he once had in his past life. As he casually glanced up, he met the eyes of Jang Ming, who noticed Wu Kuan seemed to be sizing him up. Shortly after, Jang Ming and his group of 4 finished their meal, paid the bill, and left the restaurant. As they passed a small convenience store, Defy suggested buying some decks of cards for entertainment. Jang Ming seemed a bit puzzled, so Defy explained that it was a long-standing, universally enjoyed activity. And she eagerly expressed her interest in playing cards with Jang Ming and invited everyone to her apartment. Jang Ming agreed after getting approval from teacher Lin. Back at Chi's place, the 2 ladies changed into comfortable loungewear, while Jang Ming lay on the sofa, pondering the day's events. Through the soul contract, he sensed that the fierce beast empress, Lan Ran, was still asleep in the soul beast space. As one of the ancient titans, Lan Ran had once ignited the divine fire, and although her bloodline had since diminished, she still possessed legendary power. With 2.5 months left until hatching, Jang Ming wondered if Lan Ran would retain the memory of igniting the divine fire after her transformation. And Chi and teacher Lin reappeared in adorable bear pajamas, their fair skin catching the eye. Defei was busy trimming Taya Long's nails. The 4 of them discussed the game rules and eventually decided to play Fight the Landlord, with the loser treating the others to a meal as a penalty. The game began, and Chi was on a lucky streak, consistently getting high cards. One round after another, and Chi emerged victorious, while Zhang Ming ended up losing the most and had to treat everyone to 6 meals. After dinner, back at the apartment, Zhang Ming was still unwilling to accept defeat and summoned Mito Lu for a rematch, only to suffer another crushing loss, with his face covered in paper strips. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, they headed to the venue for the round of 16 competition. The place was bustling with talented beast tamers from various cities in the Huaxia region gathered together. The host, dressed in an eye-catching racing suit, made an exaggerated entrance and announced the competition rules. A system of random matching with each contestant having 3 chances. Winning all matches meant direct advancement, while losing meant entering the loser's bracket. Zhang Ming was matched with contestant number 211, Feng Jian. Upon entering the dimensional space, they found themselves in a grassy plain filled with scattered rocks. Opposite him stood a handsome young man with a slicked-back hairstyle, wearing a fitted combat suit and meticulously grooming his hair in front of a mirror. This peculiar entrance made Zhang Ming chuckle, thinking his opponent seemed overly vain. "Hello, sweetheart." Contestant 211, Kazama, flashed a bright smile and casually greeted Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, in turn, gave a token response with a hello while carefully observing the young man named Kazama. Beneath Kazama's confident smile was a face fairer than most girls, with well-groomed eyebrows that hinted at his attention to appearance. Zhang Ming noticed the mirror and small comb Kazama carried, thinking that this was indeed the age when one cares about their looks. "Shall we start now, sweetheart?" Kazama's voice carried a hint of unfamiliarity. Though he spoke Chinese, it sounded somewhat awkward. Sensing Zhang Ming's curiosity, Kazama quickly explained, "Oh, sorry, sweetheart. My father is from the Huaxia region, and my mother is from the Eurozone. I lived in the Eurozone during primary school and just returned to the Huaxia region, so I'm a bit rusty with the language." His explanation had a touch of gentlemanly elegance. Zhang Ming recalled memories from a past life. Although Kazama didn't make it to the top 16, he was one of the most popular contestants among the girls. This was not only due to his gentlemanly demeanor, but also because of his unique soul beast, the Muscle Bunny. Seeing Zhang Ming's silence, Kazama asked, "What's wrong, sweetheart? Why aren't you speaking?" Zhang Ming snapped back to reality, somewhat awkwardly replying, "Nothing, let's start now." Despite Kazama's polite demeanor and lack of effeminacy, Zhang Ming still felt a bit uncomfortable. "All right, sweetheart. I'm going to summon my soul beast," Kazama announced. Suddenly, a formidable rabbit with brown fur appeared in the center of the arena. This rabbit was all muscle, standing on its hind legs, wearing sunglasses, and a champion's belt around its waist. Its powerful front paws were fitted with boxing gloves, and it threw a couple of punches. Then, 2 slightly shorter kangaroo-like soul beasts appeared, each with a 3-meter-long strong tail, supporting themselves with their tails and also wearing boxing gloves, standing behind the Muscle Bunny. The trio's entrance had a distinct gang-like vibe. Dun dun dun. Kazama bent over, leaning sideways, waving his hands as he voiced for the Muscle Bunny. "Underground Boxing Championship, Eurozone Champion. Biggie Bunny enters the ring." This exaggerated performance left Zhang Ming speechless, thinking, "What a weirdo." Kazama continued the introductions. "Behind Biggie Bunny are my youngest 10-time champion boxers, Black Forest and Tyran." Once Kazama finished introducing them, a deafening roar echoed in the sky. Zhang Ming's soul beast, Radon, made its entrance, spewing flames from its mouth, igniting the surrounding air. Radon spread its wings, spanning over 10 meters, leaving Kazama in awe. Seeing it live was far more impressive than on video. Enveloped in flames, Radon soared into the sky, its scorching wind displaying its majestic presence. It gazed down at the three soul beasts, igniting their fighting spirit. So this is your pterosaur soul beast. It's really cool, Kazama exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he gazed at Radon. Bam! The muscle bunny gave Kazama a punch, knocking him to the ground, a bump quickly forming on his head. Kazama chuckled awkwardly and apologized to the muscle bunny. Sorry, boss, you're the best. Jang Ming watched as Biggie Bunny exhaled, its boxing gloves clashing repeatedly, swaying left and right, ready for action. He quickly assessed the attributes of the two soul beasts. Devil Muscle Bunny Bloodline, Lord Talent, Boxing Proficiency Level, Star Diamond 7-star Skills, Bullet Punch, Rocket Punch, Gatling Punch, Storm. Description: After the Cataclysm, a genetically mutated rabbit from the Fallen Zone, possessing a strong physique, fierce strength, and a natural boxing champion. In its eyes, nothing can't be solved with a punch, and if there is, then 2 punches. Eastern Rock Kangaroo Bloodline, Rare Talent, Rock Transformation can partially petrify the body. Level: Star Diamond 3-star Skills, Uppercut, Jump Punch, Whirlwind Tail, Rain of Blows. Description: After the Cataclysm, a genetically mutated kangaroo from the Fallen Zone, capable of partially petrifying its body, making the petrified parts as hard as rock, serving as powerful attack means, easily provoked with a naturally aggressive disposition. Having assessed the attributes of the two soul beasts, Jang Ming had a rough idea. He didn't expect Kazama to be a boxing enthusiast, with all 3 soul beasts focusing on boxing. Although their bloodlines weren't high, they did possess Star Diamond level strength. Kazama confidently said, I know you have a humanoid soul beast. Can you summon her? I can have an unknown match with you, to see if your humanoid is stronger or my Biggie Bunny. The Devil Muscle Bunny crossed its powerful arms over its chest, ready for a challenger to step forward. Since his opponent was embracing the spirit of friendship first, competition second, Jang Ming decided to oblige. Summon Midwer, he said, pointing at the Devil Muscle Bunny. Midwer, that bunny wants to spar with you. Bunny? Midwer followed Jang Ming's gesture and saw the Devil Muscle Bunny, her eyes lighting up with delight, even drooling slightly. Such a big bunny. Master, Midwer wants to eat it. Kazama, not far away, heard this. He couldn't help but feel a bit worried, knowing that this cute girl would transform into a terrifying satanic witch. Biggie Bunny, upon hearing Midwer's words, appeared somewhat irritated, its fists swinging in the air. Jang Ming, being tugged by Midwer, who was pleading to eat the Devil Muscle Bunny, reluctantly agreed. Beat it, and I'll take you to eat real braised rabbit head. Okay, master, it's a deal, Midwer said happily, then began to transform. Under the purple-black glow, Midwer turned into a satanic witch. Kazama's eyes widened with excitement. Observing up close was indeed more thrilling than watching a live broadcast. Midwer suddenly swung her tail, striking the ground with a loud thud, grabbing Biggie Bunny's attention. Biggie Bunny leaned forward, assuming an attack stance, with the other 2 kangaroo soul beasts flanking it, ready for a 3-on-1 fight. Black Forest and Tyrin, you 2 hold off for now. Let Biggie Bunny go first, Kazama instructed the other 2 soul beasts. Biggie Bunny removed its sunglasses, its well-defined muscles tensing up. Midwer simply glanced at it, flashed a wicked smile, and cracked her knuckles with a crisp sound. She slowly walked forward, tauntingly pointing at the 3 soul beasts. No need to come one by one. You 3 can come at me together. With that, she beckoned with her finger. Faced with Midwer's provocation, Black Forest and Tyrin couldn't hold back. Driven by instinct, they propelled themselves forward with a powerful push from their tails, fists swinging. Midwer suddenly lifted her foot, her long leg kicking out with force. Boom! Black Forest saw stars, feeling dizzy, with its tongue lolling out, lying under a large tree. Kazama was stunned. Oh no, baby! Kazama shouted, rushing towards the fallen Heisan, his voice filled with urgency. Meanwhile, Miduolu remained unfazed, pressing forward. Seeing his comrade down, Tailong hesitated for a moment, but then decisively charged. His massive tail swung like a heavy hammer, lashing out at Miduolu, his body spinning like a cannonball. Miduolu smirked slightly, her right claw instantly gathering a dark purple energy. Dark Torrent. A fierce energy wave blasted Tailong away. You have no honor. We agreed on a boxing match. Kazama shouted in anger, disbelief written all over his face. Is that so, little one? Miduoli's voice trailed off, her figure vanishing from where she stood. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before the muscular devil rabbit, crouching low and delivering a ferocious straight punch. The muscular rabbit was sent flying, its head grotesquely misshapen. Kazama was utterly stunned, realizing they stood no chance against this monstrously powerful humanoid entity. How can she be this strong? He murmured in shock. Mi Duolu repeatedly demonstrated her overwhelming power, far beyond mere words. The audience erupted in excitement, especially when they saw Mi Duoli's swift and decisive moves. Cheers drowned out those from other supporters, as the crowd reveled in the spectacle of her invincible prowess. Will you surrender? Or should I come over? Jang Ming asked calmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Kazama responded with a wry smile. I'll surrender myself, baby. Your soul beast is truly formidable. I knew I didn't stand a chance against you, but I wanted to see the gap between Beaky Bunny and your soul beast. Now I see, the gap is too wide. With that, he pressed his number badge. Contestant number 17 wins and advances. Please continue to wait for your next match. The mechanical voice announced, and Zhang Ming quickly recalled Mi Duolu to conserve soul power. The rules of the top 100 competition were strict. Only by winning 3 matches could one qualify to compete for the top 10, and even then, it was just a ticket to the top 16. Zhang Ming knew he had to give it his all. The opponent in the first match was indeed relatively weak. The system's evaluation was based mainly on the Beast Master's level and the Soul Beast level. Although Zhang Ming was a Beast Master, his combination of 1-star Diamond level and 2 Gold level Soul Beasts statistically fell short compared to his opponent's 3-star Diamond level Beasts. However, Mi Duoli's strength far exceeded the norm, effortlessly crushing the competition. In the dark dimensional space, Zhang Ming's number began matching the next opponent on the big screen. A new name appeared: Long Kong, a young man from Dragon City, who controlled 5 Western dragons. Zhang Ming searched his past memories but found no recollection of this name. The scene shifted, and Zhang Ming found himself standing in the courtyard of an ancient castle, surrounded by classic Western architecture. Opposite him stood a young man with an expressionless face, whose eyes were calm. As their gazes met, an intense battle intent filled the air. Dragon City, true to its name. The young man spoke calmly. All beast masters in the city contract with dragon or dinosaur-type soul beasts. We believe only dragon soul beasts are the strongest. Long Kong. The young man introduced himself tersely. Zhang Ming replied. Your humanoid type is strong, but you are not my match. Long Kong's tone was flat, devoid of any mockery, as if stating a simple fact. How would you know without trying? Zhang Ming retorted, while secretly probing Long Kong's information. Name, Long Kong. Age, 18. Level, Beast Master Grandmaster 7-star. Soul Aptitude, S. Soul Ability, Dragon Language Curse Control. Soul Beasts, 5. Zhang Ming had to admit, Long Kong was indeed formidable, especially with his level ability, the Dragon Language Curse, which stood on par with the Black Speech Curse, possessing equally mysterious power. Dragon Language Curse Control. By uttering the dragon language, it communicates with the dragon clan and can manipulate nearby elements as an attack means. The dragon language, an ancient and obscure script, similar to the Witch Robe tribe's script, is only recorded on ancient stone carvings. This script holds enigmatic powers, with mere recitation capable of causing extraordinary phenomena. This guy's ability is related to the dragon language. Zhang Ming was on high alert, not daring to underestimate him. Long Kong's lips moved slightly as he chanted in dragon language. Instantly, the surrounding space split open with 5 fissures, from which gigantic dragon claws emerged. 5 dragons, each nearly 20 meters long, roared as they appeared before Long Kong. Greedy red dragon, emerald green dragon, frost white dragon, blue-footed blue dragon, amethyst dragon. All 5 dragons exuded an imposing aura. The audience erupted, supporters from Dragon City wildly waving flags and cheering. These 5 dragons were iconic soul beasts of Dragon City. Greedy red dragon. Bloodline. Perfect. Talent, Flame of Greed. Level, King 1-star. Skills, Red Dragon's Breath, Aerial Strike, Battle Spin, Dragon Roar. Description: a sub-dragon species from Dragon Valley, its formidable bloodline and massive dragon body endow it with destructive power. As inheritors of the dragon's will, they spend their lives fighting against the Black Dragon King. Though only at King 1-star, the combined might of 5 king-level dragons was enough to rival the pinnacle of king-level power. Each dragon had its own specialty, excelling in poison, frost, melee, and defense. Zhang Ming was slightly worried, unsure if Mi Duolu could handle them. Summon Mi Duolu. Zhang Ming commanded decisively. Master. Mi Duolu responded, appearing at his call. Simultaneously, radons circled overhead, letting out a deafening roar at the 5 dragons. Despite being a mere pterosaur, radon's epic bloodline exerted pressure on the 5 dragons. Activate Demon Eye. Eye of Desire. Zhang Ming quickly unleashed his ability. Long Kong stood still, his pupils turning amber. The 5 dragons seemed to sense something amiss, breathing heavily. 5 colored lights enveloped Long Kong, with faint dragon language murmurs. In a flash, Long Kong's eyes regained clarity. Zhang Ming's heart sank. He had anticipated that the demon eye might fail. Long Kong smirked, leaping lightly onto the back of the greedy red dragon. The dragon spread its wings, lifting its master into the air, looking down upon the earth. I told you, your humanoid type is no match for the dragons, Long Kong declared confidently. Jang Ming merely smiled, offering no reply. Duelu transform. A dark purple light filled the arena as the satanic witch appeared and vanished in an instant, her speed like lightning. Two fierce energy orbs struck the greedy red dragon's head. Boom! A loud explosion ensued, dust swirling. The greedy red dragon's eyes remained cold, undeterred. The other four dragons seized the moment to launch their attacks. Toxic breath, frost breath, amethyst spikes rained down like arrows. The blue-footed blue dragon appeared directly in front of me Duelu, its sharp claws slashing at her fiercely. Midwa was firmly held by the sharp claws of the bipedal blue dragon, struggling in vain. At this critical moment, the other four dragons launched a coordinated attack, their breaths aimed directly at Midwa. Long Kong wore a confident smile and calmly said, "Surrender now, and I might spare your soul beast. The tournament rules don't prohibit killing soul beasts." Despite the calm tone, there was an underlying threat. Unwilling to back down, Midwa suddenly unleashed a sphere of dark purple energy, hitting the blue dragon squarely in the face. Though the blue dragon winced in pain, it maintained its grip on Midwa. With a wicked grin, Midwa sneered, "Just a bunch of lizards from Dragon Valley." Dark purple light flared again as Midwa transformed into the ultimate form of the soul of Satan Infernal Midwa. Her body was clad in black armor, a headband symbolizing power and ferocity adorned her head, and her shoulders were protected by menacing spiked guards. From the demonic pattern at the center of her armor, dozens of dark purple energy spheres erupted, detonating in the dragon's claws. With a thunderous roar, the blue dragon's claws were blasted off, blood dripping down. Terror filled the blue dragon's eyes as it exchanged glances with the other dragons. Long Kong quickly chanted a dragon language spell, and suddenly the sky darkened as if the end of the world had come. The five dragons, the greedy red dragon, emerald green dragon, frost white dragon, bipedal blue dragon, and amethyst dragon soared into the sky, each enveloped in a radiant glow. 5 beams of light shot up, forming a vortex in the clouds. The dragons began to merge. As the light faded, an enormous dragon, as large as a mountain, appeared. Midwa's eyes were resolute, biting her lip with determination. She raised her massive hammer and swung it fiercely at the dragon's silhouette. However, with a crisp sound, Midwa was instead knocked back. The combined dragon stood over 30 meters tall, with 3 wings and 6 legs. Its head was adorned with curling horns like those of a bull, and its body was covered in scales as hard as black iron. 2 dragon tails whipped the ground relentlessly. Its 6 claws stomped wildly, causing the earth to tremble. Jang Ming used his system to analyze and discovered that this was the combined form of the ancient Gustai Dragon King, possessing cataclysmic power, but it could only be sustained for 10 minutes. He couldn't help but marvel at the fusion skill that could enhance a soul beast's lineage and level, comparable to Midwa's transformation ability. Long Kong stood atop the massive dragon like an emperor surveying his domain, arrogantly commanding, "Destroy." Each of the dragon's movements displayed astonishing destructive power, its sheer strength terrifying. Clad in infernal armor and wielding a massive hammer, Midwa began chanting in the language of black magic. With each syllable, a black rune attached itself to the hammer. The originally 3-meter-long blood-red hammer was now surrounded by black runes, emitting an eerie heartbeat sound. With a wicked grin, Midwa raised the hammer like a dragon-slaying warrior and shouted, "Awaken! How ago.The." The hammer seemed to come alive, with countless black tendrils extending from the handle, connecting to Midwa's arm. Jang Ming was astonished to realize that the hammer was a sacred artifact with formidable attributes and skills. Gripping how ago.The, Midwa wore a sinister smile. The dragon sensed the threat from the hammer, confusion flickering in its eyes. Leaping into the air, Midwa hefted the hammer larger than herself and brought it crashing down on the dragon. The dragon quickly crossed its forelimbs, forming a circular shield. Red and black lightning crackled as Midwa shouted, and cracks appeared in the dragon's shield. Boom! The resounding explosion shook the entire arena. Midwa's lips curled into a seductive smile as she looked playfully at Long Kong. She swung her massive hammer, the gigantic ago.The, which twirled in her hands like a rattle. With each strike, her soul power was continuously absorbed, amplifying the attack's strength layer by layer. Each hit increased her attack power by 1, stacking up to 30 layers, lasting for 30 seconds, as long as the assault remained unbroken. Midwa unleashed her active skilled frenzy, tirelessly wielding her hammer. The combination of high-speed swings and immense force managed to topple the giant dragon to the ground. The dragon unfurled its 6 pairs of wings, soaring into the sky, and unleashed a breath of ice and fire, sweeping across the land for hundreds of miles, consuming everything in its path. Midwa activated her bloodthirst skill, swiftly pursuing the dragon. She faked a swing, startling Long Kong off the dragon's back. Seeing this, Jang Ming quickly summoned Radon, calling forth the dragon's lament. He channeled his power to cast Dragon Flame Dawn, as a fiery dragon roared, charging straight toward Long Kong. Unable to save Long Kong, the dragon was forced to engage in close combat with Midwa. Dragon breath flared wildly, and its claws frantically attacked Hao Shui Gaisai, but most of the attacks were blocked by Midwa. The more she fought, the more frenzied she became, while the dragon, under the effect of Hao Shui Gaisai's bloodthirsty orb, suffered for absolute damage with each attack, enduring unbearable pain. Midwa abandoned skill-based attacks entirely, relying solely on Hao Shui Gaisai, causing the dragon immense agony. The black scales on its body turned blood red under the relentless hammering. The accumulated attacks, combined with the 8-second frenzy state and absolute speed boost, drained half of the Gustai dragon's stamina, pushing it to its limits, barely able to maintain its merged form. Long Kong was hit in the shoulder by Jang Ming's arrow and hid behind a rock, clutching his wound. Jang Ming gave him no chance to escape, brandishing the god-slaying Hydra and mounting Yulan. With a single thrust, the rock shattered into countless fragments. The spearhead pointed directly at Long Kong's throat, and Jang Ming calmly said, "Will you surrender, or shall I take you out?" Long Kong chuckled softly, acknowledging how quickly his words had come back to haunt him. He glanced at the battle in the sky, feeling a bit helpless. Lowering his head, he admitted, "I lost." Though he conceded, Jang Ming could tell Long Kong was still unwilling to accept defeat. Midwa gripped Hao Shui Gaisai, spinning it wildly, creating a crimson tornado. The violent force lifted countless stones, aiming to deliver the final blow to the dragon. At this moment, the dragon's skills were fully engaged, yet all were blocked by the bizarre hammer, not only failing to harm Midwa but also making her fight with even more vigor. Midwa's infernal state couldn't last much longer, with the frenzy skill requiring a 3-minute cooldown. But her infernal form couldn't be sustained for even that long. She had to give it her all. Just as Jang Ming was about to press Long Kong's number badge, Long Kong's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he leapt backward. He tossed 2 smoke bombs to obscure the view and shouted towards the sky with heaven's wrath, as if making a significant decision. The dragon hesitated slightly at the sound, then regained its determined gaze. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, drawing countless sand and stones to the dragon, enveloping the surroundings in a mysterious, divine power. The dragon shielded its abdomen with its 6 claws, slightly opened its mouth, and began to form a violently raging energy ball, aiming to deliver a lethal blow to Midwa. Sensing the danger, Midwa's eyes narrowed. She raised Hao Shui Gaisai and charged forward, ready to end the dragon's life. Having been slyly outmaneuvered by Long Kong earlier, she was filled with frustration and was determined to make him pay. Even if she couldn't kill him, she would make sure Long Kong suffered greatly. Jang Ming urged Yulan to rapidly pursue Long Kong. Yulan pounced, pinning Long Kong to the ground. Despite Long Kong's mastery level and beast control, his shoulder injury left him grappling with Yulan. To prevent the dragon's impending attack from the sky, Jang Ming unleashed a powerful strike, thrusting the god-slaying spear with blinding speed, delivering over a dozen precise stabs. Each strike targeted Long Kong's vital points, piercing the most sensitive nerves. Instantly, blood gushed forth like a fountain. "Let's see if I don't finish you off," Jang Ming roared. Long Kong collapsed unconscious, and Jang Ming immediately pressed the number badge, sending him out. In the sky, the dragon felt a pull, as if being summoned back, but the energy ball in its mouth was fully charged, ready to be unleashed. It had no choice but to release it. A massive energy ball, over 10 meters wide, surged forward with a wave of intense heat, leaving only a trail of destruction in its wake. Midwa chose not to take the hit. She retracted Hao Shui Gaisai, swiftly moving to Jang Ming's side, grabbing him and fleeing into the distance. In the distance, a dazzling light briefly illuminated the sky. A massive mushroom cloud rose, shaking the entire dimensional space. Jang Ming's pupils contracted sharply, and he was filled with dread. He realized that if the dragon managed to unleash that strike, the entire dimensional space would likely be obliterated. This cataclysmic power surpassed that of king-level soul beasts, approaching the level of a monarch. Even an ordinary monarch-level soul beast might not cause such devastating destruction. Gustalong King, one of the 5 great dragon kings from ancient times, was as renowned as the Black Dragon King, Tyrant. Although for some unknown reasons it did not rise to the status of an ancient titan like Tyrant, it remained a mythical beast of ancient bloodline, truly a legendary creature. Its descendants were all formidable beings to be feared. The explosion's shockwave nearly blew Jang Ming away. If it weren't for Radon's timely use of geothermal armor and thorn armor to shield him and Midwa, they would have met their demise. Jang Ming gritted his teeth, secretly vowing to eliminate the malicious Long Kong at the first opportunity. The dimensional space shook violently, as if on the brink of tearing apart. As the ground finally steadied beneath them, a cold mechanical voice announced, Contestant 17, Jang Ming, wins. This victory was hard-earned. Midwa, having exhausted her soul power, reverted from her transformation and collapsed weakly into Jang Ming's arms. Seeing her fall into a deep sleep, Jang Ming understood that she likely wouldn't be able to participate in the next match. From now on, he could only rely on himself, Radon, and Yulan. Master, Midwa murmured softly, as if she wanted to say more, but Jang Ming gently stopped her. Rest well, he comforted her softly, sending her back to the soul beast space while channeling his own soul power to help her recover. 3 matches down, 2 victories secured. The final battle was imminent, and the opponents would only grow stronger. Faced with academy students older and with higher-level soul beasts, Jang Ming's resolve only strengthened. Meanwhile, the audience watching the live broadcast erupted in applause. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Whether it was Long Kong commanding 5 giant dragons, the colossal dragon fusion, or Jang Ming's humanoid soul beast, they were all thrilling spectacles. The cheers for Midwa nearly shook the venue. Inside the dimensional space, the mechanical voice sounded again. This space is damaged. Contestant 17 will be transferred to another space. Matching in progress, please wait. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Jang Ming felt a shift in the space around him, indicating he had been transported to a new dimensional space. A large screen appeared before him, displaying new match information. Match begins. Jang Ming versus Wu Kuan. Jang Ming was slightly taken aback when he heard the name Wu Kuan. The competition rules required 3 consecutive matches with no rest in between for the contestants. The organizers emphasized that the Soul Beast tournament was designed to test the combat skills and endurance of the Beast Masters. The one who could persevere until the end would be the victor. Only after completing all 3 matches could a contestant earn a day's rest. By the time they reached the 3rd match, both winners and losers were nearly exhausted, their soul beasts battered and weary. It was a true test of endurance. Jang Ming knew that in his past life, Wu Kuan was famous for his humanoid soul beast, but in this life, he had kept that a secret and hadn't charged straight into the finals like before. The dimensional space opened, simulating an island surrounded by lava. Jang Ming stood at the center of the island, the ground beneath him unbearably hot. He looked across at Wu Kuan, noticing the injuries on his face, evidence of a fierce battle. Wu Kuan didn't say much and immediately summoned his soul beast, a gigantic 2-headed hellhound, as tall as a 2-story building. This beast had wings on its back, 2 massive heads with menacing fangs, and saliva that corroded the ground upon contact. Its body was enveloped in flickering star-like flames, emitting a nauseating stench. Jang Ming quickly analyzed. The 2-headed hellhound had Hell bloodline, Lord-level talent, Magma body grade, and was at Star Diamond level 7 star. Its skills included Invigorate, Berserk, Savage Bite, and Dual Hellfire. This soul beast hailed from the demon god Hell, one of the 10 forbidden lands, naturally aggressive and extremely loyal. Its 2 heads could think independently and launch different attacks. Its weaknesses were at the nose and waist. To Jang Ming's surprise, Wu Kuan only summoned this one soul beast and didn't call forth a second one. This indicated that apart from the hidden humanoid soul beast, Wu Kuan only had this one left to use. Being able to enter the top 100 with just a Star Diamond level 7 star soul beast, Wu Kuan's strength was formidable. Jang Ming quickly summoned Radon and flew into the sky. His instincts told him that Wu Kuan, who was the 3rd-place finalist in the previous life, would be tougher than he appeared. He bit his finger and used his blood to draw a magic circle in the air, chanting an incantation. A rift appeared in the space, and a glowing white skeletal claw pried it open. A massive undead bone dragon Lu Yuan emerged. This was a king-level soul beast, and its presence immediately put immense pressure on the 2-headed hellhound. Lu Yuan respectfully bowed to Jang Ming, Master. Your servant senses the summons. What are your orders? Wu Kuan looked at the colossal creature, his expression slightly shocked. In comparison, his 2-headed hellhound seemed insignificant. Jang Ming gave a concise order, fight. Lu Yuan immediately sprang into action, spewing a breath of necrotic poison at the hellhound's eyes, blurring its vision. The hellhound shook its head in pain. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Wu Kuan quickly leaped onto the hellhound's back. He also bit his finger and drew a mysterious blood array inside the hellhound. Jang Ming recognized the ability soul ranking number 130, the Burning Soul Totem. The hellhound's eyes turned blood red, entering a berserk state. Its power surging from Star Diamond level 7 star to King level 1 star, a leap of 4 levels. After using this ability, Wu Kuan's face noticeably paled, indicating a significant cost. Jang Ming commanded the undead bone dragon to launch the main attack, with Radon assisting. The 2 soul beasts attacked from both sides. Radon, enveloped in magma, spewed scorching lava breath, covering the ground. The hellhound flapped its wings to escape but was struck down by a powerful tail swipe from the undead bone dragon, crashing heavily to the ground. On the skeletal back of the undead bone dragon, a bone sword resembling a sheathed blade formed. Bone sword pulse. With a low growl, a powerful shockwave erupted, intimidating the churning lava in the magma lake. Taking advantage of the moment, Radon swiftly approached the battlefield. Jang Ming was currently inside his god-slaying spear, maneuvering it to extend and precisely pierce the nose of the two-headed hellhound. Awoo awoo. The hellhound howled in agony. Observing this, Wu Kuan frowned deeply, his expression dark and foreboding. Without giving his opponent a chance to recover, Jang Ming launched another attack. His spear swept across, splattering blood everywhere. This was followed by a powerful charged strike, with torrents of elemental energy gushing from the spear's tip, striking the hellhound's vulnerable waist. Each blow hit a weak point, leaving the hellhound reeling in pain. Wu Kuan watched helplessly as his soul beast struggled, his anxiety mounting. He slapped the hellhound's head, and immediately, a layer of fiery red light enveloped the creature. Unexpectedly, the hellhound plunged into the magma lake with a splash. Scalding magma poured over the two-headed hellhound, melting away its fur and flesh to reveal blood-soaked bones. Its two heads were half-melted, with fangs bared, creating a terrifying scene. However, this seemingly destructive event was actually the hellhound using its innate ability magma body. Not only was it unharmed, but it also fully healed its previous injuries. The rejuvenated hellhound opened its jaws wide, launching two thick columns of magma fire. Radon, unfazed, hovered steadily in the air. With its formidable geothermal armor, it effortlessly withstood the seemingly fierce attack. Despite the level difference, the hellhound's fiery assault appeared juvenile before Radon, a master of flames. Jang Ming agilely leapt off Radon's back, landing securely on Yulan. Meanwhile, Radon dove into the magma lake without hesitation, engaging the hellhound in a fierce melee. No matter how ferociously the hellhound bit, it couldn't penetrate Radon's geothermal and thorn armor. Radon spread its wings, thrusting its head directly into the hellhound's mouth, unleashing a torrent of scorching magma. 9 fiery dragons pierced through the hellhound's body, sending Wu Kuan flying with the immense force, plunging him into the magma lake. Though Radon had secured a victory, Jang Ming knew the battle was far from over. Wu Kuan's most formidable trump card, the humanoid soul beast, had yet to appear. As expected, a menacing figure slowly emerged from the magma lake. It was a soul beast clad in demonic armor, with 2 fierce horns on its head and a face obscured by the armor, concealing its features. In its right hand, it wielded a massive battle axe, while its left hand gripped a black chain. Its entire form was bathed in the searing magma, exuding an aura of terror. The chain's other end was coiled around Wu Kuan, who, with eyes full of defiance, stared intently at the fearsome soul beast. "Human, what do you seek from me?" A deep voice resonated from the humanoid soul beast, echoing across the empty expanse. Wu Kuan gritted his teeth, clutching the chains tightly as he was roughly dragged across the ground by the humanoid soul beast, then unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Surprisingly, Wu Kuan knelt on one knee, his face filled with fear and reverence. "Master, your devoted servant Wu Kuan requests your aid in defeating my opponent." Wu Kuan spoke with a voice full of awe. Jang Ming watched in shock. It was the first time he had seen a beast master kneel to a soul beast, and with such reverence. Clearly, the contract between Wu Kuan and this humanoid creature was not an equal one, but rather a servitude pact. This kind of contract allowed humans to gain the assistance of powerful otherworldly creatures or beasts through offerings, similar to an employment contract, but irreversible once established, lest they face dire consequences. "Granted," the humanoid figure clad in demon armor replied, its voice carrying a sinister undertone. Jang Ming quickly assessed the creature. A half-demon with Capricorn bloodline, possessing perfect talent and mastery over dark elements, capable of shapeshifting. It was a king-level 7-star entity, with skills including Dark Battle Axe, Shadow Assault, Iron-Blooded Body, Berserk, and Shadow Legion. Born of human and demon heritage, it harbored half the bloodline of a dark demon. It was once the captain of the guard in the kingdom of Kasa, later destroyed by demons. Hating itself for its demon blood, it was reanimated by demons after dying in battle, but its hatred prevented it from serving them, leading to its exile. Its weaknesses were mental attacks and its chest. Jang Ming was secretly amazed by Wu Kuan's ability to keep such a powerful soul beast, a king-level 7-star, Hidina force capable of dominating the entire competition. The humanoid figure was enveloped in pitch-black, heavy armor, its towering frame obscuring even its eyes. The armor was etched with eerie patterns, exuding an unsettling aura. Wu Kuan quickly retreated to a distance, curling up to the side. Upon closer inspection, a fist-sized piece of flesh was missing from his chest, bleeding profusely. He had hastily treated the wound with a quick freeze agent, sitting weakly on the ground. Jang Ming smirked at Wu Kuan's sorry state. Although Midwa couldn't enter the battle, he still had the devil's eye at his disposal. He decided to confront the humanoid figure, curious about Midwa's origins. Suddenly, the half-demon Capricorn swung its chain, accurately binding the two-headed hellhound. With a mighty tug, it pulled the hellhound and leaped onto its back, wielding its battle axe, charging forward with ferocity. The undead bone dragon, Lu Yuan, quickly shielded Jang Ming with a white glow. Bone spikes erupted from its skeletal frame, aiming at the half-demon. The hellhound was pierced by the spikes, and the half-demon kicked off, abandoning the hellhound. Blood splattered as the battle axe struck the bone dragon's skull with a crisp crack, leaving a fracture. Although not completely shattered, the blow alone demonstrated the half-demon's terrifying power. The bone dragon, knowing it was outmatched, retreated, its massive body dragging back. Toxic fluid splattered onto the half-demon's armor, producing wisps of green smoke that were absorbed, leaving the half-demon's expression unreadable. The half-demon hurled its left-hand chain, ensnaring the bone dragon's skull. No matter how it struggled, the chain tightened like a living thing. Black runes flew from the chain, draining the bone dragon's strength, causing it to collapse. Master, too, feel my soul power slipping away. The bone dragon spoke with Lu Yuan's voice, struggling. This black chain could absorb Lu Yuan's soul power. Radon roared, spewing flames. The half-demon didn't dodge, letting the flames engulf it. After the fire subsided, it stood unscathed. Moments later, the demon armor split open, returning the flames unscathed. Though Radon wasn't harmed, this display revealed to Jang Ming part of the humanoid's capabilities. Its battle axe was immensely powerful. The black chain could bind and drain soul power, and the armor absorbed and reflected attacks. Facing such strength, Jang Ming felt a mounting pressure. The battle axe in the half-demon's hand glowed with an eerie red light, as if imbued with magic. It cleaved Radon from the air, sending it crashing into the magma below. Fortunately, Radon was unafraid of magma, absorbing it and merging with its geothermal armor, emitting white-hot steam. A pillar of magma erupted, pushing the half-demon back 10 meters. Yet, the searing magma neither melted the demon armor nor weakened it, instead being absorbed. The half-demon turned, locking its gaze on Jang Ming. Another magma pillar shot towards him. Jang Ming quickly activated the shining ring, teleporting to avoid the attack. The half-demon pursued relentlessly, while the bone dragon struggled to support its frame, attempting to shield Jang Ming. But the black chain tightened, leaving the bone dragon utterly powerless. Jang Ming realized he had to rely on himself. He mounted Blue Ghost, wielding the wail of the dragon, maintaining distance. An arrow flew with a whoosh, yet it was ineffective against the demon armor. The half-demon advanced, battle axe in hand. Its heavy armor clanked with each step, leaving imprints on the ground. With Blue Ghost's speed, Jang Ming exchanged a few blows with the half-demon, but only a few. From the start, Jang Ming knew the half-demon hadn't fully unleashed its power. Its slow steps exerted immense pressure, akin to what others felt facing Midwa. Jang Ming drew the Godslayer Hydra, relying on its properties for a sneak attack from behind. Yet, the spear was immediately ensnared by the half-demon's chain, draining soul power through the link. Had it not been for its adjustable length, even the Godslayer's spear might have been seized. Give up. Surrender if you want to live. Otherwise, he'll kill you, Wu Kuan shouted from afar. Jang Ming smirked. Surrender? Was he really going to lose the final match? He spurred Blue Ghost, swiftly closing in on Wu Kuan. Activating the shining ring, he teleported next to Wu Kuan. Eye of Desire. Wu Kuan was instantly overwhelmed by desire. His expression twisted, pupils dilated, completely under its control. In this brief moment, Jang Ming prepared to press the number badge, forcibly ending the match. Just as success seemed within reach, two shadows suddenly leapt from the darkness, intercepting Jang Ming. Then, a dozen more shadows rose from the ground, transforming into masked figures cloaked in black. Is this the humanoid Shadow Legion? Jang Ming pondered. For now, this approach was blocked. It seemed defeating the half-demon Capricorn was the only option left. Ding. Shadow Demon Fragment detected. The system prompts if you want to absorb it. Once absorbed, Midwa Lu will gain her second transformation skill, Shadow Demon. Without hesitation, the decision is made to absorb it. In the Soul Beast space, the sleeping Midwa Lu suddenly emits a pure white glow. Simultaneously, the demon armor of the half-demon Capricorn is tugged by an invisible force, drawing out strands of pure white light. Capricorn feels an alien force being forcibly extracted from his body, causing him intense pain that brings him to his knees, his head pounding. No, I'll kill you all, he roars, his voice a raspy mix of middle-aged fury. Beneath his helmet, his eyes are bloodshot, skin dark and veined, while the patterns on his demon armor open wide in a grotesque, pained grimace. Don't put the demon fragment in me. No. Capricorn screams hoarsely, memories flooding his mind like a tidal wave. He recalls his life as a half-demon, ostracized by his kin until King Kassa accepted him as the head guard. When the demon army attacked, he fought to the brink of death. A high-ranking demon with horns appeared beside him, declaring him fit to bear the demon fragment. When he awoke, he found himself pinned to an ancient magic circle, surrounded by demons in purple robes chanting strange words. Above them floated a palm-sized crystal shard. As it merged into his body, a wave of violent emotions overwhelmed him, robbing him of reason. After his outburst, Capricorn was imprisoned in an underwater jail. There, he learned the truth. He was a descendant of the shadow demon, and his half-demon nature granted him rare control over dark elements. The demons used him as an experiment, hoping he would absorb the fragment's violent energy. After countless painful experiments, Capricorn miraculously survived. A high-ranking demon exiled him into a space-time rift. Over time, the fragment fused with him, creating an indestructible demon armor, battle axe, and chains, making him powerful but stripping him of self-awareness. Recalling the horrors of the underwater prison, Capricorn tenses up again. Jang Ming senses danger and quickly backs away. Wu Kuan remains calm, having witnessed similar scenes before. I'm in agony. Kill me. Please kill me. Capricorn frantically tears at his armor, trying to remove it. Jang Ming sees the helmet-covered face and can only imagine the pain and struggle within. The chains on the undead bone dragon seem to retract back into the demon armor due to insufficient soul power. The pure white threads continue to flow into the soul beast space. Jang Ming swiftly summons Lu. Holding her tightly. Still asleep, Lu lets out a soft, contented sigh. How could this happen? Wu Kuan was in disbelief as he witnessed the scene unfold. The audience outside widened their eyes, curiously fixated on what was happening. The once imposing minotaur, Immortality, was now writhing in agony. The demonic armor he wore emitted a piercing shriek, as if it had a life of its own, and began to peel away from his body. The sound of flesh being torn was chilling, revealing stark white bones that glinted coldly under the lights. Jang Ming's heart raced as he saw this, and he gasped in shock. Once the demonic armor had completely detached itself from Immortality's body, it stood upright on its own, right in front of him. The demon on the chest of the armor slowly opened its eyes, which were as dark as a starless night sky, devoid of any savagery or malice. Jang Ming found himself drawn to those eyes, as if being pulled into an endless universe. Immortality, now without his armor, lay on the ground, covered in blood with no intact skin. Yet a relieved smile played on his lips. I've finally broken free from your control, he whispered. Just as Jang Ming heard these words, the demonic armor lunged at him, seemingly wanting to merge with him. With his last ounce of strength, Immortality shouted hoarsely, "Run." The remnants of the demon's spirit in the armor have long been worn away. It was my intense desire for revenge that gave rise to a new demonic will. It has been controlling me, manipulating my thoughts and actions. Do not fall under its control. As the demonic armor was about to engulf him, Jang Ming, thinking quickly, shouted, "Activate Demon Eye." 7 sins hell. The armor hesitated slightly, but continued its advance. The demon's eyes on the armor showed a look of satisfaction. Sensing danger, Jang Ming quickly deactivated the demon eye. He scooped up the weakened Duel in his arms and leaped onto Radon, ascending rapidly to escape. Wu Kuan, already astride a two-headed hellhound, had taken refuge in the lava lake, watching the events unfold with terror. In Jang Ming's arms, Duel weakly opened her eyes and softly called, "Master." The demonic armor, upon seeing Duel, displayed an expression of rage and accelerated its pursuit of Jang Ming. At the critical moment, a dazzling red light suddenly burst from Jang Ming's system backpack. Jang Ming was fully focused on the battle in front of him, unaware of the strange phenomena occurring in his system backpack. Suddenly, a bright red light burst forth from the backpack, illuminating his chest. Although the demon armor noticed Jang Ming's unusual state, it did not cease its attack. The system notification sounded. Ding! Detected the presence of a demon god's will. Do you wish to devour it? Upon devouring, the Imperial artifact Evil Ghost Haunting will gain 50 restoration. Immediately, the Imperial artifact Evil Ghost Haunting emitted a dazzling red glow, like a blood-red sun hanging in the sky, casting everything around in a crimson hue. Jang Ming was startled. A demon god's will? It's the Imperial artifact. The demon armor, bathed in the blood-red light, showed a look of extreme fear. In Jang Ming's arms, Lu, enveloped in the red light, went from looking weak to having a healthy flush as she slowly opened her eyes. The demon armor rasped, "Who are you? How could it recognize you as its master?" Its voice was harsh yet clear. Two opposing forces clashed, the contrast between the black and blood-red light stark. Finally, the demon armor could no longer hold on. The blood-red light pounced like a ferocious tiger, pulling a shadow from within the armor. The system warned, detected residual will of the shadow demon god. Danger level to the master is 5 stars. Duel quickly leaped into the air, hovering. She closed her eyes and chanted a spell, her body covered in silver-white scales, a small horn emerging from her forehead, and her pupils turning as dark as the night sky. "Accept," she declared firmly. The shadow struggled to escape, but was tightly held by the imperial artifact. "No, you insignificant human, release me. I am the mighty shadow demon god. Even the ancient titans bow before me. Jerf, save me." With one final shout, the imperial artifact absorbed all the blood-red light, and the sky cleared instantly. The demon armor, devoid of the demon's will, wobbled and fell from the sky. Li's hands glowed with a multicolored light, generating a strong suction. The demon armor transformed into a liquid and flowed into her body through her hands. Lu tilted her head back and closed her eyes, a look of ecstasy on her face. The scales on her body fluctuated, finally leaving a layer of black scales behind her ears and beneath her eyelids, giving her an extraordinary appearance. The system announced, "Ding! Lu has successfully absorbed the shadow demon god's demon armor, advancing to star diamond level 1 star." Jang Ming was astonished. As Lu had leaped an entire rank, the system further notified, "Ding! Lu has unlocked her second transformation skill, Shadow Soul." With the demon god's residual will absorbed, the gaps in the evil ghost haunting armor rapidly closed, leaving only a fist-sized gap on the chest. The restoration level had reached 90, just 10 short. Jang Ming was overjoyed, never expecting the humanoid creature summoned by Wu Kuren to bring such a surprise. In the distance, Wu Kuren, standing amidst the lava, was both shocked and terrified, unable to articulate his feelings. The power of Jang Ming's soul beast was far beyond his imagination, on an entirely different level. The system suddenly prompted, "Ding, please reissue your wish." Jang Ming remembered his previous wish and decided to visit the Soul Point Exchange store to select a new wish item after the match. Now, it was time for the hiding Wu Kuren to reveal himself. "The outcome is clear, come out," Jang Ming said calmly. The undead bone dragon lay before Jang Ming, its voice tinged with apology. "Master," Jang Ming spoke to Lu Yuan, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue and reassurance. "This enemy was more than we expected. You've done your best. Go back and recover. If anything comes up, contact me through our contract." Lu Yuan nodded respectfully, and a mysterious magic circle appeared beneath his feet, whisking him away, taking the loyal servant with it. Not far away, a humanoid Capricorn lay on the ground, skinless and bleeding profusely, life slipping away rapidly. Jang Ming walked over slowly, unsure of how to console this soon-to-be-departed adversary. Capricorn struggled to lift his gaze towards Mitter, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, as if he wanted to say something but swallowed the words. In a faint voice he said, "I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you." Taking a deep breath, Capricorn continued, "The shadow demon god fragment is a power coveted even by high-ranking demons. Only those with pure hearts can resist its corrupting influence. Once evil thoughts arise, the shadow's consciousness will re-emerge. This is the secret of the shadow demon god's immortality." He used all his strength to convey what he knew to Jang Ming, hoping they wouldn't fall into the same trap, blinded by revenge and ultimately becoming puppets of the shadow's consciousness. "It feels like the soul is trapped inside the body, able to see but unable to speak." Capricorn's voice grew weaker. Jang Ming nodded gently, while Mitter stood silently beside him. Suddenly, Capricorn spoke again, "My lord, I have one last request before I die. Tell me. If it's within my power, I'll do my best to fulfill it." Jang Ming responded, feeling a sense of gratitude towards this opponent who had helped Mitter unlock a second transformation skill and significantly repair the imperial weapon. With trembling hands, Capricorn slowly removed a pendant from around his neck. It was soaked in blood, obscuring its original appearance. "If you have the chance, please deliver this pendant to a woman named Nasha." Jang Ming accepted the blood-stained pendant, holding it solemnly, and nodded firmly. Feeling relieved by the promise, Capricorn smiled faintly and closed his eyes. His body began to transform into sparkling crystals, scattering into the air. A mechanical voice announced the end of the match. "The match is over. Contestant number 17, Jang Ming, is the winner." Finally, it was over. Jang Ming exhaled a long breath, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. He was then transported out of the battle space and appeared in the center of the arena. As soon as he appeared, the audience erupted into deafening cheers. "Master of Demons! Master of Demons!" Go for it. The crowd chanted in unison. It was only then that Jang Ming realized they were cheering for him. He smiled and waved to the audience, his eyes scanning the excited crowd. Defy, even more thrilled, was perched on the shoulders of a fan, waving a large flag that read awesome and shouting at the top of his lungs, "Brother Ming, you're awesome." Jang Ming waited in the arena for a while as other winners were gradually transported out. The host's voice soon echoed, and the large screen in midair displayed the list of contestants who had achieved 3 consecutive victories in this round. After intense competition and deliberation by the judges, we now announce the rankings for the first round. The host's booming voice resonated through the venue. Contestants with 3 consecutive wins will advance directly to the ranking matches the day after tomorrow. The others will compete in the resurrection matches tomorrow for a chance to advance. A total of 27 contestants achieved 3 consecutive victories. The host continued, although some contestants lost a match, don't be discouraged. If you win in the resurrection matches, you can still qualify for the top 16 ranking matches and compete for the championship. The current ranking is based on the judges' assessment of each contestant's overall strength and battle performance, ensuring fairness and justice. Hope reignited on the faces of all the contestants in the arena. Jang Ming was also curious about his ranking, knowing the judges had sharp eyes and would consider both the level of the Beast Master and the combat power of the Soul Beasts in their evaluations. The host began announcing the rankings, starting from the 10th place. Names like Nanzhan, Wang Yang, and Wei Dadong were called. By the time they reached the 5th place, Jang Ming's name had not yet been mentioned, making him a bit anxious. 3rd place, Sun Zai. 2nd place, Wen Tang. The large screen displayed the information of 9 contestants. Jang Ming held his breath, waiting for the final name. 1st place, and also the contestant you all cheered for the most, Master of Demons, Jang Ming. The entire venue erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. Jang Ming stood in place, somewhat in disbelief. He recalled his past life when Wen Tang was the pre-selection champion, with formidable strength and 5 king-level composite beasts. Nanzhan, Wang Yang, and others had also reached the top 16 in the past. However, his presence had changed the fate of many. The cheers from the supporters grew louder. Someone had even created a large model of Duel Li's transformed form, hanging it high to show their admiration for the Soul Beast. Now, let's invite the top-ranked contestant Jang Ming to speak. The host handed the microphone to Jang Ming. Jang Ming took a deep breath to calm his excitement and said, "Thank you to all my supporters and fans. I will continue to do my best." Though his words were simple, his heart was filled with excitement. In his past life, he had never received such an honor. But now, with Midwalu, he had pushed his way into the top 16, becoming number 1. Some contestants who ranked lower showed signs of dissatisfaction. A contestant who had been in the top 10 in his past life couldn't help but voice his doubts. He's just a beast master. Even if his humanoid species is strong. So what? Why is he ranked first? Doesn't my beast master level and 2 king level beasts count for anything? Jang Ming ignored the provocation. He trusted the judges' insight, knowing they recognized Midwa Li's star diamond level potential. The host quickly intervened. This ranking is only an initial ranking and does not affect the final competition ranking. There will be matched battles, and the championship is still undecided. Wei Dadong, ranked 8th, was still unconvinced. "I don't accept it. We're all academy students, and he's just a high schooler. Why is he ahead of me?" "Yeah, exactly. Why?" Other contestants echoed. Faced with the dissenting voices, the host's expression turned serious. "The initial ranking is the decision of the judges. Do you dare question the judges? Question the honored one?" At these words, the crowd fell silent. The term honored one weighed heavily on everyone, as in China, the honored one's status was akin to a deity, a symbol of invisible faith. Wei Dadong's voice softened. But I still don't understand why he's ahead of me." Wen Tang, ranked 2nd, spoke up. "The reason is simple. Did you watch his match against Long Kong? Can any of you guarantee a victory against Long Kong? Even for me, defeating Long Kong wouldn't be easy." Wen Tang's words made everyone ponder, comparing themselves to Long Kong. Standing in the back, Long Kong clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Being used as a benchmark for others filled him with shame, and he resolved to win the resurrection matches and reclaim his glory. Subsequently, the top 10 contestants were informed that the ranking matches would take place the day after tomorrow. The format would be unknown matches, narrowing from 16 to 8, 8 to 4, 4 to 2, and finally, determining the champion in the arena. For Jang Ming, the real challenge awaited in the upcoming matches. He knew that the true test was only just beginning. As soon as Jang Ming left the venue, he was surrounded by a group of enthusiastic fans. "Master of the Demons, can I get your autograph?" "Jang Ming, don't let him get away." The men and women behind him crowded together, causing chaos instantly. Jang Ming was drenched in sweat. He had never experienced such a scene before. With Defay's help, he had to crawl on the ground, squeezing through the crowd, and then sprinted away. These fans are way too passionate. Jang Ming complained, panting heavily. Defy wiped the sweat off his forehead and agreed, Ming, these people are just too crazy. Not far behind. And Chi and teacher Lin had already escaped and were waiting for them at a restaurant. And Chi stood at the door, waving and calling out, Brother Ming, over here. The competition for the day had ended, and tomorrow was a rare rest day, allowing them to fully prepare for the day after tomorrow's match. The four of them sat around the dining table, raising their glasses in celebration. Teacher Lin beamed, Congratulations, Jang Ming, on securing the first place in the top 16. And Chi sweetly echoed, Congratulations, Brother Ming. This time, they were more cautious and didn't indulge in drinking like last time, only ordering a bottle of red wine. Teacher Lin's slender fingers gently swirled the wine glass, the enchanting aroma of the wine complementing the crimson liquid, creating an enticing charm. And Chi suddenly asked a question. There's one thing I don't understand. Why did the judges decide to hold a revival match again when the top 16 had already been selected? Hearing this, Defay looked up, pausing his voracious eating. Teacher Lin slowly explained. I think the main reason might be because of Jang Ming. Me? Jang Ming pointed at himself, puzzled. That's right. Teacher Lin continued, I'm just speculating here, but the so-called revival match might just be for a few individuals. After all, among the contestants you defeated, there were indeed a few with exceptional skills. Although they lost one match during the 3-win streak, their strength still holds hope for entering the top 16. This competition aims to select outstanding contestants who can stand out in the league championship, and only those with truly strong abilities can succeed. Teacher Lin's explanation made everyone realize the situation. Defay spoke while eating, but no matter what, the judges have already announced the top 10 rankings, and that's a solid top 16. Jang Ming thought to himself, Mito's strength is indeed astonishing. Even Long Kong, who possesses 5 king-level subdragon soul beasts, was defeated. With his capabilities, he definitely deserves a spot in the top 10. After dinner, everyone returned to their apartments to rest. And Chi, having lost one match in the 3 competitions and thus missing the top 16, had to participate in the revival match that afternoon. Jang Ming went back to his apartment alone, while Defay returned to the venue to continue watching the revival match. Back in his room, Jang Ming took a shower to relieve his fatigue. Then, he summoned Mito, ate something casually, and lay on his bed browsing the Soul Point Exchange store, planning to add an item to his wish list. The Imperial artifact still needed a 10 repair rate, which seemed small but translated to a whopping billion soul points. Jang Ming didn't plan to replace it immediately, just wanted to scout ahead. He went directly to the soul weapon and soul bone section, where the dazzling array of soul weapons and bones of various grades was overwhelming. Qualification cards were no longer a big deal in his eyes. He still had 5 slots for his level abilities, but didn't plan to fill them all at once. After all, qualification cards weren't expensive and could be chosen at any time. Saving them for later was the wise choice. Mountain Ape Fingerbone, Naga's Wing, Protective Rosary Bracelet, Ghost Eye. The strange names of items in the store made Jang Ming's heart itch. But when he looked at the prices, the cheapest one was 80 million soul points. Looking at red-grade soul weapons and bones, the Black Curse Book, Blood Kirin Heart, Shimming Fire Kirin Arm, Ancient Horn, Snow Toad Paste, casually checking one. Ancient Horn, a soul weapon made from the horns of the Flame Demon. Blowing it enhances allies' life and armor, 75 attack, and 20 movement speed, lasting 60 seconds. Kirin Arm, an arm from the ancient Oriental Giant Beast. Normal attacks reduce the target's movement speed by 60 and attack speed by 50, lasting 12 seconds. Mountain Ape Fingerbone, a soul bone transformed from the fingerbone of the ruler-level beast Mountain Ape, can be fused or used as soul weapon material, enhancing single-hand strength after fusion. Naga's Wing, wings of the Naga race, black and white intertwined, symbolizing light and darkness, greatly enhancing flight speed after fusion, with a level 3 life-stealing orb. Looking at the soul points, 300 million. Jang Ming was instantly deflated. He couldn't afford it. The Soul Point Exchange store was only unlocked up to the red grade, and it seemed there were 2 more levels yet to be unlocked. The soul points accumulated during this period had reached over 2 million, but they were only enough to enhance his soul power level. Radon and Blue also needed level upgrades for evolution, so it seemed he'd have to wait until the competition ended to hunt beasts in the wild for soul points. Jang Ming resisted his desires, deciding to first get the last 10 repair value of the Imperial artifact. He closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, Jang Ming arrived in Mito's world. This world was quite similar to the one he lived in, with fierce beasts, but they were as insignificant as ants, easily slaughtered. There were countless races here, waging wars against each other, vying for resources, striving to become kings and rulers. The night passed without incident. Jang Ming didn't know when Defay returned, perhaps because his nerves had been too tense before. But he slept exceptionally well. Jang Ming wanted to call Defay for breakfast, but Defay refused to get up, so he went downstairs to find food himself. In the breakfast shop, he ordered 3 baskets of steamed buns, and the chatter of diners discussing yesterday's match reached his ears. He heard his name and then a shocking piece of news. Did you know? Someone died in yesterday's revival match. Someone died? I didn't know. Who died? Isn't it against the rules to kill in the competition? It was that guy with 5 sub-dragon soul beasts, Long Kong. Hearing this name, Jang Ming was stunned. That boy from Yulong City? How could he die? His strength was obviously strong. Even if he lost in the match, he could have been teleported out using the number badge. You won't believe it. It was a member of the judging panel, Yang Qi from Dongdi City, who did it. Yang Qi? Isn't he a titled royal-level beast master? How could he possibly make a move? I told you, you wouldn't believe it. Zhang Ming really didn't know about Long Kong's death. He quickly opened the smart bracelet on his wrist to check. Sure enough, the latest news headline read, Human Spy, Long Kong. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.